Chapter 1. The Cultivation Family and the Enhancement of Spiritual Roots. In Qinghe County, Chen family town, within an ancient and elegant residence, the sound of a newborn's cries echoed through the halls. A midwife hastily emerged, bowing respectfully to a young man in a green robe who appeared to be in his 20s, exuding an ethereal grace. "Congratulations, Immortal! Your wife has given birth to a son," she announced. Chen Jing'an nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. The steward, quick to react, placed a silver ingot into the midwife's hands, urging her, "Hey, race your reward. Now go tend to the lady." Feeling the weight of the silver, the midwife couldn't help but smile, realizing that the Chen family truly embodied the essence of the immortal clan, generous indeed. This silver must weigh 5 or 6 taels. It was imperative for her to employ her utmost skills to ensure the lady within maintained her figure, preserving the immortal's interest. As the midwife departed, Chen Jing'an could scarcely contain his excitement. In 2 lifetimes, this was his inaugural experience of fatherhood. Although they resided in a world of cultivation and the offspring might not inherit his spiritual roots, who could claim that a son without spiritual roots was not a son? Spiritual roots are, after all, a serendipitous gift. The Chen family had embarked on the path of cultivation since his grandfather, Chen Jing'an's generation. Among his father's 6 siblings, only the 2nd uncle and the 6th uncle possessed spiritual roots. Chen Jing'an's father, the 4th son, was without such gifts. As for himself, he was the product of a decade of labor by his parents. He had 2 elder brothers and an elder sister, each devoid of spiritual roots. At long last, he was the first among them to possess spiritual roots, albeit the most ordinary 5-element root, which nonetheless became the foundation for their branch's future in the immortal clan. At 18 years of age, Chen Jing'an had reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. Among his ancestors and predecessors, only 3 cultivators had emerged, while his generation enjoyed the fortune of 4 individuals possessing spiritual roots, thanks to the relentless efforts of the 2nd-generation clan members. As the second among these 4, he reaped certain advantages, coinciding with the family's initiative to cultivate a new generation. Fortuitously, he had consumed a few spirit fruits and absorbed 2 pieces of spiritual stones, leading to his current progress. Since the birth of the latter 2 with spiritual roots, the elder patriarch, Chen Jing'an, sensed an anomaly. Their resources were insufficient to support so many cultivators training concurrently, especially considering that the 6th uncle, Chen Yaodong, had entered the immortal sect due to his 3-element root. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more strained. With a decisive decision, the elder patriarch decreed that the clan's cultivators would bid farewell to the days of resource-aided cultivation, resorting instead to the humble practice of absorbing spiritual energy. Chen Jing'an, however, found contentment in his current life. With his 5 spiritual roots, achieving the 9th level of qi refinement would be akin to a miracle. Cultivators, while healthier than ordinary mortals, were still mortal and would face death around the age of 100. Rather than dwell on the negatives, he chose to cultivate a positive outlook. No matter his shortcomings, to the common folk, he was a genuine immortal, deserving of reverence in this world where the divide between mortals and immortals was starkly defined. Surely, this was enough to command respect. It is worth noting that, as one of the 4 esteemed families of Qinghe County, although spiritual stones are in short supply, gold and silver are certainly not lacking. Is this not sufficiently enticing? Must one shamelessly approach female cultivators, only to be openly scorned as useless? Surely, that cannot be the preferable outcome. Chen Jing'an smirked as an immortal. Even if he were to take 100 concubines, would anyone dare to label him as indulgent? Open your eyes wide and behold. I am a cultivator. Of course, these musings were merely the whims of his youthful imagination. Who among the ordinary would entertain the notion of acquiring 100 concubines? One would either be exhausted or overwhelmed. Such a notion is simply beyond the means of a qi refining cultivator. Perhaps, when one reaches a higher realm, it may become feasible. For now, he would prefer to live a tranquil life. While Chen Jing'an pondered these thoughts, a melodious chime suddenly resonated in his mind. Following this, an ancient bell, radiating an ethereal glow, materialized within his consciousness. Is this the small bell that fell at the hospital entrance? My golden finger? He mused in astonishment. In his previous life, he had studied nursing and transitioned into the rare profession of a male nurse upon graduation. It was during early morning when even ghosts would feel drowsy. After assisting his colleagues in obstetrics and completing his shift, he noticed the small bell lying at the entrance as he was about to leave the hospital. Reflecting on the circumstances surrounding his reincarnation, Chen Jing'an felt a mix of gratitude and nostalgia. According to such patterns, his golden finger was likely inclined towards the childbearing aspect. Had he not adhered to the Chen family's tradition of more children, more blessings, and instead believe his uncle's nonsensical adage that a good man fears not the passage of time, he might have waited an eternity for this golden finger to unlock. Yet, the timing is fortuitous, it is not too late. Soon, a surge of information flooded into his mind with the sound of the bell. Childbearing bell. Descendant 1. Chen to be determined. Talents. 4 spiritual roots lacking earth element. Destiny. Good-natured innately possesses charm. The bell's master may choose to imprint one of these pieces of information. My child possesses 4 spiritual roots? Chen Jing'an's heart soared with joy, and noticing the bell's request for him to imprint information, he did not hesitate to select 4 spiritual roots. This is the foundation of it all. As for being good-natured, he conceded that under equal conditions, it might indeed be a favorable trait. However, if the spiritual root is inferior, what merit is there in discussing equal conditions? Chapter 2. With his parents and brothers around, Ziqingwang made a momentous decision, and the Zimu bell emitted a resonant hum. After this wave of sound, it seemed as though Chen Jing'an's spiritual roots underwent a profound transformation. He felt as if the world had become infinitely brighter. His entire being felt as though it had sprouted new pores, instilling a sense of ease and comfort both within and without. For someone who had borne the burden of possessing 5 spiritual roots for 18 long years, this change was particularly pronounced. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his body trembling involuntarily. Was this the sensation of genius? The steward, observing from the side, mistakenly assumed that the young master was overwhelmed with joy at the birth of his child. He quickly approached, producing a slip of paper from his hand, and cheerfully announced, "Ninth master. The young master ranks 5th among the 4th-generation descendants." The elder patriarch had long ago bestowed a name. "Oh, what is it?" Chen Jing'an's attention was piqued. The 4th generation bears the character Qinghe, and the elder patriarch has granted the name Wang. Haha, what a splendid name. Chen Jing'an recalled the Zimu bell's description, realizing his son was indeed a being of 4 spiritual roots. The rarity of both father and son possessing spiritual roots was remarkable in itself. Moreover, this was a son who would bring glory to his father. He felt as if he had stumbled upon a divine treasure, almost wanting to call the boy father himself. Of course, that was merely a fleeting thought. After some time, Chen Jing'an entered the room and beheld a snow-white bundle lying beside the woman. The little one's hands seemed to be in a state of confusion, presenting an endearing sight. He gently poked his son's cheek, causing the little fellow to turn his head slightly, which inadvertently roused the sleeping woman. This was Chen Jing'an's lawfully wedded wife, Yushan. Hailing from one of the 4 great families of Qinghe County, she was the granddaughter of the head of the 2nd branch of the Yu clan, thus belonging to the direct lineage. However, due to the absence of spiritual roots, she had become a candidate for marriage. Upon seeing Chen Jing'an, Yushan softly called out, "Husband." Chen Jing'an leaned closer, replying, "I am here." Yushan gently pushed the playful Chen Jing'an away, fatigue evident in her voice. "Husband, I am feeling a bit weary." "Then rest well. I shall visit my parents for now. There are still others in the house. Feel free to call upon them if you need anything." Chen Jing'an was quite considerate, casting a knowing glance at the maidservants surrounding them before stepping outside. After a few paces to the right, he arrived at the adjacent courtyard, the residence of his parents. Upon entering, he found his parents leisurely seated, brewing tea. His mother, Su Lingping, had her legs crossed, with a 6 or 7-year-old little boy sitting before her, staring blankly at a small booklet. Upon seeing Chen Jing'an, the little boy's eyes brightened, and he attempted to dash over, exclaiming, "Third brother." However, Su Lingping, having raised several sons, was well aware of the mischief these little rascals were capable of. She straightened her posture slightly and reached out, firmly grasping the back of the little boy's neck, a glint of danger flashing in her eyes. "Chen Jing'an, do you think your mother's fist has lost its power?" The little boy, Chen Jing'an, immediately deflated like a deflated balloon, returning to his seat with a pitiful expression. Chen Jing'an quickly approached his side, offering words of encouragement. Brother, mother is doing this for your own good. If you do not study diligently, how can you hope to attain recognition in the future? Which young lady would wish to marry you then? Both elder brother and second brother have persevered through similar trials. You are not alone in this. Chen Jing'an found little solace in these words, feeling instead a pang of envy. He lifted his gaze, his expression one of longing. Third brother, you are like an immortal, free from the burdens of study. How fortunate you are. Is that so? Chen Jing'an raised an eyebrow, resting a hand on Chen Jing'an's shoulder and feigning profundity. In truth, you do not comprehend the woes of an immortal. Chen Jing'an perked up, believing it was finally his third brother's turn to share his grievances. To his dismay, Chen Jing'an continued, the troubles of an immortal arise from having too few troubles. Realizing he had been jested with, Chen Jing'an's face darkened with indignation. Nearby, Chen father could no longer contain himself. He lightly kicked Chen Jing'an's backside with his foot and admonished, do not provoke your brother, otherwise it will be your mother who has to soothe him. I understand, father. Chen Jing'an replied, waving his hand dismissively. He then turned to his father, saying, by the way, Shaner has given birth to a healthy boy. Truly, he is your grandson. I can see that the child possesses spiritual roots. Initially, Chen Yaozu's face lit up with joy upon hearing of his grandson's birth. However, Chen Jing'an's subsequent remark revealed the boy's whimsical nature, leaving him speechless. Having confidence is commendable, but spiritual roots are not as easily obtained as cabbages from the field. Do you truly believe one can harvest them with mere sowing? Let us wait and see, Chen Jing'an replied in a joking manner, not genuinely expecting his parents to take him seriously. This was merely a prelude, as spiritual roots would not manifest until at least the age of 6. Given that both father and son possessed such roots, and this being the firstborn, the news would undoubtedly incite envy. As the father, he would bear the burden of that jealousy with his own lightheartedness. Upon learning that Yushan was resting with the child, the couple decided against visiting at that moment. Chen Jing'an sat upon the steps, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, curiosity prompting him to inquire, where his elder brother's family? His elder brother, as the firstborn, resided with their parents, yet it appeared he was absent. They have gone to celebrate the success of your sister-in-law's nephew, who has passed the scholar examination, answered Chen mother, her demeanor remarkably calm regarding such matters. Chen Jing'an's elder brother, Chen Jing'an, had married a woman from a modest family, choosing her purely based on mutual affection. Thus, their family had become connected by marriage, enjoying the hidden benefits that such relationships conferred. For instance, every year during the county's scholar examination, a portion of the scholar slots is allocated to the relatives of various esteemed families, and it seemed that sister-in-law's family had benefited this time. However, this was of little significance. In comparison to the practitioners themselves, it was merely an ancillary matter. Achieving success in the district's examination would be a more noteworthy accomplishment. Passing the scholar examination was not particularly impressive. Thus, the nonchalant attitudes of Chen father and Chen mother were understandable. Chen Jing'an, too, shared in their indifference. As a county-level immortal family, they had been officially recognized by the Deqian court and were even granted an exclusive hereditary official title. The Chen family had obtained the position of steward overseeing the 3 divisions of the local constabulary. The current steward was his uncle, who, lacking any spiritual roots, primarily managed matters of officialdom. This included placing members of the Chen clan within the bureaucracy while simultaneously engaging in diplomatic maneuverings with the magistrate of Qinghe County, who was tasked with maintaining a balance against the 4 great immortal clans. This role was no small feat, as the presence of the magistrate was inherently aimed at countering the influence of the immortal families. As the steward faced this pressure directly, his responsibilities were undoubtedly burdensome. At that moment, Chen's father suddenly spoke. By the way, with your family having welcomed a son, your 6th uncle is likely to return. Chen Jing'an understood the implication behind his father's words. His 6th uncle had joined the ranks of the immortals, which afforded him a considerable degree of financial freedom compared to the family. As a transmigrator, upon learning that this world was one of cultivation and recognizing his uncle as a rare talent within the clan, Chen Jing'an naturally sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. His 6th uncle had yet to establish a family of his own, and during his visits, he had shown him kindness, which allowed Chen Jing'an to become the most compatible junior in the clan with him. Chen Jing'an acknowledged that his initial intentions were somewhat self-serving. However, After many years, the ties of kinship had eclipsed those interests significantly. The reason he hesitated to make promises was due to his sense of pride. To be fair, he still hoped his sixth uncle would lend him some support, providing him an opportunity to alter his circumstances. Now that he had become a father and his son possessed spiritual roots, the two of them could not rely solely on meditation for sustenance throughout their lives. His son was still too young to contribute, so it fell upon him, as the father, to strive for their future. His sixth uncle had once mentioned that if he were to have a child, he would bestow a gift upon him. This was a sentiment that Chen Jing'an had kept in mind. Although his father appeared to lead a life of tranquility, the fact that his second brother held a lucrative position as the chief of the local militia under the clan's control indicated that his father was not without influence. The two exchanged a knowing glance, understanding their unspoken agreement. Chen Jing'an's mother feigned indifference, while Chen Jing'an, eavesdropping nearby, was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the underhanded dealings between his father and elder brother. Afterward, Chen Jing'an took his leave of his parents and made his way to the backyard, where he let out a mount provided by the family, a demon horse. This creature was a hybrid of a demon and a steed, possessing the stamina comparable to that of the legendary 1,000-mile horse, albeit only trainable by those at the Qi refinement stage. Typically, a purebred demon horse, classified as a second-generation demon, would cost 2 spirit stones. However, a third-generation demon horse was priced at half that, with diminished capabilities. The demon horse assigned to Chen Jing'an was of the 4th generation, allowing him to acquire 2 for a single spirit stone. This represented the limit of what could be obtained in terms of mounts. Chen Jing'an named his demon horse Wujiao, for it was worth no more than a single spirit stone. In truth, Wujiao represented 1/5 of Chen Jing'an's total wealth. As a practitioner at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, his entire personal fortune amounted to a mere 2.5 spirit stones. Chen Jing'an mounted his horse, skillfully maneuvering through the cluster of buildings until he reached a sloping expanse on the back mountain. Here lay a 2-acre plot of enchanted fields, specifically designated for the cultivation of spiritual rice. Once the husks are removed, the net weight of the spiritual rice harvested per acre typically ranges between 70 to 80 pounds. With the variance primarily dependent on the potency of the cultivation spell, the spirit rain technique, and the management of pests. This is a fundamental spell, consisting of 4 tiers. For years ago, Chen Jing'an perfected it to the 1st tier, and thus his family entrusted him with the care of this idle, enchanted field. The spiritual rice matures every 2 years. The family had agreed that for the first 4 years, all produced spiritual rice would belong to them, while he would receive only the rice husks as compensation. After 4 years, the husks would remain his, but he would also be entitled to 20% of the spiritual rice. Subsequently, every 4 years, his share of the rice would increase by 10% until the enchanted field was entirely his. This entire arrangement was essentially a means of repaying family favors. Chen Jing'an had calculated that if he persevered, it would take him nearly 60 years to repay the family's kindness, after which he could enjoy the pleasures of being a small landowner. This cycle was undeniably lengthy. Consequently, his second uncle, who was responsible for managing the cultivators, painted a grand vision for him. As long as he improved his spirit rain technique, the pace of his earnings could accelerate. At that point, not only would he have more enchanted fields to cultivate, but he would also secure a larger share of the harvest. At first glance, it seemed quite reasonable. However, the reality was that he was destined to be forever entwined with farming. Naturally, Chen Jing'an refused to accept such a fate. His defiance manifested in the fact that each year, when reporting the yield to his family, he would discreetly deduct a portion for his personal consumption. For instance, in the first 2 cycles, the total yields of spiritual rice were 147 pounds and 149 pounds, respectively. Chen Jing'an would discreetly take 10 pounds for himself as a special reward. Adding to this was the 80 pounds of rice husks that rightfully belonged to him. In total, after 4 years of diligent labor in the fields, he had managed to amass the equivalent of half a spiritual stone. What does this story illustrate? Cultivating spiritual rice is as futile as writing a book. Both paths seem to lead to dead ends. Beyond the enchanted fields, there were also 3 Qinghe fruit trees, whose yield served as the primary material for the 1st-tier spiritual elixir, Qinghe Dan. The trees bear fruit every 3 years, collectively yielding about 10 pounds, equating to 1 spiritual stone. Although Chen Jing'an pilfered a bit of spiritual rice for himself, he refrained from stealing the Qinghe fruits, as they were to be handed over to his grandfather for alchemy. and he also received a few Qinghe Dan each year, making it unwise to take any for personal use, at least not at present. With a demeanor reminiscent of a mischievous spirit, he surveyed the enchanted fields and fruit trees with arms akimbo, then turned and entered the small five-cornered shed, mixing the good stuff into the enchanted soil to maintain its fertility. Stepping back, he skillfully formed a hand gesture, and a gentle breeze arose. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and a soft, drizzling spiritual rain began to nourish the enchanted fields. In that moment, Chen Jing'an felt most akin to a cultivator. Once he had expended half of his spiritual energy, he ceased his incantation and resumed wielding his great blade to prune the branches of the fruit trees, occasionally turning the soil to check for any unwelcome creatures lurking beneath. This entire endeavor consumed approximately an hour and a half. Exhausted, he reclined beneath a tree, entirely devoid of any celestial demeanor. Who claims that immortals lead an easy life? Were those who usually bowed to him to learn that the cultivation spoken of by immortals merely consists of mucking and tilling, they would surely be taken aback. After a brief respite, Chen Jing'an led his five-pointed star towards the back mountain, finally halting at a quaint wooden cabin. Here, he concealed his remaining possessions. Aside from the discounted rice bran and spiritual rice, each valued at half a spiritual stone, the rest constituted his personal harvest. A first-tier spiritual herb, the white birch ginseng, was appraised at 1 spiritual stone. 2 pounds of aged yellow essence were valued at half a spiritual stone. This constituted Chen Jing'an's modest treasury. He gazed at the white birch ginseng, while simultaneously sensing the transformations within his own body. His spiritual root had transitioned from 5 to 4, and he felt an enhancement not only in his breathing efficiency, but also in the spiritual energy that had been amassed within that root, seemingly released. That energy, accumulated over 12 years, surged forth, potent enough to shatter the initial bottleneck of the 4th level of Qi refinement. Should he surpass this threshold, it would signify a shift from the early stage to the mid-stage of Qi refinement, significantly altering his inherent strength. In Chapter 4, the 4th level of Qi refinement, Chen Jing'an's gaze flickered between the aged yellow essence and the white birch ginseng. These were his most cherished spiritual treasures, unearthed from the mountains. Faced with this pivotal juncture, he resolved to take a daring gamble. The potential breakthrough could open pathways to greater wealth in spiritual stones. His eyes glimmered as he fixed his sights on the most valuable white birch ginseng, deciding to risk everything. After all, he possessed no recipe for the white ginseng pill, and even if handed to his grandfather, it would not yield the desired elixir. The most straightforward approach was to consume it raw. With that thought, he seized the white birch ginseng, neglecting to cleanse it, and without hesitation, shoved it into his mouth along with the soil, quickly masticating it. Almost immediately, a warmth surged within him, igniting a heat throughout his body. The spiritual energy within him flowed with unprecedented agility, rolling and surging until it swiftly penetrated his dantian. Akin to tumultuous waves breaking through a fragile barrier, the atmosphere in the forest shifted, coalescing before Chen Jing'an. His total spiritual energy soared, more than doubling since prior to the breakthrough. This was the advantage of overcoming a minor bottleneck. The entire process unfolded even more seamlessly than he had anticipated. 4th level of Qi refinement. Slowly rising, Chen Jing'an's gaze returned to the spiritual field before him, particularly the untouched droplets of spiritual rain. In that moment, he suddenly grasped a deeper understanding of the spiritual rain technique. To validate his intuition, he seized the moment of abundant spiritual energy and once more formed hand seals. Soon, a larger, denser mass of dark spiritual clouds gathered above. With a swift rustle, the previously gentle drizzle transformed into a torrential downpour. After the spiritual rain bathed the rice in the spiritual field, the stalks seemed to come alive, swaying gently in the breeze. Witnessing this scene, Chen Jing'an could not help but burst into laughter. "I am a genius," he exclaimed. This marked the advancement of the spiritual rain technique to its 2nd tier, transforming from a gentle drizzle into a torrential downpour. This indicated an enhancement in the efficiency of irrigation, not only potentially increasing the yield per acre to 80 or 90 pounds, but also allowing for the application of an additional plot of spiritual field from the family. Whether he could secure that new spiritual field was yet to be determined. However, being able to gather more spiritual rice husks would be beneficial. He was truly impoverished at present. Time was of the essence. The main office of the Chen family was where matters concerning the cultivators were managed. Currently, The family affairs were overseen by his second uncle, Chen Jing'an. Possessing 5 spiritual roots, he was at the 6th layer of Qi training, ranking 3rd within the family, following only his grandfather and 6th uncle. In name, Chen Jing'an was responsible for managing the family cultivators. However, the entire Qin family had only 7 cultivators, 4 of whom were younger generations, and among those, 2 were still minors. Thus, the only ones truly under his second uncle's jurisdiction were Chen Jing'an and his second cousin, Chen Jing'an. The latter was the son of his elder uncle, but had been raised by the second uncle since childhood, creating a bond similar to that which he shared with his 6th uncle. Consequently, Chen Jing'an found himself effectively under close scrutiny. Upon entering the room, before he had the chance to boast, his second uncle quickly discerned the situation and his eyes brightened. Have you broken through to the mid-stage of Qi training? What kind of extraordinary treasure have you stumbled upon? Logically, that white birch ginseng of yours should not suffice. Chen Jing'an, brimming with pride, was nearly startled out of his wits upon hearing his second uncle's mutterings. What? How do you know I unearthed a white birch ginseng? His second uncle, observing his guilty demeanor, was left speechless and decided to be forthright. Although I may not possess celestial talents, keeping an eye on you and your cousin is well within my capabilities. Even the spiritual field you currently tend was left over from my own digging in the past. Otherwise, do you truly believe that a fine white birch ginseng could have been so easily obtained by you? At this moment, Chen Jing'an felt a bit embarrassed. While he was mentally resilient compared to his peers, it was disheartening to be scrutinized so closely. Noticing that he had ceased to boast, his second uncle shifted the conversation. However, considering your breakthrough in the spiritual rain technique, the family will overlook your secret stashing of 10 pounds of spiritual rice. Chen Jing'an, somewhat reluctant, retorted defiantly. I haven't even mentioned that I've broken through. Oh, since you haven't broken through, I shall write a note to send to your father, informing him of your good deeds. That's quite unnecessary. We are family. Why speak so formally, second uncle? Seeing his playful nephew, Chen Jing'an couldn't help but chuckle. His affection for his nephew stemmed from their familial bond, and he found joy in their camaraderie. The Chen family had only recently begun to flourish. Although there were inevitably some minor intrigues among the branches, the relationship between uncles and nephews had always been amicable. The two then turned to serious matters. Chen Jing'an handed over 2 documents to Chen Jing'an, stating, the first matter pertains to the modification of your land grant. Starting this year, the division of profits from your original plot will increase from 10% to 20% every 4 years, as a recognition of your breakthrough in the art of spiritual rain. However, for this year, you shall receive only 20%. Uncle, given that my financial situation is dire, might we commence directly from 40%? Chen Jing'an attempted to negotiate. Uncle Chen did not hastily refuse. Instead, he inquired earnestly, this is indeed feasible, but should you choose this option, I shall reclaim the remaining document. Chen Jing'an, being quite astute, held both documents in his possession. Unwilling to be swayed by his uncle's teasing, he directly picked up the other document to examine it. Upon inspection, his eyes nearly widened in disbelief. What? This is no mere land grant, but a genuine transfer deed. 2 acres of spiritual land. Chen Jing'an repeatedly verified, seemingly unable to believe he had so splendidly transformed into a landowner. Uncle Chen further fueled his excitement, chuckling. That land was recently reclaimed by your grandfather from the county, and our family has yet to seek its treasures. Your cousin's mastery of spiritual rain is still at the 1st tier, and he is currently unable to attend to this matter, hence it has been conveniently bestowed upon you. Chen Jing'an promptly tucked the document away, grinning. Rest assured, uncle, I shall make the most of this opportunity. And what of the land grant? Is it 20% or 40%? Uncle Chen teased. Naturally, it is 20%. As our clan is in its infancy, we must uphold strict regulations to set an example for future generations. Enough of this banter. I have no time to waste with you. Uncle Chen waved his hand and added, for your first venture, procure 2 spiritual talismans from the clan for protection. One cannot be too cautious in the mountains, as there may be unforeseen dangers. Thank you, uncle. Chapter 5, Peril in the Mountains. The return of the 6th uncle that evening, Chen Jing'an retrieved 2 first-tier spiritual talismans from the treasury. One was a golden armor talisman, requiring 2 spirit stones to activate. Once triggered, it would form a protective layer of armor around his body. With his current abilities, activating this talisman would be sufficient to withstand an opponent at the 5th level of Qi training who lacked magical artifacts. The other was a fireball talisman. Requiring one spirit stone, its effectiveness would depend on the user's cultivation level, possessing a certain amplifying power. Although it may seem impolite to say, Chen Jing'an had to admit that the value of these two talismans could very well equate to his life. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that he too had become increasingly valuable. Upon returning home, he carefully stored the land grant and transfer deed, then went to tend to his wife, Yushan, who was in confinement, and found himself surprisingly unwearied. During that long, solitary night, Chen Jing'an gazed upon the sleeping faces of the two women in his life, feeling a profound sense of hope for the future. The following morning, he rode his five-pointed star steed to the base of the mountain where his spiritual land was located. It was not too far. This mountain, named Pine Bamboo Mountain, was originally acquired by a wealthy local for the cultivation of pine and bamboo. However, upon discovering the presence of spiritual land, the Chen family had forcibly purchased it. As Chen Jing'an surveyed the seemingly endless mountain path, he felt a burgeoning potential to become a formidable mountain lord. He affixed the golden armor talisman beneath his clothing, clenched the fireball talisman in his palm, and rode his extraordinary steed along the mountain trail, surveying his surroundings. Along the way, a few creatures were spotted, sensing the presence of the demon horse. They immediately scattered in fright. This serves as the simplest method to distinguish between demonic beings and ordinary beasts. Although Chen Jing'an's five-horned creature is merely a fourth-generation demon, it nonetheless possesses the essence of a demonic entity, exerting considerable pressure on mundane beasts. Conversely, if the demon horse exhibits any unusual behavior, it would indicate the presence of unresolved demonic entities in the mountains, prompting Chen Jing'an to seek assistance from his elders. Not venturing too deep on his first day and sensing the sun's descent, he began to turn back, aware that darkness would be detrimental to his safety. According to his plan, given the size of Songzhu Mountain, it would take at least 3 or 4 days to traverse completely. It was akin to unlocking a new map. Yet this was not a game. Should he perish, there would be no second chance. Thus Chen Jing'an refrained from being overly ambitious. For the past few days, he had been tirelessly engaged in his pursuits, even neglecting to visit the Spring Delight Pavilion, the largest brothel in Qinghe County, frequented by the county's prominent figures. Chen Jing'an's purpose for attending was not only for critical appreciation, but also to interact with his peers from the other 3 great immortal clans. This exemplifies the social dynamics among the immortal clans. Though there exists considerable competition among the 4 local immortal clans of Qinghe County, collaboration remains predominant. Firstly, it allows them to unite against external threats and protect their existing interests. Secondly, as chi-refining immortal clans at the county level, they still have to contend with foundation-establishing clans at the prefectural level. To put it bluntly, a group of short-lived chi-refining practitioners squabbling amongst themselves would merely provide an opportunity for others to reap the benefits. If conflict were to arise, it would likely be observed from a distance, allowing their own faction to take advantage of the situation. Those capable of founding an immortal clan are invariably shrewd individuals. They would never grant others the chance unless absolutely necessary, and even in conflict, they would maintain a facade of camaraderie. Since confrontation was not on the horizon, socializing became the only viable option. Although Chen Jing'an did not anticipate reaping substantial benefits from these interactions, the Spring Delight Pavilion remained the most cost-effective source of information available to him in Qinghe County. Naturally, he could not afford to overlook it. Resolute in his decision, he planned to visit once his current obligations were fulfilled. The subsequent 2 days unfolded smoothly. On the 4th day, Chen Jing'an again ventured deep into the mountains. Before a marshy area, his five-horned steed suddenly became restless, panting heavily and raising its front hooves. This alerted Chen Jing'an, prompting him to heighten his vigilance. Channeling his spiritual energy into his ears, he became acutely aware of the subtle sounds around him. Suddenly, a distinct sound of footsteps emerged, not from the marsh ahead, but from the thicket adjacent to it. Something was moving behind the bushes. As he cast his gaze that way, he quickly locked eyes with a pair of fierce eyes, those of a wolf. Educated since childhood, Chen Jing'an relied on mundane beasts to identify demonic entities, rendering mistakes unlikely. In a heartbeat, the wolf demon, concealed behind the thicket, lunged forward. Startled, the five-horned steed reared, nearly throwing Chen Jing'an off. Cursing the unworthy bargain, he simultaneously activated the fire talisman affixed to his arm, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. With a resounding thud, the wolf demon, resembling the size of a black bear, found itself suspended in midair. The fireball talisman struck its abdomen, igniting a portion of its fur and provoking a furious howl from the beast. Observing the effectiveness of his attack, Chen Jing'an, disregarding his pangs of sympathy, unleashed a second fireball at the creature. After 2 consecutive strikes, the power of the fireball talisman was nearly depleted. Grasping the wolf demon's mane, he forcibly redirected the beast, desperately fleeing backward. By the time the wolf demon extinguished the flames, Chen Jing'an had already sprinted over 100 meters away. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in its eyes, but as it glanced toward the swamp, it chose to conceal itself once more. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Chen Jing'an's heart raced. The strength of the wolf demon was likely on par with that of a 5th-level Qi practitioner. Having endured 2 fireballs without significant damage, he realized that if he hesitated even for a moment, allowing the demon to retaliate, his own fate would be dire. Although he had prepared a golden armor talisman, it was merely a defensive spirit talisman, capable of providing only temporary respite. It was unrealistic to rely solely on a single talisman to combat the wolf demon. If it were that simple, the disciples of the immortal sect would not need to learn myriad spells. They could simply purchase talismans instead. Having narrowly escaped death, Chen Jing'an gazed at the affordable steed beneath him, vowing that once he amassed enough spirit stones, he would certainly procure a bolder demon horse. This one had proven unreliable at a crucial moment. Had it made even a slight misstep, he might not have escaped. However, now that he had survived, the wolf demon would not find peace. Although he could not defeat it alone, he had a grandfather at the 8th level of Qi, and an uncle at the 6th level. Summoning either would be sufficient to ensure the demise of the wolf demon. Fueled by determination, Chen Jing'an had already begun to calculate how many spirit stones he would claim after vanquishing the beast. Just then, a cheerful voice broke through his thoughts. Anzi, who owes you spirit stones? Why the long face? Initially troubled, Chen Jing'an's expression brightened upon hearing the voice, and he exclaimed, Uncle Six. Turning around, he was greeted by a young man in his 20s, exuding an extraordinary aura. This was his uncle Chen Yaodong. Despite his youthful appearance, Chen Yaodong was already 35 years old. Chen Jing'an embraced his uncle warmly and, seizing his hand, inquired earnestly, Uncle Six, what level have you reached now? Chapter 6, Treasures of the Swamp, Special Talismans. Chen Yaodong paused for a moment before responding, I have reached the 8th level of Qi. Is there something amiss in the clan? When someone is away from home for too long, they tend to overthink. During his visit, Chen Yaodong had yet to see his father, having only exchanged glances with his second brother, Chen Yaowu, who assured him that everything at home was well and mentioned Chen Jing'an's recent breakthrough into the mid-Qi stage. This was indeed good news. However, seeing his dear nephew in such a state, it was difficult for Chen Yaodong not to misinterpret the situation, fearing that his brother had only conveyed joy without mentioning any troubles. Fortunately, Chen Jing'an did not allow this misunderstanding to linger. He briefly recounted the unfolding events, particularly regarding the wolf demon, which transformed Chen Yaodong's anxiety into joy. He couldn't help but jest. What a pity your 6th uncle worried for nothing. It's merely a wolf demon. Your uncle will take care of it. It's been a while since we last spoke. Let us, as uncle and nephew, have a good chat today. Very well, I shall heed your every word. Ha ha. Chen Yaodong laughed heartily, exclaiming, I always said, among our clan, you are the one with the brightest future, able to connect with your uncle. Now that your family has welcomed a son and you are striving to improve, as your uncle, I shall certainly lend you a hand. The two, like brothers, ventured further into the mountains. Meanwhile, at the swamp, the wolf demon was in a state of frustration. Having roamed these mountains for quite some time, it had finally spotted a delectable biped, only to see it escape. Humph. Were it not for the valuable treasures hidden beneath the swamp, it would have left without hesitation, concerned that upon its departure, others might seize its territory. Suddenly, the wolf demon's eyes widened, and it caught a whiff of the biped's scent. Had that young one returned to meet its demise? No, there was another with him. Just as the wolf demon prepared to attack, it sensed an unfamiliar aura. Although it had yet to see the individual, the sensation was enough to make its first stand on end like a balloon. The wolf demon realized that this new biped was exceptionally powerful, unlike the previous morsel. It might well be the king of bipeds on this land. Flee. Without a moment's hesitation, the now sentient creature understood the principles of self-preservation. Yet, as if struck by a thought, it extended its claw toward the swamp and began to dig. Soon, a small segment of what appeared to be a black tentacle emerged, accompanied by an overwhelming fragrance of spiritual medicine. Chen Yaodong, swift as lightning, had already pinpointed the wolf demon's location. The sudden eruption of the medicinal scent alerted him to the fact that this wolf demon was guarding something precious. Perfect, he could capture it all in one sweep. Chen Yaodong tightened his right fist, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that enveloped him, transforming into a thick layer of stone. Stone skin technique. His stature grew to nearly 10 feet, fingers clasped together, and he struck with all his might. The speed was such that the wolf demon couldn't react in time. The two forces collided. Bang! The wolf demon was sent flying, its inflated body instantly deflating, suspended precariously on a tree branch, its fate uncertain. Chen Yaodong quickly approached the swamp, cautiously observing the exposed black tentacle. He probed with his spiritual energy, swiftly enveloping the entire root in the swamp. Is this the dark cloud vine? Chen Yaodong's voice carried a hint of disbelief, yet his actions showed no hesitation. He wrapped it in his energy and retrieved a jade box from his robe, carefully placing the entire vine inside. Having completed these tasks, Chen Yaodong could not help but laugh. Heaven bless our clan. Ha! Chen Jing'an rarely witnessed his sixth uncle in such a state of exuberance. But he refrained from asking further, instead gazing at the distant wolf demon and speaking up. Uncle Lu, how should we deal with this wolf demon? Is it only possible to kill it? Chen Yaodong, regaining his focus, discerned that his nephew had other intentions behind his words, and he replied decisively, there is no rush. Please share your thoughts. Without further ado, Chen Jing'an revealed his plan. He inquired whether it would be feasible to tame the wolf demon, specifically for the purpose of breeding it with mundane horses. If he could establish a channel for cultivating demon steeds, would it not enhance their opportunities to acquire spirit stones? Chen Yaodong paused in contemplation, not hastily providing an answer. He carefully stored the jade box and swiftly approached, lifting the wolf demon dangling from the tree with one hand. His eyes scrutinizing its physique. Whatever he saw seemed to please him, for he raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, a fine treasure, worth a try. Within the celestial sect, there existed artisans dedicated to the breeding of demon horses, utilizing a special talisman known as the affection root talisman. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an's smile faltered somewhat. He was acutely aware of his family's situation, knowing that the resources they could mobilize were scant, and Uncle Lu himself needed to focus on his cultivation. The special talisman was among the most expensive of its kind, given the secrecy surrounding its crafting, along with its notably high failure rate and cost. Such items were exceedingly rare. It was likely that the expenditure for a single special talisman could rival that of a low-grade magical artifact. Chen Jing'an merely sought to gain a slight advantage from Uncle Lu, not to drain him entirely. In contrast, Chen Yaodong began to ponder earnestly. After a considerable pause, he appeared to reach a decision and looked at Chen Jing'an earnestly, stating, had this been in the past, I would have needed to reserve resources for my own breakthrough and foundation establishment and would not dare to expend too much. However, thanks to you, I have acquired this cloud vine, a principal herb for crafting foundation establishment pills, which is quite rare. Should I collaborate with other sect members in the future, there stands a substantial chance to obtain a complete foundation establishment pill. This leaves me with ample resources, as a single affection root talisman in the sect is approximately 20 spirit stones. Recognizing the potential in this venture, Chen Jing'an adopted an attentive demeanor. Chen Yaodong then articulated his proposal. The spirit stones would be jointly provided by him and the family, and the affection root talisman, along with the wolf demon, would be entrusted to Chen Jing'an's care. Once his horse breeding enterprise was firmly established and he began to earn spirit stones, he would allocate half to repay the family's debts. After clearing a portion of the family's obligations, the assets would entirely belong to Chen Jing'an and his descendants. Though if the family sought to acquire demon steeds in the future, he would be obliged to offer them at the lowest possible price. Having weighed the proposal, Chen Jing'an found no objections. Uncle Lu had already been exceedingly generous, implying that he need not repay the 10 spirit stones he had contributed. Furthermore, Uncle Lu had also considered the future ownership of these assets. Given the current size of the Chen family, discussing such matters might be premature. Yet they could not guarantee that future generations would remain as united as they were now. Hence it was prudent to preclude any potential disputes from the outset. Of course, both Chen Jing'an and Chen Yaodong shared an unspoken understanding. Should Chen Jing'an's fourth branch lack a new cultivator to take the lead in the future, the chances of retaining these assets would be slim. However, the uncle and nephew tacitly chose not to mention it. Discussing such matters now would serve no purpose other than to cause discomfort for everyone involved. Chen Jing'an was entirely unperturbed. His eldest brother had already acquired spiritual roots, which ensured a safety net for him. Chapter 7. Meeting the Ancestor, the grand plan of the clan after reaching an agreement. The two of them hurried towards the Chun residence, dragging along the dazed wolf demon. They first arrived at the residence of Uncle Qinghe, where they recounted the events that had transpired. Upon learning that Chen Jing'an had nearly fallen victim to a surprise attack from the wolf demon, Uncle Qinghe couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. However, Chen Jing'an remained composed. He lifted the golden armor talisman affixed to his chest. Uncle Qinghe immediately understood his implication and, with a resigned expression, remarked, "Let us not reclaim the golden armor talisman. Consider it the family's compensation for you. Would that be acceptable?" The clear distinction between reward and punishment earned the admiration of his nephew. Uncle Qinghe ignored his nephew's flattery, realizing that his sixth brother intended for him to keep watch over the wolf demon. Given his prowess, this was certainly within his capabilities. Nonetheless, Uncle Qinghe was inherently cautious in his approach to tasks, especially considering the considerable expenses involved in taming a demon horse. It was prudent to act with utmost caution. He planned to summon the patriarch, Chen Jing'an, to oversee matters during Chen Yaodong's absence, ensuring that everything was foolproof. Chen Jing'an and Chen Yaodong had no objections. A cautious approach was always wise. That evening, within the Chen family's secret chamber, a tall and imposing elder emerged. This was Chen Jing'an, the progenitor of the Chen celestial clan. At 70 years of age, he could have been enjoying a leisurely retirement in a typical household. However, as a cultivator, and notably a rare alchemist, he had maintained his physical condition far better than his peers, exuding a commanding presence that even overshadowed those in their prime. Standing behind his uncles, Chen Jing'an endeavored to diminish his presence. Yet, fate had other plans. As Chen Jing'an listened to the report from Uncle Heir, he advanced, seizing Chen Jing'an by the collar to scrutinize him. The motion resembled that of weighing a pig meant for slaughter before the new year. In his youth, the elder had served in the military, toiled in the fields, and was adept at carrying burdens. He had lifted nearly every third-generation descendant in this manner. Despite the embarrassment, Chen Jing'an felt somewhat relieved that there were no peers present. Fortunately, Chen Jing'an soon released him, declaring, "Your aptitude and abilities are commendable. In time, when we elders are no longer around, it seems the clan will rely on you and Jingyang to bear the weight." He entrusted the responsibility of raising the demon horse entirely to Chen Jing'an, assuring him that the family would provide all necessary support. Viewing this as a valuable opportunity for growth, Chen Jing'an promptly bowed, expressing, "Thank you for your trust, grandfather. This is a reward you have earned through your diligence." Chen Jing'an smiled approvingly. "It is fortunate that you acted swiftly, locating the wolf demon early and managing to retrieve the Wuyun vine without alarming anyone upon your sixth uncle's return, thus securing our clan a chance to advance in foundation establishment. If one can seize this opportunity, perhaps in my lifetime, I shall witness our clan ascend to the rank of a county-level immortal lineage." Uncle Chen immediately concurred, affirming, "What you say is true. From this moment forth, matters concerning the Wuyun vine shall remain confidential, known only to the four of us. Second, keep a vigilant eye on the other three families. Do not let any whispers escape. Sixth, upon your return to the immortal sect, refrain from coming home for the time being. Once you have broken through to the 9th level of Qi training, I will endeavor to procure 100 spirit stones for you through General Meng's channels, as a token of support from our family." Upon hearing this, Chen Yaodong swiftly declined. "Father, our family is not affluent. You, second brother, and the younger generation all require resources for cultivation. We cannot afford to undermine our own foundation." Chen Jing'an chuckled in response, "You need not overthink it. Even if I were to offer this 100 spirit stones, it would not bring us to the brink of destitution. Over the years, we have tightened our belts, which has indeed burdened Jing'an and the younger generation, yet we have managed to accumulate a sum of spirit stones. Coupled with the earnings from my alchemy, it is sufficient. Were it not for my concern over your mounting pressure and the fear that secrets may not be kept, I would have entrusted this to you sooner." Chen Yaodong understood that his father would not engage in a reckless endeavor without preparation. Given such assurances, he felt somewhat reassured. However, He also sensed the weight of responsibility pressing down upon him. The decades of accumulation by the Chen clan now rested squarely upon his shoulders. Should he succeed in his breakthrough, the emergence of a foundational expert would elevate the Chen family to new heights, significantly improving the future prospects of its younger members. Yet, if he were to fail, it would almost certainly doom the next 2 generations to forfeit their aspirations of reaching the foundational realm. The stakes were undeniably high. Listening to the elder's discourse, Chen Jing'an felt the gravity of the situation deepen. At that moment, Chen Jing'an called to him and tossed a vial of elixirs his way. Within this vial are 6 Qingyuan pills. Take them and refine them. If anyone inquires about Songhushan, should the situation become dire, you may claim that you consumed a dragon scale fruit, which facilitated your breakthrough. Chen Jing'an recognized that this was a means to shield his 6th uncle. The acquisition of Songhushan had been forcefully negotiated from a local magnate, and should the magnate or his tenants learn of the truth, it would undoubtedly pose a risk. Understanding his grandfather's disposition, he knew that the old man never presented a benevolent facade toward outsiders. As expected, Chen Jing'an turned to Uncle Chen and instructed, "You must personally reach out to the eldest, urging him to swiftly ascertain the identities of everyone associated with Songhushan. No one must be overlooked, lest we invite unforeseen troubles." Uncle Chen nodded. "I shall enlist Jingyang's assistance. We will ensure it is handled thoroughly." In mere moments, the fates of those individuals had been sealed. This was not the first time Chen Jing'an had witnessed such matters, and he had never harbored illusions about the nature of his family. The imperial decree and the designation of local immortal lineage foretold their inability to empathize with the majority. Though he had yet to fully acclimate, Chen Jing'an understood that his destiny was irrevocably intertwined with that of his clan. If necessary, he could transform into a lethal blade, eliminating any potential threats to the family. Early the next morning, Chen Yaodong set off on his journey. This time, he was heading to the residence of the Immortal sect in Chongping County to procure a love talisman, priced at 20 spirit stones. It was not particularly advantageous compared to the markets in other counties, and arguably quite expensive. However, there was no need to worry about the quality. This represented the utmost value for the Chen clan of immortals. Meanwhile, Chen Jing'an began tending to the spiritual fields of Songzhu Mountain, scattering the seeds of spiritual rice. After a round of the spiritual rain technique, the fields of Songzhu Mountain exhibited a vibrant vitality, a scene of flourishing life. With ample time remaining, it was off to Chuanhuan Tower. Chapter 8. Descendants of the Immortal Clan, followers of the Dark Demon sect in Longjing Square of Qinghe County. The melodious strains of the Qin floated through the air, and the lanterns illuminated the windows of Chuanhuan Tower, making it appear more lively than during the day. Elegantly dressed women stood at the entrance, welcoming the arrival of noble patrons. Clad in a sky-blue robe, Chen Jing'an entered Chuanhuan Tower, soon ascending the stairs under the guidance of a woman as pure as a white lotus. She conversed with him, playfully remarking, "Master Chen, it has been several days since your last visit. The others still often mention you." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an burst into laughter. "Ah, my dear, I have recently been caught up in joyful events and truly cannot spare the time. Congratulations are in order for you." Then, the White Lotus woman replied with a smile. Just as they reached the 6th floor, in a soft voice, she continued, "Master, we have arrived. Would you prefer my services, or shall I summon another sister for you?" In the next moment, a large hand grasped her shoulder. "You will do," Chen Jing'an declared, half in jest and half in enjoyment, provoking playful indignation from the woman. After taking a few more steps, they passed through a grand door. Inside was an expansive space, yet only occupied by a mere 6 or 7 individuals. Most reclined lazily, with several beautiful women draped across them. These individuals were of no ordinary status. To sit in this room, one had to meet 2 stringent criteria. First, to hail from one of the 4 great immortal clans of Qinghe County. Second, to possess a spiritual root. Lacking either disqualified one from entry. Currently, only Chen Jing'an and his second cousin met these requirements within the Chen clan. Other descendants of the Immortal clan without spiritual roots could only remain downstairs in designated rooms reserved for them. Separated by merely a floor, the 2 circles were entirely different. Chen Jing'an adeptly nodded in acknowledgement to the gathering, quickly receiving their responses. To put it simply, all present were his close companions. "Hey, Chen Laojiu, something feels off about you," remarked a portly man as he pushed aside the woman resting on his belly, eyes widening in disbelief. Have you broken through to the mid-stage of qi cultivation? At this, the others turned to look. Is that true? Have you taken to cultivating dark arts, Chen Jing'an? Get lost. Chen Jing'an retorted, settling down with the woman in his embrace, casting a disdainful glance at the speaker. Wang Laowu, you're the one dabbling in dark arts. Could it not simply be that your Qin master is exceptionally gifted? The man, whose real name was Wang Qintiger, hailed from the Wang clan of immortals, ranking 5th among his peers, and was also at the 4th level of qi cultivation. He possesses 4 spiritual roots, marking him as one of the most gifted among the assembly of celestial cultivators. Among the other practitioners present, only Yuzan from the Yu clan has attained the 4th level of qi refinement, while the majority remains stagnant in the early stages of this realm. Ultimately, encountering a bottleneck at the 4th level of qi refinement is a common occurrence for cultivators. Thus, Chen Jing'an's smooth breakthrough has garnered considerable attention. Following a round of mutual compliments, the attendees engaged in casual conversation. This gathering essentially served as a conventional meeting, a means to exchange information among cultivators. Those present here are generally backed by esteemed elders from their respective celestial clans, lending weight to their words. Should any challenging issues arise, these younger generations possess the authority to make collaborative decisions, as their ultimate goal remains the protection of their indigenous celestial clan's interests. As everyone settled, Wang Qinhe, from the Wang clan, was the first to speak. Today, Chen Jiao has also arrived, and we shall discuss matters pertaining to the Black Demon sect. Upon hearing the name of the Black Demon sect, the few present straightened in their seats, eyes betraying a flicker of apprehension. The Black Demon sect, as its name suggests, is a cult that practices demonic arts. Within the realm of Deqian, only heinous and bloodthirsty techniques, such as murder, cannibalism, soul capture, bone shattering, and marrow extraction, are classified as demonic arts. The imperial family spearheads a coalition with major foundational celestial clans to resist demonic cultivators. This has become a consensus throughout Deqian. The cultivators of various celestial clans utilize spirit stones as a resource, yet they themselves are regarded as cultivation resources by demonic cultivators. From this perspective, their relationship can be described as one of mutual destruction. Noticing the gravity of the situation, Wang Qinhe ceased to be cryptic and shared the intelligence. My uncle currently serves in the county government, and he has just relayed alarming news. The Zhang clan of Lingyi County has been brutally slaughtered by a group of demonic cultivators. All 3 of their practitioners, including one at the 7th level of qi refinement, have been killed. Other celestial clans in Lingyi County rushed to the scene upon hearing the news and clashed with these demonic cultivators, managing to slay a few and identifying their techniques as originating from the Black Demon sect. As of now, several demonic sect members remain at large, with the strongest among them possessing the 8th level of qi refinement. Upon hearing this, the attendees could no longer maintain their composure. Although Lingyi County does not share a border with Qinghe County, they both reside within Yunwu Prefecture. For an 8th level qi refinement practitioner on the run, such proximity is negligible. The group could hardly fathom the chaos that would ensue should that fleeing demonic cultivator arrive in Qinghe County. Thank you for the information, Brother Wang. I shall implore the elders of my clan to remain vigilant. Yuzan of the Yu clan was the first to express his stance, with the others quickly following suit. Chen Jing'an blended into the discourse, yet he appeared markedly different. Wang Qinhe addressed Chen Jiao. Your family controls the military forces in the county. It is imperative to enhance patrols during this period. Should you detect any traces, remember not to disturb the hornet's nest. I will relay this to my uncle. Chen Jing'an responded. Relying solely on your family is insufficient. Mishandling this could lead to the extinction of our clans. Wang Qinhe's demeanor turned grave as he turned to another man with a square face. Lin brother, your family holds the hereditary position of county magistrate. See if you can maneuver this situation to ensnare the county magistrate. I will do my utmost, responded the member of the Lin clan without hesitation. In just a few brief exchanges, the group had devised a straightforward strategy, which primarily served the purpose of self-preservation, relying solely on mortal strength. This tactic may not be sufficient to thwart the demon cultivator, yet it would afford them precious time. As soon as the demon appeared and took the lives of mortals, the 4 great celestial clans would be alerted, preventing a scenario akin to that of the Zhang clan in Lingyun County, which was swiftly annihilated without even being able to await support from other celestial families. At that moment, Yuzan spoke again. Should they divulge this information to them? Upon hearing this, the others pondered the question. The them that Yuzan referred to were other minor clans cultivators residing in Qinghe County. These individuals either stumbled upon celestial fortunes by sheer luck or were descendants of cultivators whose lineage had been severed, resulting in their expulsion from the celestial clans by the court, only for new cultivators to emerge after a few generations. Others, like Chen Jing'an, were outsiders who replaced the original celestial clans and thus gained a seat at the table of shared spoils. Though the number of these cultivators was not large when considered individually, collectively, they could number over 10. Wang Qinhufu, observing the silence, boldly declared, "The cultivators of my Wang clan are invaluable and cannot withstand unnecessary turmoil." Chen Jing'an immediately understood and added his agreement. "So is my clan." The remaining Yuzan and the 2 members of the Lin clan exchanged glances and nodded in unison. "We feel the same." Since the lives of the celestial clan members were precious, it seemed inevitable that others would have to serve as scapegoats. Chapter 9. The wolf demon breeds with the descendants of the Bai clan. Half a day later, Chen Yaodong returned with the emotional root talisman. In light of the black magic sect's recent activities, Chen Jing'an summoned everyone once more, including his eldest son, Chen Yaowen, the historian of Qinghe. Chen Jing'an's intentions were clear. First, the clan's cultivators should remain low-key for the time being. Second, the authorities should increase their patrols to safeguard their territory. Beyond these measures, there were no other viable options. Chen Yaodong was aware that there existed a special talisman within the celestial sect designed to track the black magic sect, known as the Black Demon Talisman. However, this was a creation of the sect's elders, and each talisman cost 100 spirit stones or more. Clearly, their family could not afford such extravagance. The other 3 great celestial clans were unlikely to willingly contribute this sum either, as they would also have to surrender any spoils, potentially inciting the wrath of the black magic sect and attracting trouble upon themselves. In the backyard, Chen Yaodong handed the emotional root talisman to Chen Jing'an and directed him to implant it into the body of the wolf demon. As a flash of spiritual light passed through, the unconscious wolf demon suddenly awakened. It struggled to escape, but chains formed from runes appeared, binding its powers. Simultaneously, its once ferocious gaze grew somewhat vacant. Chen Yaodong explained, "This emotional root talisman will keep the wolf demon in a state of perpetual heat and restrain its strength. So you need not worry about it harming you." Chen Jing'an nodded, acknowledging, "Nephew understands." It is indeed a pity that the wolf demon was on the verge of breaking through to the 6th layer of qi cultivation. Yet due to the embedding of the emotional root talisman, it shall never advance further in this lifetime, and its lifespan will be halved. You must endeavor to provide it with ample resources over the years, at the very least to recoup the investment made in the emotional root talisman. After giving further instructions, Chen Yaodong returned to the elder's residence. The 2 were unaware of what had been discussed. The following morning, Chen Yaodong departed once again, returning to the celestial gate. Chen Jing'an promptly selected a dozen mares from the family-controlled horse farm. Initially, the wolf demon gazed at him with fierce eyes, having even slain 2 of the breeding mares. However, under the influence of the emotional root talisman, it ultimately could not escape the fate of finding its allure. Within a day, it mingled harmoniously with the horses. Days turned into months, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. The spiritual rice in the Ling Tian of Songzhu Mountain had begun to grow. Chen Jing'an observed that after his spiritual rain technique reached the 2nd level, it could also replicate the effects of fertilizer. Moreover, this irrigation process served to enhance the proficiency of his spiritual rain technique, yielding dual benefits. In another 2 years, once this cycle of spiritual rice matures, he could anticipate nearly 2 spiritual stones in earnings from this venture alone. Yet, this is not the main profit. Among the mares he had sent for breeding, for had now conceived demon offspring, each surviving offspring would yield 2 spiritual stones. Although the mortality rate of demon offspring is notoriously high, Chen Jing'an firmly believes that quantitative change leads to qualitative change. As long as the wolf demon breeds sufficiently, the surviving 2nd-generation demons will not be few. In comparison to half a year prior, Chen Jing'an has now established a modest enterprise. With the 4 spiritual roots, his cultivation speed has accelerated. At this rate, it would take over 4 years to break through to the 5th layer of qi cultivation, a process that could be expedited with spiritual stones. However, he still prefers to rely on the efforts of his progeny. His eldest son, Chen Jing'an, has been weaned, and it is time to consider granting him a brother or sister. He has procured a recipe for nourishing postpartum mothers from his grandfather, intending to bolster the family once Yushan recovers. Chen Jing'an has his own considerations. Although Chen Jing'an is his firstborn, the boy possesses spiritual roots. Based on his own growth experiences, it is evident that the eldest son will not remain by the side of Yushan, who lacks spiritual roots, indefinitely. Therefore, it is necessary to have a child without spiritual roots to provide her with emotional value, at least until he takes a concubine. The matter of taking a concubine is inevitable, as evidenced by their family's willingness to gamble everything for a single foundation establishment. In this world, adhering strictly to the rules offers no hope. Chen Jing'an can only place his hopes in his offspring to provide him with greater support. Moreover, the elusive expert from the Black Demon sect has continued to haunt his thoughts, leaving him in a state of unrest. He has scarcely visited his favored Spring Delight Pavilion. For should misfortune strike and he cross paths with that fearsome individual, it would surely spell his doom. Daqiao Village. This is a settlement under Qinghe County, where over 60% of the inhabitants bear the surname Bai, making it the predominant clan. Their origins are far from simple. 2 centuries ago, within the 4 great immortal clans of Qinghe County, there existed the Bai clan. However, at that time, the Bai clan suffered a brutal massacre at the hands of demonic cultivators, with most of the practitioners and direct bloodlines exterminated. Only an elderly servant managed to escape with the young master of the family, finding refuge in Daqiao Village. The old servant utilized the gold and silver he had brought along to acquire land, marrying off the young master and ensuring the birth of numerous offspring. Through the diligent efforts of several generations, they successfully turned the tables, driving out the original prominent family of the village and once again achieving prosperity and the resurgence of their clan. The successive patriarchs of the Bai clan have never forgotten that their ancestors once held the highest nobility in Qinghe County. They even preserved the original cultivation techniques. In the absence of a means to assess spiritual roots, they could only initiate the younger generation into the rudimentary stages of cultivation, a process fraught with unpredictability. It was uncertain whether the children could maintain their patience. Moreover, determining the right balance proved challenging. Some would claim to feel the flow of spiritual energy after a mere flatulence, while others, with their noses blocked, would assert that their meridians were obstructed. Yet, perhaps it is true that this family is subtly favored by destiny. 50 years ago, a cultivator named Bai Zhengshou emerged. Now 56 years of age, he has spent half a century sensing spiritual energy. However, due to a lack of resources for cultivation and the absence of spiritual flora in the village, the spiritual energy is sparse, leaving Bai Zhengshou stuck at the 3rd level of qi refinement, unable to progress beyond this minor bottleneck. Fortunately, over the years, he has discovered 3 promising seedlings with spiritual roots, one of whom, Bai Yuanqi, is 32 and at the 2nd level of qi refinement, while the other 2 are only at the 1st level. On this day, at the Bai Ancestral Hall, a middle-aged man with dark, intricate markings etched across his face was pouring a crimson liquid into his mouth, as if it were mere water. Beneath him, an elderly man appeared anxious, cautiously speaking up. "Respected one, this month we have already offered 4 pairs of young boys and girls. This is truly the limit for the village. Should we present more? We risk attracting unwanted attention from outsiders, which could be detrimental to you." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Your words hold merit. I have grown weary of these little ones." Surprisingly, Bai Zhengshou's expression did not reflect any joy. Instead, he seemed increasingly uneasy. The middle-aged man's next words addressed this very unease directly. "Old Bai, I sense there are still a few cultivators in your clan. Bring them forth." Chapter 10. Complicity with the Tiger. Disappearance of the cultivators. Bai Zhengshou's countenance changed drastically, and he opened his mouth to refuse. Yet he understood he lacked the standing to deny this demon. One misstep, and the Bai clan could face annihilation once more. What was intended as a rejection transformed into, "This old man obeys." The demon was pleased with his submission. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to slaughter Daqiao Village before fleeing to a different location. After enduring the backlash of his own dark magic, Chen Jing'an found relief with the continuous consumption of fresh blood. With just a few more seeds possessing spiritual roots, he would be able to fully recover from his injuries. At that point, even if he encountered someone at the 9th level of qi refinement, he was confident he could escape unscathed. The dynamics of offense and defense had shifted in his favor. For now, he was in no rush to depart. "Chen Jing'an, A sorcerer of the Black Demon sect and a disciple under one of the three guardians, gazed at the obsequious Bai Zhengshou, already having determined his fate. Yet before that, Qing Xiong sought to extract one last shred of value from Bai Zhengshou. It was fortuitous that the origins of the Bai clan from Daqiao village could serve as a narrative. With this thought, Qing Xiong turned to Bai Zhengshou and spoke. In truth, I do not necessarily wish to slay your kin. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhengshou's expression shifted, his panic intensifying. The sorcerer was far more frightening in his abnormal state than when he was composed. Nevertheless, Bai Zhengshou feigned relief and hastily inquired, I beseech you, esteemed one, to clarify. I have spent some time in your village and am aware that your Bai clan was once one of the four great celestial families of Qinghe County. Chen Jing'an replied with a smile. Regrettably, your lineage was ultimately supplanted by outsiders, resulting in the current Lin clan taking your place. I have a penchant for championing the downtrodden. Therefore, if you can lure a member of the Lin clan here, your descendants may enjoy a delayed demise. Bai Zhengshou fell into contemplation upon hearing these words. It was evident to him that the sorcerer intended to manipulate him using ancient grievances. However, to be fair, even if his clan had not been replaced by the Lin clan, other celestial families would have inevitably risen to prominence. The Lin clan merely occupied that position at a particular juncture. After so many generations, it would be foolish for Bai Zhengshou to persist in a vendetta against the Lin clan. Nevertheless, a lingering sense of resentment remained in his heart. The sorcerer's proposition implied that he would become an accomplice, a notion Bai Zhengshou instinctively rejected. Yet, he found himself back at square one. The only choice before him was whether to face death now or later. He looked at Qing Xiong and bowed deeply. I shall obey your command, esteemed one. Excellent. It appears you have accepted my goodwill, Qing Xiong replied with satisfaction, then produced a dark, sinister pill and handed it to Bai Zhengshou. Consume this poison pill. I shall grant you 5 days. If you can deceive a cultivator from the Lin clan to come here, your kin will have a chance at survival. Of course, you may choose betrayal and return to collect the remains of your family. The elderly man comprehended the gravity of the situation. A month later, a joyous event transpired in Chen Jing'an's courtyard. Yushan was once again with child. Consequently, Chen Jing'an, already advised by his grandfather to remain within the estate, now found himself confined to the premises, attending to the spiritual fields and rarely stepping outside. He was effectively running between the stable and his own courtyard. However, on this day, Uncle Chen dispatched someone to summon him, seemingly intending to discuss some matter. As Chen Jing'an entered the main gate, he noticed a young man in his 20s already present, his second cousin, Chen Jing'an. Chen Jing'an was the eldest among the few disciples with spiritual roots. The elder invested considerable resources and connections to send Chen Jing'an to study under an experienced talisman master who had reached the later stages of qi cultivation, with the intention of enhancing the family's foundation. This talisman master, surnamed Huang, was not a local practitioner from Yunwu County. He had brought his granddaughter to Qinghe County. In pursuit of genuine skills, Chen Jing'an married the master's granddaughter and fathered a son and a daughter, dutifully serving the talisman master in his daily life. To be candid, Chen Jing'an had limited opportunities to meet with his second cousin. However, they were destined to support their family together in the future, leading to a harmonious interaction during their meetings. Chen Jing'an took a seat beside his cousin, followed closely by his uncle and other second-generation relatives arriving in succession. It was then that Uncle Chen divulged information relayed from the other three families. In short, there had been several reported cases of missing cultivators within the confines of Qinghe County. Coincidentally, these incidents coincided with the escape of practitioners from the Black Demon sect, which naturally aroused suspicion. Currently, it was confirmed that 4 cultivators had gone missing, one of whom belonged to the Lin clan of the Immortal lineage, while the remaining 3 were lesser families from various villages who had reported their missing members to the county office, hoping for assistance in their search. The assembly chose to disregard the latter sentiment. The pretense of helping was secondary to their true motive of self-preservation. Uncle Chen did not rush to express his views, but continued to disclose the identities of the 3 smaller families whose cultivators had vanished: the Bai family from Daqiao village, the Lu family from Qinghe, and the Guo family from Huangsiku. After presenting the available information, he encouraged the assembly to analyze the situation collectively, a customary practice within their clan. This not only fostered closer ties among family members, but also mitigated the risk of oversight for those uncles and aunts. Despite lacking spiritual roots, possessed sound minds, often more astute than those of celestial beings. Take Uncle Chen as an example. As the head of the county's officialdom, he was one of the three prominent figures alongside the county magistrate and the county assistant. His cunning and depth of understanding were unparalleled. Chen Jing'an pondered the implications of the missing cultivators from both the immortal and lesser clans, leading him to preliminarily deduce that the target was, indeed, the cultivators themselves. Nevertheless, he did not rule out the possibility of misdirection. Furthermore, the current disappearances did not signify an outright extermination of clans. Even in the case of the Guo family from Huangsiku, which had suffered the complete loss of their cultivator, it was merely because they had only one cultivator to begin with. His demise equated to the family's extinction. As he contemplated these complexities, Uncle Chen shared his insights, largely aligning with Chen Jing'an's conjectures. However, Uncle Chen advanced further, suggesting that the four cultivators had likely met their untimely fate in a location away from public scrutiny. For otherwise, their absence would have raised alarms. Thus, he posited the existence of an accomplice responsible for luring the victims away, alongside the perpetrator. Uncle Chen, who was already involved in criminal cases, adeptly applied his investigative reasoning to the context of cultivators, articulating his analysis with clarity and precision. The assembly acknowledged his perspective, and the next step was to identify this accomplice, a task designated for the county officials. Chen Erbo directly bypassed Chen Jing'an and instructed Chen Jing'an, you have been residing outside for some time. It is essential to remain vigilant. If anyone invites you out alone, kindly decline if possible. Chen Jing'an nodded. Nephew understands. Chapter 11. Cousin's Gift of Talismans. At the county magistrate's residence, once the discussions concluded, the two cousins strolled outside, ostensibly for a breath of fresh air. Chen Jing'an had not returned home for quite some time, and had just learned from his father and Erbo that his cousin with 5 spiritual roots had not only advanced to the mid-stage of qi cultivation ahead of him, but had also mastered the second tier of the spirit rain technique. Although he felt genuine happiness for Chen Jing'an, the pang of inadequacy he felt due to his own stagnation was unavoidable, especially considering he possessed 4 spiritual roots. Having resided long in the Huang family, Chen Jing'an, as the son-in-law of the Huang talisman master, often enjoyed the spiritual rice from the estate. On occasions when the talisman master was in a good mood, he might even receive half a spiritual fruit as a treat. Given such favorable circumstances, the fact that he had made no progress left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Chen Jing'an, perceiving his cousin's sentiments, understood that comparisons were a natural human inclination. While it was not a grave matter, neglecting it could potentially harbor future issues. Thus, he employed a tactic taught by his grandfather, using the excuse of having pilfered a dragon scale fruit on Songzhu Mountain. Although the dragon scale fruit was merely a first-tier spiritual fruit, it was imbued with rich spiritual energy. For cultivators in the Qi realm, it was an incredibly rare treasure. Not only could it aid in breaking through to the mid-stage of Qi cultivation, but with the right timing, it could also facilitate advancements to the late stage. In the hypothetical realm where he had truly stolen the dragon scale fruit, Chen Jing'an felt he had been significantly deprived. His lamentations resonated with Chen Jing'an, who found a sense of camaraderie in their shared plight. The atmosphere soon lightened considerably as they continued their conversation until it was nearly time for them to part ways. Chen Jing'an then produced 2 talismans from his robe and handed them over, saying, "These are the Swift Movement Talisman and the Heart Protection Talisman I recently learned. Though they do not quite reach the quality of a first-tier talisman, they are perfect for a mortal. I recall that cousin Jing'an serves as a military commander among the common folk, given the current unrest. These talismans could be of great assistance to him in times of need." Chen Jing'an was the name of his close second cousin. Chen Jing'an recognized this gesture as a reward for his earlier display of misfortune and accepted it with gratitude. As for purchasing with spiritual stones, that felt rather pedestrian. Although these 2 talismans combined would not fetch even half a spiritual stone, Chen Jing'an had his own methods of navigating such matters. In essence, the talismans gifted by his cousin represented a bond of goodwill. He intended to reciprocate without appearing overly intentional. Thus, he planned to rear a demon horse. And once it was stable, he would select a 3rd-generation creature to present to Chen Jing'an. This would not only fulfill his obligation but also serve as a subtle promotion in the presence of the Huang talisman master, an endeavor with dual benefits. Afterward, he visited his parents' courtyard. This time, his mother was absent, having been summoned by the tutor due to his younger brother's laziness at the county school. Only his father remained. basking in the sun while cradling his elder brother's son. Chen Jing'an handed the talisman gifted by his second cousin to his father, requesting him to pass it along to his elder brother. He then settled into another reclining chair beside his father, basking in the sun. The father and son engaged in casual conversation. "Father, regarding the case of the missing cultivator, who do you think bears the greatest suspicion?" Chen's father replied without hesitation, "Typically, the one who stands to gain the most is the primary suspect. However, if the mastermind is a demonic cultivator, then I believe the accomplices are likely coerced. Should they refuse, they would almost certainly meet an untimely end, though that might not differ much from their current fate." Chen Jing'an raised an eyebrow. "Are you implying that this accomplice is destined to perish?" "Not merely possible, but inevitable," his father responded languidly. "The demonic cultivator has remained hidden, indicating a person of caution. Now that the disappearance of the cultivator has attracted the attention of the celestial clans and the authorities, he will not remain idle." Chen Jing'an pondered this and felt a twinge of regret. This was not due to any hubris in thinking he could capture the demonic cultivator. Rather, it stemmed from the realization that the cultivator's decision to remain in the shadows rendered them comparatively safe. Although a cultivator had vanished, if they stayed indoors, the demonic cultivator's antics would not affect them. Conversely, should this individual choose to step into the light, it would signify greater uncertainty. As a low-ranking cultivator, he felt he was likely on the demonic cultivator's list of prey. With this thought in mind, he shamelessly exclaimed, "Father, save me." His father shot him a disdainful glance, aware that this third son sought to reap rewards without effort. Yet, given that this lad was the future pillar of the fourth household, his father, though exasperated, could not permit him to fall into peril. In truth, the matter was simple. Chen's father's gaze flickered. To be precise, none of the four great celestial clans are truly safe. Since the demonic cultivator has a history of slaughtering celestial beings, it suggests that ordinary formations will not deter him. If you choose to remain in the estate, there is a 1 in 4 chance that the demonic cultivator will come knocking. In Qinghe County, there is currently but one place that will not attract the attention of the demonic cultivator. Chen Jing'an immediately inquired, "Where's that?" "The county magistrate's office," his father replied. "Do not underestimate the magistrate. Although he is merely a mortal, he is an official of the court. Should the magistrate be slain, it would certainly provoke the intervention of the Demon Suppression Division, which the demonic sect fears the most." Faced with the Demon Suppression Division, not only would an 8th-layer Qi cultivator face dire consequences, but even a foundation-building cultivator would be in grave peril. Since this individual values his life, he will undoubtedly act with prudence in this matter. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an's eyes sparkled with realization. "So, you mean I should temporarily seek refuge at the magistrate's office?" His father, seemingly anticipating this question, smiled enigmatically and then carried his nephew into the house. When he returned, he held an aged red invitation in his hand, which appeared to pertain to a wedding. At that moment, Chen Jing'an couldn't help but speculate, stepping back slightly. "Father, have you arranged a betrothal for me with the magistrate's daughter?" No sooner had he spoken than the invitation was tossed at his forehead, quick as lightning. Chen Jing'an caught it, accompanied by his father's voice laced with disapproval. "You are indeed my son, yet it would be wise to take a moment's reflection. Why would the county magistrate willingly seek trouble by marrying his daughter to you?" Chen's father curled his lips and remarked, "However, you have guessed part of the truth. You do have an arranged marriage, but the bride is not the magistrate's daughter. Rather, it is the daughter of Master Hu. In my youth, I made a pact with Master Hu regarding this union, which now benefits you. Should you accept this arrangement, Master Hu will undoubtedly assist you in gaining entry into the magistrate's residence. The question now rests upon your own willingness to consent." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an contemplated the feasibility of the situation. There exists a 1 in 4 chance of encountering peril, yet a certainty of safety, along with the prospect of an advantageous marriage, indirectly connecting him to the magistrate. In his heart, he was inclined toward the latter option. To take a concubine aligns with my desires. Yet, the concern remained regarding the temperament of Master Hu's daughter. If she were to disrupt domestic tranquility, future days would surely be fraught with distress. Chapter 12. The young lady of the Hu family and her personal guardian Chen Jing'an shared his reservations with his father, who responded earnestly, "Regarding this matter, I can inquire on your behalf. A marriage is no trivial matter, and Master Hu's daughter, upon her arrival, would at least hold the status of a primary wife. I trust he will afford you an opportunity to meet her." "Then I must trouble you, father," Chen Jing'an replied hastily before bidding farewell. his mind already racing with plans. Given that the target of the demon cultivator was practitioners, if he could temporarily relocate his wife and child for their safety, the calamity might well bypass them. As for the family, the elders should arrange protection for the clan's cultivators. Yet if he were to seek refuge, it would only be right to inform them. That evening, he stealthily entered his second uncle's quarters and briefly recounted the day's events, omitting the marriage details. As he finished, he observed Chen Jing'an's astonishment, followed by his response. It appears my fourth brother is indeed more perceptive than he lets on. Unfazed, Chen Jing'an inquired, Uncle, has a small family truly been annihilated? Yes. Your elder uncle has just relayed news that last night, Daqiao village was utterly slaughtered overnight, bearing the unmistakable marks of a demon cultivator's handiwork. Daqiao village? I recall it being one of the 3 afflicted families. Indeed, the demon cultivator is more cunning than we had anticipated. The fact that there were cultivators slain in Daqiao village has temporarily blinded us to his whereabouts, allowing him to slip away. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an's regard for the demon cultivator rose considerably, a fugitive endowed with both strength and cunning. If such a person were to confront Qinghe County, it would likely leave no one, save for a few formidable elders at the 8th and 9th levels of Qi training, able to sleep soundly. Chen Jing'an was no exception. Thus, Chen Jing'an subtly conveyed his intention to seek refuge, which met with immediate approval. Chen's father was swift in his actions, returning the following morning with news from Master Hu. The message was straightforward. He would permit Chen Jing'an to temporarily reside in the magistrate's estate, assigning him a role as a guardian beside Miss Hu, allowing him to observe her temperament. Yet, there was but one stipulation. He retains the right to decide whether or not to marry Miss Hu, but there exists one exception. Should Miss Hu genuinely take a liking to him, Chen Jing'an cannot refuse her. This demand is not excessive. Chen Jing'an readily acquiesced and began to arrange for Yushan and her son to temporarily relocate. Subsequently, he concealed the wolf demon, which is of utmost importance. As for the Mares, they were left under the care of the household staff. If misfortune were to befall them, it would be an unavoidable circumstance. Spiritual stones can be earned anew. However, should his family attract unwarranted attention due to this matter, leading to perilous consequences, it would be a grave loss. 3 days later, in the county magistrate's office, the current magistrate of Qinghe County, surnamed Zhu, is not a native of Yunwu Prefecture. He is known for his integrity and has relentlessly targeted the local tyrants since his appointment, particularly those who rely on the backing of the 4 great celestial clans. Many of these minions have been used by Magistrate Zhu to establish his authority. It can be said that half of his reputation stems from his efforts against the 4 great celestial clans. He stands in opposition to them, supported by the imperial court, and the celestial clans dare not take any drastic action against him. They can only rely on their hereditary positions to occasionally retaliate against him. Master Hu, a scholar by background, has no illustrious lineage. He has earned his title through genuine talent and hard work, wresting it from the hands of numerous local tyrants. However, when it came time for the imperial examination, individuals of his background had little chance of success. Disheartened, he returned to Qinghe County, only to accept an invitation from Magistrate Zhu to serve as his assistant. It is evident that the magistrate treats Master Hu quite well, having designated a small area within the magistrate's residence for his family. Chen Jing'an has been assigned to this area under the guise of a protector. Upon learning of Master Hu's past, he could understand the motivation behind Master Hu's dealings with his family. On one hand, Magistrate Zhu has shown favor to Master Hu, while Master Hu harbors resentment towards the local gentry who obstructed his path to the imperial examination. Thus, their alliance is mutually beneficial. On the other hand, Magistrate Zhu currently enjoys a position of prominence, but with each new emperor comes a new administration, and magistrates have terms of service. Once Magistrate Zhu is reassigned, the 4 great celestial clans will inevitably seek retribution against his former subordinates. One cannot escape the temple if one has eluded the monk. Master Hu maintains a close relationship with his father and is willing to fulfill the childhood betrothal, which may serve as a means of self-preservation. Having come to this understanding, Chen Jing'an felt a sense of peace. He is not concerned about Master Hu's ulterior motives. Rather, his fear lies in remaining oblivious to the truth. In the subsequent 2 months, he remained by Miss Hu's side in the capacity of a protector. In reality, Miss Hu is vastly different from the delicate flower he had envisioned. She is exceedingly spirited and proficient in various martial arts. Although Chen Jing'an is ostensibly a guardian, he often resembles a sparring partner. Whenever Miss Hu is in high spirits, he must take up a weapon to spar with her, and they engage in such bouts several times daily. Aside from the occasional invitation from Miss Zhu, the magistrate's daughter, which might afford him a brief respite, he is often intercepted by the guards. He remained ever vigilant to the changes occurring outside, yet the malevolent cultivator showed no signs of action. Chen Jing'an resolved to proceed with caution. It appeared that Miss Hu held no interest in him, although she possessed striking beauty and a distinctive character among women. Chen Jing'an feared that marrying her would entail relentless training in martial arts. That would indeed be quite a tumultuous predicament. He decided that if the dark cultivator did not reveal himself soon, he would relocate to live with his wife and children, at least in time for the birth of their second child. Meanwhile, outside Qinghe Tower, a dapper young gentleman stood at the corner of the street. His gaze fixed upon the rooftop of the establishment, a fleeting glimmer of ferocity in his eyes. This was the dark cultivator, Qinghe. He had long since gathered intelligence, aware that the younger members of the celestial clan frequented Qinghe Tower. The few who could barely practice at the 4th level of Qi were, in his eyes, nothing more than delectable morsels. At this thought, Qinghe could not help but lick his lips, as if envisioning the scene of torturing those celestial youths. Once he completed this undertaking, he would move to another location. Presently, he operated under the cover of darkness. Qinghe was betting that the 4 great celestial clans would not anticipate his return with a vengeance. The thrill of dancing between life and death, while simultaneously enhancing his own power, was the greatest pleasure for Qinghe. With this in mind, he strolled towards Qinghe Tower, his smile tinged with a hint of madness. Let me see which of these younglings dares to act so brazenly. Chapter 13. The Tragedy at Qinghe, the artifact in action soon. Qinghe arrived at the base of Qinghe Tower. He retrieved a silver note from his pocket and was quickly welcomed inside amidst the cheerful greetings of the courtesans. According to the rules, Qinghe was permitted only to remain on the 1st floor. Ascending further required specific credentials. He stood at the edge of the floor, his mind already concocting plans for ambush and escape. In the next moment, a flash of crimson light swept across him, severing the heads of several nearby individuals and sending them soaring into the air as Qinghe transformed into a shadow of blood, leaping towards the top floor. By the time the steward of Qinghe Tower reacted and attempted to shout, Qinghe had already reached the highest level. He seemed to catch the scent of the young cultivator's flesh, along with the unique aroma of their pure spiritual energy. Younglings, are you ready for a feast? With a resounding crash, the door to the top floor was flung open, revealing 3 young members of the celestial clan within. Among them was Wang Qintiger. The other 2 were also from the Wang clan and 1 from the Yu clan. Upon encountering the terrifying presence of Qinghe, the trio was momentarily dumbfounded. Die! Qinghe's fingers elongated, transforming into blood-red claws, and before the Wang clan's youth could react, he struck down upon his forehead. The young man, bewildered, turned in despair towards Wang Qintiger. Cousin, save me. Yet, before he could utter another word, his head was severed, blood gushing into Qinghe's mouth, driving him further into madness. Die! Qinghe turned his attention to the Yu clan youth, crushing his skull with the ease of smashing a watermelon, brain matter exploding forth. This all transpired in less than 5 breaths. Only the remaining Wang Qinhan had long since broken through the wall, leaping directly from the top floor of Qinghe building. With the physique of a Qi refinement practitioner, such a height would only result in minor abrasions, posing no significant threat. This was the sole strategy Wang Qinhan could conceive. Qinghe gazed at the gaping hole in the wall, looking down from his elevated position at the scattering crowd below, a sadistic delight surging within him like never before. You can't escape, kid. Haha. He sprang into the air, channeling his strength into his legs, which suddenly expanded and sprouted thick fur, resembling some ferocious beast. This brought him closer to his target in an instant. You little wretch of the celestial clan, there's no escape for you. With another swipe of his bloodied claws, he nearly grasped Wang Qinhuan's hair. Even before contact, the latter's body was involuntarily tumbling forward. Additionally, a wave of malevolent spiritual energy descended, penetrating his waist directly. In a critical moment, a sword light sliced through the air, aimed at Qinghe's chest. In that fleeting interval, he was left with but one choice: either sustain grave injuries to slay Wang Qinhan or evade the oncoming blade. Without hesitation, Qinghe fell backward, the sword narrowly grazing his face, leaving a crimson mark upon his cheek. His already fearsome visage became even more terrifying after being marred, his arms resembling those of a monkey clinging to a window ledge on a neighboring street. In his line of sight, an elderly man clad in green beheld the ailing Wang Qinghe, fury blazing in his eyes. The newcomer was Wang Chuheng, the grand elder of the Wang celestial clan. At the 8th level of qi refinement, he was also Wang Qinghuan's direct grandfather. The members of Wang Chuheng's lineage were already scarce, and having produced a grandson as exceptionally gifted as Wang Qinghe, the clan had invested heavily in his cultivation, intending for him to eventually take the helm of the Wang celestial clan. However, now all was in ruins, due to the penetration of the demonic cultivator's spiritual energy. Even if Wang Qinghe miraculously survived, his spiritual roots would likely be severely compromised. Whether he could even break through to the 7th level of qi refinement in the future was now uncertain. How could this not infuriate Wang Chuheng? He raised his hand once more, summoning the sword that had been thrust toward Chen Jing'an, which flew back toward him. Had Chen Jing'an not reacted swiftly, his forehead would surely have been pierced. He moved like a gecko, leaping between the eaves, each evasive maneuver accompanied by the shattering of the building by the enchanted sword, sending clouds of debris into the air. It was indeed a magical artifact, and a mid-grade one at that. Chen Jing'an managed to evade several more attacks from the magical sword, yet he could feel the angles of its strikes becoming increasingly cunning, as if it had begun to discern his patterns. This was the essence of sentience, the terrifying aspect of magical artifacts compared to ordinary objects. While Chen Jing'an could still withstand the onslaught, once the artifact fully adapted to his rhythm, and if other cultivators from the celestial clan arrived to obstruct him, he would undoubtedly find himself in even greater peril. In that thought, a blood-red vertical slit suddenly opened above his brow. Wang Chuheng, who was already divided in focus, momentarily faltered upon witnessing this blood eye. By the time he regained his composure, Chen Jing'an had already arrived before him, his 10 fingers coalescing into a line of blood, exuding the intent to slay. In the next moment, a shadow suddenly loomed above Chen Jing'an, leaving him no time to react as it forced him down to the ground. Upon the rooftop stood a tall elder, hovering in midair. Beneath him rested a large wine gourd, heavy enough to indent the earth beneath. Wang Chuheng, upon recognizing the individual, felt a flicker of relief and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Chen." The newcomer was none other than Chen Jing'an. He retracted his magical gourd and observed that the demonic cultivator had vanished without a trace, causing Chen Jing'an to furrow his brow. "Regrettably, this fellow has escaped." Soon after, experts from the Yu and Lin clans arrived. After a discussion among the four, they resolved to issue a bounty for the demonic cultivator and seek assistance from the demon suppression division in the county. This individual had withstood an attack from a mid-grade magical artifact and remained unscathed, which suggested he was nearing the completion of the qi refinement stage. Consequently, those at the 8th level of qi refinement would be in grave danger. Not long after, news of the demonic cultivator's appearance reached the county magistrate's office. Although this matter primarily concerned the 4 great celestial clans, the magistrate was likely pleased by the turmoil. However, he was also the official responsible for the people of Qinghe County, given that the demonic cultivator had presumably caused the deaths of thousands of citizens. Magistrate Zhu could not turn a blind eye to the plight of the people. At the very least, he could not appear to be enjoying the spectacle. Thus, he personally dispatched emissaries to the county's deputy and official, urging them to cooperate and expedite the investigation. This action garnered praise from countless citizens. Yet, for the celestial clans, it was akin to pouring salt into their wounds. It was hardly a cause for celebration. Chen Jing'an, having gleaned some additional details, learned of the identities of the 2 deceased cultivators and the severely injured Wang Qinghe. Reflecting on the days when they had shared drinks together, he took a moment to mourn their loss. Had he succumbed to temptation and ventured to Chunhuan Tower, it was likely that the Chen family would now be draped in white mourning cloths. "Chen Jing'an, you must not fall into depravity," he chastised himself. Just then, he fortuitously encountered Miss Hu, who had been summoned by Miss Zhu, rendering his day remarkably leisurely. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted past his nose. Turning his head, he was met by none other than Miss Hu. Curiously, she was uncharacteristically devoid of weapons today. However, why had she returned at this hour? Chen Jing'an felt a twinge of frustration, but managed to feign surprise. "Greetings, Mississippi." To his astonishment, Miss Hu shot him a piercing glare. "Don't pretend. My father has already informed me." Chapter 14. Another wife. The big black egg. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an feigned innocence. What did the master of ceremonies say? My father mentioned that as long as I take a liking to you, you must marry me, Miss Hu declared, hands on her hips, her expression teasing. Once we are wed, I shall pursue you daily with my weapons, ensuring you have no time for frivolity. Her words struck a chord. Internally, Chen Jing'an lamented the difficulty of this girl, but after such a threat, he indeed became more subdued. Seeing she had successfully asserted her dominance, Miss Hu nodded in satisfaction. She gestured towards the house. Let us discuss this inside. Very well. As the door was shut, Miss Hu presented a stark contrast to her earlier fierce demeanor, inviting Chen Jing'an to sit. You cannot deny the kindness my family has shown you in your refuge at the magistrate's office, she remarked. Chen Jing'an nodded in acknowledgement, expressing, I am deeply grateful for the care extended to me by Master Hu and Miss Hu. You are aware of my family's circumstances, though we appear prosperous now. Once we lose the protection of Uncle Zhu, we will undoubtedly face reckoning from all sides. Miss Hu lifted her gaze, her exquisite features unmistakable, unlike her usual unadorned appearance. Today she had delicately painted her brows, with 2 rosy spots gracing her cheeks, and her neck radiating a porcelain-like fairness, truly embodying the essence of a celestial beauty. Chen Jing'an swallowed hard, his gaze drifting away as he pondered his own resilience against temptation. Miss Hu's allure was undeniable, yet her previous remarks stirred unease within him. For the prospect of unrest at home was daunting. In his view, it would be the gravest transgression to take a concubine. Miss Hu, seemingly attuned to his thoughts, earnestly declared, If my previous words or actions have caused any offense, I beg your forgiveness, Sir Chen. I cannot bear to see my kin suffer. I implore you to marry me. With that, she feigned a gesture to kneel. Quick to react, Chen Jing'an reached out to assist her, but unexpectedly, Miss Hu leaned back, and they both tumbled onto the bed, creating an intimate atmosphere. He then felt her lips brush against his face. Miss Hu lay beside him, her arms entwined around him, exhaling sweetly. At this moment, I have no retreat. From now on, the choice lies with you, my dear Chen. After some time had passed, when Chen Jing'an finally rose from the bed, Miss Hu rested her head on his shoulder, her tone wistful. You are the only man in my life. Please remember my name. I am Hu Xing'er. Chen Jing'an nodded, recalling their earlier exchange. In due course, I shall come to propose. Your family shall be safeguarded. There was no rush, he thought. Miss Hu, shedding her earlier assertiveness, spoke softly, My father is closely connected with Uncle Zhu. Should our relationship be revealed now, both you and my family would suffer repercussions. Regardless, I have entrusted myself to you. Whether you choose to accept me in the future depends entirely on your conscience. Her candid display of vulnerability left Chen Jing'an feeling somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, her concerns were not unfounded. Announcing their bond now could lead to Master Hu being expelled by Magistrate Zhu, and the Chen clan facing backlash from the other 3 prominent families. The former could be managed, but the latter posed a significant challenge. Chen Jing'an contemplated his exceedingly rational grandfather. If he deemed the risks of accepting the Hu family outweighed the benefits to their lineage, the situation might spiral into an unpredictable fate. All he could do now was to enhance his value in his grandfather's eyes, a crucial endeavor for both his own future and that of his wife and children. Power, after all, remained power. A month later, Chen Jing'an finally departed from the magistrate's office, having taken the opportunity to meet with Master Hu once more before leaving. He could discern that Master Hu was eager to take action against him, yet, with a sense of self-awareness, he opted instead to hurl an expletive at him. Chen Jing'an listened quietly, thereby concluding this perilous chapter of his life. He arrived at the modest courtyard where he had settled Yushan and her children. Noticing that the unborn child had begun to show, his elder son, Chen Jing'an, was now capable of calling him father. However, Chen Jing'an had no intention of returning them to the Chen residence just yet, as the demonic cultivator remained at large. His grandfather was one of the few who had confronted such a foe, thus their family's animosity was considerable, and every step they took felt precarious. At the very least, he decided to wait until the birth of his second son to ascertain the child's abilities before making further plans. He returned to the estate alone, as was his custom, tending to the spiritual fields before checking on the condition of several mares in the stable. It appeared that the first batch of demon seeds was about to enter the world. There were 4 mares, equivalent to 4 demon seeds. However, the survival rate for such seeds was alarmingly low, roughly 1 in 10, making it entirely plausible that all 4 could perish. After all, any that survived would become second-generation demons. With a modest amount of spiritual rice bran mixed with minced meat, he could raise them, yielding a profit of 2 spiritual stones, a sum equivalent to the output of his spiritual fields over 2 years, which was no small amount. Yet, this was merely a matter of probability. Chen Jing'an believed his luck was still favorable. Perhaps out of the 4 demon seeds, one would survive, maybe even 2. After all, who could be perpetually unfortunate? 2 months later, Chen Jing'an gazed at the last mare, reduced to ashes, his expression deeply morose. He felt utterly foolish for having hoped for 2 survivors when not a single one remained. Dejected, he exited the stable, but as he passed the spiritual fields, a flicker of contentment graced his face. At this rate, in another 6 months, the fields would be ready for harvest. Before that, he might even welcome another child, adding to his joy. As for Qinghe, Chen Jing'an sought a moment to explain the situation to Yushan directly. This matter would inevitably come to light. However, Yushan's reaction was not as intense as he had anticipated. Firstly, her lineage from the Yu family was of a higher standing than that of Qinghe. Secondly, Qinghe could only assume the role of a secondary wife, while she was the legitimate wife. Yushan understood that Chen Jing'an's taking of a concubine was unavoidable, and her strategy was to capitalize on the tranquility of his household to assert her advantages as the primary wife, ensuring she bore several legitimate sons and daughters. These siblings would band together, ensuring they would not be bullied in the future. Moreover, she was determined to familiarize herself with that group of little demons. Naturally, Chen Jing'an was oblivious to Yushan's thoughts. In his daily life, he either spent time in Yushan's company or strolled with his elder son through the neighborhood. It must be said, his elder son's destiny was that of a congenial person, possessing an innate charm that was undeniably real. As Chen Jing'an carried him, nearly everyone they passed greeted them with smiles, as if an aura of charisma enveloped them. This sparked a thought in him. When Chen Jing'an reached the age of cultivation, he could be encouraged to spend more time with his second uncle and grandfather, a naturally gifted individual with 4 spiritual roots, enhanced by an innate charm. Is this not a clear indication of favoritism? Well, this certainly saves on spirit stones. Chapter 15. The second son, Qinghe. Born under a lucky star on the day of childbirth, Chen Jing'an, as per tradition, summoned the same midwife as before and awaited in the courtyard. He had already selected names for the child. If a son, he would be named Chen Jing'an. If a daughter, Chen Jing'an. His eldest son, Chen Jing'an, lay on his father's belly, hands curled into tiny claws, soundly asleep, drooling onto his garments. Chen Jing'an embraced him gently, gazing at his slumbering son, murmuring to himself, "Qinghe, let us hope your sibling possesses greater talents. Otherwise, life may become arduous for him." There is a saying, winning at the starting line. Yet, if they share the same father, a rivalry is inevitable. Chen Jing'an, contemplating the possibility of many offspring in the future, was uncertain about his ability to balance it all. Naturally, he wished for each of them to excel in their own right, for one must be formidable in their own endeavors. Relying on paternal support was not an option. After all, the father had yet to draw upon his own resources. Just then, a shout from Yushan broke the silence, and a sudden chime echoed in his mind. Mother-child bell offspring 2. Chen Jing'an qualification, no spiritual roots fate 1. Lucky child, innately fortunate, fate 2. Blue-faced scoundrel, naturally adored by women. The bell's master can choose to imprint one of these traits. Chen Jing'an's gaze fell upon the qualification section, and he could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for his son. No spiritual roots. This was a significant blow. While it is true that lacking spiritual roots is the norm, a father inevitably harbors a bias towards his own child. Suppressing his disappointment, he turned his attention to the 2 fates. Firstly, the lucky child. This could be regarded as a mystical aspect, difficult to assess. After all, in this world, there exist those with a 99% success rate who may still fail, as well as those with a mere 1 chance who might succeed against all odds. The notion of being luckier than others is inherently vague. However, given the context of the immortal cultivation realm, what may seem ethereal could indeed hold tangible significance. Then, Chen Jing'an's gaze fell upon the blue-faced scoundrel, and a smile crept upon his lips. Not because he had drawn this trait for himself, but rather because he believed that for a man endowed with natural charm, possessing the blue-faced scoundrel trait was somewhat redundant. His second son, lacking qualifications, had thus inherited a singular advantage from his father. This was entirely reasonable. Applaud the clarity of the situation. As the information of the lucky child settled upon the mother-child bell, Chen Jing'an realized he had acquired a second ability from his offspring. The midwife's voice soon followed. "Congratulations, Master Chen. Your wife has given birth to a second son, Chen Jing'an." From the moment he was born, Chen Jing'an was tightly cradled by Yushan, a privilege clearly superior to that of his amiable elder brother. The existence of the blue-faced scoundrel trait suggested that even the child's mother could not resist its allure. One could easily envision this young lad growing into a figure capable of captivating a multitude of women with just a single glance. Chen Jing'an had yet to devise a plan for his second son. However, to speak candidly, if the lad could thrive on the comforts of life, it might indeed present a viable avenue. His duty as a father was to strive for greater strength, ensuring that, when the time came, he could silence the naysayers with fervent resolve. This served as a promise from Chen Jing'an to his newborn son. On that afternoon, he returned to the Chen residence to share the joyous news with his parents. Both Chen father and Chen mother expressed their satisfaction with their daughter-in-law, who had borne them 2 sons in quick succession. Their approval was not solely rooted in a preference for sons over daughters. Rather, from the perspective of family and lineage, sons were indeed more advantageous. A daughter without spiritual roots would eventually marry off, becoming part of her husband's family. If she could lead a tranquil life, supported by a relatively powerful maternal family, it would not be a bad fate. Yet, the concern arose if she possessed spiritual roots, as this would inevitably turn her into a pawn for family interests. With good fortune, she might become a bargaining chip for a celestial union. With ill fortune, she could be offered as a tribute to high-ranking cultivators. Ultimately, most could not dictate their daughter's destiny. Contemplating this, Chen Jing'an felt a pang of empathy for Yushan. After some time, he resolved to take her back to her family, the Yu clan, as a small act of conscience. Upon leaving the courtyard, he proceeded to the stable, where he assessed the few remaining pregnant mares. The trio was expected to foal within a month. Chen Jing'an harbored hopes that this stroke of luck might extend to him, wishing merely for a higher survival rate for his offspring. With the acquisition of spirit stones, he could allocate some towards his cultivation. Otherwise, he had been stagnating at the 4th level of Qi training for over a year, and conservatively estimated that a breakthrough would take another 3 years. He fervently wished for a stroke of serendipity. Arriving by the spirit field, Chen Jing'an performed his customary incantations to irrigate the land. As dark spiritual clouds rolled in, they swiftly enveloped the rice stalks, refreshing them with chilling droplets that sparkled like gemstones, indicating that several clusters of spirit rice were in motion. Such slight movements, though minor, revealed much to Chen Jing'an, a seasoned farmer with over 5 years of experience. His gaze flickered as he swiftly approached the field, using his hand to scoop beneath the rice. Suddenly, a yellow-bellied field mouse appeared, larger than his palm and struggling in his grasp. Chen Jing'an recognized the creature, the tunneling mouse, known for burrowing beneath spirit fields and exhibiting a cunning nature. Typically, they resided only in larger spirit fields, where they would pilfer spirit rice and vanish underground, eluding capture. Chen Jing'an had only heard tales of them. The Chen clan had started late and possessed only small spirit fields of 2 to 4 acres, insufficient to attract such creatures. Today, however, fortune had favored him, as the mouse was an opportunistic thief caught in the act. The tunneling mouse was no benign creature. If spotted, it was commonly killed for its meat, which was a rare delicacy for cultivators, and Chen Jing'an was no exception. With a forceful twist, he ended the life of the mountain rat. Yet, that was insufficient. He approached the location where the mountain rat had recently emerged and indeed discovered a burrow the size of an arm, undoubtedly leading to its den. Typically, due to the cunning nature of the mountain rat, it would have blocked the entrance with dirt upon returning to avoid being discovered. However, with the rat now deceased, such concerns were evidently cast aside. I have heard that rodents possess a habit of hoarding provisions. I wonder if this is true. Chen Jing'an rubbed his hands together, unable to resist the temptation of unearthing any spirit rice the mountain rat might have secretly stored. As he mused, he realized he had truly become impoverished, now unwilling to overlook even a rat hole. As for the mountain rat he held, Chen Jing'an briefly contemplated but decided to endure the disgust and stowed it in his pocket. Otherwise, if it were left behind, some wild beast might carry it away, resulting in a significant loss. Chapter 16. Exploring the rat hole for treasures. Joy from the spirit fruits, he picked up a nearby spade and began to dig fervently. Lacking proficiency in earth-based spells, he could only channel his spiritual energy into his arms to enhance his strength. Fortunately, great strength yields miraculous results. What initially seemed like dense soil crumbled under his might, akin to blocks of tofu. He hurried along the rat hole, striving to clear it before other mountain rats could react. This way, he would secure a wealth of resources for his cultivation. If he could successfully break through to the 5th level of Qi training, no one would be able to challenge his leading position among his peers. Perhaps he could even learn alchemy from the old master, which would be tantamount to acquiring the means of production. How delightful. After approximately half an hour of digging, Chen Jing'an could distinctly feel the surrounding soil becoming denser, as if it had been compressed. He was uncertain of his exact depth, but it was evident that he was close to the rat den. He raised his other hand, gripping the nearly depleted fireball talisman he had once utilized, intending to unleash its residual heat shortly. Finally, as the pit descended and suddenly collapsed, Chen Jing'an found himself plummeting downwards, landing squarely on a pile of spirit rice. To his visible astonishment, at least 5 or 6 mountain rats of varying sizes scurried away in panic. Aware that igniting flames amid this spirit rice was ill-advised, he swiftly rolled over and hurled the talisman towards the direction where the rat noises were most concentrated. Boom. A few minutes later, Chen Jing'an surveyed the 2 mountain rats that had been thoroughly roasted and retrieved his cloth pouch, beginning to gather handfuls of spirit rice. He estimated that there were at least 100 pounds of spirit rice here, and with a stroke of luck, it might exceed 200 pounds. Given the efficiency of mountain rats, this bounty would require several years to accumulate. Today, it would all be claimed. The spirit rice alone was worth over a single spirit stone. This venture was certainly not a loss. Once he had collected all the surface spirit rice, his attention was swiftly drawn to a small cluster of spirit fruits buried beneath. Were these purple essence fruits? Chen Jing'an cautiously summoned them with his spiritual energy, inhaled their fragrance, and after a careful wipe, plucked one to taste. Snap! The juice melded between his teeth, unleashing a wave of exquisite grape fragrance. The ethereal energy, which had previously meandered through his meridians, was now visibly swelling with vigor. It is no exaggeration to assert that this single purple essence fruit has spared him at least 2 months of arduous cultivation. Observing the dozen or so fruits remaining, he mused that if he were to consume them all and subsequently stew the meat of the mountain mouse, he would undoubtedly break through to the 5th layer of Qi cultivation. Regarding the 2 roasted mountain mice, Chen Jing'an intended to exchange them for spirit stones, contingent on whether his second uncle would accept them. If not, he would have to inquire among the peers of the other 3 celestial clans to see who might be interested in purchasing them. Qinghe County lacked the qualifications to establish a market. The nearest one was the Yunwu market in Yunwu Prefecture, backed by the Zheng family, a foundational clan of the region. A multitude of wandering cultivators congregated there, alongside various talented individuals. As the proprietor of the market, the Zheng family accrued a considerable amount of spirit stones merely from leasing out stalls. The dilemma lay in the fact that the crowd of wandering cultivators was a mixed bag. The market harbored bandits who would take lives, while outside lurked demonic cultivators who would extract one's very essence. Without the protection of an elder, Chen Jing'an lacked the courage to venture there alone. By the time he retraced his steps through the mouse tunnel, night had fallen. He secured the spirit rice and then tucked the purple essence fruit beneath. After skinning the mountain mouse, he stewed it directly, adding a touch of aged yellow essence to create a nourishing mouse soup. Once he had savored every drop, he carried the remaining 2 mountain mice back home. Upon meeting his second uncle, he promptly handed over the 2 roasted mountain mice in exchange for a single spirit stone. In terms of the total amount of spiritual energy, the 2 mountain mice amounted to slightly more than 1 spirit stone. Yet spirit stones were valuable for trade, something the mountain mouse meat could not rival. Chen Jing'an planned to learn a more potent offensive spell once he reached the 5th layer of Qi cultivation, ensuring that in the future, whether facing enemies or beasts, he would not merely be relegated to passive defense. In the following month, he consumed the purple essence fruit at a steady pace of 1 every 3 days, seeking to maximize the fruit's effects. This methodical approach would also harmonize his spiritual energy. Transitioning from the 4th layer to the 5th layer of Qi cultivation presented no bottleneck. With his diligent and systematic refinement, he awaited the proper time for a seamless breakthrough without expending additional energy to solidify his realm. Just 10 more days of this regimen would suffice. Chen Jing'an calculated that the remaining purple essence fruits would perfectly sustain him until his breakthrough. Moreover, Today marked a significant occasion, the emergence of 3 female horse demon seeds. By now, Chen Jing'an had come to believe in the fortuitous enhancements to his luck. Otherwise, having led a rather unremarkable existence until now, there would be no reason to suddenly encounter the rare mountain mice, and subsequently discover treasures akin to the purple essence fruit along the mouse tunnel. Today, he sought not greed but merely hope that among the 3 demon seeds, at least one would survive, that would ensure his efforts were not in vain. Soon, he found himself standing before the stable, his gaze fixed intently upon the 3 female horses within. On the left, a horse let out a piercing neigh, and wisps of flame gradually enveloped its body, as if consumed by a raging inferno. After more than 20 breaths, the mare collapsed with a thud, signaling the demise of the demon spawn. The horse in the middle fared much better, enduring for a full 40 breaths before the flames dissipated, accompanied by a pungent scent of blood. Chen Jing'an's eyes brightened. Success. A second-generation demon horse. This was tantamount to acquiring 2 spirit stones. And after accounting for the death of one, the harvest was quite substantial. The remaining demon horse perished after enduring 30 breaths. 3 out of 10, a commendable survival rate indeed. If one includes the previous 4, that amounts to 7 out of 10. He promptly called for his second uncle to observe, who regarded the outcome with a pleased expression. Excellent, indeed. This marks the family's first demon horse, a moment of great significance. The spirit stones will be advanced to you. For now, they will be kept at home for breeding purposes. As Chen spoke, he produced a spirit stone and handed it over. Chen Jing'an accepted it with composure, his gaze drifting toward Chen waist pouch, filled with envy. What a splendid storage bag. Noticing his admiration, Chen raised an eyebrow and cheerfully remarked, "We have an extra one in the clan, which goes for 2 spirit stones at the market. If you desire it, I can offer it to you at a discount." Consequently, the spirit stones Chen Jing'an had just earned were promptly returned. Yet, personally, he felt this expenditure was quite worthwhile, at the very least. He no longer had to carry spirit rice around. At that moment, Chen suddenly recalled something and spoke up. "By the way, your second cousin has also broken through to the mid-stage of Qi training, and he even succeeded in drawing a graded spirit talisman on the spot. Old Master Huang is overjoyed and intends to host a banquet with only family members to celebrate. Don't forget to attend, young man." Upon hearing of the feast, Chen Jing'an, of course, would not decline. His second cousin had been stuck at a minor bottleneck for many years, and this turn of fortune allowed him to truly grasp the threshold of becoming a talisman master. Old Master Huang's intentions were clear. He genuinely wished to impart his knowledge. This was a blessing for the family. Chapter 17. 5th layer of Qi training. Mastery of fire Qi in the blink of an eye. Another half-month had passed. On this day, Chen Jing'an sat in meditation, swallowing the last of the purple essence fruits. Seizing the opportunity while the fruit's spiritual energy had not yet dissipated, he activated the family's secret Qi training technique, the Hunyuan Gong, to swiftly channel the internal spiritual energy, quickly absorbing the potency of the purple essence fruit. This was a little trick he had discovered during the refinement process, which minimized the waste of the spirit fruit's power. However, compared to the significant achievement he aimed to accomplish today, this seemed trivial. With his eyes closed, Chen Jing'an sensed that the accumulation of spiritual energy had reached its zenith. Akin to a wide-mouthed bowl brimming with water, any additional amount would cause it to overflow. As droplets fell, the spiritual energy, having reached saturation, surged forth, ultimately increasing by approximately 40%. This signified a breakthrough. He had reached the 5th layer of Qi training. Chen Jing'an exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes radiating a newfound clarity, and his perception of the myriad changes around him became markedly acute. Transitioning from the 4th to the 5th level of Qi training, he was merely a month shy of completing 2 years, a pace that, in the past, had seemed utterly unimaginable. Moreover, the most significant transformation had commenced after the arrival of his fortunate son. Reflecting on his own breakthrough into the mid-stage of Qi training, he recognized that he had benefited from his eldest son's unique 4 spiritual roots. This realization further confirmed his belief that, as a father, he was perhaps not suited for relentless striving. Rather, his true path lay in thriving off the successes of his progeny. In an instant, the exquisite visage of Qinghe resurfaced in his mind. My status should have risen, Chen Jing'an mused inwardly. At the 5th level of Qi training, a lateral comparison with many elder practitioners from the 4 great immortal clans revealed that most were aged between 30 and 50. His second uncle, now only at the 6th level of Qi training, was merely one tier above him. Had he truly broken through? Chen Jing'an scrutinized his nephew, confirming his cultivation at the 5th level, and after the initial surprise, elation ensued. Jing'an, I have always believed that among the younger generation, you possess the most potential. You and old 6th nephew are indeed the pride of our clan. Chen Jing'an, with a thick skin, initially aimed to feign composure. However, his uncle's proclamation of pride inadvertently conjured images of a certain emperor's majestic demeanor, causing him to succumb to laughter. Delightful, utterly delightful. So do shower me with more praise. Following a bout of playful banter, Chen Jing'an broached the subject of his desire to cultivate combat spells. Chen Jing'an offered no dissent. Given your current realm, you certainly have the capacity to practice combat spells. Raising his palm, a cascading sound of water resonated from within his sleeve. And soon a brilliant blue spear formed from the gathered droplets appeared in his hand. The spell I practice is called the Water Spear Formation. It is a low-tier spell, consisting of 3 stages: 1 spear, 3 spears, and 9 spears. Before you choose, allow me to demonstrate its power. With that, he pushed open the door, revealing a towering pine tree before them. Watch closely, Chen Jing'an bellowed, and the water spear in his hand was hurled forth like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly piercing the pine tree. With a resounding crash, the tree splintered into pieces. In contrast, Chen Jing'an conjured yet another identical water spear in his hand, its power no less formidable than the one previously launched. It was then that Chen Jing'an grasped the essence of the water spear formation. It was not merely one spear, but rather the ability to launch a single spear at a time. Comparing it to the fireball talismans he had previously used, he was convinced that his uncle's strike could effortlessly tear through a fireball talisman. Despite the minimal difference in their realms, Chen Jing'an held no doubts. Should he confront his uncle, he would undoubtedly be left in tatters. Chen Jing'an, retracting his spell, bore no pretensions and spoke earnestly. This is merely our family's technique and appears impressive. However, against disciples from the same realm in the immortal sects, it is unlikely to hold an advantage. Chen Jing'an nodded deeply, acknowledging the wisdom imparted. No worries, uncle. I have faith in you. At your age, I hadn't even reached the mid-stage of Qi training. Subsequently, the two men arrived at a side room within the elder's residence. This space served as a repository for the Chun family's collection of spells and legacies. The legacies on display primarily consisted of skills associated with the 4 arts of immortality. Currently, their family possessed only a singular first-tier inheritance in alchemy, which was obtained during the elder's youth when he served the Deqian court, trading military merit for this knowledge. Notably, Chen Jing'an had recently earned the trust of a talisman master, which suggested a promising future in addressing their family's gap in talisman skills. The alchemical inheritance was not housed here. Instead, the shelves contained relatively obscure legacies, not highly valued by others, merely serving to enhance the family's fade. For instance, beast taming and divination piqued Chen Jing'an's interest, though he lost enthusiasm at the prospect of spending spirit stones. Chen Jing'an guided him to the spell shelves, retrieving several jade slips to elucidate. You possess 5 spiritual roots. Although this may hinder your cultivation speed, it allows you to choose a spell from the 5 elemental attributes that resonates with you. Without hesitation, Chen Jing'an declared, I wish to learn a fire attribute spell. Fire? Chen Jing'an raised an eyebrow, sifting through the jade slips until only 3 remained. Our family currently has 3 fire attribute spells. Allow me to explain, and you may consider your options. The first is the Fire Cloud Sword. Its power is comparable to my water gun array, leaning towards offense, and it is classified as a low-tier spell. The second is the Flame Armor, which focuses on defense and is also a low-tier spell. The third is the Fire Qi Transformation, a spell noted for its remarkable versatility, though it is quite challenging to master. This particular spell was brought back from the battlefield by the Elder, albeit in a fragmented state. He once remarked that it is a medium-tier spell. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an's gaze fixated on the Fire Qi Transformation, his intense focus eliciting a chuckle from Chen Jing'an. From my perspective, I would also encourage you to cultivate the Fire Qi Transformation. Should you achieve a breakthrough to the 9th layer of Qi training, your strength would surpass that of your peers, which would undeniably benefit the family. And the drawbacks? Chen Jing'an candidly replied, the spell is quite difficult. Your 6th uncle, possessing 3 spiritual roots, also has a fire root, and he attempted to master this spell in his youth. He paused, leaving the thought unfinished. Today marked Chen Jing'an's first encounter with the fire qi transformation. If his sixth uncle had succeeded, given their close relationship, there was no reason for him to remain uninformed. Thus, it would be wise to remain humble. However, he felt a slight discontent brewing within him. Perhaps it was the recent indulgence of the mother-child bell that had spoiled him. As he considered relinquishing the fire qi transformation, he felt a twinge of reluctance. I must be getting carried away, but I truly feel quite unsatisfied. Chapter 18. Cultivating Spells, a dialogue between grandfather and grandson. It seemed Chen Jing'an discerned his thoughts, and with a resigned tone, he advised, "You may first choose a relatively easier spell to learn. The fire qi transformation is rather unique. If you can master either the fire cloud sword or the flame armor, it will significantly aid your future cultivation of the fire qi transformation." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an reflected deeply and began to grasp the wisdom in his words. The uniqueness of the transformation of the fire qi lies in its variability, with the sword and armor being notable examples among them. If one cannot even master these two fundamental fire-based spells, it seems unnecessary to endure such humiliation. Finding solace in this thought, he accepted the jade tablet of the fire cloud sword. Once he completed the task, Chen Jing'an was about to take his leave when he was called back by Uncle Chen. "This spell is hard-earned. It is only fitting to contribute something to the family. Don't you think? I find that quite vexing." Chen Jing'an replied with a grimace, wondering what his uncle expected of him. "It's not a difficult task." Uncle Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Your spirit rain technique has reached the second level, and you are hardly inferior to me. Coincidentally, your cousin Jingyu has also broken through to the second level of qi cultivation. Take some time to guide him in the basics of the spirit rain technique." Chen Jingyu, ranked 16th among his peers, is the son of his fifth uncle. Since childhood, the fifth uncle has been closely following his father, fostering a harmonious relationship between the two families. Chen Jing'an did not refuse. After all, without rules, there can be no order. He understood well that the family is still small, so Uncle Chen is often willing to facilitate his endeavors. However, once the number of cultivators increases and familial ties become more distant, whether it is for cultivating spells or seeking resources from the family, everything must be based on contributions to the family. Only in this way can the family continue to flourish. The two departed without disturbing the elderly gentleman, as the yellow talisman master was preparing a banquet, and the elder was currently engrossed in alchemy, intending to present a noteworthy gift to the yellow talisman master, thereby maintaining his dignity. Chen Jing'an understood the stakes involved and felt no regret, for the elder was the most astute. With the recent breakthrough of his second cousin as a catalyst, he would present a grand gift. At such a time, as long as the yellow talisman master did not harbor ulterior motives, he would at least offer a portion of the talisman inheritance as a gesture of goodwill. Thus, this transaction was not a loss. 10 days later, in the bamboo grove, Chen Jing'an gathered spiritual energy in his fingertips, condensing it into a small fire sword, merely a virtual spiritual entity of about an inch in length. Nevertheless, this undoubtedly proved that he had successfully initiated the fire cloud sword. The next step was to enlarge and lengthen the sword. Unlike Uncle Chen's water gun formation, which stages its development by quantity, the fire cloud sword stages its progress by size. According to the Jade Tablet's records, should the fire cloud sword reach the perfected stage, it could transform from the ethereal to the tangible, serving as a magical artifact. Chen Jing'an, having experience with cultivating the spirit rain technique, knew that the fire cloud sword would also require the accumulation of proficiency to achieve a breakthrough. After tending to the spiritual field before him, he gazed at the flourishing and swaying spiritual rice, filled with uncontainable joy, the fruits of 2 years' labor. In another half-month, it would be time for harvest. With a total of 4 acres of spiritual rice, he could claim 2/10 from one spiritual field, while the other field would be entirely his, accounting for the increased yield brought by his spirit rain technique. This would yield approximately 200 pounds of spiritual rice and 100 pounds of spiritual rice husks. Along with the 200 pounds of spiritual rice extracted from the mouse hole, the total output would equate to 4 spiritual stones. To Chen Jing'an, this was indeed a substantial fortune. With a few more years of diligent effort, if he can gather 20 spirit stones, he would be able to acquire a magical artifact for himself, and life would indeed be delightful. Chen Jing'an had never dared to dream such dreams before. However, now he not only dared to dream, but also intended to turn those dreams into reality. With time still on his side, he thought it prudent to visit the county magistrate's office first. Suddenly, he recalled the news he had received from his second uncle. Magistrate Zhu would be transferred within the next year or two. This meant he could prepare to take Qinghe as his bride. Since they had already shared an intimate bond, Chen Jing'an felt less guilt in his heart. At the very least, he now had the confidence to speak candidly with the old man. At the county magistrate's office, within the small courtyard of the Hu family, the servants had been dismissed, leaving only 2 trusted maidservants to keep watch. After a passionate encounter, Qinghe once again leaned against Chen Jing'an's shoulder. Learning from him about Magistrate Zhu's impending transfer, her heart was filled with joy, but her words were teasing. After all, I am already yours, dear Chen. I hope you won't taste the sweetness and then scold me for being indiscreet. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an burst into laughter, playfully slipping his hand under the covers until Qinghe's face blushed a deep peach. He embraced her warmly, chuckling, "Qinghe, have you heard the tale of Shimenqing? My father never told me that story. Then call me Chen Jing'an, and I shall recount it to you." 5 days later, the old master Chen successfully emerged from his retreat, prompting the talisman master to send out invitations for the 3 cultivators of the Chen family and the parents of his second cousin, namely Chen Jing'an's uncle and aunt. Although they were merely mortals, times had changed. Now that Chen Jing'an had achieved success, the talisman master was delighted to regard them as kin. They set off for the Huang residence. Chen's uncle and aunt shared a carriage with Chen's second uncle. Due to the recent breakthrough, the old master was in high spirits, especially since he was sharing a carriage with his grandson. His demeanor towards Chen Jing'an had become significantly warmer than before, showering him with concern and inquiries that left Chen Jing'an pleasantly surprised. Seizing this opportunity, he brought up the matter of Hu master. Upon hearing this, the old master raised an eyebrow, his expression tinged with amusement. "Your affair with that young lady from the Hu family must have occurred before your breakthrough. Am I correct?" Chen Jing'an was taken aback by the old master's perceptiveness, but answered truthfully. After hearing his response, the old master merely snorted. "That little rascal, fourth, truly has a mind full of schemes. It is a pity he lacks a spiritual root. Otherwise, our Chen family would be thriving even more than it is now." This remark indirectly affirmed that his father's capabilities surpassed those of his second uncle. However, as his second uncle had always treated him well, Chen Jing'an feigned ignorance, offering a sheepish smile in response. The old master did not press him further, and with a change of tone, spoke assertively. "As a member of the celestial clan, marrying as many women as you desire should pose no issue. In time, as your cultivation flourishes, there will be many eager to offer their daughters to you. Even the connection with the magistrate is not particularly significant." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that matters concerning the Hu family had now reached a stable conclusion. However, the elder's intentions were evidently not confined to such matters. He solemnly raised his gaze, locking eyes with Chen Jing'an. "Remember this, your own strength is paramount. Women and offspring are mere embellishments. When necessary, one must be willing to sacrifice the superfluous, for they must never become your vulnerabilities." His chilling words dissipated the joy that had previously blossomed. For a moment, Chen Jing'an found it difficult to shift his perspective. Yet, he understood the gravity of the elder's wisdom. Chapter 19. The arrival at the Huang Manor and the presentation of tributes given his grandfather's rare moment of leisure. Chen Jing'an seized the opportunity to voice another lingering concern, one that weighed heavily on his mind. "Grandfather, has the elusive demon cultivator finally been apprehended?" The elder was among the 2 who had intervened on that fateful day, and he was the last to confront the demon, thus possessing more insight than most. Upon mentioning the demon cultivator, the elder's expression grew grave. "That demon's power rivals my own. Even Wang Qinghe nearly fell victim to him, though I severely injured him. His recuperative abilities surpass those of ordinary cultivators. It won't be long before he recovers." Chen Jing'an was genuinely alarmed. "Goodness, does this mean I must hide my wife and children?" Unexpectedly, the elder chuckled. "You are truly fearful for your life, but perhaps that's not entirely a bad thing. Let me share the truth with you. The last time, that demon openly killed 3 celestial clan cultivators, and considering his prior annihilation of the Zhang clan in Lingyi County, this has escalated to a level that warrants the attention of the Demon Suppression Division. Our 4 families have pooled together 20 spirit stones and sent them to the steward of the Zhang clan for him to report, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. The Demon Suppression Division has dispatched individuals to hunt down that demon cultivator." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an finally felt a sense of relief. He had grown weary of living in such constant trepidation. As their carriage approached the Huang manor, he suddenly inquired, "Grandfather, should I perhaps remain low-key for a while?" The elder paused, then playfully tapped him on the forehead. "Do not concern yourself with such frivolities. You and Jing'an are of the same lineage. If you rise, it will greatly benefit him as well. Broaden your perspective." Reassured that he would not overshadow his cousin, Chen Jing'an nodded in agreement. Upon entering the Huang manor, they were greeted by Huang Fushi, who awaited them alongside Chen Jing'an and another apprentice, Huang Ping. Huang Fushi, himself a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement, was an esteemed talisman master whose wealth and command over talismans far surpassed that of typical cultivators at his level. In a confrontation, even the likes of Chen's grandfather, a patriarch of the celestial clan, would not dare to take liberties. The two parties exchanged pleasantries. Today, Chen Dabo, as the official scribe, shed his formal demeanor. He beamed with pride as he approached his son, mirroring the exuberance of fathers whose sons have achieved greatness, even more animated than most. Chen Jing'an understood this excitement. After all, his second cousin was now on the verge of becoming a talisman master. Once he fully mastered the art of talisman crafting, he would become the first talisman master in their clan. As long as the second cousin is present, the other branches of the main family will not have to fear marginalization for at least the next 2 generations. They will bask in his glory. This is undoubtedly a matter of great joy for the patriarch, the progenitor of the main family. The elder gentleman exchanged compliments, while Chen Jing'an approached Huang Fushi's disciple, Huang Ping. Huang Fushi's son had passed away prematurely, leaving no spiritual roots, only a granddaughter. Huang Ping was adopted by him, intended to be the heir to his teachings. Unfortunately, his innate talent was lacking. Now in his 40s, Huang Ping had barely reached the 5th level of Qi training and had never successfully crafted a single advanced talisman. He was nearly a generation older than Chen Jing'an, leaving him with little opportunity for competition. This was the primary reason Chen Jing'an could converse with him amicably. To speak candidly, had Huang Ping possessed even a modicum of talent and a touch more ambition, his grandfather's temperament could very well have led him to orchestrate his removal. The group then took their seats. The elder and Huang Fushi sat opposite each other, while others found their places according to their rank. Chen Jing'an sat beside his second uncle, watching as delectable dishes were served. A beautiful woman, responsible for introductions, was Huang Fushi's concubine. Although she was only at the 1st level of Qi training, she possessed some cultivation. This is longan fruit, infused with spiritual energy. This is Qinghe jade liquid wine, which can refine the meridians. And here we have a stew of demon tiger meat and earth spirit fungus, known for its nourishing properties. The banquet consisted of 4 dishes, 3 fruits, 2 soups, and 1 wine, all prepared from spiritual ingredients. It is no exaggeration to say that this meal cost at least 10 spirit stones, equivalent to consuming half a low-grade magical artifact. Chen Jing'an knew that tonight's feast was truly a boon. He did not rush to use his chopsticks, as he had gifts to present first. The elder took out his recent alchemical achievements, a small vial of gathering spirit pills containing 12 pieces, which held considerable value for Qi practitioners. Such a vial would fetch 6 spirit stones in the market. Chen Erbo presented a white birch ginseng, which was of even higher quality and older than the one Chen Jing'an had previously owned, worth 2 spirit stones. Then came Chen Jing'an's turn. He offered 5 pounds of aged mountain essence, valued at half a spirit stone. Although it paled in comparison to the generous gifts from his grandfather and second uncle, it was more than sufficient given his position and standing. This 5 pounds of aged Huangjing was, in fact, a result of Chen Jing'an's recent mountain excursions. Blessed with luck, he had taken to the outskirts of Songzhu Mountain to seek fortune during his leisure time. The evidence proved that luck had its merits. Though not as exaggerated as one might imagine, he had not encountered any fortunate finds akin to the mouse hole incident. Yet after scouring the periphery of Songzhu Mountain, he had gathered sporadic amounts of 4 pounds of aged Huangjing. Due to the number 4 being considered inauspicious, Chen Jing'an decided to contribute a portion from his stock to make up the 5 pounds as a gift. His gesture clearly pleased Huang Fushi, who recognized that it was not the quantity but the thoughtfulness that mattered. His gaze lingered on Chen Jing'an, and he suddenly exclaimed, "Jing'an, have you broken through to the 5th level of Qi training?" Chen Jing'an understood the intricacies of human relations that Master Huang represented and immediately rose, humbly stating, "In your esteemed presence, I, as a junior, must continually strive for improvement." Master Huang was amused and laughed heartily. The Chen family's elder couple, as well as Chen Jing'an himself, were taken aback by this revelation. Initially, a flicker of surprise crossed Chen Jing'an's eyes, but he quickly reconciled with the situation. Previously, when Chen Jing'an had advanced to the mid-stage of qi refinement before him, Chen Jing'an had internalized the issue as his own, leading to a sense of frustration. However, within just 2 years, Chen Jing'an had ascended to the 5th layer of qi refinement, indicating that the issue lay not with him, but rather with Chen Jing'an's rapid progression. Consequently, Chen Jing'an chose to come to terms with himself. Both Master Huang and Chen Qishan noticed this shift, and smiles of relief emerged in their eyes. It was essential not to become overly fixated. Otherwise, even if Chen Jing'an became a talisman master, his achievements would remain limited due to a flawed mindset. Master Huang promptly raised his cup, cheerfully proclaiming, "Let us begin our meal, otherwise it shall grow cold." Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks. However, there was a certain decorum to observe. Chen Qishan and Master Huang merely sampled a few dishes symbolically before turning to their drinks. The elder couple bypassed the spiritually infused delicacies entirely. Thus, the true enjoyment of this banquet was confined to the 4 individuals: Chen Jing'an, Chen Erbua, Chen Jing'an, and Huang Ping. The 4 shared a tacit understanding, collectively encouraging Chen Jing'an, the host, to indulge more, followed by Chen Jing'an, with Huang Ping and Chen Erbua as elders. Taking a step back. Chapter 20, Second Stage Inheritance, Ancestral Agreement. The meal continued until midnight. The 4 cultivators meditated at a distance, refining the spiritual energy absorbed into their bodies. The elder couple, still burdened with official duties, glanced at their grandchildren before departing early. Chen Qishan and Master Huang, having consumed little, found that the slight amount of spirit wine in their bellies was sufficient to sustain them through movement. Once they were alone, Master Huang extracted a prepared jade slip from his bosom and presented it to Chen Qishan. "Brother Qishan, I have witnessed your sincerity today. Our friendship began with inheritance. I shall first impart this inheritance to you, and then we shall exchange our hearts." Chen Qishan did not decline. He accepted the jade slip and replied earnestly, "From this moment forth, Brother Huang shall be an ally of the Chen clan. Should there be any requests, our entire family shall be at your service." "If you are to say such, I do indeed have a request." Master Huang suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and led Chen Qishan to a secluded chamber for discussion. However, the next words he uttered caused Chen Qishan to become restless. "What I just entrusted to Brother Qishan is, in fact, a complete second-stage talisman inheritance." "Brother Huang, are you serious?" Chen Qishan inquired, though he understood that since Master Huang had spoken, there was little chance of jest. This realization heightened his excitement. A complete second-stage talisman inheritance. Only an inheritance encompassing everything from the inferior to the superior second stage could truly be described as complete. The value of such an inheritance transcended the measure of spirit stones. Even the Zheng family, which rules Yunwu County, has only risen to prominence in the last century. And within their clan, there exists no complete second-tier inheritance. The news of this is both a blessing and a curse for the Chen family of immortals. Huang the Talisman Master is undoubtedly aware of this truth. Chen Qishan's gaze flickered as he directly inquired, "What does Brother Huang desire?" "This matter is not urgent. First, let me share the origins of this inheritance with you. The only way for what I seek to be realized is through our honest exchange." Huang the Talisman Master began to recount his past. The narrative is not overly convoluted. The Huang family of immortals initially belonged to the foundational sect in Panshan County. However, as the lifespan of the clan's foundational ancestor drew to a close, several members who had reached the peak of qi refining failed to establish their foundation. Foreseeing impending calamity for the clan, the ancestral patriarch preemptively divided the lineage, relocating 2 branches to Yunwu County and Chongping County, each taking with them a segment of the clan's inheritance, hoping to rise again in the future. Huang the Talisman Master's branch took with it the inheritance of talisman craft, founded by his grandfather. Unfortunately, this branch has now, for various reasons, faced extinction, leaving only Huang the Talisman Master as the sole male descendant. He has a son, yet the boy possesses no spiritual roots and passed away young. It seems he too has lost the ability to procreate. Now, only his granddaughter remains, who is married to Chen Jing'an. Chen Qishan began to grasp Huang the Talisman Master's intentions and tentatively asked, "Are you suggesting, Brother Huang, that you hope to select a descendant with spiritual roots from Jing'an's lineage to continue the Huang family line. While our clan assists in the restoration of the Huang family of immortals, Huang the Talisman Master clearly found Chen Jing'an's attitude agreeable. He chose the Chen family and was eager to foster a relationship with them, recognizing Chen Jing'an as a man of intelligence. With outstanding descendants like Chen Jing'an and Chen Jing'an, Huang the Talisman Master remained optimistic about the future of the Chen family of immortals. What you propose, Brother Qishan, aligns perfectly with my desires. Chen Jing'an scarcely hesitated before agreeing to this arrangement. Although it would be painful to part with a descendant possessing spiritual roots, compared to the conditions offered by Huang the Talisman Master, it was undoubtedly a substantial gain. This was not merely a second-tier inheritance. After all, the Huang family of immortals once had a branch in Chongqing County. It was easy to deduce that there must be another complete second-tier inheritance there. If they could obtain it, it would indeed be a double blessing. Chen Jing'an believed that Huang the Talisman Master, being astute, would have considered this possibility. However, since he did not articulate it, it implied tacit approval. This was the hallmark of a wise man's discourse. He promptly declared, upon our return, I shall make time to inform Jing'an and the second brother of this matter and will inscribe it into our ancestral teachings in their presence. Any descendant of the Chen family who contravenes this shall no longer be considered part of the immortal clan. Upon hearing Chen Jing'an mention the ancestral teachings, Huang the Talisman Master's heart felt a sense of relief. For an immortal clan, the ancestral teachings are the very foundation of their existence. While they lack explicit binding power, in the unseen realm, any immortal who violates these teachings invariably meets with the fate of clan extinction. The Master of Yellow Talismans harbored no apprehension regarding Chen Jing'an's potential fickleness, unless, of course, he willingly resigned himself to a lifetime of toiling within the ranks of the Qi cultivators, in which case the Master of Yellow Talismans would have no further remarks to make. This, in itself, would be the most insidious form of retribution. Beyond the ancestral edict, Chen Jing'an's words bore a genuine significance. Given the current state of the Chen clan, should he depart, the likely candidates to succeed the family patriarch would emerge from either Uncle Chen heir or Chen Jing'an. By formally establishing the ancestral decree, an additional layer of assurance was woven into the fabric of their agreement. In a reciprocative gesture, the Master of Yellow Talismans produced another jade slip and entrusted it to Chen Jing'an. At this juncture, I shall candidly disclose to Brother Qishan that the branch of the Huang family from Chongqing County has acquired the complete inheritance of a second-tier formation. Our lineage, upon departing, took with it several foundational first-tier formations, amongst which is the Gathering Spirit Array. Today, I present this to you, Brother Qishan, as a testament to my sincerity. Receiving the jade slip once more, Chen Jing'an's eyes sparkled as he remarked, I have a third daughter yet to be married, who would be a splendid match for your cousin Huangping. Our families could strengthen their ties even further. What say you? That sounds splendid. The following morning, after Chen Jing'an had assimilated the spiritual energy accumulated within him, a smile unfurled upon his face. This endeavor had proven immensely beneficial. It had effectively spared him a year's worth of cultivation effort, a return on investment that was both generous and gratifying. Beside him, Uncle Chen heir wore a beaming countenance. Young lad, I believe I am on the verge of a breakthrough, haha? Chen Jing'an was taken aback, and after the initial shock, he was overtaken by joy. Once his uncle achieved a breakthrough, it would be akin to having two late-stage Qi cultivators safeguarding their family simultaneously. Such strength would alleviate the burden on the elder, especially in unforeseen circumstances. Overwhelmed with elation, Chen Jing'an exclaimed, Congratulations, uncle. Upon exiting the Huang residence, he could not suppress his playful spirit, suggesting, Shouldn't we host a banquet to celebrate, uncle? That sounds feasible, Uncle Chen nodded, but you must present a congratulatory gift. Given that I am older than your second cousin, the customary expectation is a more substantial offering. Without hesitation, Chen Jing'an retorted, Then I shall forego the meal. Haha. You little rascal are attempting to take advantage of your uncle. Perhaps you should continue your cultivation for another 50 years. Chapter 21. The maturity of spiritual rice and taxation. Beneath the shade of Songzhu Mountain, two figures immersed themselves in the waves of rice, severing clusters of spiritual rice at the roots, binding them tightly with the leaves and stems of the Qingyuan fruit trees. One of them was Chen Jing'an, while the other was his cousin, Chen Jingyu, whom he had enlisted as a laborer. Uncle Chen had tasked him with teaching Chen Jing'an the technique of spiritual reign. And Chen Jing'an, recognizing the value of practical experience in farming, provided his cousin with an opportunity for labor. He genuinely imparted his knowledge, addressing various pest control methods and potential issues that might arise. A lack of proper management could lead to diminished yields in their spiritual fields, which would prove catastrophic for their family of cultivators with scant resources of spirit stones. The two cousins toiled for the better part of the day, successfully harvesting the 2 acres of spiritual fields, ultimately yielding 173 pounds of spiritual rice and 60 pounds of rice husks. From this bounty, Chen Jing'an set aside 3 pounds of spiritual rice, preparing it for a meal right there on the spot. The fragrant spirit rice, requiring no seasoning whatsoever, surpasses many exquisite delicacies. However, it cannot compare to the grand feasts of the Huang family. Yet, humanity is often cautioned against aspiring beyond one's reach, especially when coveting that which is incongruent with one's status, as it may invite peril. The two brothers savored their meal with great delight. Chen Jing'an, holding a bowl of rice, glanced at the small mound of spirit rice beside him, knowing it all belonged to his 9th brother, and could not help but display a look of envy. He truly admired his 9th brother for being able to amass such a bounty of spirit rice. Chen Jing'an, who detested being the object of envy, as it often incited jealousy, immediately began to lament his own plight. His lament was not unfounded. In the first 4 years of his farming endeavors, he had scarcely earned enough from the spirit field to amount to a single spirit stone. All the changes began when he inherited 4 spirit roots from his elder brother, which enabled him to break through to the 4th level of Qi training, along with a corresponding advancement in his spirit reign technique, granting him ownership of a spirit field. The bitter struggles and uncertainties he faced were beyond the comprehension of others. Later, he fortuitously acquired a wolf demon, and with the support of his family and his 6th uncle, he purchased a bond talisman, establishing his own aquaculture enterprise. None of this was merely a stroke of luck. Had he met an unfortunate end at the hands of the wolf demon, or if his relationship with his 6th uncle had not been strong enough, any of these circumstances could have derailed his progress. Reflecting on the past, as he anticipated the imminent gain of 4 spirit stones, a sense of accomplishment welled within him. He then packed the remaining spirit rice into his Qinghe bag and, along with Chen Jing'an, headed towards another spirit field. This particular field required 80% of its yield to be surrendered to the family. It appeared that he was at a disadvantage. However, in reality, the family gained little, as those spirit stones were allocated elsewhere. As Chen Jing'an, serving as Chen Jing'an's guide, he felt it necessary to clarify. Typically, a portion of our spirit field's yield is owed to the clan, intended for taxes and offerings, he explained. Chen Jing'an paused in confusion and asked, 9th brother, our family is an officially sanctioned celestial clan. Surely, taxes and offerings are synonymous? Are we to pay twice? Chen Jing'an regarded him with approval, replying, taxes are taxes, and offerings are offerings. If you speak of it openly, there are only taxes, not offerings. Indeed, the imperial court has sanctioned our family in Qinghe County. However, Qinghe County is inherently part of Yunwu Prefecture, which the court has allocated to the Zheng celestial clan. In this context, it can be perceived that the Zheng clan has effectively confined us within Qinghe County. Thus, taxes are remitted to the Celestial Tax Bureau dispatched by the court, while offerings are made to the Zheng celestial clan of the prefecture. Chen Jing'an, not lacking in wit, felt his face flush with indignation. What twisted logic is this? It is simply an affront, an overt act of robbery. Chen Jing'an found the term robbery quite fitting and affirmed, you are correct. This levy occurs every 3 years, with the family required to remit 10 spirit stones or their equivalent in spirit rice. Given that you have received the family's nurturing, it is not unreasonable for the family to expect you to bear some of the burden. Moreover, we find ourselves in a fortuitous era. Chen Jing'an hastily inquired, 9th brother, what do you mean by a fortuitous era? Currently, our family's practitioners are few. With concerted effort, we still have the opportunity to permanently acquire a piece of spiritual farmland. Chen Jing'an paused momentarily, then continued, but consider this, spiritual farmland is ultimately limited. Once there are more practitioners in the future and the farmland is divided, our family will surely only lease rather than grant it. Do you not agree with this reasoning? Chen Jing'an nodded vigorously, acknowledging that 9th brother was indeed astute. It was no wonder that his father had urged him to learn from 9th brother since his departure. This was undeniably true. seeing that his cousin had been thoroughly swayed. Completely forgetting that he had just received over 100 pounds of spiritual rice, Chen Jing'an seized the moment to offer him more encouragement. As the saying goes, those who plant trees will provide shade for future generations. This is our opportunity. If we diligently cultivate the spiritual farmland now, when your descendants become practitioners in the future, the farmland you have accumulated will become their inheritance. They will benefit from the groundwork laid by their forebears, starting ahead of the competition, with each generation surpassing the last. If one of your descendants becomes an immortal, they shall surely bow and pay their respects to you as their ancestor. Chen Jing'an was now completely immersed in the beautiful dream woven by Ninth Brother. With a serious expression, he declared, "Ninth Brother, I will certainly tend to the fields diligently." Precisely. Ancestors of immortals, Chen Jing'an laughed heartily. Successfully having swayed Chen Jing'an felt little sense of accomplishment within himself, for he privately harbored significant grievances regarding the second exploitation by the Zheng clan of immortals. However, a moment's reflection reminded him that their family was overshadowed by a foundational immortal clan, and above them loomed the Golden Core immortal clan. The Daqian royal family had formidable Golden Core experts stationed there, which allowed them to suppress the foundational immortal clans across various counties. Yet, even as strong as Daqian was, they too had to regularly pay tribute to the immortal sect above them. In the end, it was merely a cycle of the wicked being ground down by the wicked. If one disdained the Zheng family, the best course of action was to supplant them. As he knew, the foundational expert who led the Zheng family to dominate Yunwu County had presided over the clan for over a century and was now in his twilight years. Furthermore, the Zheng family had not seen the emergence of new foundational experts. If this trend continues, the Zheng clan of immortals might face a grim fate. Should Uncle Lu succeed, this glory could very well belong to us. Half a month later, Uncle Chen successfully completed his breakthrough, advancing to the 7th layer of Qi training, officially becoming a late-stage Qi practitioner. At this juncture, the elder summoned both Chen Jing'an and Uncle Chen. Upon departing, Chen Jing'an found himself endowed with a new legacy of talismanic knowledge. He was astonished to learn from the elder about the Huang talisman master and the origins of this legacy, as such windfalls were indeed rare. Truly, he was a fortunate one. However, the elder's intentions were clear. He wanted him to serve as a witness, and this matter should not be disclosed to his uncle for the time being. Chen Jing'an naturally had no objections, as the legacy did not pertain to his own son. Unfortunately, this might entail some sacrifice for his uncle, as he was destined to lose a descendant with spiritual roots. Similarly, the family shall not forget the sacrifice made by the eldest son. Chapter 22. The Mischievous Spirit and the Joy of Apricot. On the day of tax collection, Chen Jing'an presented the 400 pounds of spiritual rice he had saved, exchanging it for 4 pieces of spiritual stone within the clan. This spiritual rice would constitute part of the tax to be submitted. Chen Erbwa accompanied him to the county magistrate's office. The representatives from the other 3 celestial clans had also arrived early with their respective taxes. Chen Jing'an recognized several familiar faces, all accompanying their elders to witness the occasion. The gates of the county magistrate's office stood wide open, with Master Hu and several guards stationed outside. Though no instructions were given regarding their treatment, the outcome was evident. The 4 clan representatives were left waiting. It was clear this was the intention of Magistrate Zhu. Under normal circumstances, the crowd could easily express their disdain and disregard for Magistrate Zhu. However, with the presence of the Celestial Taxation Bureau, known for its formidable reputation akin to the Demon Suppression Division, their authority superseded even that of the latter. The officials from the Celestial Taxation Bureau visited once every 3 years, tasked not only with collecting taxes from the celestial clans, but also with supporting the magistrate. During this period, the magistrate could temporarily exert dominance over the celestial clans, leaving them powerless. They stood for half an hour. Eventually, Magistrate Zhu and a middle-aged man dressed in elegant robes emerged. The middle-aged man was responsible for tax collection in Qinghe County, pretending to have just noticed the gathering. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Alas, how could I forget? I was so engrossed in conversation with Brother Zhu that I lost track of time. I ask for your forgiveness." Despite his words of apology, the tax official showed no inclination to feign sincerity. Yet, the celestial clan representatives dared not provoke him and could only respond with forced smiles, expressing that they did not mind. A 7th-rank official before the Prime Minister's door holds considerable weight. Not only would a minor clerk from the Celestial Taxation Bureau command respect, but even if a dog were brought forth from their ranks, it would be addressed with utmost reverence. To incite the ire of the tax official could result in a public reprimand, and even if one suffered a loss, there would be no recourse for redress. Chen Jing'an stood beside his second uncle, adopting a humble demeanor. His peripheral vision caught sight of a graceful young lady observing from beside the county magistrate's office. As a frequent visitor to the magistrate's office, Chen Jing'an recognized her as Miss Zhu, the beloved daughter of Magistrate Zhu. He had encountered her only a few times, as he was often promptly dismissed when Qinghe visited Miss Zhu. Thus, he presumed that Miss Zhu would not recognize him. However, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to occur. Chen Jing'an soon realized that Miss Zhu's gaze had indeed fallen upon him, prompting him to lower his head to avoid unnecessary complications. Only when her gaze departed did he allow himself to relax. Subsequently, the tax official confirmed the quantities of spiritual rice and spiritual stones, placing them into a specially crafted bag. With this, the tax obligation was fulfilled. He turned to Magistrate Zhu, clasped his hands, and remarked, "Brother Zhu, with your imminent promotion, we have ample time ahead. I bid you farewell, esteemed envoy." Zhu County Magistrate bowed respectfully to the tax envoy, who merely nodded in response before stepping onto a cloud-like artifact and departing, resembling the legendary immortals who ride the clouds. Uncle Chen displayed an expression of envy, exclaiming how extravagant it was to utilize a mid-grade magical tool for transportation, truly befitting the most lucrative tax office of the Celestials. Chen Jing'an felt his mouth water at the thought. A mid-grade magical tool would cost no less than 80 spirit stones, and securing one that truly meets one's desires would require at least 100 spirit stones. This was yet another existence he could only covet from afar. In that moment, Chen Jing'an couldn't help but fantasize about joining the tax office of the Celestials, convinced that earning spirit stones would be far quicker than farming, perhaps even outpacing horse breeding. Uncle Chen, in such moments, would typically douse his nephew with a splash of reality to ensure he remained grounded. The positions within the tax office were as fixed as the stars. Passed down from grandfather to father, and from father to son, there had been little change since the establishment of the great Qin dynasty. I recall that the last individual to attain a position there was a loose cultivator who had rendered great service to the royal family. He did not establish a celestial lineage, which is why the court granted him compensation. Chen Jing'an clicked his tongue, finding the reality too bitter to swallow. Thus, perhaps it was best to abandon such dreams. In the backyard of the county magistrate's residence, within the Hu family's small courtyard, Qinghe sat beside her bed, gently caressing her abdomen, a tender light flickering in her eyes. However, her expression soon darkened with melancholy, for it had been nearly a month since Chun Lang last sought her out, depriving her of the opportunity to share this joyful news with him. Just then, her nurse hurried in, her demeanor urgent. "My lady, Miss Zhu has arrived." Upon hearing this, Qinghe's countenance shifted dramatically as she retreated onto her bed. Miss Zhu had already entered the room. With merely a glance, Qinghe's nurse was dismissed. Approaching her, Miss Zhu's gaze fixated on Qinghe's abdomen, her tone oscillating between joy and reproach. "Is this the child of the Chen family's young master?" Qinghe's heart raced at the words, forcing a smile. "Where? What nonsense are you spouting?" Miss Zhu cast a glance at her close friend, then turned to firmly shut the door, shedding her earlier assertive demeanor for a more reproachful expression. "Your actions are far too careless. The physician you engaged has a loose tongue. If this reaches my father's ears, what do you think will happen?" Qinghe's face drained of color upon hearing this. Aware that concealment was futile, she had no choice but to confess the truth. Understanding the entire situation, Miss Zhu's expression revealed a mixture of disappointment and frustration. "Why must you demean yourself like this? You lack even a proper title, yet you are already with child. What if you encounter a heartless man? Your entire life could be ruined." Qinghe, recognizing her own faults, dared not retort, yet she felt no regret within. For compared to others, at least Chen Jing'an had genuinely considered stepping forward to protect the Hu family. That was sufficient for her to take this gamble. Miss Zhu, no longer able to scold her, suddenly envisioned Chen Jing'an bowing his head during the day. This young man, relying on his family background, has been wielding power in Qinghe County, appearing to possess immense influence and capabilities. However, the scene today, where a tax envoy instilled such fear in the entire celestial clan that they dared not raise their heads, has led Miss Zhu to internally label Chen Jing'an as a facade of grandeur concealing a core of decay. She gazed at Qinghe and said earnestly, "If you choose to terminate this pregnancy, I can plead on your behalf, arranging for my father to take you and Uncle Hu away. Once we leave Qinghe County, I will surely find you a more suitable match." Upon hearing the suggestion of abortion, Qinghe immediately shook her head. No longer the timid figure she once was. Her expression turned serious. "If this child were to perish, I would not wish to live on." These words nearly incensed Miss Zhu to the point of fury, extinguishing any clandestine intention she harbored. Trembling, she pointed at Qinghe, her anger rendering her almost unstable. For whom had she been doing all this? Her countenance darkened as she swept away in frustration. "Since you are so resolute, I shall no longer concern myself with you. Take care of yourself. In 3 months, my father will be reassigned, and by then, you and Uncle Hu must make your own plans." Chapter 23. The wedding preparations and the spirit array. Merely a day had passed. Chen Jing'an stealthily entered the magistrate's residence once more, finding his way to Qinghe's chamber. Initially unsettled by Miss Zhu's words, Qinghe felt a sense of reassurance upon seeing her beloved. Chen Jing'an, upon hearing her words, was instantly filled with delight. Was she truly with child? What a serendipitous surprise. He must now prepare to take Qinghe as his bride. Chen Jing'an possessed a modicum of decorum, having already reported this matter to his grandfather, thus fearing no unforeseen complications along the way. However, when he learned that Miss Zhu was also aware of this development, his expression shifted to one of danger, contemplating the need for silence. Qinghe, intimidated by his fierce demeanor, quickly spoke in defense of Miss Zhu. "You must have known about our situation for some time, yet she has not exposed us. If she truly intended to harm me, she would not have waited until now." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an's murderous intent somewhat abated. Qinghe made a valid point. However, the issue lay in the fact that while she could berate herself, Chen Jing'an would not stoop to quarreling with a woman over such matters. But the fact that Miss Zhu would encourage Qinghe to terminate his child and marry another was a blatant disregard for his humanity. A flicker of danger passed through his gaze, yet not wanting to disturb Qinghe's mood, he embraced her and sat on the bed. Drawing comfort from her fragrance and warmth, he gradually calmed his emotions. Perhaps it was due to the recent rigorous training from his grandfather and second uncle that Chen Jing'an had begun to make decisions reminiscent of the elder. Yet, he still fell short of his grandfather's level. At least, he had merely contemplated murder. While his grandfather would have consistently remembered Miss Zhu's status as the magistrate's daughter and would not have acted against her within Qinghe County, he would have waited for an opportunity to strike after they had departed. Nevertheless, upon further reflection, from Qinghe's perspective, Miss Zhu's words could be regarded as truly heartfelt. Nevertheless, Qinghe ultimately chose him, which in turn fulfilled both the physical and emotional needs of Chen Jing'an. He remained by Qinghe's side until she drifted into slumber before quietly departing. The following morning, after checking on the child, Chen Jing'an promptly sought his father to discuss the matter of marriage. Chen's father assured him that everything would be taken care of and urged him to hasten his training, lest he disappoint the elder. Feeling the weight of paternal love, Chen Jing'an made his way to the stable. This month, only 2 demon seeds had emerged, but both had met their demise. The rice in the spiritual fields had only recently been sown, so there was no need for immediate attention there. Thus, Chen Jing'an began to practice the fire cloud sword technique. Through his diligent efforts, the fire cloud sword had increased from its original 1 inch to 3 inches in length. This progress was achieved only through the considerable time and energy he had invested. Otherwise, the pace of cultivation would have been much slower. However, mastering this technique was crucial for a cultivator to engage in combat. Consequently, Chen Jing'an had yet to find the time to study the talismanic inheritance passed down by his grandfather. Although he was certain that the potential for drawing talismans far exceeded that of farming, the experience of cultivating the fire cloud sword had made him acutely aware of a sobering truth. His comprehension was merely at the level of an ordinary person. Even under the best circumstances, if his talent for drawing talismans was no better than that of his second cousin, it would take him over 5 years to learn the skill adequately. 5 years was a long time, and no one could predict what might occur in that span. Perhaps among his future children, there would be one exceptionally gifted in drawing talismans, thereby bringing glory to his father as well. All of this remained uncertain. At present, the elusive demonic cultivator lurking in the shadows had yet to be apprehended. Thus, for Chen Jing'an, nothing was more vital than preserving his life. If he were to perish, all would be lost. However, he could certainly experiment with the spirit-gathering array. Chen Jing'an recalled the spirit-gathering array that his grandfather had entrusted to him. The difficulty in arranging such an array was minimal, especially with the aid of a pattern, as it served to concentrate spiritual energy and required spirit stones as a medium. If set up for a single individual's cultivation, the smallest version of the spirit-gathering array could be sustained for several months with just one spirit stone. The ultimate effect would be roughly equivalent to refining 2 spirit stones. This was a method of gradual accumulation. According to his grandfather, if one had any surplus energy, investing spirit stones in the spirit-gathering array was worthwhile. Presently, Chen Jing'an possessed 5 spirit stones, although he intended to save them for purchasing magical artifacts. Extracting one to test the waters posed no significant issue. With a plan forming in his mind, he immediately began to trace the design of the spirit-gathering array. This process required the consumption of his own spiritual energy. Despite having a standard reference, he failed over a dozen times before successfully inscribing the array pattern onto the surface of the spirit stone. As he grasped the spirit stone once more, he could immediately sense a newfound, almost mystical connection forming between himself and the stone. As his thoughts stirred, a more profound essence of spiritual energy began to coalesce around him. This was the effect of the spirit-gathering array. Chen Jing'an compared the changes he observed and concluded that this array had elevated the concentration of spiritual energy by 50%. While this revelation was not particularly astonishing, the true merit of the spirit-gathering array lay in its capacity for instantaneous activation and deactivation, alleviating any concerns regarding the wastage of spirit stones. However, a twinge of regret began to surface within Chen Jing'an. Was it truly the flexibility of the array that he lacked? Regardless, having already expended a spirit stone, it would be unwise to allow it to go to waste. Starting the next day, he resolved to cultivate beside the spiritual field, an area devoid of visitors, thus ensuring that the array would remain unperturbed by other practitioners. At the very least, he aimed to recoup the investment of that single spirit stone. That evening, he sought out his second uncle to validate his findings regarding the spirit-gathering array, eager to ascertain whether he had erred in his conclusions. The evidence confirmed that the enhancement ratio of the array was consistent. Yet, Chen Jing'an, his second uncle, offered a different perspective. I have heard your grandfather mention that all spiritual entities possess an innate instinct to gravitate towards areas rich in spiritual energy. If you are willing to take a risk, employing this spirit-gathering array as bait might attract some rare treasures. Chen Jing'an was struck by this seemingly whimsical notion, feeling a sudden clarity wash over him. Using the array as bait could indeed be a viable strategy. Particularly for the fortunate, this presented a splendid opportunity to showcase their prowess. Noticing the invigorated expression on his nephew's face, Chen Jing'an feared that Chen Jing'an might develop a gambling addiction, leading to trouble with the old man. Thus, he hastily fortified his own position. By the way, let me clarify that I am merely proposing a hypothetical scenario. I am not encouraging you to pursue this course of action. Chen Jing'an nodded in acknowledgement, stating, whether I profit or incur losses, it is my own business. Nevertheless, considering your kindness towards me, if you could assist me with some spirit stones now, I promise to treat you to fine delicacies once I achieve success in the future. Chen Jing'an was not swayed by such fanciful talk. Furthermore, he was adept with his own hands and possessed far more experience in the art of baiting than Chen Jing'an. Did the lad truly believe his fortune would surpass his uncle's? Absurd. He waved his hand dismissively. Your uncle has grown older and cannot indulge in rich flavors. I do not partake in beef. What did you say? Nothing. Chapter 24. The Leaf WRM Assassin. The gambler's spirit manifested with his uncle's clever insights in mind. Chen Jing'an promptly put them into action the following day, arriving at the foot of Songzhu Mountain to cultivate. He did not immediately cast aside the spirit stone. Instead, he intended to first utilize the spirit-gathering array for his own cultivation, curious to see if he could entice any spiritual entities in the presence of others. To this end, Chen Jing'an deliberately selected a prime location adjacent to the spiritual field. He settled cross-legged, allocating his time throughout the day. 70% was devoted to breathing exercises, while the remaining 30% was reserved for focused practice on the Fire Cloud Sword. This distribution reflected Chen Jing'an's own considerations, as he had formulated an expectation regarding the effects of the mother and child bell. Breathing exercises were integral to the speed of cultivation, with the most significant influencing factor being the nature of one's spiritual root. The Fire Cloud Sword represents a fire attribute spell, influenced primarily by one's affinity for fire and the innate talent for casting spells. Chen Jing'an has compared these two factors and arrived at a fundamental judgment regarding the future. At present, the mere fact that his lineage has produced a descendant like Chen Jing'an, who possesses 4 elemental roots, is akin to a sign of fortune from ancestral graves. Beyond this, the next level would be 3 elemental roots. With the example of his 6th uncle in mind, Chen Jing'an does not dismiss the possibility of having such a prodigious offspring in his future. However, the crux of the matter lies in time. Thus, the talent of possessing 4 elemental roots may accompany him for a considerable duration ahead. Therefore, he must not allocate too little time for meditation and cultivation, as this is the foundation of his practice. In contrast, his aptitude for spells remains a blank slate, offering ample room for enhancement. Who knows? He might suddenly achieve great renown. While he was deep in contemplation, he suddenly sensed a subtle movement in the soil below, maintaining the spirit-gathering formation. He raised his hand toward the shifting direction and grasped something that felt soft and slippery. It was a plump green earthworm. Chen Jing'an raised his gaze slightly, revealing a bright smile that caused the earthworm to squirm in panic. A layer of slimy secretion oozed from its body as it attempted to escape. With a crooked smile, Chen Jing'an leisurely uttered a single word, slash. In the next moment, a small burst of flame materialized, transforming into a crimson sword no longer than a finger, which pierced vertically through the earthworm's body, cleaving it in two. The principle of cutting an earthworm is akin to mixing an egg. This much I understand. Chen Jing'an showed no disdain for the bloodshed and promptly tossed the earthworm into his bag of holding. This particular earthworm, known as the leaf worm, could change its color to resemble green leaves, hence its name. It serves as a minor supplement, suitable not only for immortals but also for the uninitiated, possessing the ability to strengthen the body and invigorate the spirit. Had he not yet broken through to the 5th level of qi refinement, Chen Jing'an would have secretly consumed it himself. Yet, it is not an exceptionally rare item. A single bite less would not hinder his cultivation progress. It would be more beneficial to bring it home for soup. Over the next few hours, he managed to catch 2 more leaf worms, which he stored away. This validated his second uncle's method of using the spirit-gathering formation as bait. Leaf worms are considered spirit entities, if enough are caught and dried into leafworm jerky. Accumulating a pound would yield a piece of spirit stone. Chen Jing'an estimated the weight of these 3 leaf worms and concluded that to reach a pound when dried, he would need to catch at least 50. This perfectly aligns with the saying, even the tiniest mosquito leg is still meat. That evening, he cooked the 3 leaf worms together with a hen, keeping a third for himself and sending the remainder next door to share with his father. As for his second uncle, Chen Jing'an considered sharing some, but this little catch was modest enough. If he were to make a grand gesture of delivering it to his second uncle, it would hardly suffice, and he would feel somewhat embarrassed. The following half-month unfolded accordingly. Chen Jing'an, employing this method, successfully captured 30 leaf earthworms, amounting to a little over half a pound. For the leaf earthworms in this spiritual field, encountering him was akin to facing an annihilation. As of now, he could only manage to find about 1 in a day. To achieve further gains, he would have to venture elsewhere. In such a vast expanse of pine and bamboo mountains, the hidden leaf earthworms surely numbered beyond his modest catch. If thoroughly exploited, he could potentially gather several spiritual stones. Chen Jing'an, in matters like these, would certainly not entertain the notion of sustainable practices. After all, he was already in dire straits. Would he concern himself with environmentalism? That was preposterous. Another fortnight slipped by. Finally, the leaf earthworms in Chen Jing'an's possession amassed to a full pound, effectively recouping the investment for the gathering formation. All things considered, from the moment he set his hands to work until now, merely a month had elapsed, and he had thus earned a spiritual stone. Even with the reinforcement of the gathering formation, such fortune seemed almost surreal. Moreover, equipped with the Qinghe bag, he was under no immediate pressure to dispose of his findings. This was especially true after hearing about his second uncle's misadventure. Initially, as an elder, his uncle had cautioned him against becoming too reckless. Yet, Chen Jing'an later learned from his father that his uncle had naively used an entire spiritual stone as bait, only for it to be swallowed whole by a passing wild boar. Although his uncle had subsequently slain the beast, the stone's essence had already been digested by the creature. This served as a cautionary tale of imprudence. His uncle had no one but himself to blame, trudging back with the boar's meat, which he then distributed among the family branches, leaving the remainder for the younger generation of his lineage to restore their health. Given such a painful lesson, if Chen Jing'an were to approach now, he would likely be seen as a reckless fool by his uncle. Should he suffer for it, he could hardly blame anyone else. His uncle was still too inexperienced. Chen Jing'an, while criticizing him, felt a twinge of temptation himself. Unlike his uncle, he possessed a touch of fortune. As long as he remained prudent, surely he wouldn't encounter a wild boar on his very first attempt, would he? Surely not. The more he deliberated, the more his adventurous spirit surged uncontrollably. He reassured himself that having utilized the gathering formation for a month and already recouped his investment, he was bound to incur no losses. Furthermore, with his imminent nuptials approaching, was it unreasonable to advance a little good fortune? Chen Jing'an felt as though a spirit named Poverty Ghost resided within him, persistently tempting him. Despite his repeated and vehement refusals, this specter seemed impervious to reason. Thus, he proceeded. He deliberately chose a clear, sunny morning to fully activate the gathering formation, securing it to the trunk of a grand tree. Clad in the auspicious attire he had crafted, Chen Jing'an positioned himself 10 meters away, cultivating his spiritual energy. He vigilantly maintained his watch from dawn until dusk, even foregoing practice with the fire cloud sword to avoid alarming his surroundings. As daylight gracefully transitioned into night, the spirit-gathering array radiated a resplendent white light until a shadow suddenly descended upon it. Its resemblance to Yi Qiao was unmistakable. However, Chen Jing'an distinctly observed that this entity possessed the ability to fly. Without hesitation, he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, enveloping the shadow immediately. As he approached, he discerned its true form. Was it a silkworm? Chapter 25. The Azure Sky Spirit Silkworm. The 6 departments of the prefecture. This is the Azure Sky Spirit Silkworm. Uncle Chen gazed at the small azure silkworm, now covered by a jar that Chen Jing'an had placed over it, and he found himself questioning his existence. How did you manage this? A common saying goes, one cannot catch a wolf without parting with a child. Not only had Chen Jing'an captured this invaluable Azure Sky Spirit Silkworm, but he had also retained his spirit-gathering array. Uncle Chen felt a surge of envy rising within him. Observing his uncle's expression, Chen Jing'an felt a wave of relief that he had refrained from flaunting the captured silkworm in front of him. With a feigned innocence, he inquired, "How much can this Azure Sky Spirit Silkworm fetch in spiritual stones?" "At least 50 pieces, Uncle Chen replied, swallowing hard and extending a hand. "Moreover, this is a rarity. Typically, one would not sell such a treasure. The Azure Sky Spirit Silkworm has the capacity to continuously produce a precious material known as Azure Silkworm Silk, renowned for its remarkable toughness, rivaling that of magical artifacts. If the production of Azure Silkworm Silk is abundant enough, it can even ensnare someone at the 9th level of Qi refinement, capable of ensnaring those at the 9th level of Qi refinement." Chen Jing'an's eyes widened in astonishment, and he quickly exclaimed, "I won't sell it. What a jest! If I retain it to harvest silk, when my strength is sufficient, I could use this silk to ensnare others effortlessly. Earning back those 50 spiritual stones would be a matter of moments." Uncle Chen's lips curled upward in delight for his nephew, yet this did not prevent him from imparting some caution. Do not be foolishly gullible. If you encounter someone at the 9th level of Qi refinement wielding a superior magical artifact, they possess the means to break free from the silk. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Jing'an cast a sidelong glance at his uncle, implying, if it cannot ensnare those at the 9th level, it can still entrap those at the 7th level. "You impudent child." Uncle Chen, exasperated, retrieved a small booklet from the wall behind him and tossed it directly at Chen Jing'an's face. "All the pertinent information regarding this spirit silkworm is contained within that book. Study it yourself. Now take the book and be gone." "Understood," Chen Jing'an replied cheerfully as he departed. He spent the entire evening delving into the booklet, gradually enhancing his understanding of the Azure Sky Spirit Silkworm based on the information within. This spirit silkworm was omnivorous, requiring sustenance from spiritual entities. Under normal circumstances, it could produce 1 to 2 units of Azure Silkworm silk annually, valued at 10 spiritual stones. The typical lifespan of an Azure Sky Spirit Silkworm ranges from 6 to 7 years. The one in Chen Jing'an's possession appeared to be less than a year old. In the most favorable conditions, this spirit silkworm could yield an equivalent of 60 to 70 spiritual stones. However, it necessitated spiritual entities as nourishment, which also incurred expenses. Chen Jing'an mentally calculated the requirements and determined the appropriate spiritual entities to feed the azure sky spirit silkworm. Utilizing the captured leaf worms not only addresses the issue of spiritual materials, but also provides a commendable outlet for the inconveniently obtained leaf worms, proving to be quite advantageous. As for the ultimate fate of the azure silk from the ethereal silkworm, Chen Jing'an currently leans towards retaining it. His intention was to acquire a magical artifact for himself. If the quality of the azure silk is on par with that of a magical item, there would be no need for him to unnecessarily allow other cultivators to profit from the disparity in value. After this fortunate acquisition, Chen Jing'an devoted himself entirely to capturing leaf worms. He possessed a keen self-awareness, realizing that obtaining a single azure ethereal silkworm, valued at 50 spiritual stones, had exponentially increased his wealth. However, it is essential to practice contentment. Otherwise, he would inevitably pay the price for failing to safeguard excessive wealth. With prudence in words and actions, one could indeed say that he had prematurely celebrated the joys of impending marriage. As time passed, the news of Magistrate Zhu's promotion ceased to be a secret. Even the 4 prominent celestial clans, with their vast connections, became aware of Magistrate Zhu's new position. As anticipated, he was promoted to Yunwu Prefecture, taking on the role of one of the 6 clerks, specifically in charge of legal affairs. According to the bureaucratic structure of the Great Qian, the 6 clerks oversee various critical matters of the prefecture: the clerk of meritorious affairs, clerk of granaries, clerk of household affairs, clerk of military affairs, clerk of legal affairs, and clerk of scholars. Above them stand the 3 significant authorities: the prefect, the deputy prefect, and the county constable. Unlike the Qi refining celestial clans, the position of prefect is typically hereditary, held by foundational cultivators, thereby possessing the power to suppress all other officials within the prefecture. This arrangement is a consequence of the compromises made during the founding of the Great Qian with local celestial clans. Each year, the central authority of Great Qian engages in a power struggle with local celestial clans, primarily relying on the deputy prefect and the 6 clerks to navigate these turbulent waters. Those who fail to contend risk losing everything, becoming mere casualties in this grand contest. Conversely, those who excel may ascend to greater heights, transcending the prefectural level to enter the central authority of Great Qian, thus becoming members of the true bureaucratic elite. From Chen Jing'an's perspective, he harbored little optimism for Magistrate Zhu's future. The rotation of the 6 clerks often signified the death of the previous clerk, leading to vacancies. Those qualified to replace a clerk are typically seasoned officials who have proven themselves through experience in the county's bureaucratic arena. Although Magistrate Zhu performed adequately, many others could easily rival him. To the court, such county officials were in ample supply. Viewed from this angle, Chen Jing'an discerned that the Qi refining celestial clans in the county resembled literal sharpening stones. The court utilized them to hone county officials, who, in turn, were employed to counterbalance the foundational cultivators within the prefecture. This process inherently increased the fluidity of the bureaucratic landscape. Uninformed observers might even extol the great Qian emperor for his enlightened governance, lauding his willingness to provide opportunities for future generations. With this realization, Chen Jing'an's admiration for Magistrate Zhu significantly diminished. Ultimately, they were merely puppets manipulated by the powerful figures in court. The court could command them, as mere mortals, to suppress the celestial clans with cultivators in their ranks, while even the most ruthless demonic cultivators would be inclined to steer clear. However, should the celestial clans retaliate, it would be these officials who would face the consequences first. In the county magistrate's residence, preparations to evict individuals had commenced in recent days. The servants and maidservants, unable to be taken away, were all sold off by County Magistrate Zhu to the affluent families within the county. This group of subordinates was well aware of the regulations of the magistrate's office. Should the next magistrate seek convenience, they would typically reclaim these servants from the wealthy households, thus establishing a new cycle of relationships. Magistrate Zhu dismissed the majority of his aides, for according to the regulations of the 6 departments, he could retain only 2 aides. One of these positions was intended for Master Hu. However, when he sent someone to convey this news, the outcome was unexpectedly disheartening. Master Hu declined. The expression on Magistrate Zhu's face instantly soured. As the nominal ruler of Qinghe County, he could forsake others, but others must never betray him. Master Hu's transgression was unforgivable. With a command, A throng quickly surged towards the small courtyard of the Hu family. Master Hu awaited them without resistance, remaining silent, merely affixing a wedding invitation to the door. The invitation bore an official seal, prominently displaying the 4 characters, Chen clan celestial family. In an instant, the magistrate's guards, dispatched to apprehend him, halted in their tracks. They encircled the area for some time, yet none dared to take a step forward. There is a saying, the celestial family is steadfast, while the magistrates come and go like water. Magistrate Zhu could simply leave without a care, but these men were bound to remain and receive their wages from the government. Moreover, choosing to provoke the celestial family at the time of the magistrate's elevation was ill-advised. Furthermore, this was the hereditary office of the Chen clan celestial family. Strictly speaking, these guards, who were on the government payroll, were nominally under the jurisdiction of Director Chen. Contemplating this, the guards swallowed hard, casting furtive glances, hoping for a reckless youth to break the impasse. The seasoned veterans privately cursed Master Hu for his cunning. Having secured an alternative so early, they thought it inconsiderate not to give prior notice. Just a door apart, the relatives of the Hu family felt their hearts leap to their throats. Yet, this world is indeed magical. A firmly closed door could be breached by various means, but a seemingly ordinary piece of paper rendered it impenetrable. Master Hu's wives and concubines exhaled in relief, praising their lord for aligning with the Chen family. Otherwise, had it been anyone else, this matter would have proven impossible. The other concubines and relatives chimed in, extolling Master Hu's wisdom. Only Master Hu sighed. Magistrate Zhu had not treated him unkindly, and given his own past experiences, he was the least suited to consort with the celestial family. Yet, in pursuit of a lifeline for his family, he ultimately transformed into the very figure he once despised. However, the die was cast, and there was no turning back. Master Hu's gaze swept around before settling on the mother of Hu Qinghe as he spoke. Qinghe is now visibly pregnant. We must spare no effort to protect her and the unborn child. The Chen family has yet to arrive, and should the magistrate come in person, unforeseen events may occur. I understand, she replied. Before long, news of the situation reached Magistrate Zhu. If his prior dissatisfaction stemmed merely from Hu Shiya's lack of discernment, at this moment, County Magistrate Zhu truly felt the sting of betrayal. His most valued subordinate had conspired with the celestial beings far earlier than anticipated. He vowed to make the Hu family regret ever gracing this world. After all, they were but a mere descendant of the Chen celestial clan. Even if confronted by Chen Jing'an himself, would he dare lay a hand on me? Fueled by indignation, County Magistrate Zhu stormed to the entrance accompanied by a cadre of trusted aides. He glared at the hesitating guards and bellowed, "What are you dawdling for? Break down the door." Yet, the guards, typically eager to comply, now feigned ignorance. One among them, glaring at the door, shouted, "Hu Shiya, you traitor!" He lunged forward, only to stumble backward upon colliding with the door, crashing heavily to the ground. Clutching his chest, his eyes widened in terror. Oh no, there's celestial magic. Then, darkness enveloped him as he collapsed. His abysmal performance sent shivers down the spines of his colleagues. However, County Magistrate Zhu was right behind him. Was this truly the moment for such ineptitude? Consequently, thud after thud, the guards of the magistrate's residence stacked themselves against the door, effectively sealing off any passage for Zhu. Was this not a blatant mockery of him? When had County Magistrate Zhu ever endured such humiliation? His breath quickened with rage. "You lot, leave at once. The magistrate's residence has no need for your services." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a band of soldiers armed with sharp weapons surged forward. Their armaments were, astonishingly, superior to those of the magistrate's guards. Zhu instantly recognized them as elite members from the third class of officials, also serving as the private militia of the Chen celestial clan. The arrival of the militia signified the arrival of the Chen family. What a display of authority! Master Zhu, a tall figure, resembling Chen Jing'an yet more mature, emerged. He was Chen Jing'an's elder brother, Chen Jing'an, the current commander of the militia and leader of this elite force. Chen Jing'an held no fondness for this county magistrate, especially given that they had not broken any laws. Rather, it was Zhu's actions that bordered on overreach. According to the imperial edicts, appointments and dismissals within the third class of officials were solely the purview of the chief scribe, while the magistrate possessed only the authority to mobilize them. By taking matters into his own hands, was Zhu demonstrating contempt for the laws of the court? As Chen Jing'an spoke, he advanced with his militia, exuding an air of intimidation. Aware he could not best them and mindful of his own culpability, County Magistrate Zhu could only offer a cold, mocking laugh, though his tone held a hint of menace. Does your Chen family truly believe you can safeguard the Hu family? I may not be able to settle accounts with the Hu clan at present, but should I choose to lower my pride, I am certain the next magistrate would grant me a favor. I assure you, the Hu family will find no sanctuary in Qinghe County. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Hu family members, merely a wall away, turned ashen. The current county magistrate Zhu was akin to a tiger fallen to the plains. Yet the incoming magistrate was a rising sun in its zenith. He may not be able to handle the Chen family, but if he were to focus all his efforts on the Hu family, unless they were to remain confined within their doors indefinitely, there would be no escape. What difference would that make from being under house arrest? At this moment, even the usually composed face of Master Hu reflected a trace of unease. Having served beside Magistrate Zhu for many years, he was acutely aware that if pressed too hard, this man would indeed take drastic measures. In his strategic planning, he had failed to account for the possibility of Magistrate Zhu overturning the table. Just then, a languid and nonchalant voice floated in the air. If Magistrate Zhu intends to take matters to the extreme, I shall gladly reciprocate. At worst, I would part with some spirit stones to seek the intervention of the esteemed Jin clan. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice and beheld an individual clad in a vibrant red ceremonial robe, standing tall with hands clasped behind his back. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Chen Jing'an's eyes brightened, and he greeted, "Third brother." The group of robust men behind him, displaying keen awareness, promptly paid their respects, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the immortal." Inside, Master Hu, upon hearing the voice, could not help but feel relieved. At least this young man possessed some semblance of conscience. Upon seeing Chen Jing'an, Magistrate Zhu surmised that he was the son-in-law chosen by Master Hu, and his tone turned unfriendly. "Do you dare to threaten this official?" "I do not," Chen Jing'an replied, shaking his head. "I prefer harmony in business, but if the magistrate insists on tearing up the facade, I have my own methods." As his words fell, he shifted his tone, a menacing aura manifesting in his brow. "If you allow the Hu family to suffer, I shall demand the life of someone from the Zhu family in return. Should you remain alive, ensure that the Zhu family does not step foot outside Yunwu County for the rest of their lives. If you perish, I will make certain that not a single living being remains in the Zhu family." His fierce demeanor sent sweat trickling down Magistrate Zhu's forehead. The magistrate could not fathom how such a young man, barely in his 20s, could harbor such lethal intent and utter such venomous threats. Indeed, those of the Immortal clan were born with a wicked nature. Magistrate Zhu thought to himself, yet he dared not broach the subject of troubling the Hu family again. He truly feared that Chen Jing'an would lead them to mutual destruction. For reasons unknown, he found this young scion of the Chen family even more formidable than the family's official historian. Chapter 27. The Ruthless Chen Jiao and the Breakthrough of Uncle Lu. It was not until Magistrate Zhu departed that Chen Jing'an could no longer contain his laughter. "You truly are remarkable, third brother. You have managed to corner this pompous scholar to such an extent. Our family has not suffered under his command these past years." Chen Jing'an shook his head at this remark. Villains must be tempered by other villains. Once one breaches the rules, there is no need for further tolerance. Subsequently, Chen Jing'an arrived at the entrance of the Hu residence, where the guards, who had been standing at attention, promptly stepped aside to clear the way. "We pay our respects to the immortal." The Hu family, knowing of his arrival, had Master Hu personally open the door. Chen Jing'an regarded Master Hu with a semblance of formality, bowing slightly. "I pay my respects to my father-in-law." Master Hu had initially intended to reprimand him, but the echoes of Chen Jing'an's earlier words lingered in his mind, prompting a swift change of heart. "Qinghe is in the house. I only ask that you treat her well. Please rest assured, father-in-law." Before long, the wedding procession arrived, boldly escorting the bride from the magistrate's residence. This matter, of course, could not escape the notice of the other three immortal clans. When Chen Jing'an's words were relayed in their entirety, the patriarch of the Wang clan, a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement, personally weighed in. This youth, compared to Chen Qishan, bore an even greater air of ruthlessness. This harsh appraisal swiftly became a label affixed to Chen Jing'an himself. At this point, the various immortal clans reached a consensus. The current generation of the Chen clan, known as the 9th, was a ruthless figure capable of killing without a flicker of an eyelash. When this news reached Chen Jing'an's ears, he was taken aback. How could he be branded a cold-blooded killer when he had yet to take a life? His bewildered expression elicited peals of laughter from Qinghe. After all, her husband was destined to become a formidable hero. What was so alarming about a streak of ruthlessness? Should anyone question it, she would be the first to protest. Chen Jing'an recognized that this woman was merely teasing him. Yet, given her delicate condition, he could do little more than glare at her, which did not faze Qinghe in the slightest. She nestled into Chen Jing'an's embrace like a boneless creature, giggling, "I adore my Chen Lang, such a man of spirit." On the day of Magistrate Zhu's departure, only the newly appointed Magistrate Liu and a handful of Zhu's aides came to bid farewell, rendering the scene rather desolate. In truth, Magistrate Zhu had initially arranged for a sizable entourage. However, following the incident involving Chen Jing'an, he was genuinely apprehensive that the deranged youth might dispatch assassins among the farewell party, prioritizing his own safety above all. Carriages laden with the magistrate's family departed. Miss Zhu lifted the curtain and gazed at the receding Qinghe County, her eyes tinged with nostalgia. After all, it was the place where she had spent a decade of her life. How could she not harbor feelings for it, especially concerning the Hu family? Miss Zhu had anticipated that this affair would be exposed only after their departure, allowing her father, who was in the county, to remain oblivious and for everyone to coexist peacefully. Little did she know that the Chen family would show her father such blatant disregard, particularly Chen Jing'an. She recalled the man's earlier subservient demeanor and contrasted it with the brutal figure who had threatened her family. They seemed like entirely different individuals. The only explanation was that he had been concealing his true self all along. This revelation led Miss Zhu to reflect on her previous counsel to Qinghe, leaving her with a sense of being played for a fool. Truly despicable. As Magistrate Liu assumed office, he would need to establish his own foundation in the short term, aiming to avoid conflicts with the immortal clans. Likewise, the fugitive demonic cultivator had not made an appearance in quite some time. Now that Chen Jing'an had taken a secondary wife, it was impossible for Qinghe to remain the sole occupant of the residence. Rather, he intended for his legitimate wife, Yushan, to reside outside. That would be entirely counterproductive. He promptly brought everyone back to the manor, thereby sparing himself the hassle of travel. Next, he would await the birth of Qinghe's child. Since his previous two offspring were sons, Chen Jing'an secretly hoped for a daughter this time. Not for any particular reason, but simply to add some amusement to life in the manor. A month later, on a particular day, as Chen Jing'an emerged from the stable, a smile once again graced his face. A joyous occasion was upon him. Among this batch of 6 demonic species, astonishingly, 2 have survived. Excluding the portion that must be returned to the family to settle debts, there remain 2 spirit stones that can be credited to his personal account. In contrast, the results obtained from the spirit gathering formation are considerably less fruitful. The leaf worms he currently captures can merely ensure that the azure sky silkworms have enough to eat. There are days when he cannot even accumulate a single leaf worm for his own little treasury. This predicament is a sweet trouble, for his azure sky silkworms are now capable of spinning azure silk. Chen Jing'an has personally tested this, with his current strength. Even unleashing the full might of a 2-inch fire cloud sword, he cannot even budge the azure silk in the slightest. Such formidable defense must have surpassed that of the unused golden armor talisman he possesses, and it bears no limitations on usage. This piqued Chen Jing'an's interest. Should he accumulate a substantial amount of azure silk, he could exchange the unused golden armor talisman for spirit stones. Personally, he prefers to stockpile spirit stones as a form of hard currency for unforeseen circumstances. Shortly after Chen Jing'an exited the stable, a confidant of the elders summoned him, indicating an urgent matter to discuss. Thus, he hurriedly made his way to the study. His second uncle was already awaiting him, making 3 individuals present in total. After closing the door, the elder spoke. 6th brother transmitted news yesterday that he has broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Upon hearing this, Chen Erbua's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed with excitement, truly worthy of being the 6th brother. Chen Jing'an's exhilaration was no less than his uncle's. The breakthrough of 6th uncle to the 9th level of Qi refinement signifies that he is now qualified to attempt the foundation establishment stage. The primary support for this achievement is the black cloud vine they unearthed on Songzhu Mountain years ago. The elder had promised to send 100 spirit stones to 6th uncle, and it was likely for this very matter. Indeed, the elder was the first to produce a Qianquan bag, placing it on the table with solemnity. Inside are 100 spirit stones that I have prepared. If you too wish to contribute a little more, you may send them together. Of course, this is not mandatory. It merely depends on whether you are willing to take a gamble. Upon hearing this, both Chen Jing'an and Chen Erbo began to contemplate seriously. They understood the elder's intention. This was not a mere test, but rather an opportunity. Should Chen Yaodong succeed in his breakthrough, he would become the greatest pillar of support for the Qin clan. Furthermore, being within the celestial sect, Chen Yaodong would have greater access to the Foundation establishment circle, thus obtaining resources far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Today's timely assistance would yield manifold returns in the future. However, there remained one prerequisite. Chen Yaodong must successfully break through. Otherwise, all would be for naught. Logically, after the events of that day, Chen Jing'an had resolved not to gamble again, especially in ventures that were fraught with risk. Yet, should it involve sixth uncle, the situation would be entirely different. Setting aside other considerations, the love token he possessed was a gift from sixth uncle. He could afford to be shameless, but he could not be ungrateful. Spirit stones could be replenished, but opportunities for sixth uncle's breakthrough to Foundation establishment might only come once in a lifetime. The most valuable possessions he held, the celestial silk and the heart-binding talisman, were the very foundation upon which he stood. They were not to be touched unless absolutely necessary. However, he could certainly produce other items. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a golden armor talisman and all 6 of his spiritual stones from his cosmic bag, placing them upon the table. Their combined worth amounted to 8 spiritual stones. Upon witnessing this generous display, both Uncle Chen and the elder gentleman were taken aback, with the latter's lips curving into a smile that radiated from his heart. Uncle Chen turned to Chen Jing'an, feigning reluctance, and said, "Since you have contributed so much, it would be ungracious of me to be stingy. I will offer 12 spiritual stones, which will perfectly bring our total to 20. Chapter 28. The eldest daughter, Qinghe. A fire spirit body. 12 spiritual stones were not the limit of Uncle Chen's generosity. Given his age and decades of accumulation, even if his spiritual stones were not abundant, he could still muster 30 or 40 if he truly emptied his coffers. Yet, as he had already traversed more than half of his life and had a 9-year-old son under his care, who also possessed a spiritual root, it was evident that Uncle Chen could not afford to be as carefree as Chen Jing'an. He needed to leave something for his descendants. Nevertheless, such sincerity was more than adequate. Together, the uncle and nephew had nearly pooled enough for a low-grade magical artifact. Chen Qishan nodded and then spoke. "I will arrange for General Meng's people to deliver these 120 spiritual stones." Upon hearing General Meng's name, the expressions of the uncle and nephew grew considerably solemn. In his youth, the elder gentleman had joined the Anxi army of the Great Qian, tasked with battling the neighboring country of Daliang, under the command of General Meng, who was no ordinary man. A Foundation establishment cultivator himself, General Meng held significant sway within the Great Qian. It was on the battlefield that the elder had fought valiantly, seizing the relics of enemy cultivators and acquiring cultivation techniques, which, combined with his own spiritual root, set him on the path of immortality. He had fought fiercely in the military and had even received a personal summons from General Meng, eventually securing a position for his family to establish a lineage of immortals, which led to the present state of the Qinghe Chen clan. Strictly speaking, their branch was a vassal to General Meng. Each year, the elder would present tributes to General Meng to maintain this vital connection. The world of immortals was not one that could be entered by the frivolous, and the elder was even less inclined to risk his 6th uncle's return. He chose instead to directly utilize this favor, leveraging General Meng's influence to ensure the delivery of the spiritual stones. The rest, he decided, was left to fate. Once again, Chen Jing'an found himself bereft of any spiritual stones. However, he had never been accustomed to relying on spiritual stones for cultivation, rendering this situation largely inconsequential. Moreover, with his ventures in both worm excavation and horse breeding, a resurgence was merely a matter of time. In comparison, he found himself increasingly impatient to meet his 3rd child. Meanwhile, within the realm of immortals, on this day, Chen Yaodong received a summons from a steward of the immortal sect, his heart filled with curiosity. The steward tossed a cosmic bag to him, stating, "Someone from your clan has sent you a gift, a total of 120 spiritual stones. Please count them yourself." Upon hearing this, Chen Yaodong immediately accepted the Qinghe bag without counting its contents. Instead, he took out 12 spirit stones from his own Qinghe bag and presented them with both hands. "I appreciate your assistance, esteemed elder. This is a token of my filial piety." The steward shook his head in response. There is no need for that. My remuneration has already been settled by another. You may leave directly. Chen Yaodong ceased to insist. Were it not for the hierarchy established within the immortal sect, he would not so easily squander the spirit stones painstakingly accumulated by his family. However, the additional 20 spirit stones left him in a state of perplexity. Upon returning home and opening the Qinghe bag, he discovered a note pinned by his father. Brother, Yaowu presents 12 spirit stones. Nephew, Jing'an presents 8 spirit stones. Though the note contained little text, it rendered Chen Yaodong's Qinghe bag feel increasingly burdensome, especially with regard to that rascal Chen Jing'an. At that moment, Chen Yaodong could vividly imagine the lengths to which his nephew had gone to gather those 8 spirit stones. His eyes glistened with unshed tears as he chuckled and scolded. You little rascal, do you not trust your 6th uncle? By heavens, this time I shall risk my life to achieve a breakthrough. With gritted teeth, Chen Yaodong's expression was more resolute than ever. 3 months swiftly passed. Chen Jing'an, through relentless searching, finally amassed a pound of leaf earthworms. Meanwhile, the stables had witnessed the demise of 8 demon beasts, yielding no returns. Nevertheless, Chen Jing'an firmly believed that the misfortunes he encountered were merely shielding his soon-to-be-born child from calamity. Hence, he was certain that this child would not disappoint him. Outside the delivery room, Chen Jing'an's eldest son, Chen Jing'an, was now able to walk and jump with enthusiasm. Clutching his father's pant leg, he looked up expectantly. Father, am I about to have a younger brother or sister? Indeed. Chen Jing'an lifted his son without probing further into whether he preferred a brother or a sister. He was astute enough to recognize the context. It was evident to discerning eyes that Hu Xing'er and the Hu family had just begun to ally with the Chen family, and thus, it would be most prudent for this birth to yield a male heir, as it would stabilize public sentiment. Chen Jing'an himself was indifferent to this notion. Having promised to care for the Hu family, he would not discriminate based on the child's gender. However, Chen Jing'an's perspective was different. Should he express a preference for a sister, it would likely be misconstrued as his mother's influence, potentially igniting conflict with the maternal clan. This was something Chen Jing'an wished to avoid. For now, he was focused on being a competent father and maintaining an appearance of a harmonious family, postponing any handling of such trivial disputes. The future could be addressed in due time. The father and son waited for nearly half an hour, during which sounds gradually emerged from within the room. Chen Jing'an attentively monitored the changes of the Zimu clock. Finally, with the familiar chime resonating, the clock announced, Child 3, Chen Jing'an qualification, 5 spirit roots, Fate 1, innate beauty, her looks surpass those of the vast majority, Fate 2, Bing fire spirit body, possessing a superior innate talent for fire attributes. The clockmaster may choose to imprint one of the attributes. Upon seeing his daughter's attributes, Chen Jing'an's heart blossomed with joy. Indeed, once again, a child endowed with spiritual roots has emerged. Not only has he ensured the continuation of his lineage, but he has also bestowed upon himself the much-needed fire attribute affinity. Chen Jing'an has chosen the Bing fire spiritual body. Soon, he felt a flicker of spiritual brilliance flash before his eyes, and the spiritual energy within him began to rise gradually. The countless scenes of practicing the fire cloud sword replayed vividly in his mind, and many previously perplexing aspects became remarkably clear. Chen Jing'an was certain that his mastery of the fire cloud sword had made significant progress. Truly, the spiritual body is extraordinary. The moment he laid eyes on the words Bing fire spiritual body, relevant information began to surface in his mind. In this realm, besides the spiritual roots that determine one's aptitude for cultivation, there exist even rarer spiritual bodies. Each type of spiritual body is uniquely gifted. Should the spiritual body align with one's own spiritual roots, it can further enhance the speed of cultivation. Chen Jing'an could feel that his absorption of the world's spiritual energy had increased by at least 50%. Although it had not yet reached the level of 3 spiritual roots, this was already a considerable improvement. When his eldest daughter was brought forth, Chen Jing'an approached with delight, unable to conceal his affection. This was not merely the behavior of a doting father. Rather, the benefits this little girl had brought him warranted his public display of affection. As long as he, as her father, valued her sufficiently, her treatment would be no less than that of a son. Chapter 29. The Talented Spellcaster. Cooking in secret at the base of Songzhu Mountain, Chen Jing'an unleashed his spiritual power with all his might. In an instant, a searing flame erupted. and the fire cloud sword began to expand from its initial toothpick size, growing thicker and longer. 3 inches, 4 inches, 9 inches, 1 foot. After surpassing 1 foot in length, the fire cloud sword continued to grow slowly. It was not until it reached 1.5 feet that its growth reached its limit. This represented Chen Jing'an's current progress with the fire cloud sword. Most astonishingly, he sensed that his comprehension of the fire cloud sword had yet to reach its pinnacle. This 1.5 feet was merely a temporary achievement, reflecting on the arduous journey he had taken to master the fire cloud sword. He recalled that it took him over half a year to attain a mere 3 inches of proficiency. Yet, with the Bing Fire spiritual body, he had merely adjusted his understanding based on memories, and his accomplishments had outstripped his previous efforts by a considerable margin. Chen Jing'an suppressed a torrent of expletives. All these swirling thoughts ultimately crystallized into a single exclamation. So, this is the distinction between a genius and an ordinary person. Even as a destitute man lacking spiritual stones. At this rate, mastering the fire cloud sword was merely a matter of time. In comparison to his former self, he could almost describe the difference as crushing. This also illustrates a profound truth. Innate understanding itself is an invaluable resource for cultivation. In a sense, he had achieved a form of liberation from poverty. Having finally accomplished this, he was determined to indulge in some well-deserved consumption. The fire cloud sword, mastered. The flame armor, learned. The fire chi transformation, also learned. He intended to arm himself to the teeth. If one cannot obtain spiritual stones to acquire magical artifacts, then let one rely on spells to vanquish foes. Inside the venerable elder's chamber, Chen Jing'an beheld his grandson manifest a sword of fire, a foot in length, before his very eyes. Knowing that his grandson had only mastered this spell for a mere year, his astonishment was palpable. Unlike cultivation, which may be accelerated through the use of spiritual stones and artifacts, spells demand innate talent. In Chen Jing'an's understanding, even a foundational practitioner like General Meng could not bestow the gift of rapid spell acquisition upon another. Thus, he dismissed any notion of Chen Jing'an having relied on external assistance. There was only one explanation. Chen Jing'an indeed possessed an extraordinary talent for cultivating fire-based spells. Such a gift seemed too grand for the mere fire cloud sword. Therefore, Chen Jing'an did not oppose his grandson's decision to also cultivate the flame armor, but rather, he offered his robust support. However, a conundrum arose regarding the transformation of fire energy. Chen Jing'an furrowed his brow. The origins of this spell are remarkable, and its difficulty surpasses your expectations. Your 6th uncle once endeavored to master it, dedicating an entire year without making any progress. A year? Indeed, following that, your 6th uncle chose to shift his focus to a mid-grade spell from the Immortal sect and succeeded in less than 6 months. This statement implied another layer of meaning. The true rank of the fire energy transformation was likely more complex than merely that of a mid-grade spell. Chen Jing'an's eyes flickered with curiosity as he tentatively inquired, "Grandfather, I am aware that the fire energy transformation derives from the battlefield, but may I ask about its origins?" Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an briefly reflected before responding. "It is no trouble to share. When our forces invaded the territory of the Great Liang Kingdom, we passed by the Flame Mountain, where we encountered an abandoned demon den. I ventured into the den seeking treasures, but found nothing of worth, save for this fire energy transformation beside the bones of a human cultivator. Recognizing its rarity, I chose to conceal it instead of surrendering it, intending to preserve it as part of our family's heritage, and to this day, I remain unaware of its true origins." After absorbing his grandfather's explanation, Chen Jing'an felt even more certain of the spell's significance, which only fueled his desire to study it. Observing his grandson's determination, Chen Jing'an ultimately relented. "Very well. This spell shall eventually be passed down to you. I cannot obstruct your pursuit forever. If you wish to learn, then learn you shall." Chen Jing'an's countenance brightened. "Thank you, grandfather. Do not mention it." Chen Jing'an gave him a sidelong glance and stated earnestly, "You are the seed of our new generation. I cannot allow you to be ensnared by this spell. I will grant you a maximum of 2 years. And should you fail to master the fire energy transformation by then, you shall not lay hands on it again until I have closed my eyes for the last time." This demand was not unreasonable. After all, his 6th uncle had spent a year in vain, while his grandfather now offered him a span of 2 years. If he still could not succeed, Chen Jing'an himself would not stubbornly pursue it. In fact, he was quite shrewd. He was no true genius. lacking the arrogance that often accompanies such brilliance. If it is achievable, then so be it. If not, then it shall remain untouched. Should he, possessing the spirit of fire, make no progress within months, he would refrain from engaging with the spell until he received the next enhancement of his innate gifts. As Chen Jing'an prepared to turn away, Chen Jing'an suddenly grasped him and handed him a vial of elixir from his sleeve. Before he could discern the nature of the potion, he heard Chen Jing'an's low warning, "Mind your words, young man, and do not trouble this old man." "Rest assured, grandfather, my lips are sealed," Chen Jing'an thought to himself, feeling a surge of pride at being deemed worthy of such a privilege, quickly placing the elixir into his Qinghe pouch. "All right, you may leave now." "Yes." Upon returning to his residence, Chen Jing'an retrieved the elixir and discovered it was a gathering spirit pill. Was this not the congratulatory gift his grandfather had sent to the Huang family? A vial containing 12 gathering spirit pills and 6 spirit stones. This was undoubtedly the most precious elixir he had ever consumed in his life. He muttered, "The old man could have simply given me spirit stones." Just as the words left his mouth, he ingested one of the gathering spirit pills. The effect was instantaneous, as if the elixir transformed directly into spiritual energy, merging with his being. This single pill saved him at least a month of arduous cultivation. Although its efficacy could not rival that of the purple essence fruit, the gathering spirit pill acted more swiftly and wasted less potency. Comparing the elixir to spiritual fruits, Chen Jing'an noted that the former achieved unparalleled efficiency. Was this the allure of alchemy? For a fleeting moment, he contemplated studying the art of pill refinement again. Yet, this remained a mere thought. How ridiculous! Previously, when faced with the temptation of second-tier talisman crafting, he had managed to maintain his composure. Moreover, after experiencing the ordeal with the fire spirit body, Chen Jing'an had become even more resolute in his intention to cultivate diligently for his descendants. Otherwise, blindly accumulating time through such endeavors would yield the lowest cost-effectiveness. Lacking the constitution for immortality, he must wisely invest his limited energy while still youthful. With the absence of Yushan and Qinghe, his household felt somewhat desolate. However, having recently wed Qinghe, it would be rather inappropriate to suddenly take a concubine. Patience was advisable. Furthermore, Chen Jing'an sensed he had stumbled upon a pattern. Taking his eldest daughter, Chen Jing'an, as an example, her mother, Qinghe, was a fiery character who enjoyed martial pursuits during her maidenhood. Thus their daughter inherited her mother's temperament. As for the eldest and second sons, setting aside the randomness of spiritual roots, one was a congenial soul, while the other was a fortunate one. Here, no discernible pattern emerged. Yet, from Chen Jing'an's perspective, Yushan had married well among her peers lacking spiritual roots in the Immortal clan. This could hardly be deemed bad luck, could it? Since her marriage into the Chen family, he had never heard any disparaging remarks about her, a testament to her character, albeit an argument that might seem somewhat forced. Nonetheless, this provided Chen Jing'an with a line of thought. If he wished for his offspring to excel in celestial arts, he might consider seeking women with ancestral legacies related to such talents. This approach seemed preferable to blindly groping in the dark. Chapter 30. The younger generation gathers. The decline of a family. Such families, once prosperous in their lineage, are commonly referred to as fallen households. Although Chen Jing'an had devised a plan, he soon found himself hindered by the challenge of identifying these fallen households. The Chen family, being the most recent among the 4 great celestial clans, faced a significant obstacle. This meant that while they could easily ascertain the families in Qinghe County that currently possessed cultivators and trace their origins, those celestial clans that had lost their cultivators remained elusive. The simplest approach would be to seek information about these fallen households from the other 3 clans. However, Chen Jing'an did not approach this endeavor with the expectation of reaping overlooked opportunities. After all, it is not uncommon for a family that once boasted cultivators to fall into desolation, inevitably attracting the attention of opportunists. If there were indeed opportunities to be seized, the other 3 clans would have long since exploited them, leaving no room for him to play the role of an after-the-fact strategist. The advantage of this approach lay in the absence of ulterior motives, merely constituting a matter of goodwill. Chen Jing'an was confident that others would not refuse to extend this courtesy. A few days later at Ishan Tower, the former Chuanhuan Tower had suffered a tragic incident, tarnishing its reputation among the celestial clans. The current Ishan Tower was backed by the Wang clan, situated not far from their residence. Should any issues arise, The elders of the Wang clan could arrive swiftly, ensuring safety. Chen Jing'an, as the host, summoned his peers from the celestial clans with whom he was familiar. His second cousin had been preoccupied with researching talisman techniques and was unavailable. Thus, Chen Jing'an invited his younger cousin, Chen Jing'an, to join him, seamlessly integrating him into the circle of younger members of the celestial clans in Qinghe County. It had been some time since the younger members of the other three clans had convened, and today provided an opportunity for them to present new faces from their respective families. Among them were Yuzhan from the Yu clan, Lin Chongkong from the Lin clan, and Wang Qinhui from the Wang clan. They were regarded as the current leaders among the younger generation of their families. After the introductions, Chen Jing'an led the three of them to a corner and, akin to offering a cigarette, distributed a piece of dried leaf worm to each. Initially, the trio was taken aback until Yuzhan recognized it as leaf worm. Wang Qinhui's bemused voice broke the silence. Chen Jiao, outside they say you are ruthless and possess the demeanor of a formidable leader, yet here you are offering mere dried leaf worm to get things done? Lin Chongkong from the Lin clan rolled his eyes in response, jesting, you might as well be called stingy Chen Jiao. Sighing, Chen Jing'an wore a pained expression and then ignited the other end of the dried leaf worm with a spark from his fingertip, allowing clouds of smoke to rise. He had infused it with calming herbs beforehand. Indulging in this, he found a small pleasure akin to a cultivator's delight. Fire attribute magic? The keen-eyed Yuzhan recognized it immediately, exclaiming in surprise, have you broken through to the 5th layer of Qi training? Upon hearing this, both remaining companions wore expressions of disbelief. Chen Jing'an exhaled a plume of smoke with an air of confidence, nonchalantly stating, the aptitude is simply too good, do not envy. 5 spirit roots, what good is that? Wang Qinhui interjected, cursing under his breath before lighting his own piece of dried leaf worm with a candle and mimicking Chen Jing'an's actions. He then inquired, let us put that aside. What exactly do you require our assistance with? As long as it is not excessively unreasonable, I will endeavor to assist you, considering your grandfather's reputation. Wang Qihu's words referred to the time when Chen Qishan repelled the demonic cultivator, thereby protecting his grandfather, Wang Chuang, from harm. Chen Jing'an promptly ceased any further trivialities and articulated his quest to locate the fallen aristocrats. As for his intentions, he candidly admitted them, to take a concubine. His ultimate aim was to secure a gifted progeny, thereby enabling his elderly father to benefit in the future. Apart from omitting any mention of the maternal bell, this encapsulated Chen Jing'an's entire plan. Naturally, his unconventional thought process left the three individuals across from him momentarily astonished. What the devil? Has this idea strayed so far afield? Can such a notion truly originate from a human mind? Not to mention, whether the descendants of those with illustrious ancestors truly possess superior intellect. Let us concede that he is indeed clever. Yet, the question arises, what gives you the confidence that the offspring you produce will possess a spirit root? They began to harbor doubts, wondering if Chen Jing'an's sudden elevation in talent was inversely correlated with a decline in intelligence. Chen Jing'an remained indifferent to others' perceptions of him. He had never sought a spirit root. As long as his offspring could derive the necessary talents from their fate, what mattered if they lacked a spirit root? Each party would obtain what they required. If the father were to gain an advantage, he would duly acknowledge it, ensuring the child could live comfortably as a mortal, thus leaving no debts outstanding. Enough of this idle chatter. Will you assist me or not? Chen Jing'an retorted. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances, revealing their mutual resignation. They would undoubtedly assist him. Chen Jing'an was destined to become the future leader of the Chen clan, and his words bore significant weight. Wang Qihu was the first to speak. I shall find the elder in charge of our library and procure the list of our clan's records for you. Lin Chongkong, I shall do the same. Yuzhan, indeed. The trio acted swiftly. Within mere hours, they delivered the required list to Chen Jing'an's residence. This document had been meticulously processed to exclude a portion of the fallen aristocrats whose whereabouts were unknown. Chen Jing'an meticulously scrutinized the list, initially eliminating array masters and artifact masters. On one hand, their numbers were scarce. On the other, their family lacked any relevant inheritance, thus warranting their immediate exclusion. Chen Jing'an then searched the list of alchemists and talismans, categorizing them by time and rank. Ultimately, he selected 3 families. The Guo family of Huangsiku, which had recently lost its sole cultivator to demonic seduction, becoming a fallen house. Their ancestors had once produced an alchemist. but their mystical lineage had been lost over a century ago. The Zhang family of Zhang, whose forebears had also birthed an alchemist, and the Ma family of Lanhua Valley, known for their ancestral talisman master. Chen Jing'an's gaze first settled upon the Gua family of Huangziku, recalling that this area had previously been visited by demonic cultivators, thus suggesting relative safety from a criminal psychology perspective. However, he was reminded of how the demonic cultivator had disguised their intentions by using the Bai family of Daqiao village as a cover to lure away cultivators, even orchestrating the village's appearance as victims to ensnare them, just as his father had warned. The demonic cultivator is an astute individual. Chen Jing'an harbors a particular disdain for clever individuals, thus Huang Shiko is eliminated from consideration. The remaining options, Zhang and Lanhua Valley, are actually closely matched. However, Chen Jing'an intends to proceed with caution. Zhang's coordinates were acquired from the Wang clan, whose last cultivator passed away over a century ago, while the Zhang clan has long since vanished from the ranks of notable cultivator families. The only remaining members are the villagers of the Zhang clan, which, by all accounts, appear to be unremarkable. Conversely, Lanhua Valley, which had a cultivator just 20 years prior and was only recently delisted, can be considered for future endeavors. Thus, Zhang it shall be. Chapter 31. The Concubine Supervisor. The Yin candle in the spirit soil. Chen Jing'an has settled on Zhang. The matter of acquiring a concubine is trivial enough that it hardly requires his direct involvement. At present, the escaped demonic cultivator remains at large, and he is not so reckless as to venture outside the city himself. In such circumstances, the utility of his subordinates becomes evident. Chen Jing'an promptly summoned his foremost warrior, who also serves as his steward and confidant, an individual whose family has been loyal servants to the Chen clan for generations, ensuring their absolute reliability. Chen Jing'an bestowed upon him the name Yuan Fong. Yuan Fong, I have a task for you. You are to handle this personally, and until it is accomplished, do not let the two ladies know. Yuan Fong responded solemnly, Please, Master Jiao, instruct me. Thus, Chen Jing'an succinctly outlined his requirements. First, prior to selecting a young lady, be sure to consult the family tree to guarantee that her ancestry is legitimate and free from any possibility of deception. Second, strive to choose someone with a pleasant disposition, ideally one who is docile and not prone to causing trouble. Third, under equal conditions, prioritize those who possess outstanding appearance and figure. Yuan Fong, who had managed to maintain his composure, could not help but wipe his forehead upon hearing this lengthy list of demands. He assured himself that he bore no disrespect towards Master Jiao. It was simply that one might mistakenly believe he was selecting a bride, and in such a remote location at that. Yuan Fong expressed his confusion. Nevertheless, as a dutiful subordinate, he would not question his master's intentions. Perhaps, after all, his master had simply developed a new penchant. Chen Jing'an observed Yuan Fong, hoping to inspire a greater sense of urgency in him. After all, his concubine acquisition would not be a one-time affair. Yuan Fong's experiences would grow, and he might become the designated supervisor of concubines in the future, so it was prudent to lay the groundwork for him. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jing'an quickly devised a vision for Yuan Fong's future and gave him 3 encouraging pats on the shoulder. If you perform your duties diligently, you may one day be granted a position in a collateral line. A collateral line? Yuan Fong's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. Rest assured, Master Jiao, I will keep this matter strictly confidential and ensure that the two ladies remain unaware. Yes, and when you arrive at Zhang, do not reveal our clan's identity. I understand. After dismissing Yuan Fong, Chen Jing'an found himself filled with anticipation, curious about what kind of concubine Yuan Fong would procure for him. The thrill of opening a mystery box was indeed quite enticing. Rubbing his hands together, he proceeded, as usual, to the spirit fields of Songshushan. On the very first day of acquiring the flame armor, he successfully mastered this rudimentary defensive spell. Even without resorting to the azure silkworm, Chen Jing'an had acquired the means of self-preservation. Should he encounter the wolf demon once more, he might even have the audacity to slay it. With this in mind, he grasped the spirit-gathering array and ventured along the mountain path. Given that such treasures as the black cloud vine could flourish in this mountainous region, it was conceivable that other wonders lay hidden within. Previously, his lack of protective abilities had deterred him from delving deeper into Pine Bamboo Mountain, but now, armed with 2 spells, he felt emboldened to explore further. With the favor of fortune on his side, Chen Jing'an did not expect to stumble upon another black cloud vine. However, even a mere encounter with a demon would suffice. He could feast upon its flesh and sell the remaining parts for spirit stones, a stroke of serendipity indeed. After approximately 2 hours of cautious travel, he remained vigilant, carefully concealing his presence and lightening his movements. Chen Jing'an returned to the very spot where the wolf demon had once made its lair. He crouched behind a thicket, advancing stealthily. Suddenly, an alluring fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Merely inhaling it invigorated his internal spirit energy. This could only be a spiritual fruit. Chen Jing'an's mind swiftly deduced the source. The underbrush was dense, obscuring visibility both ways. Yet, coincidentally, he found himself in the same location where the wolf demon had taken refuge during his first visit, making his memory of the area quite vivid. If he recalled correctly, the delightful aroma emanated from the area that had once been a marsh. Could it be that the marsh had birthed spiritual fruit once more? Was his fortune truly at such an extraordinary level? He could not help but yearn to exclaim, "Indeed, I am the luckiest in the world." Yet, his intellect restrained him. The same marsh that had previously yielded a black cloud vine could not simply produce another form of spiritual bounty as if one were collecting daily rewards. Moreover, the initial black cloud vine had been guarded by the wolf demon. Thus, the spiritual fruit was surely claimed by another. Contemplating this, Chen Jing'an began to survey his surroundings. He could only assure himself that the path he traversed had been safe, but he held little confidence regarding the marsh. Perhaps the owner of the spiritual fruit was lurking nearby. At this realization, he hesitated. A thought crossed his mind. First, he would observe the owner of the spiritual fruit. If he was capable of defeating them, he would eliminate them. If not, he would retreat along the same path. Regardless, this incident had underscored that the marsh itself was no ordinary place, and it would be prudent to involve the elders of his clan thereafter. With this in mind, Chen Jing'an discreetly retrieved his homemade camouflage cloak, draping it over himself, and then lay flat, masquerading as an inconspicuous patch of grass. Such a ruse could only deceive those at the Qi refinement stage. It would undoubtedly fail against any Foundation establishment cultivator possessing spiritual awareness. However, among the openly acknowledged Foundation establishment cultivators of Yunwu County, there exists but a solitary ancestor from the Zheng clan. The probability of encountering a Foundation establishment cultivator is perhaps even slimmer than the chance of him succumbing to a gluttonous demise. This serves as the bedrock of Chen Jing'an's confidence in his current position. As night descended, Chen Jing'an remained vigilant, resolved to endure until dawn. Should no one arrive, he would retrace his steps and seek the old gentleman's assistance to retrieve the spiritual fruit, thereby mitigating the risk of a counter-ambush. At that moment, Chen Jing'an suddenly perceived the sound of branches shifting, as if someone were treading upon them. Had he not been stationed there, attentively observing his surroundings, he might not have noticed such a subtle commotion. Someone was approaching, and it appeared to be cultivators. Chen Jing'an perked up his ears, and soon discerned 2 distinct thuds upon the ground, 2 individuals. Shortly thereafter, a voice unfamiliar to him echoed, "Lu, you were indeed correct. This candle spirit soil truly allows the fire lychee fruit to continue flourishing. Does this not imply that one could cultivate celestial roots within this mountain?" The mention of celestial roots furrowed Chen Jing'an's brow. He was not unfamiliar with such entities, for the Lin clan from the 4 celestial families possessed a celestial root of their own. The primary function of a celestial root lies in its ability to gather spiritual energy and nurture the surrounding environment. If a celestial root were to thrive for an extended period, it could even be cultivated into a paradise for mortals. Such a thing would be a cornerstone for any celestial clan. Acquiring a celestial root is not particularly arduous. The challenge lies in the exceedingly stringent conditions required for its growth. While Chen Jing'an had not previously encountered candle spirit soil, the mere prospect of cultivating celestial roots ignited his vigilance, compelling him to resolve that these 2 individuals must not leave alive. Chapter 32. The first kill of the demon cultivator, the emergence of the Xianbing root. With this thought, Chen Jing'an commenced a painstakingly slow crawl forward, while the 2 conversed. Upon reaching a sparse thicket, he caught sight, illuminated by the moonlight, of 2 figures adorned with intricate black patterns. He recognized the insignia, the Black Demon Cult. A jolt of surprise coursed through Chen Jing'an, prompting him to hold his breath and observe from the shadows. He needed to ascertain the strength of these 2 before devising his strategy. Ordinarily, he He could easily sense their energies by releasing his spiritual power, but that would inevitably draw their attention. He could only wait for them to inadvertently reveal their strengths. Soon, an opportunity presented itself as one of the individuals approached the marsh and, utilizing his spiritual power, retrieved the spiritual fruit. His prowess became evident. He was at the 4th level of Qi refinement. The other individual, Lu, quickly stepped forward to carefully secure the spiritual fruit, thus disclosing his own level, also at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Weighing the strengths of his adversaries against his own, Chen Jing'an felt a surge of confidence. His greatest advantage was undoubtedly the fire cloud sword. As long as he could eliminate one of them in an instant, the remainder would prove manageable. He decided to bide his time, lurking behind the thicket like a shadowy serpent poised to strike, ever ready to deliver a fatal blow. 2 members of the dark sorcery sect did not depart immediately. Instead, they engaged in further discussion regarding the handling of the shadowy spirit soil. Brother Lu, reporting this news to Lord Z would undoubtedly be a significant achievement, one suggested. You are correct, yet this way, our rewards will be minimal, Lu rebutted. This unclaimed spirit soil, if well guarded, could fetch a handsome price if sold clandestinely to the celestial clans. The divergence in their opinions became apparent. That may not be wise. One member cautioned, hesitating at the mention of trading with the celestial beings. Our identities cannot be revealed, especially with Chief Chen currently being pursued by the Demon Suppression Division. Lu's voice lowered once more. Trust me, we can keep it all for ourselves and then share the spoils. The other's eyes widened in astonishment. Surprised by Lu's audacity to engage in trade behind the sect's back. Aren't you afraid of being purged? But soon, his eyes widened even further as Lu's blade pierced through his chest, delivering a swift death. You fool. I refuse to live my life as someone's dog. Lu spat with disdain as the unfortunate sect member collapsed, unable to utter a complete sentence. Just then, Lu noticed a streak of fiery sword light shooting towards him from the distance, the intense heat instantly scorching a large swath of leaves as it approached his face. A fire attribute spell? Who dares? Lu's expression shifted dramatically as he crossed his arms defensively, dark patterns emerging on his skin, resembling scales. This was a technique from the dark sorcery, intricately crafted and comparable to low-grade spells. However, the disparity in their realms and Chen Jing'an's initial advantage rendered Lu's efforts futile. With a resounding crash, Lu was sent flying by the flames, his body colliding with a tree trunk, the flesh on his chest charred black. At that moment, Chen Jing'an emerged from the shadows and unleashed another fiery sword strike. The nearly 2-foot-long fire cloud sword shot forth with a thunderous roar, aimed directly at Lu's forehead. The flames engulfed him, causing his head to explode like a cannonball, painting a scene of utter carnage. Chen Jing'an, deeming the situation insufficiently secure, waited for his spiritual energy to recover slightly before delivering a final blow to Lu's heart. He then approached the corpse, noting that the earlier spirit fruit had vanished from the deceased's grasp, indicating that Lu possessed a spatial pouch. In a customary manner, Chen Jing'an also delivered a strike to the other member's head, followed by a thorough search of the body. He discovered a single spirit stone, a small stack of silver notes, and a tiny pouch of dried fruit sewn into the clothing, likely made from some kind of spirit fruit. Unsure if it was poisonous, he decided to strip the clothing off and wrap the items within. After digging a small pit, he buried the body and hastily made his way home. Rushing into the old master's bedroom, the old master, having listened to his account, summoned Uncle Qinghe to join them. The 3 returned to Songzhu Mountain, during which time Chen Jing'an counted the spoils from the spatial pouch, finding its contents satisfactory, including 3 spirit stones alone. In addition, they mentioned a fire pomegranate, a segment of a blue tree root that felt slightly cool to the touch, and a small blackened knife, its surface subtly pulsating with spiritual energy. He presented these items to the elder, who was taken aback by the knife, discovering it to be an unfinished product. Grandfather, what is an unfinished product? It refers to a weapon crafted from materials for refining artifacts, shaped into a blank, but failed during the infusion of spiritual energy, thus not qualifying as a proper artifact. The elder, sensing Chen Jing'an's potential dissatisfaction, added, "This one of yours, in terms of material, surpasses ordinary metal and can be sold for 5 spirit stones in the market." Chen Jing'an's expression brightened. He mused that acquiring spirit stones through pillaging was indeed swifter, and then he retrieved the blue tree root. Is this the Xianbing root? The elder's demeanor shifted again as he took the item with a more serious air. They excavated the corpse once more, confirming through tattoos that it undeniably belonged to the Black Demon sect. Grasping the Xianbing root, the elder's expression grew grave. This root is used for casting forbidden formations. I fear there are more members of the Black Demon sect in this mountain. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an felt a chill run down his spine. What on earth? Has my Songzhu mountain become a spawning ground for the Black Demon sect? The elder, perceiving his thoughts, reassured him. But you did slay this one, did you not? However, we must act promptly. We need to investigate further. If we confirm the presence of a Black Demon sect faction, we must swiftly report to the Demon Suppression Division to eradicate them. Otherwise, this precious spirit land will be squandered. The three continued onward. The elder specifically took out 2 movement talismans and handed them to Chen Jing'an, instructing him to leave immediately if the situation turned dire. In the hinterland at the rear of Songzhu Mountain, over 20 practitioners of the Black Demon sect stood scattered, half of whom wielded Xianbing roots. They stood interspersed, the aura of the Xianbing roots converging into a formidable, towering formation. Leading them was a rosy-faced Taoist in purple robes, alongside whom stood the 8th-layer Qi refinement demon cultivator, Cheng Qiong. Under the leadership of this purple-robed Taoist and Cheng Qiong, the grand formation before them imprisoned a burly man with a face like a heavy jujube, who stood motionless, wielding a cleaver, seemingly in a meditative state. Observing this scene, the purple-robed Taoist's voice echoed ominously. Yuan Ji, you should have remained honest in the capital, relying on the Yuan family while playing your part as a second-generation heir. Why plunge into this murky water for a few coins from the Demon Suppression Division? The man paid him no heed, focusing instead on regaining his strength and using the blade to temporarily dispel the encroaching chill. A glint of mockery flashed in the purple-robed Taoist's eyes. The Xianbing root I teach is also known as Xianbing Purgatory. With my presence, do not even dream of breaking free. Today, I shall refine you to death here. Chapter 33. Luring the enemy deeper, the Chun family's nested dolls. At that moment, the purple-robed Taoist's gaze flickered as a faint sound suddenly reached his ears. The noise was not particularly loud, but in the presence of a 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, it was distinctly pronounced. Who goes there? With a resounding shout from the purple-robed Taoist, the demonic cultivators present simultaneously turned their heads, only to behold the sudden appearance of Chen Jing'an amidst the forest. He stood precariously upon a small broken branch, the sound of its snapping echoing in the air. Embarrassed, Chen Jing'an remarked, I was merely passing through. With that, he turned to depart, activating the runes of his swift movement talisman beneath his feet. The purple-robed Taoist, recognizing that Chen Jing'an was merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement, grew concerned that allowing him to leave alive could alert the experts of Qinghe County. Instantly, he conceived a plan to silence him. However, both he and Cheng Qiong were occupied with maintaining the forbidden formation crafted from the Xianbing roots, leaving them unable to intervene. He swiftly directed 2 6th-level demonic cultivators, commanding, bring back his corpse. Understood. The 2 demonic cultivators wasted no time, relinquishing the Xianbing roots to others and swiftly pursuing Chen Jing'an. They dashed forward with impressive speed. Within moments, they had covered several hundred meters, when one of the pursuers, his face twisted in malice, exclaimed, Little brat, blame yourself for witnessing what you should not have. Die. At that moment, 2 water guns sliced through the air. Anticipating the attack, Chen Jing'an lowered his head, allowing the projectiles to soar overhead, striking the 2 pursuers behind him. Caught off guard and unable to react, the 2 cultivators could not even reduce their speed. With a sharp whoosh, the water guns, one left and one right, pierced through their spiritual protective barriers, impaling them against a tree trunk. Chen Jing'an halted his flight, and not far away, Uncle Chen leaped from the thicket, a smile gracing his face. Jing'an, you performed admirably. Uncle, your prowess is impressive as well. You've broken through to the later stages of Qi refinement, able to unleash 2 shots at once. After a brief exchange of compliments, Chen Jing'an turned to run back, while Uncle Chen swiftly gathered the spoils and followed behind. Meanwhile, the purple-robed Taoist had believed that dispatching 2 6th-level cultivators would secure victory. Just then, a 2-foot-long fire cloud sword whizzed through the air, targeting the back of a 4th-level demonic cultivator. With a sharp crack, the cultivator's head exploded like a bomb. This once again drew the attention of the surrounding demonic cultivators. Seizing the moment, Chen Jing'an fled, Yet his sly retreat left an impression on the demonic cultivators. This brat dares to employ trickery. A thought flashed through the purple-robed Taoist's mind when he suddenly witnessed two azure water guns shooting forth from another direction, this time aimed at the two sixth-level demonic cultivators. One cultivator managed to react, abandoning the Xianbing route, but was still injured by the splashing water. The other, however, was too slow and was promptly impaled. With a steely gaze, Uncle Chen, now at the 7th level of Qi refinement, stood atop a large tree, surveying the throng of demonic cultivators below, as another water gun coalesced in his hand. Indeed, his current stance, coupled with his imposing appearance, exuded an aura of a single warrior capable of holding back a multitude. Yet, the demonic cultivators were not to be underestimated. The two individuals before and after were evidently in collusion, indicating that the two who had pursued earlier, both at the 6th level of Qi refinement, had most likely perished. The Taoist in the purple robe felt a sense of mockery wash over him, and he promptly prepared to take action, his expression darkening. Do you think yourself clever? Such rubbish at the 7th level of Qi refinement is easily vanquished with a single punch. At that moment, a master from the Demon Suppression Division within the Xianbing array suddenly swung his blade. With a thunderous crash, the already weakened Xianbing array, reduced in number to 4, exhibited cracks under the force of that strike. This made the purple-robed Taoist even more reluctant to act recklessly. He glanced at Chen Jing'an beside him and commanded, "Resolve him swiftly." The subordinate complied. Although Chen Jing'an resented the Taoist's orders, the circumstances dictated submission. Having already offended the Demon Suppression Division, the only way to leave Qinghe County unscathed was to cooperate with the Taoist in eliminating this formidable adversary. Chen Jing'an swiftly exited the Xianbing array, his eyes gleaming with malice as he charged toward Uncle Chen. However, before he could reach his target, a colossal gourd came hurtling toward him. Chen Jing'an, having previously been crushed by the gourd, instinctively recoiled in fear. Yet, the gourd deftly evaded him and landed squarely upon a demon cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement, who only had time to emit a wretched scream before being obliterated into a gruesome pulp. After claiming its victim, the gourd flew back into the hands of an imposing elder, Chen Jing'an, radiating the aura of the 8th level of Qi refinement. He sent the remaining demon cultivators fleeing in panic, abandoning the maintenance of the Xianbing array, for they had no desire to be crushed underfoot. Chen Jing'an realized he had fallen into their trap, his expression darkening instantly. "Chen Jing'an, I shall not let this matter rest with your Chen clan." Chen Jing'an ignored him, instead bowing courteously to the master of the Demon Suppression Division within the Xianbing array, seemingly seeking credit. "Lord Yuan, Chen Jing'an from Qinghe County has come to assist." In response, a hearty laugh echoed. "Well done, Chen Jing'an, I shall remember you." Immediately, golden light surged forth, shattering the already weakened array bereft of its supporting roots. The blade-wielding man, Yuan Ji, emerged from the fray and without hesitation pursued the purple-robed Taoist. Chen Jing'an also intercepted the 8th level Chen Jing'an, leading to a stalemate between the two formidable forces. Logically, the remaining demon cultivators were more than capable of besieging Chen Jing'an and Uncle Chen. However, this was a gross overestimation of the demon cultivators' integrity. Moreover, the strategic formation of the trio, grandfather, father, and son, created an illusion of encirclement for the demons. First, a 5th level Qi refinement cultivator concealed a 7th level behind him. Just when one might think this was the extent of it, another 8th level Qi refinement cultivator emerged unexpectedly. Who could ascertain that this 8th level was the entirety of their strength? Meanwhile, Chen Jing'an and Uncle Chen were not idle. Uncle Chen began eliminating demon cultivators below the 7th level, while Chen Jing'an followed closely behind, using the Fire Cloud sword to deliver finishing blows and loot the corpses. One could confidently assert that this outing was indeed a lucrative venture, not only personally, but also for the clan as a whole. So far, Chen Jing'an has collected 7 Qiankuan bags. Without delving into other matters, simply selling these bags would yield 14 spirit stones, not to mention the treasures contained within. Wealth has come, wealth has come. Chen Jing'an's smile was so wide it seemed to distort his face. And it was only when the low-ranking demon cultivators had fled that the uncle and nephew momentarily retreated to the side. Meanwhile, the battle between the two factions of cultivators was unfolding favorably. The elite from the Demon Suppression Department completely suppressed the purple-robed Taoist, the golden light on his blade growing ever brighter, resembling a small sun ablaze. Chen Jing'an, relying on his magical gourd, was making life miserable for Chen Jing'an. Although demon cultivators excel in close combat, Chen Jing'an found himself unable to breach the gourd's defenses. Under normal circumstances, he could have exhausted his opponent's spiritual energy before delivering a fatal blow. Unfortunately, Chen Jing'an was an alchemist. Whenever his spiritual power waned, he would produce a spiritual pill to replenish himself, leaving Chen Jing'an no opportunity to retaliate. Chapter 34. The Demon's Demise. Military organization. The continuous onslaught had instilled in Chen Jing'an the desire to flee. The purple-robed Taoist formation had been shattered, signaling the inevitable decline of his fortunes. It was merely a matter of time before Yuan Ji would bring about his demise. At that moment, he realized he would also meet with misfortune. With this thought, Chen Jing'an promptly abandoned his assault and turned to flee. Yet, Chen Jing'an had anticipated such a possibility. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Did he truly believe I would make the same mistake twice? Chen Jing'an slapped the Qinghe bag, and immediately, two streams of light, one black, one white, shot forth, akin to serpents rushing towards Chen Jing'an's side. As they approached, the two streams transformed into black and white shackles, swiftly encircling Chen Jing'an's neck, expanding and growing heavy, dragging his body downward with great speed. This was the heavenly lock talisman, crafted by a talisman master at great expense, costing 10 spirit stones per piece. Chen Jing'an, caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, gazed at the magical gourd descending upon him, preparing to cast a counterspell in response. However, seizing the moment, Chen Jing'an threw out a small piece of azure silk, instantly binding Chen Jing'an's legs. Though it did not inflict damage, it disrupted his rhythm of casting. Before he could react, the magical gourd had already crashed down upon him. Bang! Chen Jing'an's head was knocked askew, yet he still clung to life. Chen Jing'an struck again, delivering 3 consecutive blows, and ultimately, Chen Jing'an's head could no longer withstand the pressure and finally detached. However, Chen Jing'an did not rush forward. Instead, he called out to Chen Jing'an. Jing'an, unleash the fire. At his words, Chen Jing'an swiftly summoned the fire cloud sword, piercing Chen Jing'an's body, which soon ignited into a thick cloud of black smoke, accompanied by ghastly wails echoing through the air. Chen Jing'an had lost count of how many times he had wielded the fire cloud sword that day. If he could fully assimilate the insights gained today, his proficiency with the fire cloud sword would surely ascend to new heights. On another front, the purple-robed Taoist had also prepared for his escape and had already begun to flee. Yet Yuan Ji showed no inclination to pursue. He raised his blade leisurely, lifting it above his head, the golden light still brewing rapidly, reminiscent of an emperor preparing to unleash a grand attack. Chen Jing'an gazed upon the shimmering golden arc, undulating like ocean waves, and although he initially believed his fire cloud sword to be quite impressive, he suddenly felt a twinge of inadequacy in comparison. The elder, well-versed in the ways of the world, introduced, "This is a sword cultivator. Lord Yuan wields the ancestral blade of the Yuan family, known as Jing'an." Chen Jing'an found the explanation rather lacking. Aside from the term sword cultivator, he understood little else. What significance did the Yuan family hold? Fortunately, he kept these thoughts to himself, as the formidable figure from the Demon Suppression Division stood before him, and he was not foolish enough to voice such potentially offensive remarks. However, his uncle Chen leaned in and softly elucidated. The Demon Suppression Division was established at the inception of our great Qian dynasty, having seen 7 commanders in total, 3 of whom were esteemed members of the Yuan family. With this revelation, Chen Jing'an grasped the magnitude of the Yuan family's standing within the Demon Suppression Division. He quickly understood why his grandfather had chosen not to alarm other celestial clans upon recognizing the identity of this powerful figure. It was a simple truth. Opportunities to forge connections of this caliber were rare and would lose their value in the presence of too many witnesses. In light of this, Chen Jing'an realized he still had much to learn from his grandfather. At that moment, a resounding cut echoed from Yuan Ji's lips. A torrent of golden light surged forth, cleaving through the air and swiftly engulfing the purple-robed Taoist. The battle concluded, and when Chen Jing'an returned with the belongings of the fallen Taoist, he discovered his grandfather had already engaged in amiable conversation with the expert from the Demon Suppression Division. He promptly presented the items, respectfully stating, "These are the possessions of that demon cultivator. Please inspect them, Lord Yuan." Yuan Ji accepted the items without hesitation and, turning to Chen Jing'an, smiled, "Brother Jing'an, I see your grandson is quite the handsome talent. Chen Jing'an, unreserved, boisterously replied, "To be honest, Lord Yuan, Jing'an is the most outstanding among our younger generation. I have high hopes for him to support our celestial clan in the future. Alas, he is still young and in need of experience." Yuan Ji's brow furrowed slightly, feigning displeasure. "Brother Qishan, you hail from the Anxi army, and thus have ties with my clan's uncle. Had it not been for you today, I might have faced grave peril. Do call me Yuan brother or Yuan Ji directly. Otherwise, we risk becoming distant." The elder's smile bloomed like a chrysanthemum, readily acquiescing. "Then I shall take the liberty to call you Yuan brother." Chen Jing'an had always thought that flattery was a trait exclusive to himself, never imagining his grandfather could exhibit such sycophantic behavior. Truly, he was the head of the family. Yuan Ji, the adept from the Demon Suppression Division, was evidently not as straightforward as he appeared. "The ties of my clan's uncle are indeed my own," he remarked, showcasing his adeptness in social intricacies. Chen Jing'an admired this, his gaze drifting to his second uncle, who stood behind them like a well-behaved child. Aware of the occasion, Chen Jing'an refrained from making any overt gestures, merely raising an eyebrow. He did not mind his grandfather's social maneuvering, as it was all for the sake of the family. However, the pressing matter remained. He and his second uncle had slain numerous demon cultivators today, and the spoils of battle necessitated a division. Chen Jing'an felt a sense of urgency. At that moment, Yuan Ji suddenly turned his gaze towards him and spoke. "Jing'an, would you be interested in joining the Demon Suppression Division?" "Huh?" Chen Jing'an initially failed to comprehend the question, then looked in disbelief at his grandfather, only to discover that the old man wore a similar expression of confusion. Fortunately, he was quick on his feet and immediately began to scold. "You little rascal. How can you not express gratitude when your esteemed Yuan grandfather offers you such an opportunity?" The Demon Suppression Division stands alongside the Immortal Tax Division as one of the two most vital institutions of the Deqian, both esteemed public offices. The Immortal Tax Division is akin to a prestigious position, offering not only generous treatment, but also social standing. Regrettably, such opportunities are often beyond the reach of ordinary folk. While the Demon Suppression Division may not rival the Immortal Tax Division, entry is still not easily attained. Officials of the Demon Suppression Division command respect even in the county. Chen Jing'an promptly lowered his head, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Grandfather Yuan." There was also a vacancy for a soldier in the Yunwu 100 House of the Demon Suppression Division. Though the soldier holds little power, with my presence, no one shall dare to bully you. From this, Yuan Ji repaid the favor bestowed upon him today. The old man appeared immensely gratified. There is a saying that resonates well. With allies in the court, matters are easier handled. Without them, one must fend for themselves. They were not merely county officials, but rather celestial officers dedicated to the cultivation community. Furthermore, with connections to Yuan Ji, the Qin clan would no longer be subject to the whims of others. The next time they encounter a tax official, they may regain some semblance of dignity. The 3 generations of men expressed their heartfelt thanks. Yuan Ji, being efficient, declared he would return with the heads of the demon cultivators to report back, and in the meantime, led Chen Jing into the 100 House. Upon returning, Chen Jing'an found himself adorned with the 3 regalia of a soldier in the Demon Suppression Division, an official robe, an official seal, and an official ledger. He had finally secured his position. Chapter 35, Distribution of Gains. A family with an alchemist. The official robe itself may not be a magical artifact, yet it is inscribed with 2 types of magical formations. The first is for purification and cleansing. The second is a tracking spell spanning thousands of miles. This is primarily aimed at addressing the incidents of demon cultivators attacking the elite of the Demon Suppression Division. The official seal is a unique magical artifact, requiring a drop of blood to acknowledge its master and capable of calculating merits. The official ledger records the demonic forces within Yunwu County, as well as a list of wanted individuals, allowing for targeted apprehensions. At last, Chen Jing'an understood why the 4 great immortal clans of Qinghe County had to offer spirit stones to persuade the Demon Suppression Division to take action against the demon cultivators. The Demon Suppression Division, in essence, operates more like a grand bounty organization. Unless a wanted demon cultivator truly provokes the wrath of the division, it is rare for them to assign tasks forcibly to individuals. The decision to pursue demon cultivators lies entirely with personal volition. From the perspective of the immortal clans, Chen Jing'an could not help but chastise the inefficiencies of the state, where some merely occupy positions without contributing. Yet now, as he became a member of this organization, it was time to fulfill his responsibilities and perform his duties. Upon returning to his family, he elucidated the intricacies of his new role to his grandfather and second uncle. Upon hearing this, the old man sighed, a rare occurrence. Were it not for your entry into public service, we might have remained forever ignorant of such hidden truths. Compared to the Anshi army, the Demon Suppression Division is truly insular. Fortunately, now that you have joined the Demon Suppression Division, should anyone attempt to harm our clan in the future, your official status may serve as a deterrent. Chen Jing'an nodded, affirming his commitment to securing benefits for the family. The elder, satisfied with his attitude, signaled to Uncle Qinghe to retrieve the Qinghe bags. The time had come to distribute the spoils. The elder presented both Cheng Qiong's Qinghe bag and the bag of another Qi refining 7th layer individual he had killed. The three of them gathered around the bags to tally the gains from this endeavor. Upon thorough examination, the outcome was astonishing. There were a total of 87 spirit stones, along with a low-grade magical weapon, the Broken Mountain Spear, a low-grade magical weapon, the Earth-Splitting Shield, 3 forbidden talismans, 4 types of spiritual fruits, and 2 varieties of spiritual herbs. Uncle Qinghe, being the steward, quickly assessed the quality of these items and converted everything into spirit stones. The total value was approximately 160 spirit stones, a substantial sum indeed. Remarkably, over 60% of this wealth was contributed by Chen Qiong, the fugitive demon cultivator who had annihilated several celestial clans, amassing wealth surpassing that of some Qi refining 9th layer cultivators. Chen Jing'an gazed at the bounty, swallowing hard in anticipation. The elder lifted his head and spoke earnestly. In this successful venture, the contributions of the 3 of us are equally significant, and each shall receive a share. Additionally, due to the recent financial issues stemming from our support of the 6th branch, I propose that we allocate another share in the family's name, dividing these spoils into 4 portions. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, both Chen Jing'an and Uncle Qinghe responded in unison, "We shall obey your command, father, grandfather." Even after allocating a share to the family, each of them would still receive the equivalent of 40 spirit stones, a considerable fortune. As for the family share, Chen Jing'an had no objections. Setting aside the fact that the elder had contributed the lion's share of the spoils, without the elder and Uncle Heir's assistance, he would have ended up with merely 4 spirit stones and a fire pomegranate. The notion of acquiring a position within the Demon Suppression Division would have been nothing short of a fantasy. During the allocation phase, the process was straightforward. They would select their items first, leaving the remainder for the family. Uncle Qinghe immediately fixed his gaze on the Broken Mountain Spear and declared, "This spear complements my magical techniques. I shall take it, valued at 25 spirit stones." The elder then chose the spiritual fruits and herbs from the table. He turned to Chen Jing'an and said, "Your fire pomegranate can be refined into a fire essence pill. I shall send it to you as an additional reward." "Thank you, grandfather," Chen Jing'an replied earnestly, his eyes drifting toward the remaining low-grade magical weapon, the Earth-Splitting Shield. A glimmer of desire flashed in his gaze. However, according to common logic, defensive magical weapons were typically more valuable, worth at least 30 spirit stones. If he did not contribute to the family, acquiring it would be somewhat of a loss. It would be wiser to first obtain cultivation resources and strive for Qi refining 6th layer. His internal conflict brought amusement to the elder and Uncle Qinghe. The elder chuckled lightly, "A low-grade magical weapon is of no use to me. If you have no immediate need for it, you may store it within the family. When you have accumulated enough spirit stones, you can purchase this weapon. I think that is a splendid idea." Chen Jing'an's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the remaining spirit stones and then glanced at his grandfather, speaking up. "Grandfather, since we are family, might it be possible to offer a discount on the spirit-gathering pills?" The old man immediately discerned his intentions and could not help but sigh. "You unfilial grandson. At your grandfather's age, do you truly hesitate to part with such a trifling amount of spirit stones for my benefit?" Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an sensed an opportunity and replied earnestly, "I only wish to make a swift breakthrough, so that in the future I may earn merits for the Demon Suppression Division and repay our family. Do not act recklessly," the old man admonished with a grave expression. "The Demon Suppression Division deals with the most heinous of individuals. One must not be impulsive. As for the pills, I shall be candid with you. The cost of 1 bottle of spirit-gathering pills is approximately 3 spirit stones, yet they sell for 6 in the marketplace. If you desire, I can sell you a bottle for no less than 4 spirit stones. What say you?" Without hesitation, Chen Jing'an responded. Then I shall take 6 bottles and pay you the remaining 16 spirit stones. Very well, the old man readily agreed. At this moment, Chen Jing'an truly grasped the advantage of having an alchemist in the family, as it afforded him the opportunity to acquire elixirs at a more economical price. Naturally, this was largely due to his grandfather's benevolence. Thus, he intended to keep the potions for personal use rather than resell them for profit. As that would be an act of betrayal against his own kin, he placed the 16 spirit stones into his bag of holding and, noticing the remaining bags on the table, curiously inquired, "Second uncle, what shall we do with these bags? Are we selling them? They are to remain within the family," explained second uncle Chen. "Just as we did for you. These bags will be sold to the younger generation of our clan at half price, with each person allowed to purchase one, as a form of welfare for our cultivators. Then I have one to contribute as well," Chen Jing'an said, producing a bag he had taken from a member of the Lu clan. As for the 4 spirit stones they had found on the 2 individuals, with the agreement of his grandfather and second uncle, they were deemed his personal spoils of war. In a spirit of reciprocity, Chen Jing'an offered the bag he used to the clan, thus repaying the benefits he had once received. His actions immediately garnered approving glances from both men. The old man possessed only 2 bottles of spirit-gathering pills, which he would first hand over to Chen Jing'an, while the rest would require some time to procure. Naturally, Chen Jing'an would not rush the acquisition of the discounted pills. However, he felt a twinge of envy at his grandfather's ability to earn spirit stones through alchemy, even cultivating a desire to learn the art of potion-making himself. Hence, he needed a child with a talent for alchemy. Before that, however, he would require a concubine endowed with such abilities. He wondered how Yuan Fang's selection was faring. Chapter 36. The young lady Zhang Wan, possessing spiritual roots currently, Yuan Fang. The individual Chen Jing'an had been pondering, was seated in a carriage, making his way back. Inside the carriage, opposite him sat a timid young lady dressed in a dark green gown, meticulously prepared by Yuan Fang. The dress, crafted from soft fabric, draped elegantly over her petite form, cinching at the waist and making her appear as delicate as a willow swaying in the breeze. She exuded an aura of fragility and gentleness, seemingly easy to deceive. The young lady's name was Zhang Wan. Yuan Fang meticulously selected a remarkable young woman from the many eligible candidates among the Zhang family of Ziyazhaishan, believing she would surely captivate his master's attention. For Zhang Wan, it was her first venture beyond the secluded mountains of Ziyazhaishan, and she was awestruck by the wonders of the outside world. Everything in Qinghe County was novel to her. Stealing glances at the surroundings, she was cautious not to be noticed by Yuan Fang, whose bemusement grew at her furtive behavior. "Miss Zhang, there is no need to be so anxious. As long as you attend to my master's comfort, I shall refer to you as Madam in due course," he reassured her. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, "Brother Yuan, how can I ensure my master's comfort?" Yuan Fang, seasoned in the ways of the world, found himself at a loss as a man faced with such a question. "I'm not quite certain," he replied, feigning profundity. "The process of your own exploration is part of my master's enjoyment. It would be inappropriate for me to spoil the ambience." "Oh," Zhang Wan replied cautiously, then asked, "May I at least have enough to eat and not go hungry?" Indeed, Yuan Fang concluded after careful consideration, deciding to take Zhang Wan to his master's opulent residence. He reasoned that it was prudent to keep this matter from the 2 ladies and was uncertain whether Zhang Wan could garner his master's interest. If she proved worthy, she might gain entry into the Chen family as a concubine. Otherwise, she would likely face a solitary existence within the confines of the estate. The prospect of returning to Ziyazhaishan was virtually non-existent. Even women deemed unworthy would be cared for until their last breath, without the possibility of marriage to another. Once Zhang Wan was settled, Yuan Fang hastened to the Chen residence, where he promptly found Chen Jing'an to report his findings. He recounted Zhang Wan's lineage, detailing how her ancestors served as village leaders in Ziyazhaishan, with records verifiable in the family tree. Her grandfather had passed away early, and her father, a frail man, succumbed to illness when she was just 3 years old. Zhang Wan and her mother relied on each other, but her mother too had died the previous month, leaving them too impoverished to afford a proper burial. Her fate seemed grim, likely destined to sell herself to afford her mother's funeral. Yet, Yuan Fang had chosen Zhang Wan from among the village girls, paying for her mother's burial and facilitating the necessary connections to provide her with a death certificate. Upon learning of her background, Chen Jing'an felt no stir of emotion. After all, as long as she was a descendant of the renowned alchemist, that was sufficient. It was only when he arrived at the estate and beheld Zhang Wan that her refreshing aura captivated him. Yuan Fong, you have made an excellent choice, he praised. From now on, you need only heed my commands, and even those of the two ladies. You may exercise discretion and refuse when deemed appropriate. This statement effectively granted Yuan Fong a reprieve from punishment. His heart racing with excitement, Yuan Fong responded affirmatively, yes. It seems my master truly favors a unique style. I shall strive to learn and ensure that my master is satisfied should such an opportunity arise again. Chen Jing'an approached Zhang Wan and placed a reassuring hand upon her shoulder. Zhang Wan appeared to be experiencing her first encounter with another man. Her body trembled slightly, and her cheeks flushed as if stained with blood. Just as Chen Jing'an was preparing to take further action, a subtle change in his demeanor suggested he sensed something. He grasped the girl's hand once more, intertwining their fingers, and channeled his spiritual energy into her. Soon, he received a faint response in return. Was this a spiritual root? Chen Jing'an was astounded. He had not anticipated that a mere village girl brought back by Yuan Fong would possess such a gift. It seemed that the Zhang family from Xiaoshan was truly unfortunate. They had lost their guardians among the cultivators and lacked even the means to discern spiritual roots. One could foresee that this family would soon fade into obscurity. However, for him, this was fortuitous. Although there was no concrete evidence to suggest that if both parents were cultivators, their offspring would have a higher chance of possessing spiritual roots. Chen Jing'an considered himself to be exceptionally lucky. He did not require all his descendants to possess spiritual roots. He would be content with even a single treasure with 3 roots. As for Zhang Wan, he believed she could serve as his first concubine. Setting aside all else, her possession of a spiritual root alone indicated considerable potential. Nevertheless, Chen Jing'an harbored no immediate intention of imparting cultivation techniques to her. He needed to observe her character and disposition first. If Zhang Wan were too ambitious, she might disrupt the tranquility of his household, in which case she would be better suited to a life of simplicity. Returning to his senses, Chen Jing'an turned to the young girl and spoke, "For now, you shall remain here. Do not venture beyond the confines of the courtyard. Each day, a maid will attend to you. As long as you maintain your sense of propriety, you shall live comfortably." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wan cautiously turned her head, her innocent face betraying a hint of anxiety. "Master, I shall certainly obey and not leave. However, there is a small request I wish to make." Chen Jing'an was taken aback by her audacity to make a request. Considering her possession of a spiritual root, he decided to grant her an opportunity. "Speak your mind. Earlier, I noticed many intriguing items at the market. That is simple enough." Chen Jing'an waved his hand and addressed Yuan Fong. "Purchase everything she has just laid eyes upon." Understood. Zhang Wan was astonished by her master's willingness to accommodate her, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. Summoning her courage, she took Chen Jing'an's hand and placed it upon herself. Chen Jing'an was taken aback. Is it common for village girls to be so understanding nowadays? Zhang Wan, blushing fiercely, replied, "Thank you, master, for your generosity. I shall ensure your comfort." Her actions and words were somewhat clumsy, yet they evoked a refreshing sense of novelty in Chen Jing'an. "Indeed, you are quite remarkable," he mused. He only departed the residence by evening, feeling immensely content. Yuan Fong, standing behind him, wore a smile tinged with flattery. "Master, do you wish to seek out more candidates?" Visit Orchid Valley in a while, but for now, let's finalize our selection. There is no rush to bring anyone back. As you command. And remember, choose someone who is sensible." Chapter 37. Insect-Level Transformation, Qi Refinement 6th Layer. Half a year later, at Songzhu Mountain, beside the Immortal Root, a 3-foot-long fire cloud sword floated before Chen Jing'an. As he focused his thoughts, the fire cloud sword soared gracefully, its blazing light shimmering and dancing in the air. Compared to the previous brute force explosions, this spell had now gained a newfound agility and maneuverability. This transformation reflected Chen Jing'an's significantly enhanced mastery over the spell, indicating that he could achieve greater feats with less spiritual energy, having already grasped the rudimentary essence of the magic. Such a prodigious talent for spellcasting had even caused the elder to feel envious to the point of becoming tongue-tied on several occasions. Chen Jing'an sheathed the fire cloud sword and immediately summoned a surge of searing spiritual energy, which swiftly transformed into a suit of fiery armor, enveloping him entirely. He resembled a deity of flames, exuding an aura of formidable power. This was the flame armor. Initially, Chen Jing'an believed the flame armor to be merely a conventional defensive spell. However, upon mastering it, he discovered that the flame armor possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities. When simultaneously employing the flame armor and the fire cloud sword, the length of his fire cloud sword could momentarily surge from 3 feet to 4. Yet, this dual casting also exponentially increased the consumption of spiritual energy, presenting a considerable dilemma. After all, he was not like the elder, a master alchemist who could consume spiritual elixirs as if they were mere candies. Unless engaged in a life and death struggle, such a strategy could easily render him a fleeting hero. Once again, Chen Jing'an dispelled the flame armor, his hands forming intricate seals with remarkable swiftness, each movement imbued with a unique elegance. Behind him, the roots of the Chen celestial clan swayed gently, and a fragrant aroma wafted from the leaves, akin to a divine revelation. After months of diligent practice, he had finally captured a fleeting inspiration. In the next moment, a fiery red pattern suddenly appeared between his brows, resembling a crawling insect. Simultaneously, he felt as though a small insect had emerged within him, traversing his meridians and flowing through his limbs. With every movement, he sensed an increasing sensitivity to the fire attribute of his spiritual energy. Yet, this was of little concern for the moment. The first transformation of the fire manipulation technique, the insect level change, had finally been achieved. Chen Jing'an could no longer contain his joy. It is worth noting that this was a spell his 6th uncle had practiced for an entire year without mastering. To think he had succeeded. This marked a milestone leap in his journey. In his memories, his 6th uncle had always stood as an insurmountable bridge in his heart. Now, he had finally taken this significant step forward. Rather than pausing in awe, he began to attune himself to the insect level change, and soon, another fire cloud soared forth. It still measured only 3 feet in length. However, at the moment the fire cloud sword was unleashed, Chen Jing'an deftly flicked one of his fingers. In an instant, the original fire cloud sword split, revealing a smaller sword barely a foot long, which darted towards a specific direction with increased speed. This was the literal embodiment of a sword within a sword. Just imagine, during a duel, if an opponent believed they had evaded the fire cloud sword's assault, they might very well fall prey to the hidden strike of the sword within the sword in their moment of complacency. Chen Jing'an welcomed this transformation with open arms. As for the additional functionalities of the insect level changes, further exploration is necessary. This is undoubtedly good news. Outside the elder's abode, Chen Jing'an arrived punctually to collect this batch of spirit-gathering pills. Initially, he had requested 6 vials. The elder first provided him with 2. And over the past 6 months, he had received 2 more. With this latest vial, he had now acquired a total of 5 spirit-gathering pills. Theoretically, these resources should suffice to propel him to the 6th level of Qi training. Currently, the only limitation to his progress lies in the refinement process of the pills. Although the 6th level of Qi training is not a bottleneck, achieving full spiritual power necessitates a breakthrough process. An alternative, more seamless approach involves refining the spirit-gathering pills while simultaneously honing his spiritual energy. This method can expedite the amalgamation of his physical form and spiritual power, bypassing the need for a breakthrough. Furthermore, it allows him to conserve a portion of the spirit-gathering pills for future advancements, making it the most suitable strategy for Chen Jing'an, who values cost-effectiveness. After collecting the pills, Chen Jing'an made his way to the stable. Over the past 6 months, 2 more second-generation demon horses had been born, allowing him to repay part of his debts to the clan. He calculated that, with 4 more second-generation horses, he would be able to fully enjoy the profits from horse breeding. This is no small sum. Additionally, as the current second-generation demon horses matured and eventually gave birth, it would lead to a continuous influx of spirit stones. Chen Jing'an conservatively estimated that, at that time, he could earn around 10 spirit stones annually solely from horse breeding. Becoming the wealthiest member of his family was merely a matter of time. However, the only source of his frustration was the lack of response from Zhangwan's abdomen. Perhaps this is a disadvantage of the union between 2 spiritual roots. In contrast, Yushan seemed to have discovered his infidelity and had become notably more proactive in certain aspects. Soon enough, there was more news. Moreover, Chen Jing'an's eldest son, Chen Qinghe, had already turned 4 this year. In 2 more years, it would be time to test his spiritual roots. Chen Jing'an was aware that the boy possessed spiritual roots, and notably, 4 of them. Despite his selfishness as a father, he knew he couldn't simply neglect the boy when he began his cultivation. Directly giving him spirit stones felt wasteful. Therefore, Chen Jing'an intended to save the future yield from the spiritual fields, using spiritual rice to lay a foundation for his child. This trade-off would effectively reduce his spirit stone earnings. Before his eldest son could become a source of labor, it would be prudent for him to find a compensatory method. Consequently, Chen Jing'an turned his attention to the spiritual rain technique. Over the years, he had diligently practiced spells and had accumulated considerable insights. Moreover, his spiritual rain technique had been steadily improving, with a slight shift in focus. It would merely be a matter of time before he could cultivate the spiritual rain technique to the 3rd level. At that point, he could approach his second uncle for a lease agreement on the spiritual fields, should this matter not adhere to the established protocols. At worst, I shall additionally take on the burden of cultivating a piece of spiritual farmland for the clan as a form of compensation. Although it may be exhausting, such a life can still be endured. After all, if I persevere for a few more years, once Qing Wang and Qing Yan, my 2 children with spiritual roots, come of age, I can enlist them as laborers. For months later, on the eve of the new year, Chen Jing'an, as per his routine, swallowed a spirit-gathering pill. Subsequently, his cultivation levels surged forth like water overflowing from a full vessel, resulting in a seamless breakthrough to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Chapter 38. Matters of Upbringing. Distinction between celestial and mortal as the year drew to a close. This could surely be deemed a timely surprise. Reflecting on the past, Chen Jing'an recalled that at the age of 18, he was merely at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Now, 5 years later, at the age of 23, he had ascended to the 6th layer. Although he would soon confront the significant bottleneck of the Qi refinement realm, achieving such a level at this age warranted the hope of foundational establishment. Chen Jing'an privately shared this joyous news solely with the old patriarch and his second uncle, refraining from publicizing it. After all, the formidable Chen Jing'an no longer required the limelight. He could distinctly sense that his spirit rain technique seemed to have reached a saturation point. After dedicating 3 days to diligently mastering this technique, his efforts bore fruit. The 3rd layer of spirit rain technique was achieved. Without delay, Chen Jing'an took his eldest son to seek out his second uncle, ultimately pressing his son's handprint onto a brand new lease contract. His shameless act elicited disdain from Chen Erbo. What kind of father exploits his own son in such a manner? However, upon reflection, he realized that fathers in other families often behaved similarly out of greed and laziness. Yet Chen Jing'an was far from lazy. The fact that his son had cultivated the spirit rain technique to the 3rd layer spoke volumes. It is noteworthy that Chen Erbo himself only managed to advance to the 3rd layer after reaching the late stage of Qi refinement, while Chen Jing'an had accomplished this decades earlier. Chen Erbo also recalled Chen Jing'an, who had previously studied the spirit rain technique under Chen Jing'an. That young man could now tend to a plot of spiritual farmland on his own, and he was remarkably industrious. Could such diligence be infectious? Just as his own son was also. Observing his second uncle's expression, Chen Jing'an swiftly surmised his thoughts and interjected. I know what you are going to say. You wish for me to teach the second branch's Jinghui the spirit rain technique, hoping to elevate him along with my son, correct? Chen Erbo was momentarily taken aback, not expecting his thoughts to be laid bare. He did not deny it and appealed to sentiment. Jing'an, I am now of an advanced age, and Jinghui will need to support the second branch in the future. I simply fear he may not measure up, which leaves my heart uneasy. Chen Jing'an understood that managing human relationships was the most delicate of matters, especially when it came to guiding children. A successful upbringing is a merit, while a failure is not merely a shortcoming but can breed resentment. He was able to guide Chen Jing'an towards progress because Chen Jing'an was willing to heed his counsel. This willingness had its roots in the respect established between their fathers, with fifth uncle teaching his father, thus instilling a sense of deference in Chen Jing'an towards him. The efforts behind this bond were the result of over a decade of accumulation, not something that could be forged overnight. Chen Erbo's circumstance, however, was quite different. Chen Jing'an shared a close bond with his second uncle, who had never assumed an arrogant demeanor. Nonetheless, they must acknowledge an undeniable truth. Due to his uncle's role as the head of the family, the status of the second branch was, in fact, slightly elevated compared to the others. Furthermore, considering that his uncle was older than his father and that his cousin Chen Jing'an was a late-born child. Jing'an was inherently provided with a leg up by his uncle. Consequently, his mindset was distinctly different from that of the other lone heirs. Upon introspection, Chen Jing'an realized that if his father had been a prodigious talent like his sixth uncle, he himself would have undoubtedly been insufferably arrogant. Hence, he did not believe that mere words could sway the young lad. As for physical confrontation, he was aware that his cousin lacked control, which would only result in damaged relations and leave him with no recourse for justification. Such actions were unwarranted. Observing the situation, Chen Jing'an could not help but sigh. He wished to argue a few points, yet he understood the inner workings of his family better than anyone. Indeed, Jing'an had been somewhat spoiled by him. Thus, Chen Jing'an opted for a compromise. Why not teach him the spirit rain technique, as a favor to me? This was the first time Chen Jing'an witnessed his uncle exhibit such humility. Having previously declined his request, he felt it inappropriate to refuse again. He nodded and replied, "Uncle, you honor me with your words. This is certainly no trouble." Chen Jing'an's face brightened, and he solemnly added, "I will also ensure that Jing'an behaves." Observing his uncle's demeanor, Chen Jing'an could no longer refrain from commenting, "As long as you manage the spirit stones, young cousin will comprehend their value and will not shy away from diligent work." "I understand." Chen Jing'an remained silent thereafter. Although his uncle's assurances were firm, the habits formed over time are not easily altered. The superiority complex of his young cousin and his uncle's indulgence were both deeply ingrained. If such changes were simple, they would not be called habits. Unable to interfere with the affairs of the second branch, Chen Jing'an could only focus on raising his own child, particularly with those possessing spiritual roots. Regardless of their innate talent, one must first learn to be grounded, avoiding lofty ambitions. Otherwise, they would face the stern discipline of paternal love. Even if one were to remain unremarkable throughout their life, it was of utmost importance to avoid bringing calamity upon the family. Carrying his son, Chen Jing'an, on his back, Chen Jing'an made his way towards the courtyard of his parents. They encountered a tall, slender young man leading a child by the hand. Chen Jing'an's eyes lit up. "Father, look, it's uncle and brother Qinghe." The newcomer was none other than Chen Jing'an's elder brother, Chen Jing'an, accompanied by his nephew, Chen Qinghe. Upon seeing his younger brother, Chen Jing'an broke into a smile. "Little Qing'an is truly polite." Elder brother, Chen Jing'an nodded, then inquired with curiosity, "Where are you heading?" Recalling the purpose of his visit, Chen Jing'an brought his son forward with a smile. "Well, Qinghe is now 6 years old. I had intended to ask her what to help assess whether the child has an affinity for the celestial path. It's fortuitous to run into you, third brother." Chen Jing'an instantly understood, setting Chen Jing'an down and beckoning to his nephew. "Qinghe, come over so that your third uncle may take a look." Chen Qinghe promptly approached, and Chen Jing'an gently channeled spiritual energy into him. As this child belonged to his elder brother, Chen Jing'an was reluctant to make any mistakes, thus he probed several times. However, each time he ventured in, the spiritual energy seemed to vanish into thin air, akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, yielding no response whatsoever. Undoubtedly, this indicated the absence of a spiritual root. Naturally, Chen Jing'an could not express such sentiments in front of the child. He glanced at his own son and retrieved a handful of candies from his bag, offering them to him. "Qing'an, why don't you and your brother Qinghe go play for a while? Father needs to have a word with your uncle." Chen Jing'an obediently replied, and soon the two little ones scampered off to divide the sweets. Once they departed, the smile on Chen Jing'an's face faltered, revealing a trace of bitterness. "Third brother, is there still no sign?" Indeed, Chen Jing'an responded truthfully. He could empathize with his elder brother's feelings. After all, 6 years of anticipation had culminated in disappointment. A blow that was not insignificant. Yet, such matters could only be reconciled by Chen Jing'an himself. If he were to offer a casual reassurance, it would merely be a classic case of standing on the sidelines without understanding the pain. Out of brotherly affection, Chen Jing'an resolved to prepare some tonics for his elder brother to nourish his kidneys and enhance his vitality, hoping to afford him more opportunities. Chapter 39. The young celestial eagle at the 100 House Conference. As the year drew to a close, Yushan's pregnancy gradually became apparent. To allow her some well-deserved rest, Chen Jing'an decided to take along his 3-year-old son, Chen Jing'an. After all, whether he brought one or two, it was still a matter of escorting them both. The two little ones sat beside the rice field, watching their father wield his magic to summon winds and rain. Employing the third layer of the spiritual rain technique, He transformed a torrential downpour into a thunderstorm. This tempest carried a hint of the cycle of life and death, fostering the growth of spiritual rice. At this stage, he could be regarded as a master-level spiritual farmer. The yield per acre of spiritual rice had surged from 80 to 90 pounds, now reaching a remarkable 100 to 120 pounds. Such a transformation was nothing short of significant. Having completed his tasks, Chen Jing'an intended to seek out his sons. However, he discovered that the two had not remained in their designated spot, but rather were crouched together, seemingly engaged in some clandestine activity. As he approached, Chen Jing'an was the first to notice him, calling out, "Father, what are you looking at?" Chen Jing'an inquired. In response, Chen Jing'an cautiously rose, cradling a fiery red little bird in his arms, evidently injured. A look of concern etched on his face. He exclaimed, "Father, this little bird just fell from above and seems hurt." Initially, Chen Jing'an paid little heed, but in an effort to please his son, he took the bird into his hands, intending merely to apply some herbal ointment. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed a faint fire flower pattern on the bird's brow, which nearly took his breath away. "Is this a scarlet celestial eagle?" Chen Jing'an could hardly believe his eyes. He rubbed them and even infused a bit of spiritual energy into the creature. Soon, the little bird opened its eyes, sparkling with life, and began chirping sweetly as if its beak were coated in honey. Indeed, it was confirmed. It truly was a scarlet celestial eagle. This magnificent creature belonged to one of the few celestial beasts residing in the vicinity of Flame Mountain, renowned for its formidable bone structure. The adult scarlet phoenix often subjects its offspring to a rigorous trial. Only those sufficiently untamed can qualify for survival. As for the remaining fledglings, they are typically met with demise at the hands of their kin, rarely salvaged by cultivators. Chen Jing'an had never anticipated such a turn of fate. While others await fortune like a hunter hoping for a hapless rabbit to collide with a tree stump, he merely cultivates a patch of land and finds celestial fledglings descending from the heavens. Yet, this cannot be solely attributed to his own merit. Chen Jing'an glanced at his second son, realizing that his stroke of luck was derived from him. Could it be that fortune is contingent upon the principal's disposition? Chen Jing'an, with an innocent expression, inquired, "Father, is the little bird still alive?" "Indeed, it thrives," Chen Jing'an replied with a smile. "Shall I raise it at home? This way, you can see it every day." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an immediately leaped onto his father's face and planted a kiss. "Thank you, father." Not to be outdone, Chen Jing'an approached and bestowed a kiss as well. Chen Jing'an laughed heartily at their endearing display. "Such good boys, my beloved sons. Come, let us return home. Once we prepare a cozy abode for this little bird, I shall personally cook for you both tonight as a reward." Thus, the three of them strolled back with cheerful hearts. Chen Jing'an pondered how long such blissful moments could endure. Perhaps, as the children matured and learned of their father's libertine nature, engaging in pursuits that would yield them numerous half-siblings, the purity of their bond might wane. He did not dismiss the possibility of such a scenario. However, one must not stifle life's experiences due to the fear of potential outcomes. To do so would render existence exceedingly mundane. The path of cultivation is arduous enough. In the days that followed, Chen Jing'an devoted his attention to the care of the scarlet phoenix. This little creature proved challenging to nurture. Yet, considering his current abundance, he could allocate a portion of spiritual rice for its sustenance. The remaining deficit could be compensated with leaf worms. Conveniently, Chen Jing'an had accumulated several pounds of dried leaf worms, which he had yet to exchange for spirit stones. Now, after feeding the azure sky silkworm, they could also serve to nourish the scarlet phoenix, maximizing their value. When the children grew older, they could accompany him with a spirit-gathering array to harvest leaf worms, thereby providing them with an opportunity to earn spiritual rice themselves. In his spare moments, Chen Jing'an would visit his second uncle to teach his younger cousin, Chen Jing'an, the art of spirit rain technique. It seemed the boy had been admonished by his uncle, leading him to initially disdain farming, deeming it a slow means of acquiring spirit stones. Initially, Chen Jing'an believed his uncle's teachings were quite effective. However, he soon came to understand the adage that one's nature is difficult to change. What began as a demonstration of the first layer of the spirit rain technique soon led the young lad to request a view of the latter two layers. Chen Jing'an acquiesced to his wish and, before him, performed an impressive display. Yet, this little cousin then expressed a desire to forego the first and second layers, pleading instead for his older cousin to teach him directly the third layer. Chen Jing'an felt quite astute in his cleverness. However, this young cousin managed, with just a few brief words, to rattle him considerably. Yet, out of respect for his uncle, Chen Jing'an decided to restrain himself. If he were to harm the child, his uncle would undoubtedly become furious. He could only wait for the day when his uncle could no longer tolerate the situation, at which point he could resort to a more disciplined approach. Thus, a month prior to Yushan's due date, a new message appeared on the official seal that Chen Jing'an had retrieved from the Demon Suppression Division, the 100 House Assembly of Yunwu Prefecture. This assembly was issued to all members of the Demon Suppression Division by the 100 House. According to tradition, the 1000 House and 100 House of the Great Qian Demon Suppression Division convene a collective assembly every 3 years. This serves two purposes. Firstly, it provides a platform for internal communication among the members. Secondly, it facilitates the unified assessment of achievements and the promotion of demon suppression officers. Taking the Yunwu 100 House as an example, there is one representative from the Yunwu 100 House and several demon suppression officers, followed by the military personnel. The so-called promotion essentially involves elevating a demon suppression soldier to the rank of officer. Ascending further leads one to the Yunwu 100 House, where the intricacies multiply. Although the 100 House and the officer differ by only one level, appointing an officer, even in the most junior 100 House, is within their authority. However, at the 100 House level, not only must the appointment be approved by the Demon Suppression Division, but it also requires a nomination from a senior official of the same or higher rank to complete the appointment. In plain terms, gaining entry into the public sector is already quite arduous. Aspiring to climb higher is a competition of connections and qualifications, which is why Chen Jing'an harbored no ambitions for a high position within the Demon Suppression Division. Attaining the rank of officer would already be sufficient to command respect from many. Being new to the scene, he could not afford to appear aloof and miss the collective activity of the Yunwu 100 House. Thus, he had to inconvenience the unborn child of Yushan. This would be the first occasion he could not personally witness the birth, and certainly not the last. Before departing from home, Chen Jing'an once again settled on names for the newborn. The son would be named Chen Qinghe, and the daughter, Chen Qingmiao. Chapter 40. Recommendations and Assessments. Son of the proud dragon with all arrangements in place, Chen Jing'an, out of prudence, reluctantly spent 25 spirit stones in cash and issued an IOU for 5 spirit stones to his clan. After considerable effort, he managed to exchange that inferior-grade magical artifact, the Earthrending Shield. This expenditure marked the most significant financial outlay since he began his cultivation journey. In hindsight, the investment proved worthwhile. Once refined, the Earthrending Shield could be adjusted in size at will, providing ample protection against any frontal assault, even from someone of his uncle's caliber, who was at the 7th level of Qi refinement. As long as he refrained from causing trouble, he should encounter no significant issues. Thus, Chen Jing'an chose an auspicious day to leave Qinghe County and head towards the city of Yunwu Prefecture. Days later, he arrived at Yunwu Prefecture City, a grand metropolis tenfold the size and prosperity of Qinghe County. 2 major rivers coursed through the city, one named Yun River and the other, Wu River, thus bestowing the name upon Yunwu Prefecture. As a foundational immortal clan, the Zheng clan exclusively occupied the fertile spirit fields formed by the 2 grand rivers. Additionally, there are other benefits brought about by the riverine transport. Chen Jing'an learned that the Zheng clan had established a direct monopoly over the fisheries of the rivers, recruiting a considerable number of fishermen specifically to harvest the spiritual fish from the waters. This yields a continuous supply of spiritual stones. Chen Jing'an felt an overwhelming sense of envy. How could they claim to be a foundational celestial clan? They are, without a doubt, local emperors. Upon entering the county city, Chen Jing'an swiftly arrived at the station of the Demon Suppression Division, situated in a prime location within the city, where every inch of land is precious. After presenting his official seal, he was promptly granted entry. Guided by a steward, Chen Jing'an was led into the waiting hall. There, he encountered an individual dressed similarly to himself, also a soldier of the Demon Suppression Army. Upon seeing him, the man took the initiative to greet him. "What may I call you, fellow?" "I am Jiang Song, a loose cultivator." Chen Jing'an returned the courtesy, introducing himself in turn. "I am Chen Jing'an, from the Chen clan of Qinghe County." Upon hearing this, Jiang Song's expression shifted noticeably, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Chen, you are indeed of noble lineage. Your status is beyond compare." Chen Jing'an understood the implications of his words. Currently, There are two pathways to join the Demon Suppression Division. The first is through recommendation, and the second is via examination. The former relies on connections, while the latter depends on one's abilities. Typically, loose cultivators are inclined towards the latter. In contrast, cultivators from noble clans possess their own family enterprises. They would only opt for the examination route if they truly could not continue within their families. Ordinarily, those with some connections in their clans would follow the recommendation route. This leads to a fascinating phenomenon. Personnel in the Demon Suppression Division who are recommended tend to have higher status and prospects than those who enter through examination, making the act of securing a position through connections a source of pride. Chen Jing'an sensed Jiang Song's desire to befriend him and did not decline. The fact that he had passed the examination already indicated his impressive prowess among peers. He could discern that Jiang Song was also at the 6th level of qi cultivation. Since he had taken the examination route, this implied that he had at least faced 3 adversaries of the same realm. While they may not have been defeated at the 6th level, he had once accomplished such feats. Should opportunities for collaboration arise in the future, the camaraderie established today could prove beneficial. The two engaged in lively conversation. However, Chen Jing'an refrained from disclosing that his recommender was Yuan Ji, maintaining an air of mystery. This would also prevent others from harboring ulterior motives towards him. As for the higher-ups of the 100 households, they would have access to his records, alleviating any concerns that such secrecy might result in missing out on critical advantages. The upper echelons also fear offending others, which serves as the greatest safeguard for the stability of these connections. Gradually, more soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army entered, including several Demon Suppression lieutenants. These lieutenants were predominantly formidable cultivators in the late stage of qi cultivation. Although they generally held no command authority over the soldiers below, they were accorded the courtesy befitting their rank. When a lieutenant entered, the seated soldiers would rise in acknowledgement. This was not a burdensome task, and the soldiers were pleased to perform this formality. Naturally, there were occasional exceptions. Greetings, Lieutenant Pang. A corpulent officer, surnamed Pang, strode into the room, exuding an air of authority with his cultivation at the 8th level. The assembled soldiers greeted him with respect, and he reveled in their flattery. Suddenly, he was jostled aside, and his smile faltered. The one who pushed past him was a young man clad in an officer's uniform, who entered the room without a backward glance. As Officer Pang began to address him, the young man turned, a mocking expression gracing his features, tinged with disdain. What do you wish to convey, Officer Pang? Upon recognizing the young man's face, Pang's words faltered, transforming into a reluctant, "You possess quite the character. I find it rather appealing." Ultimately, he even managed a forced smile. Yet, it was evident to all that Officer Pang's composure had been shattered within. Chen Jing'an observed with intrigue. The fact that a mere soldier could render an officer like Pang flustered likely indicated a powerful lineage. Once the young man departed, Chen turned to his newly acquainted companion, his eyes brimming with the eagerness of a spectator yearning for gossip. Jiang Song chuckled helplessly and whispered, "That was the son of Lord Zheng Aolong." Upon hearing the name Zheng Aolong, Chen's understanding deepened. Zheng Aolong, the grandson of the venerable Zheng Xuanzong, was renowned as the most gifted scion within the current Zheng lineage. At just over 40 years of age, he had already reached the 9th level of cultivation. It was rumored that he possessed a spiritual body, granting him a significant advantage in his pursuit of foundational establishment. Given the precarious state of the Zheng patriarch's health, the importance of a foundational talent like Zheng Aolong was abundantly clear. His son commanded respect even from the upper echelons of the 100 households, far beyond what Officer Pang could contend with. Chen Jing'an silently vowed to tread carefully and inquired, "Might I know the name of the esteemed Zheng gentleman?" Jiang Song, taken aback by his astuteness, recognized that someone of his background, willing to humble himself so readily, was destined for great things. With a broader smile, Jiang replied, "The young master is named Zheng Chongjia. As long as one does not offend him, he will not seek trouble." This was well-grounded advice. Chen Jing'an, filled with respect, raised his cup, declaring, "Brother Jiang, your transparency is commendable. I toast to you. Haha, it is my fortune to have made your acquaintance, Brother Chen." Similar scenes unfolded in various corners of the venue. Were it not for the knowledge that all present were celestial beings, one might mistake the gathering for a provincial bureaucratic assembly. Each individual, endowed with spiritual roots, was equally adept at exchanging pleasantries as those in the outside world. Chen Jing'an silently vowed that henceforth, should anyone dare to speak of celestial beings' aloofness, He would not hesitate to deliver a resounding slap to dispel such misconceptions. As night fell, a man with stubble and a fierce demeanor, clad in official robes, made his entrance. This was Zhao Yi, the chief of the Yunwu 100 households. Although his official rank remained that of a demon suppression officer, he wielded authority over the daily affairs of the 100 households, holding the title of chief, second only to the 100 house himself. Upon his arrival, both officers and soldiers present bowed respectfully. "We have the honor of meeting Chief Zhao." Zhao Yi merely nodded and then spoke. "The esteemed Lord Baihu is currently in seclusion. This Baihu conference will be presided over by myself, Zhao. According to tradition, esteemed colleagues may indulge in food and drink first. When the appointed time arrives, we shall commence the ceremony for the promotion of the school officers." As soon as Zhao Yi concluded his words, the culinary staff of the Demon Suppression Department promptly presented the banquet. There were spiritual fruit wines, meat from magical beasts, and even delicately cultivated spiritual melon seeds and preserved plums. The dining arrangement was self-serve. This was Chen Jing'an's first attendance, and he followed Jiang Song's lead, mimicking his actions. He poured himself a cup of spiritual fruit wine, filled a bowl with beast meat, and selected some appetizing dishes that, while satisfying, lacked spiritual energy. The two of them then retreated to a corner to enjoy their meal. Chen Jing'an observed the actions of the remaining attendees and noted that the soldiers adhered to the same standard. Even the formidable young Master Zheng was no exception. As for the school officers, they too had only a cup of wine, albeit a larger one, equivalent to 3 or 4 of the other servings, accompanied by a heaping bowl of beast meat. They even had seats reserved for them. This was likely a privilege reserved for the officers. Jiang Song took the initiative to explain. "The portions we serve here are a long-standing tradition within the Demon Suppression Department. No one forbids soldiers from eating more, but should you choose to deviate from the norm, the consequences are yours to bear." Chen Jing'an was uncertain of the implications of those consequences, but observing young Master Zheng's compliance, he felt it was perhaps best not to inquire further. Once they had finished the morsels at hand, Jiang Song welcomed Chen Jing'an into his small circle, which currently included 2 other soldiers. One was named Qian, a fellow disciple from the celestial lineage, hailing from the Qian family of Yanghe County. Their family was quite unique, possessing the heritage of weapon artisans capable of crafting low-grade magical artifacts. The other was Xiwan, a free practitioner like Jiang Song, possessing a keen sense of social nuance and devoid of any haughty airs, speaking with great eloquence. This aptly reflected the adage that like attracts like, suggesting that Jiang Song had considered such factors when forming his circle. Chen Jing'an introduced himself and mentioned that his grandfather was an alchemist, which served as a valuable asset in his interactions. His overture was promptly reciprocated by the two, as both parties were keen to forge closer ties, quickly elevating their camaraderie to the level of addressing one another as brothers. Chen Jing'an thus found himself seamlessly integrated into their fold. Jiang Song was quite pleased with Chen Jing'an's demeanor. After all, he had been the one to bring him into the group, and Chen Jing'an's cooperative attitude reflected well on him, further solidifying his position as the leader. "By the way, Brother Chen, we actually have another member in our midst, a female fellow practitioner named Xie Bingyan. She is currently pursuing the extermination of a demonic cultivator and is on the brink of being promoted to school officer. I shall introduce you to her next time." Following this, General Zhao announced the selection of the newly promoted school officers and proceeded to replace their official robes and seals on the spot. Chen Jing'an, unfamiliar with these individuals and aware of their differing statuses, chose not to dwell on the matter further. As time progressed, Jiang Song proposed that they embark on a mission together. Coincidentally, all 4 of them were at the 6th level of Qi refinement. They sought a commission from a fellow practitioner of the same level, aiming to complete it together. This endeavor would not only strengthen their bonds, but also enable them to earn a significant sum of spirit stones before their departure, an opportunity too splendid to overlook. Chen Jing'an harbored no concerns regarding Jiang Song's schemes, as he only accepted official commissions, eschewing private jobs. Most of these tasks were conducted under the watchful eyes of the Demon Suppression Division, leaving little opportunity for collusion with outsiders. As long as no external parties interfered, Chen Jing'an felt secure against any machinations from those of his own realm. In the worst-case scenario, if Jiang Song and the remaining 2 conspired against him, he wielded the earth-shattering shield and also possessed an upgraded version of the Fire Cloud sword, providing him with considerable confidence in swiftly eliminating one of them. Having settled this matter, Chen Jing'an departed alone. His visit to the county city was not solely for attending the 100-house conference. He also intended to deliver the offerings his family was to present to the Zheng clan of the immortal lineage. In fact, the offerings were modest, merely 3 spirit stones. Hardly enough to provoke a county-level immortal clan to take drastic actions. Such offerings follow the principle of accumulation through small contributions. Each immortal clan contributed 3 spirit stones, totaling 12 stones from the entire Qinghe County. With over a dozen counties like Yunwu County, this would amount to around 100 spirit stones each time, sufficient to purchase a decent mid-grade magical artifact. One can only imagine the wealth amassed by the Zheng clan during their century-long dominion over Yunwu County. Should their foundational ancestor pass away one day, it would undoubtedly attract covetous monks from all directions. However, such considerations were not pertinent to Chen Jing'an at this moment. The Zheng clan's residence stood adjacent to the county magistrate's office, adorned with decorations and a plaque of considerably higher quality than that of the magistrate's. Chen Jing'an expressed his intent to the doorman and presented his invitation. The doorman initially paid little attention, but upon his return, the smile on his face could only be described as obsequious. "It is indeed, young master and of the Qinghe Chen clan. Our 4th master has summoned you." The 4th master he referred to was the head of the Zheng clan's 4th branch, a 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner named Zheng Rinkai. Chen Jing'an was taken aback by the doorman's abrupt shift from disdain to deference. Upon self-reflection, he recognized that there were only 2 aspects of himself that might warrant the Zheng clan's regard. One was the recommendation from Yuan Ji, and the other was his 6th uncle, who had entered the immortal sect. These were the only plausible reasons. Soon enough, Chen Jing'an received confirmation, for upon their meeting, Zheng Rinkai greeted him with, as expected of the talented individual endorsed by Lord Yuan. With such an opening, the ensuing conversation devolved into a series of insincere pleasantries. The offerings would undoubtedly be presented in full measure, and nothing would change the Zheng clan's status as an entity to be courted. Chen Jing'an harbored no desire to draw too close to the Zheng clan. What advantage would there be in aligning himself with an aging foundational immortal clan? As long as he maintained an appearance of propriety and distanced himself, he believed he could avoid attracting misfortune. Yet, Chen Jing'an underestimated Zheng Rinkai's determination. It appeared that the latter regarded him as someone of significance to Yuan Ji, thus exerting considerable effort to cultivate their relationship. As if mere flattery was insufficient, he was even preparing a gift. Little 17. With a call from Zheng Rinkai, a young man of similar age promptly approached him. "My grandson is here," he declared. "He is the 17th in our clan and goes by the name Chongwei. Since you have arrived in the county city, let young 17 show you around. It is imperative that you have an enjoyable time." Chen Jing'an felt a sense of helplessness in his heart, yet Zheng Rinkai's warm invitation left him no room for refusal. Fortunately, such trivial social niceties would soon be forgotten. After all, once he returned to Qinghe County, how Zheng Rinkai sought to win over Yuan Ji would be entirely his own affair. Chapter 42. When one errs, the whole family suffers subsequently. The 2 bid farewell to Zheng Rinkai and exited the residence. Zheng Chongwei appeared to be quite amiable, openly expressing, "Our Zheng family is currently flourishing, and my grandfather is rather anxious. Brother Jing'an, do not take this to heart." Chen Jing'an recognized the veiled insinuation behind these words and refrained from falling into the trap. "Young Master 17 speaks too heavily. As a novice, my words lack weight. It is fortunate that 4th Master does not hold it against me." The 2 cunning foxes engaged in several rounds of verbal sparring, with neither gaining the upper hand. At last, they managed to leave the Zheng residence. With a wry smile, Chen Jing'an remarked, "Young Master 17 possesses great talent. Today, I am grateful for your guidance to various locales." His words offered a slight concession. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Chongwei happily replied, "Rest assured, Brother Jing'an, I shall ensure you experience all the delights this county city has to offer." The 2 exchanged light-hearted banter as they passed by the governor's office. At that moment, a procession of prison carts approached, halting in front of the governor's office. It appeared to be the officials and soldiers of the governor's office, brandishing sharp weapons as they drove a group of individuals clad in prison garb. "Hurry up. Do you still think of yourself as a master, waiting for others to serve you?" The leader barked angrily. Upon noticing Zheng Chongwei approaching, his previously stern demeanor transformed into one of sycophancy. "I have the honor of meeting young Master 17. Initially, Chen Jing'an believed this was merely a casual exchange until a voice filled with surprise rang out. "Is that you, 9th Master Chen?" Following the sound, He turned to see a graceful woman among the prisoners. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a shift in Zhang Chenghui's gaze towards him, one that carried an ambiguous undertone. His brow furrowed deeper, and a singular thought echoed in his mind. Who are you? Zhang Chenghui's expression took on a playful quality, even revealing a hint of delight. The leader in charge of escorting the prisoners immediately understood and did not hinder the woman from speaking. Seizing the opportunity, she exclaimed, "Ninth Master Chen. I am from the office of the magistrate of Qinghe County." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an was struck with sudden realization. This was the family of Magistrate Zhu. No, he should now be one of the 6 departments in the county. If these were indeed Magistrate Zhu's family members, it implied that he had been imprisoned scarcely a year after arriving in the county city. Reflecting on this, his gaze swept over the group of relatives until it landed on a familiar figure. The young lady from the Zhu family, whose real name was Zhu Qinghe, appeared to be aware of his scrutiny, deliberately lowering her head, her body trembling slightly. This scene struck a chord of familiarity within him. In those days, the tax envoy of the Immortal Tax Bureau disregarded the 4 great clans, while Magistrate Zhu, emboldened by the support of the envoy, wielded his authority with brazen arrogance. Miss Zhu was present at that time. However, due to her modest demeanor, she was belittled in front of Hu Xing. Now, reflecting back, who among them had not faced a moment of humiliation? Zhang Chenghui, following his gaze, displayed an understanding smile and remarked, "Brother Jing'an, do you harbor feelings for the daughter of that offending official?" Chen Jing'an was poised to deny it, but thoughts of Hu Xing crossed his mind, realizing that his choice would directly influence Miss Zhu's fate. The mere fact that this woman dared to incite Hu Xing to terminate her pregnancy warranted a death sentence in Chen Jing'an's eyes, to be executed without hesitation. For she nearly cost him a daughter of spiritual essence. Yet, from Hu Xing's perspective, matters must be viewed separately. Chen Jing'an could not deny that Miss Zhu had, at least at one point, safeguarded Hu Xing's secret. Otherwise, the Hu family might have long since fallen victim to the magistrate's malice. Such is the truth. Kindness is kindness, and grievances are grievances. Upon returning, if Hu Xing does not reward me with new experiences, she would be remiss in repaying the tribulations I have endured. As Chen Jing'an pondered, he raised his eyes to Zhang Chenghui and said, "Young Master 17. She has a past with my wife. Spare her life." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chenghui's face lit up with a smile. As long as Chen Jing'an was willing to speak, he would have no trouble justifying his actions before his grandfather. In the open, it was a situation that pleased everyone. Zhang Chenghui then instructed the captains and took Chen Jing'an to drink, leaving behind a multitude of family members pleading and struggling for mercy. Only Miss Zhu remained resolute, even having a dedicated maid assist her from the prison cart. The disparity in treatment was striking. The relatives being taken away pleaded desperately. "Beware. Aunt does not wish to die. Please plead with young Master Chen for mercy. Sister." The chorus of sorrowful voices echoed like a haunting melody, striking directly at Miss Zhu's forehead. At that moment, she was reluctant to accept it, but had to concede that Hu Xing's judgment surpassed her own. At the very least, Hu Xing had found a man capable of protecting her entire family. Yet, Miss Zhu's expression was one of desolation. Who could have anticipated that her father, once a figure of absolute authority in Qinghe County, whom even the immortal clans regarded with caution, would be met with a lethal punishment by the county governor simply for offending a member of the Zhang clan? Their family members were ensnared by accusations of conspiring against a court official, suffering the consequences. Ultimately, they would rely on Chen Jing'an's intervention to salvage their lives. As night fell, Chen Jing'an arrived at the residence arranged for him by the Zhang family. Before even stepping inside, he sensed the presence of someone within. Peering through the crack of the door, he discerned the figure inside, none other than Miss Zhu, adorned in an alluring manner. Zhang Chenghui was indeed efficient in his dealings. Regrettably, while Chen Jing'an was not devoid of desires, he adhered to his own principles. He would never degrade himself. Miss Zhu had spared Hu Xing's life, and he had repaid that favor on Hu Xing's behalf. From then on, they would owe each other nothing. Yet, if she insisted on rekindling a fleeting romance, what could he say? Unrelated and without any ties, they even harbored grievances. What could be their motive? Were they perhaps to kneel and sing conquer? Chen Jing'an requested a jug of wine from the innkeeper, discreetly slipped him some silver, and then departed while sipping his drink. As the moon ascended, he made his way towards the brothel. In the days that followed, to evade another encounter with Zhang Chenghui, Chen Jing'an chose to return to the Demon Suppression Division. where he conferred with Jiang Song and the others regarding their commission. Ultimately, they secured an assignment located in Yaha County, targeting a band of insurgents hidden within the mountains. These individuals were ostensibly rebels, yet in truth, they were led by a group of practitioners of demonic arts who masqueraded as the insurgent leaders, utilizing slaughter to expedite their cultivation and often preying upon smaller sects of cultivators. Chapter 43. The Blood Demon Puppet of Yujia Gully. Such an assignment, veiled by the guise of rebellion, was not something an ordinary Qi refinement practitioner at the 6th level would dare to approach alone, while those at the 7th level would find it too troublesome. Thus, it was perfectly suited for their quartet of 6th level practitioners to undertake together. According to the commission, each member would receive 2 spirit stones upon successful completion, a reward specified on paper, not including merits earned. As for additional gains, they would be entitled to the spoils of war. The Demon Suppression Division possessed its own system for disposing of stolen goods. The price of spirit stones would be slightly lower than in the marketplace, but would be compensated by additional merits. As long as one was willing to sell, there was no reason for the Demon Suppression Division to refuse. In Yaha County, Yujia Gully was a tributary of the Yaha River, stretching deep into the mountains and forests, serving as a natural hideout for bandits. Within Yujia Gully, the insurgents, through prolonged efforts, had even developed a certain scale of farming households, achieving a notable degree of self-sufficiency. The population was dispersed, yet in the densest areas, it appeared no less lively than those towns. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Chen Jing'an could not help but marvel at the caliber of leadership among the insurgents. Setting aside other matters, the governance displayed here would certainly suffice for the role of a county magistrate. Alas, they had become entangled with demonic practitioners. Since the Demon Suppression Division had come knocking, the notion of sparing the innocent was rendered moot. Jiang Song turned to the 3 and proposed, "Let us form pairs. We shall first locate the practitioners of demonic arts, and should assistance be required, we will utilize the official seal." This suggestion was swiftly approved. Thus, Chen Jing'an paired with Xiwan, while Jiang Song teamed with Qianan. They divided into groups, swiftly casting a speed enhancement spell beneath their feet, darting through the forest to capture the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the area. Before long, the duo halted before a wooden shack. Xiwan surveyed the structure and remarked, "I cultivate earth-based spells. I must wait for them to emerge for my abilities to be of use. Brother Chen, ignite the place to draw them out." Chen Jing'an nodded, conjuring a spark in the palm of his hand. This was neither the fire cloud sword nor the flame armor, but rather a transformation of the fire manipulation chi into a basic form. Subsequently, as if launching projectiles, he swiftly rubbed his hands together, unleashing sparks that fell upon the shack like meteorites, quickly igniting large portions of the building. His display truly opened Xiwan's eyes, and the strength of a single spark was indeed remarkable. During the 6th level of Qi cultivation, being able to unleash such a coherent offensive is indeed an impressive feat, truly befitting a scion of the celestial lineage. Xiera pondered inwardly, steeling himself for action. Soon, a multitude of wooden structures ignited, prompting many to flee in desperation. From the direction of the surging spiritual energy, a series of furious roars echoed. "Who dares to trespass? Seeking death." Figures armed with sharp weapons surged forth, accompanied by patrolling soldiers. Chen Jing'an and his companion did not make an effort to conceal themselves, leading to their swift exposure. A throng of assailants rushed toward them. Shahara's eyes brightened, and he brandished a copper hammer artifact, laughing heartily. "Brother Chen, watch me now." After grasping the hammer, his already formidable physique seemed to grow even larger. With hands as powerful as a bear's, he swung the hammer down. With a resounding thud, the ground beneath the strike cratered several feet deep, the force radiating outward in a sweeping arc that extended nearly 100 meters. Many of the charging rebels were thrown off balance, their legs shattered by the impact, collapsing in droves. Only a few alert demon cultivators managed to leap aside just in time, yet Xiera's prowess left a profound impression upon them. Without hesitation, the demon cultivators turned to flee. "Brother Chen, the rest is up to your skill." "All right." After acknowledging, Chen Jing'an conjured fiery boots beneath his feet, leaping effortlessly onto the blazing rooftops, seemingly impervious to the flames. From this elevated vantage point, he surveyed the broader battlefield. Confirming that there were no opponents at the 6th level of Qi cultivation present, he immediately targeted the stronger foes for slaughter. With a flick of his wrist, the fire cloud sword soared forth. The sword, seemingly imbued with a will of its own, swiftly locked onto a demon cultivator at the 5th level of Qi. Just as the opponent anticipated the assault from the front, the fire cloud sword descended from above, piercing directly through his forehead. Chen Jing'an then incinerated the corpse as a marker before setting his sights on another unsuspecting victim. Shahara's approach was far simpler, with his great copper hammer. A single strike meant certain death, though it lacked efficiency. After a brief period of carnage, the area surrounding the wooden structures was littered with corpses. At that moment, Chen Jing'an sensed movement behind him. He swiftly drew a half-finished dagger from his bag. Ducking to evade the initial strike, he pivoted quickly, driving the dagger horizontally through the assailant's abdomen. The sound of flesh tearing resonated, yet no scream followed as he had anticipated. Lifting his gaze, he encountered a pair of blood-soaked eyes fixated on him, followed by a massive, bloodied hand descending upon him. Clang! A cracked earth shield absorbed the impact, leaving him with merely a slight tremor as he stepped back. He regarded the crimson-clad brute who had attacked, surprise flickering in his eyes. Could it be a legacy of the Blood Demon sect? A Blood Demon puppet? The Blood Demon sect is also a well-known faction among demon cultivators, rivaling the Black Demon sect in influence. However, while the Black Demon sect emphasizes individual enhancement, the Blood Demon sect is a synthesis of demonic arts and puppetry. In the realm of sorcery, practitioners of blood magic linger. This detail was conspicuously absent from the intelligence reports of the Demon Suppression Department, which only indicated that the sorcerers here were adept in the arts of the dark magic sect. However, Chen Jing'an was unperturbed. The blood puppet before him possessed a formidable strength equivalent to the 6th layer of Qi cultivation, in addition to a hidden manipulator lurking in the shadows. If he could eliminate this individual, the blood puppet would pose no further threat. Indeed, capturing the blood puppet could yield a substantial profit within the confines of the Demon Suppression Department. With this thought in mind, Chen Jing'an brandished his rift shield, igniting a blaze of fiery armor around him, enhancing his physical prowess in all respects, and charged at the blood puppet with unwavering speed. The blood puppet hesitated momentarily before unleashing a fierce roar and charging back. Initially, it seemed like a clash of titans was imminent. Yet, just as the collision approached, Chen Jing'an deftly altered his trajectory, using the rift shield to absorb the impact of the blood puppet while simultaneously wielding the fire cloud sword with his free hand. Executing a precise strike at the puppet's head, the blow sent the head flying. Though the blood puppet quickly sprouted a new head from behind, Chen Jing'an's focus remained steadfast. He observed the old head as it rolled away in a particular direction, revealing a glaring flaw in the blood magic technique. While the blood puppet could regenerate severed limbs, the remnants would automatically return to the sorcerer's body, thus betraying their location. Chen Jing'an pursued swiftly, and barely having traversed a small patch of dense forest, he spotted a figure fleeing across the open ground. The individual radiated an aura akin to that of the blood puppet, undoubtedly a practitioner of blood magic. Having noticed each other, the blood sorcerer, emboldened by the absence of companions, paused after a brief escape. Chen Jing'an also halted at a distance of several dozen meters. Channeling his energy, he summoned a 3-foot-long fire cloud sword, which surged forth with explosive force, igniting the underbrush in a roaring inferno. The blood sorcerer, refusing to underestimate the threat, produced a glowing blue talisman from his spatial pouch. As it descended before him, it materialized into a towering wall of water, the cascading waves sweeping outward and sealing off his retreat. The fire cloud sword plunged into the wall, but the two forces met in a stalemate. The blood sorcerer remained vigilant, aware that multiple practitioners from the Demon Suppression Department had infiltrated Yu Family Valley. He understood the urgency of dispatching Chen Jing'an before reinforcements arrived. Blood puppet, return, he commanded, summoning the fleeing blood puppet, which transformed into a crimson shadow racing back to him. At that moment, the water wall before the blood sorcerer erupted violently, a dark, swift light surging forth. In response, the blood sorcerer conjured a brown-yellow talisman, which morphed into an earthen shield. But it was shattered upon encountering the swift light. Only then did the blood sorcerer recognize it as a small magical dagger. His expression shifted, and he quickly retrieved a palm-sized wooden fish from his possession. As the infusion of spiritual energy took effect, the wooden fish immediately swelled like a balloon, its surface transforming into a vivid crimson hue, ultimately morphing into a living, blood-red dragon fish, exuding a ferocious demeanor as it lunged forward. This wooden fish was also a low-grade magical artifact. The clash of the two beams of light, one red and one black, caused the half-finished dagger to be deflected. Simultaneously, the blood demon puppet behind Chen Jing'an arrived. The blood demon puppet and the blood-red dragon fish flanked him, attacking from both sides. Chen Jing'an swiftly formed a hand seal, and a sudden surge of flames enveloped him, donning him in a fiery armor that significantly amplified his presence. He reached out, and the 4-foot-long fire cloud sword levitated into the air, slicing directly towards the blood-red dragon fish. In the eyes of the blood demon cultivator, Chen Jing'an appeared to be bracing himself to withstand the surprise attack from the blood demon puppet. Amused, he secretly infused even more spiritual power into the puppet, intending to deliver a monumental surprise to Chen Jing'an. This arrogant junior was destined to pay the ultimate price for his recklessness today. In the next moment, the blood demon puppet behind Chen Jing'an suddenly expanded in an instant. Its previously bare body not only donned armor, but also sprouted toxic barbs from its hands, striking directly at Chen Jing'an's head. At the critical moment, Chen Jing'an swiftly cast a large net, which supported itself in midair, ensnaring the evolved blood demon puppet as though he were fishing, pinning it to the ground. He then confronted the attacking blood-red dragon fish, solidifying the fire cloud sword in his grasp and aimed a strike at its head. With a swift slash, numerous scales cascaded down like raindrops. Just as the dragon fish prepared to bite, Chen Jing'an summoned the earth-shattering shield, thrusting it into the creature's mouth and manipulating it to expand, effectively restraining it with the two magical artifacts. In a matter of mere breaths, he gazed at the now empty space where the demon cultivator had been, gripping the fire cloud sword and advancing toward him. How could this be possible? The blood demon cultivator was bewildered. Having lost all sense of connection with the blood demon puppet, he was not adept at close combat, and a significant portion of his spiritual power had been diverted to the puppet, which he could not reclaim. The blood-red dragon fish also required time to withdraw, yet Chen Jing'an had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Cursing under his breath, the blood demon cultivator unleashed 3 water wall talismans that fused into a single, massive water wall, its hardness far exceeding that of an individual talisman. Chen Jing'an sought to break through quickly, a feat only possible with an offensive magical artifact. The opportunity arose at that moment. The blood demon cultivator hastily summoned the blood-red dragon fish, and under his full exertion, it finally expelled the earth-shattering shield from its mouth. However, before it could turn, Chen Jing'an, wielding the fire cloud sword, cleaved through the water wall and breached its defenses. How could this be possible? The blood demon cultivator's eyes were fixed on the fire cloud sword in Chen Jing'an's hand, convinced that it was not a magical artifact, merely a sword-shaped spell. Yet how could this spell possess the same capability as a magical artifact, capable of shattering spiritual talismans? Chen Jing'an would not deign to enlighten him. For the vast majority of cultivators, this knowledge is destined to remain a mere triviality. When the comprehension of a spell reaches perfection, one can transform the ethereal into the tangible. At such a level, the distinction between spells and magical artifacts diminishes significantly. Chen Jing'an's mastery of the fire cloud sword, however, has yet to attain such perfection. Yet, having grasped the rudiments of the fire chi transformation, he is able to forcibly sustain the fire cloud sword in a corporeal form for a brief moment, albeit at a greater expenditure of spiritual energy. Without uttering a single superfluous word, Chen Jing'an approached the blood demon cultivator, brandishing the fire cloud sword and uttering a single command, slash. The fire cloud sword soared forth, igniting fiercely upon making contact with the blood demon's body. Simultaneously, the crimson dragon fish that had been advancing fell to the ground, reverting to its original form of a wooden fish. Observing the corpse of the blood demon, Chen Jing'an felt an uneasy apprehension and ignited a flame to ensure its demise. He then proceeded to the place where the blood demon puppet was bound, only to find it had also ceased its struggles, firmly suppressed by the azure sky silkworm. It can be said that the true merit of today belongs to the azure sky silkworm. Indeed, it is an extraordinary asset, capable of thwarting even those at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Not only had it interrupted Cheng Qiong's spellcasting previously, but today it had also rendered the blood demon incapacitated. Retrieving the azure sky silkworm, Chen Jing'an placed the blood demon puppet into his Qianquan bag before moving to seize the demon cultivator's own Qianquan bag. This individual had lost numerous spiritual talismans today, thus accumulating a modest fortune. Moreover, He had also acquired a wooden fish magical artifact. A splendid gain indeed. He extracted the official seal of the demon suppression department from his hand and pressed it onto the corpse of the demon cultivator, soon revealing a line of small characters. Blood Demon Sect, warrant issued, confirmed deceased. Rewards can be collected at the 100 households, performance to be assessed. Upon reading the contents of the official seal, Chen Jing'an's smile broadened. What a remarkable turn of events. This was indeed a notorious figure with a separate bounty, unrelated to their current commission. It was a delightful surprise. Chen brother. Chen Jing'an heard someone call his name. Turning around, he saw Jiang Song and the others, having reunited with Xiwan. I say, Chen brother, is this a member of the Blood Demon Sect? Qian exclaimed, his eyes wide with incredulity. It is well known that the Blood Demon Sect, being adept in puppet manipulation, is generally presumed to require a 2-on-1 scenario to confront. The puppets are devoid of pain, fearless, and unyielding. Furthermore, with the demon cultivator himself interfering, slaying a practitioner of the blood demon techniques would be an arduous feat. Yet, Chen Jing'an had managed to achieve this alone. At this moment, Qian'an's emotions were quite complex. As a descendant of the celestial lineage, he, like Chen Jing'an, had joined the demon suppression department through recommendations. He had always believed that those who obtained recommendations would struggle against those who had undergone assessments. However, being able to single-handedly slay a blood demon cultivator at the same realm showcases a level of strength that would guarantee success in the assessments. Thus, the true inadequacy lay not with the celestial disciples, but with himself. Little did he know, Jiang Song and Xiwan, who had also passed the assessments, were equally unsettled. Their combat experience is far more extensive, allowing them to discern greater details on the battlefield. This is not merely a blood sorcerer. He is also a blood sorcerer equipped with magical artifacts. The fact that Chen Jing'an could emerge victorious while appearing seemingly unscathed, despite both parties employing magical tools, is a feat that even they would hesitate to provoke. Through subsequent conversations, Chen Jing'an learned about their backgrounds. In Yujia Valley, aside from the blood sorcerer that Chen Jing'an had slain, there were 2 black sorcerers at the 6th level of Qi training. Unfortunately, these 2 6th-level practitioners happened to encounter Jiang Song and his companion. Each faced off against one, resulting in a fierce and indecisive battle. Ultimately, it was Xiwan, who had freed himself, that went to provide support, enabling a smooth conclusion to the conflict. Reflecting on this, Xiwan slapped his forehead and retrieved a bag from behind him, handing it to Chen Jing'an. Brother Chen, this contains the spoils from the 5th-level Qi practitioner you killed, along with some other assorted items I've packed for you. Chen Jing'an did not decline, slightly cupping his fists in gratitude. Thank you, brother Sure. No need for such formality. Xiwan waved his hand. Since we are on this mission together, there is no need to compromise our integrity over such trivial matters. Moreover, Chen Jing'an's value as a companion in his eyes had even surpassed that of Qian, who also hailed from the celestial lineage. Chen Jing'an, in a gesture of reciprocity, turned to the remaining 3 and stated, "The blood sorcerer I killed has a bounty on his head, which I can claim later. I shall forego the spiritual stones from this extermination of Yujia Valley." Having feasted on success himself, he felt it only right to allow others a taste of his fortune. Otherwise, if he were to continuously indulge alone, even the strongest bonds would fray. The 3 understood his sentiment and accepted this favor, but felt compelled to reciprocate. Thus, Jiang Song was the first to speak. Upon our return to the county city, let us share a drink of spiritual wine together. This time, brother Chen, you shall not need to spend any spiritual stones. Very well. In Yunwu County City, the 4 departed from the tavern, bidding farewell and agreeing to reconvene at the 100-house conference in 3 years. Chen Jing'an then made his way to the Demon Suppression Division, intending to sell the blood sorcerer's puppet he possessed and collect his bounty, before preparing to return to Qinghe County. Unfortunately, the round trip to Yujia Valley had consumed considerable time, though it had yet to be a month since his departure by the time he returned. It was likely that Yushan's child would have already been born, making it impossible for him to arrive in time. At the Treasure Pavilion, the largest establishment for the trade of celestial items within the Great Qian realm, numerous branches were scattered throughout the domain. The proprietors behind the Treasure Pavilion were said to include prominent figures such as the royal family, the Celestial Tax Bureau, and the Demon Suppression Division. Internally, it also served as a channel for the disposal of stolen goods by the Demon Suppression Division. Chen Jing'an had reason to suspect that a significant portion of the spiritual items within the treasure pavilion were spoils that had been processed and laundered by their own ranks. Yet, due to the pavilion's immense backing, it remained beyond scrutiny, ensuring that sales were never a concern. Before his arrival, he had already counted several bags. And aside from the 6 spiritual stones and the wooden fish artifact, he intended to part with the remaining items. The individual responsible for his reception was an elderly man. Well past his twilight years, possessing only the strength of a 5th-level Qi practitioner, yet his gaze bore an unusual sharpness, akin to that of a human scanning device. 2 vials of blood sorcerer elixirs, and I will offer you 2 spiritual stones in return. 3 earth shield talismans are exchanged for 3 spirit stones. The manuals for blood magic and dark magic are to be destroyed, as is customary. The old man recounted this with great familiarity, then spotted a vial of blood. Opened it, took a whiff, and promptly discarded it. The residual blood from the cultivation of dark arts is of no use. The black magic brew, however, is rather rare. But regrettably, the brewing method is subpar and has been diluted. Thus, I can only offer you 2 spirit stones. The elder gazed at the now empty tabletop and spoke once more. Is there anything else? There is, Chen Jing'an replied, producing the blood demon puppet and placing it directly on the table. As the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The elder in charge of the appraisal immediately lit up upon seeing the blood demon puppet, retrieved a pair of specially crafted magical gloves, and began to explore it. Approximately 15 minutes later, he expressed incredulity. It has been quite some time since the 100 House has received such a complete blood demon puppet, especially one at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Young man, how did you manage this? Chen Jing'an smiled silently, appearing as if he comprehended the matter while feigning ignorance. The old man, noticing this, scoffed lightly, then sniffed at the puppet, his expression turning peculiar, followed by an exclamation of admiration. To think of using azure silkworm silk to counter the blood demon puppet, you are indeed quite clever. As Chen Jing'an's secret was laid bare, his respect for the elder deepened, and he politely inquired, Senior, how much do you intend to offer for the recovery? The elder paused for a moment in contemplation before responding. Were this at the treasure pavilion, I would certainly take a substantial cut from you. However, disposing of stolen goods is the business of the Demon Suppression Division, which is inappropriate. A flat offer, considering your previous items, totals 20 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an began to calculate. The previous items amounted to 7 spirit stones, meaning this blood demon puppet was valued at 13 spirit stones. His initial expectation was merely 10 spirit stones, so this slight surplus was entirely acceptable. However, Chen Jing'an sought to gain a further advantage. He regarded the elder and said, I can accept your offer, but I have a small request. What is it? I would like to ask the senior to assist in appraising another magical artifact. Upon hearing this, the elder seemed to catch on, chuckling. You are indeed shrewd. You must have acquired a magical artifact from that blood demon cultivator. Your luck is truly remarkable. Very well, in light of this blood demon puppet, I shall grant you this favor. Present it for my inspection. Without further ado, Chen Jing'an retrieved the wooden fish artifact from his Qinghe pouch. The elder examined it carefully and provided his assessment. A fine item indeed. If you are willing to sell it, I could even offer you 50 spirit stones. Chen Jing'an's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly worth so much? To think that my azure silkworm could only fetch 50 spirit stones. The elder elucidated. Ordinarily, common low-grade magical artifacts would not command such a price. However, yours possesses the potential to be upgraded to a mid-grade artifact, so it is indeed valuable. Seeing that the elder was holding back, Chen Jing'an promptly produced 3 strands of leaf earthworm dried and presented them. I humbly request your guidance, esteemed senior. Chapter 46. The Blood of the Dragon Fish. A talented painter, did you procure it using the Yeqiao dry leaves? The old man narrowed his eyes. Though he uttered those words, he nonetheless accepted the Yeqiao leaves, initially intending to chew on them. Chen Jing'an immediately ignited a flame for him and took one for himself, his expression notably obsequious. Take a puff and then exhale, the elder instructed. He complied and soon found himself floating in a euphoric state. His eyes brightened as he praised, Indeed, I can perceive your sincerity. This wooden fish talisman, crafted by a skilled artisan, surprisingly encapsulated the spirit of a dragon fish, serving as the source of its spiritual essence. To elevate this talisman, one essentially needs to enhance its spirituality, thus utilizing the blood of the dragon fish would suffice. though he had not completed his thought. Chen Jing'an grasped the essence of his words. In simpler terms, it meant he needed to purchase dragon fish blood from the treasure pavilion. This was a concept entirely alien to him. He was only aware that the Zheng clan's celestial lineage controlled spirits within the Great River. Whether or not those were dragon fish remained uncertain, yet he lacked the courage to capture one. Nevertheless, the elder's statement ignited a flicker of hope within him, prompting him to cautiously inquire, "Senior, how much dragon fish blood would suffice to elevate the talisman?" 20 pieces, the elder replied without hesitation, raising a finger. "Very well." Chen Jing'an mused, contemplating the situation. The treasure pavilion would profit from the transaction, and not a single piece could be retained for personal gain. He desired to exhibit a firmer stance, yet he questioned himself. Would he dare return to dispose of stolen goods again? The answer was unequivocally affirmative. Offending this old man would yield no advantage for him. Spending 20 spirit stones to elevate the wooden fish talisman from low-grade to mid-grade was indeed a prudent investment. After all, even the most inferior mid-grade talisman fetched a price exceeding 80 spirit stones, and this wooden fish talisman had the potential to summon a blood-red dragon fish, its value surely surpassing 100 once upgraded. Presently, the wooden fish talisman was appraised at 50 spirit stones, but this was merely a sunk cost. And as a spoils of war, it could not be equated entirely to its cost. To dwell on such minutiae would be to ensnare oneself in absurdity. He was oblivious to how many spirit stones the elder extracted from the transaction. However, considering the inherent value of the information itself, the expenditure on spirit stones was not a loss. With this realization, Chen Jing'an resolved, "I kindly request the dragon fish blood." The elder, pleased with his demeanor, smiled. "You, my boy, possess a modicum of conscience. Should you encounter any further matters, I shall be inclined to assist you again." This was indeed an unexpected delight. Chen Jing'an promptly expressed his gratitude and received a vial of crimson dragon fish blood from the elder. The elder cautioned, "1 drop a day will suffice to enhance the talisman's spirituality. Once it reaches the mid-grade, do not be overly ambitious. You get what you pay for." Due to the material limitations of this talisman, it cannot support the power of a high-grade talisman. Chen Jing'an nodded and departed with the dragon fish blood. Though this venture had drained his spirit stones, he felt a sense of fulfillment. Upon inspecting his official seal, he noticed that his merit had risen from 0 to 10. Based on the 20 spirit stones he had sold, it equated to gaining 1 merit point for every 2 spirit stones traded. Upon arriving at the department responsible for bounties, Chen Jing'an presented the official seal and swiftly claimed the reward for slaying the blood demon cultivator. He received 10 spirit stones along with a commendation, raising his merit from 10 to 30 points. The additional 20 points corresponded directly to the merit earned from the blood demon. Curiously, he inquired of the officer in charge of the bounties about the merit required for promotion to demon suppression officer. Without lifting his gaze, the officer responded matter-of-factly, "For those at the 7th level of Qi refinement, 200 merit points are required. For those at the 8th level and above, a uniform requirement of 150 merit points applies." Chen Jing'an nodded in appreciation. Not long after stepping out of the demon suppression office, a familiar chime resonated in his mind. Clearly, Yushan had given birth. The mother-child bell chimed with the announcement. Chun Qingmiao, aptitude, no spiritual root. Fate glyph 1, meticulous thought, possessing a more thorough consideration than the average person. Fate glyph 2, talented in painting, exhibiting a gift for painting and embellishment above the common level. Upon reading these 2 glyphs, especially the latter, Chen Jing'an's eyes sparkled. After all, was not the essence of talismans derived from painting? This little girl was not merely a talented painter. She was evidently a prodigy in talisman crafting. Suddenly, Chen Jing'an realized that Yushan was a descendant of talisman masters, and the Yu clan had indeed risen in prominence through the art of talisman crafting, boasting several talisman masters within their ranks. It seemed rather ironic that he had specifically sought out the descendants of talisman masters, only to overlook the talent right beneath his nose. Alas, without a spiritual root, her future potential was regrettably limited. Chen Jing'an took a moment to mourn the fate of his second daughter before departing from Yunwu County, making his way home. At the same time, before a cave dwelling in the Immortal sect, a beautiful female cultivator approached, exuding the pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator. Soon, someone emerged from the cave. It was his uncle, Chen Yaodong. He greeted the woman respectfully. "Greetings, Master Song." The woman frowned slightly, displeased. "Chen Shidi, did I not instruct you to address me as senior sister?" Hearing this, Chen Yaodong felt an increased pressure. This woman, Song Ruding, was his senior sister, having studied under the same foundation establishment master. In a fortunate twist of fate, she had ventured into a secret realm. Seizing the crucial herb needed for crafting a foundation establishment pill, the rainbow fruit, and successfully refined it into a pill, achieving her breakthrough. Coincidentally, Chen Yaodong had entered the secret realm alongside her. Capitalizing on their shared experiences, he had sought her support to safeguard his own precious Wuyun vine from being coveted by others. Song Ruding had agreed, and her visit today was indeed related to the matter of the foundation establishment pill. She produced a jade box from her robes and looked at Chen Yaodong. This time, senior brother Jean was fortunate enough to refine 3 foundation establishment pills, 1 genuine and 2 inferior. I have managed to secure the genuine one for you. How do you intend to repay me? At the mention of the genuine foundation establishment pill, Chen Yaodong's eyes gleamed with excitement. Yet, when it came to the matter of repayment, his expression grew troubled. It was not that he lacked the desire to repay her, but rather, he found himself devoid of anything that might entice a foundation establishment cultivator. Upon contemplating this, Chen Yaodong cautiously inquired if his junior brother would be willing to offer all the spirit stones in his possession to senior sister. Initially, Song Ruding intended to decline, but suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, she smiled enchanting. Not sufficient. Upon hearing this, Chen Yaodong sensed a glimmer of hope and raised the stakes. I possess 3 magical artifacts, one of which is of medium grade, and I can also present them to senior sister. Still inadequate. Upon hearing this, Chen Yaodong felt a pang of discomfort. Without the spirit stones and magical artifacts, he possessed no other valuables. The foundational elixir was undoubtedly essential to him. However, he could hardly offer himself as collateral, could he? He gazed at Song Ruding, his expression betraying a sense of surrender. What does senior sister desire? I want you. Chapter 47. The Covenant of Companions. The Path of Talismans. Chen Yaodong could hardly fathom this answer. What was the purpose of this? Song Ruding, in her 50s, appeared to be a decade older than Chen Yaodong. Yet, when assessed against the lifespan of 200 years in the foundation establishment realm, she was equivalent to merely in her 20s, a youthful figure among cultivators. Moreover, as a female cultivator, finding a companion should not be overly challenging, right? While Chen Yaodong occasionally indulged in self-admiration, he was not so foolish as to believe he could dazzle a foundation establishment cultivator like Song Ruding. Perceiving his confusion, Song Ruding began to elucidate. Years ago, during her cultivation, she had sustained injuries that rendered her incapable of bearing children. She sought a partner worthy of her, yet wished to avoid sharing him with other women. Junior brother Chen, you surely desire this genuine foundational elixir, do you not? Upon hearing this, Chen Yaodong's understanding crystallized. In essence, Song Ruding's proposition was that should he successfully break through, he would become her companion, destined to remain childless. Although the terms sounded somewhat devoid of compassion, a considerable burden was lifted from Chen Yaodong's heart. These conditions were not insurmountable. He had never placed immense value on establishing a family. Otherwise, he would not have reached this age without pursuing romantic entanglements. Besides, lacking a son was not an insurmountable loss, for he had a nephew. The visage of Chen Jing'an surfaced in his mind, recalling the spirit stones his nephew had gathered for him, and his expression softened considerably. He bore the hopes of the Chen celestial clan upon his shoulders. He could not falter at this final juncture. Song Ruding did not rush him, patiently awaiting Chen Yaodong's response. Should he choose to refuse, the genuine foundational elixir would certainly be beyond his reach. However, Song Ruding would not sever ties entirely. She would return to him the inferior foundational elixir that rightfully belonged to him. From henceforth, they would part ways. Very well, I accept, senior sister. Chen Yaodong readily acquiesced, then turned to Song Ruding. Please, senior sister, grant me a childless elixir, which I shall consume before you to demonstrate my sincerity. Upon hearing this, Song Ruding was momentarily taken aback, then her face blossomed with a smile. Junior brother is indeed a true man. Rest assured, senior sister will do her utmost to assist you in your breakthrough. In Qinghe County, at the Chen residence, Chen Jing'an encountered the family's prodigious talent in alchemy. Though this young lady lacked spiritual roots, Chen Jing'an found her exceptionally endearing. After all, the gateway to the 4 arts of immortality has finally opened for him. Yushan was initially concerned that her little girl would not be favored by Chen Jing'an, but reality proved her worries to be unfounded. Chen Jing'an held their daughter close. At that moment, Yushan leaned on his shoulder, her expression filled with worry. Husband, in half a year, Qinghe will undergo the spiritual root assessment. What's the matter? Chen Jing'an inquired calmly. Noticing his apparent indifference, Yushan cautiously continued. I heard that my elder brother's Qinghe has no spiritual root this year. If Qinghe also lacks a spiritual root, I humbly ask you, my husband, to be lenient with him. Leniency for Qinghe? Chen Jing'an pondered her words. Realizing her concern was that he might neglect Qinghe if he were found to have no spiritual root. Judging by the outcome, her apprehensions seemed excessive. However, from Yushan's perspective as a mother, Chen Jing'an could comprehend her worries and immediately reassured her. You must trust your husband. I am the foremost cultivator among the younger generation of our family. As my son, even if Qinghe lacks a spiritual root, he will not be deprived of his destined wealth and honor. Yushan, having received this affirmative response, transformed her sorrow into joy. Thank you, my husband. Just then, the door to the room was unexpectedly pushed open, and two figures stumbled forward, falling to the ground. It was none other than the brothers Chen Jing'an and Chen Jing'an. Given their clumsy fall, it was evident that these two rascals had just been eavesdropping. Yushan was equally startled, her face flushing with embarrassment. Chen Jing'an handed their daughter to her and gently helped her lie down, his tone contemplative. Shaner, today I feel inclined to discipline our son. You will support me. One to you? Upon hearing this, the two boys immediately panicked. Mother, help. Father is going to hit us. Yushan, realizing Chen Jing'an was jesting, chimed in, of course. I support my husband. Hearing this, Chen Jing'an swiftly grabbed his brother, and with little legs moving quickly, exclaimed, Elder brother, run. Chen Jing'an, now amused, pretended to chase after them, not forgetting to close the door behind him, leaving Yushan alone in the room. She comforted their awakened daughter, her expression reflecting a newfound sense of relief. Originally, she had intended to inquire about Chen Jing'an's recent absences, but she suddenly felt it unnecessary. Rather than confronting him directly and risking his displeasure, it was wiser to leverage her own advantages. After all, she could not allow her children to be overshadowed by a multitude of concubines' offspring in the future. Half a year passed. By the spirit field, Chen Jing'an put pen to stone, completing the final stroke of a complete spiritual talisman design. In the next moment, with a loud bang, the stone shattered under the pressure of the spiritual energy. Dad, you've blown up another stone. You're too playful. Chen Jing'an remarked as he fetched another small stone, obediently returning to his spot, confusion evident on his face. Chen Jing'an, hearing this, put down his brush, a self-satisfied expression adorning his face. Looking at his son, he chuckled. Do not speak so recklessly. Your father has mastered the art of talisman drawing. When you eventually delve into the world of talismans, you will come to appreciate just how brilliant your father truly is. Chen Jing'an's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, Father, can I truly become an immortal? Of course you can, Chen Jing'an replied, fully aware of the outcome. He felt no hesitation in sharing this with his son, for children do not ponder as deeply as adults. The same words, if spoken to Yushan, might be construed as placing undue pressure on Chen Jing'an. However, when directed solely at Chen Jing'an, they were undoubtedly a source of encouragement from a doting father. Having received the answer he yearned for, Chen Jing'an inquired further, Father, can my younger brother and elder sister also become immortals? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jing'an gently patted his son's head and replied, Not everyone in this world possesses spiritual roots. They too have their own paths to follow. I understand, Father. At that moment, a plump little red hawk burst forth from the woods, pursued closely by a tiny figure. Upon spotting Chen Jing'an, the little hawk flapped its wings clumsily and landed on his shoulder. Breathless, Chen Jing'an looked at his father with a pout. Father, you asked me to help little Qi lose weight, but after all this running, it hasn't lost any, and I'm the one who's getting thinner. Upon hearing this, the Qi immortal hawk turned its head, displaying a semblance of intelligence, as if to suggest that Chen Jing'an should resolve the matter himself. Observing his son's disgruntled expression, Chen Jing'an felt reluctant to reveal that his intention was simply to encourage Chen Jing'an to cultivate his character by having the Qi immortal hawk accompany him on walks. Such honesty would be too harsh and detrimental to his image in the eyes of his children. He recalled how he had recently mastered the art of spiritual talismans, and soon he would be able to craft first-grade talismans. This was indeed a cause for celebration. Thus, he decided to prepare some spiritual rice to reward the two boys and conveniently silence his younger son. Chapter 48. undercurrents, and spiritual root testing before long. A pot of spiritual rice was ready. Chen Jing'an retrieved small bowls and served half a bowl to each of his sons. He then scattered a handful of uncooked spiritual rice grains aside for the Qi, immortal hawk, to peck at like a chick. As for the remaining spiritual rice, he served himself a bowl, sufficient to savor the flavor. Having reached the 6th level of Qi training, relying solely on the spiritual energy provided by the rice no longer yielded significant effects. Rather than waste spiritual stones on this, it would be wiser to save them for the next trip to Yunwu Square, where he could procure cultivation resources that would be more beneficial. As for his grandfather, the elder was currently striving to reach the 9th level of Qi training, and Chen Jing'an felt it inappropriate to burden him with requests for elixirs. This circumstance had ignited a desire within Chen Jing'an to learn alchemy himself. However, after experiencing the extraordinary talents of alchemical prodigies, this inclination swiftly dissipated. To illustrate with an exaggerated example, his second cousin, Chen Jing'an, had, under the guidance of a yellow talisman master, taken 5 years to create talismans capable of containing spiritual energy, and was regarded as a successor of the craft. In contrast, Chen Jing'an, who had started from sheer ignorance, had achieved results comparable to his cousin's 5-year endeavor in just half a year. The disparity in progress was not merely a matter of tenfold speed. If there existed such a pronounced gap between alchemical geniuses and ordinary individuals, the implications were profound. The so-called early start he mentioned is merely a waste of time. Thus, Chen Jing'an chose to settle for a compromise. Since alchemy can expedite the cultivation process through the use of gathering spirit pills, he decided to seek out similar talismans in the realm of talismans. Fortuitously, within the family's inheritance of talismanic knowledge, there exists a first-tier talisman known as the amplifying talisman. It is said that by affixing the amplifying talisman to one's person, one can accelerate the absorption rate of spiritual energy within, thereby indirectly enhancing the speed of cultivation. The progression from the 6th level of Qi refinement to the 7th entails 2 steps. The first step is to methodically accumulate spiritual energy to perfection. The second step is the breakthrough, which is undoubtedly the more troublesome of the two, also referred to as the significant bottleneck in Qi refinement. His second uncle had remained at this bottleneck for a full 15 years. Whether one possesses 4 or 5 spiritual roots, there is little advantage when confronting this formidable barrier. Consequently, Chen Jing'an resolved from the outset to utilize external resources. For instance, he considered gathering spirit stones to purchase a dragon scale fruit, a spiritual fruit that can directly assist in overcoming the bottleneck. However, the price of a single dragon scale fruit starts at 50 spirit stones. After settling his debts to the family, Chen Jing'an currently possesses only 15 spirit stones. To amass the remaining amount, he could only hope for a bountiful yield from the wolf demons or take on a few bounty commissions from the demon suppression office. After all, he had profited considerably from the blood demon cultivator. It is undeniable that farming for spirit stones is a slower endeavor compared to slaying foes and seizing treasures. Yet, one cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. Chen Jing'an coveted the spirit stones of the demon cultivators, but would not gamble with his life. At least until his wooden fish artifact advanced to a mid-grade artifact, he did not intend to confront the demon cultivators again. If he had to be poor while farming, at least it wouldn't cost him his life. Time swiftly passed, and the year-end approached. Chen Jing'an was still in seclusion attempting a breakthrough and could not attend the family's annual meeting. Thus, the yearly assessment of spiritual roots was jointly presided over by him and his second uncle. As the third strongest member of the family, Chen Jing'an sat at the top, flanked by his second uncle on either side. The remaining uncles and aunts took their seats below, followed by their cousins. Once everyone had gathered, this year it was the turn of the third uncle, Qin Yaohui, to oversee the proceedings. Their branch was the only one among the 6 second-generation branches that had not produced any spiritual roots. Starting with the third uncle, every male in their branch had taken multiple wives, resulting in a number of newborns each year surpassing the combined totals of the other branches. This was not the first time Chen Sambua had presided over the annual meeting. He retrieved a family tree and began to read out names according to the list. From the first branch, Chen Qingshu, Chen Qingqi. The second branch, none. When it came to the third branch, a hint of pride flashed across Chen Sambua's face. Then, as if announcing a menu, he declared, Chen Jinglai, Chen Jing, Chen Qing. He listed 6 names in total, 2 of which shared the same generational character with Chen Jing'an. Undoubtedly, These two were also descendants of the third uncle. At over 50 years of age, it was indeed rare to possess such vigor. Uncle Chen jested, "Fourth, fifth. You two are still young. Learn from third and contribute more to the family." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in laughter. However, Old Master Chen and Uncle Chen Wu remained silent, as did the descendants of the fourth and fifth branches behind them, seemingly oblivious to the remark. Chen Jing'an observed closely from the stage, catching the size of his second uncle nearby. Undoubtedly, beneath the laughter lay the tension between the first and third branches. For years, the patriarch had focused solely on significant matters. As the eldest among the brothers, Uncle Chen managed the affairs of the common folk, while second uncle oversaw those of the immortals. Uncle Chen's authority encompassed not only the hereditary positions of the main family, but also the distribution of resources among the branches. The third branch had flourished in offspring over the decades, leading to them receiving a share of resources that far exceeded those allocated to the other branches. Yet, despite this abundance, the third branch still found themselves in want. After all, they were all of the Chen lineage, while their numbers were plentiful. The children of the Chen family were entitled to certain privileges that could not be diminished. Thus, expenses flowed like water. Consequently, third uncle repeatedly sought financial assistance from Uncle Chen. Initially, they maintained a facade of cordiality, but as requests became more frequent, so did the arising conflicts. Indeed, it was true that the third branch had many descendants, yet none possessed spiritual roots, rendering them, in harsher terms, a mere gathering of idlers. Nevertheless, third uncle had his own justifications. His diligent efforts, even at his advanced age, should be viewed as contributions to the family, should they not? The eldest deliberately withheld resources from the third branch, fearing they might rise and usurp the authority of the first branch in the future. The fourth and fifth branches had always banded together. How astute was Old Master Chen! It was inconceivable that he would involve himself in such a contentious matter. Destined to offend, each side held its own rationale, making it impossible to discern a clear truth. Soon, as children of appropriate age stepped forward, Chen Jing'an looked up at his father and playfully winked. Chen Jing'an nodded back, returning the gesture openly. Observing the father-son interaction with amusement, second uncle cleared his throat. "Jing'an, allow me to test Qinghe. You can take care of the other group." "I appreciate your assistance, second uncle." Chen Jing'an understood the importance of avoiding suspicion. Entrusting the task to second uncle would also quell any dissenting voices. By coincidence, two younger cousins from the third branch were in his group. Chen Jing'an sincerely hoped for at least one of them to possess spiritual roots. It would alleviate their obsession with offspring and ease the tensions between the first and third branches. However, fate did not align with his wishes. After assessing two of the Jing generation, he exchanged a glance filled with regret with his uncle, who had just completed testing several from the Qing generation of the third branch. Chapter 49. Qinghe cultivates. Enhancing the spirit talisman still, there was nothing. After expressing his disappointment, Chen Jing'an grasped the hand of a young girl, his uncle's granddaughter. As per his usual practice, he probed for spiritual energy, soon receiving a faint response in return. He raised an eyebrow and infused a few more strands of spiritual energy, swiftly discerning the precise quality of this spiritual root. 5 spiritual roots. And it was a girl. The Chen clan had inherited their legacy for 3 generations, and this was their first female spiritual root. Chen Jing'an was slightly taken aback, then grasped the little girl's hand and raised it high. Chen Qinghe, 5 spiritual roots. Upon hearing this, the clan members below turned their gazes towards them. Particularly, a tall and slender youth beside Uncle Chen, filled with excitement, rushed forward. Chen Qinghe chirped sweetly, calling out father. "Haha, my Qi truly possesses celestial affinities." This young man was Uncle Chen's second son, ranking 7th in the family, whom Chen Jing'an referred to as 7th brother. At this moment, 7th brother wore a face of exhilaration, expressing profound gratitude towards Chen Jing'an. "Thank you, 9th brother, thank you." 7th brother, you are too modest. Chen Jing'an waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, Uncle Chen also raised Chen Qinghuang's hand, announcing his 4 spiritual roots, which once again captured everyone's attention. Moreover, his brilliance was even more pronounced. Yet, Chen Jing'an evidently wished to avoid the limelight, for he had already noticed the ominous glint in third uncle's eyes, indicative of brewing darkness. One could understand his sentiment. None from the third house possessed a spiritual root, while only 2 from the first house attended, and yet one had emerged. Chen Jing'an could already foresee the impending verbal skirmish. He turned to Uncle Qinghe and said, I have prepared some spiritual rice for Qinghe. It would be apt to let him sense the spiritual energy. Uncle Qinghe, clearly desiring to avert conflict, readily concurred. This year, the clan has produced 2 descendants with spiritual roots. I shall report this to your grandfather. Let the family meeting conclude here. The 2 cultivators present spoke in unison. Even if third uncle had harsh words to utter, he could only swallow them back. He dared to offend Uncle Chen because they were all ordinary mortals, and he did not consider his elder brother to be significantly more formidable. After all, they were all merely assisting the clan's cultivators. He could just as easily take their place. However, Uncle Qinghe and Chen Jing'an were different. As high-ranking cultivators, they were the backbone of the Qin clan. A family with cultivators was a true celestial clan. Without them, it was merely a gathering of mortals playing at family life. Third uncle was still contemplating the possibility of their third house producing a spiritual root, hoping that second brother and Jing'an's son would assist them, and thus could not afford to sever ties with them. Resigned, he accepted the outcome. Since second brother has said so, let us disperse. Upon returning home, Chen Jing'an presented the prepared spiritual rice and handed down the family's method for attracting spiritual energy to Chen Jing'an, instructing him to consume the rice while memorizing the technique. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Chen Jing'an curiously inquired, Father, did grand-uncle and third uncle almost come to blows just now? You little brat, you're meddling in affairs beyond your years, Chen Jing'an chided lightly, tapping his forehead. Chen Jing'an fell silent, dutifully chewing the rice, though his eyes sparkled with an intense thirst for knowledge directed at his father. Ultimately, Chen Jing'an found it hard to be stern. He first cautioned, you mustn't speak recklessly when you go out, nor should you babble to your siblings. Rest assured, father. My lips are sealed, he replied earnestly. As Chen Jing'an elaborated on the events that transpired, Chen Jing'an immediately displayed a look of sympathy and remarked, Our third granduncle is indeed a pitiable soul. Yet, your father is not a deity. He cannot oversee everyone. Chen Jing'an shook his head, placing a reassuring hand on his son's shoulder. First and foremost, I must ensure your well-being, shielding you from the bullying of others. Only when I have the capacity can I extend a helping hand to others. Upon hearing these words, Chen Jing'an felt himself sinking into the depths of his father's profound affection. However, such paternal love was absent in Chen Jing'an. He pointed to the spiritual rice in his son's hand and chuckled, You are now a cultivator. As father and son, we must be clear about our accounts. The spiritual rice you consume must be earned through your own efforts. Fortunately, our spiritual fields are about to ripen, and you shall join me in harvesting the spiritual rice. Chen Jing'an sighed upon hearing this, feeling the delightful taste of the spiritual rice diminish significantly, casting a mournful glance at his father. Understood, father, he replied. Months passed, and now Chen Jing'an had officially entered the first layer of qi cultivation. Chen Jing'an thoughtfully gifted him a spirit stone inscribed with a gathering spirit array, instructing him to dedicate an hour each day to catch leaf worms, each of which could be exchanged for a pound of spiritual rice. As for his younger son, Chen Jing'an, considering he possessed no spiritual root and was a little treasure, Chen Jing'an allowed him considerable freedom, letting him ride the crimson immortal eagle, rampaging through Songzhu Mountain. The growth rate of the crimson immortal eagle greatly surpassed that of humans. In just over a year since Chen Jing'an acquired it, and with the nourishment of leaf worms and spiritual rice, it had already attained the strength equivalent to the third layer of qi cultivation. Alas, its size remained too small to carry an adult on its back. Perhaps when the crimson immortal eagle advances to the mid-stage of qi cultivation, Chen Jing'an would finally experience the essence of a flying spiritual pet. While nurturing his 2 sons, Chen Jing'an did not neglect his own pursuits. Over the past few months, he had been studying the art of drawing enhancement talismans. During this time, he also procured a batch of specialized talisman paper capable of bearing spiritual talismans from his second cousin. A single spirit stone could purchase a stack, but they were exceedingly fragile. The talisman paper was as thin as a cicada's wing and could easily be destroyed by the power of the talisman if not handled carefully. This constituted the second hurdle in the art of talisman making. From the moment the brush touched the paper until the entire talisman design was inscribed, one had to master the strength applied, leaving no room for error. Despite possessing the aura of a painting prodigy, when faced with the intricacies and irregularities of enhancement talismans, Chen Jing'an could only enhance his proficiency through repeated trial and error. The distinction lay in the fact that while others progressed slowly by adhering to a methodical approach, each setback he encountered allowed him to gain threefold insight, intuitively grasping the nuances of drawing enhancement talismans. Gazing at the talisman paper before him, Chen Jing'an dipped his brush in beast blood and vermilion, preparing for another attempt. From top to bottom, he executed the talisman head, body, foot, and core in one fluid motion. As the talisman was inscribed upon the paper, a faint spiritual light arose, at times radiating brightly and at others dimming to silence, resembling a star on the verge of collapse. After 10 breaths, the spiritual light settled and was wholly absorbed into the talisman paper. The enhancement talisman was complete. Chen Jing'an immediately grasped the enhancement talisman, activating it with his spiritual energy before affixing it to his body. Soon, he sensed an influx of spiritual energy converging upon the talisman, which was swiftly absorbed and settled within him. After several cycles of this process, his cultivation speed had increased by at least 50%. This outcome undoubtedly met Chen Jing'an's expectations, as he had effectively mastered the art of crafting a rare enhancement talisman. However, a slight drawback remained. The process of inscribing the enhancement talisman required absolute concentration, resulting in significant mental fatigue. If one state was not optimal, it would merely lead to a waste of talisman paper. He intended to first apply the enhancement talisman on himself, and only if he had an abundance would he consider selling them for spirit stones, striving to accumulate enough resources for a breakthrough to the 7th layer of Qi training. As time passed, half a year flew by. The elder finally emerged from his seclusion, achieving his long-desired breakthrough to the 9th layer of Qi training. Chen Jing'an and his second uncle, as his steadfast aides, were among the first to extend their congratulations. With this advancement, the Chen clan truly possessed the confidence for self-preservation. The elder, filled with emotion, remarked, having just crossed into the 9th layer of Qi training at over 80 years of age, "I fear I may never have the opportunity to reach the foundation establishment stage. I can only hope that you two will shoulder the family's responsibilities before I close my eyes, allowing me to fight for one last chance." Chen Jing'an understood the gravity of these words. Generally, a breakthrough from the 9th layer of Qi training to the foundation establishment stage required a foundation establishment pill. Without it, the likelihood of a successful self-induced breakthrough was exceedingly slim. A failed attempt could severely damage one's foundation, potentially leading to immediate demise. Yet, there remained a flicker of hope. Therefore, it was common for masters at the 9th layer of Qi training, in the absence of a foundation establishment pill, to gamble their lives on a final attempt. However, this gamble came with a caveat. It was essential to be free from external worries. Otherwise, as witnessed with the Zheng family's foundation establishment, one death could trigger a chain reaction. Such circumstances would necessitate enduring until the end of their lifespan. Honestly, Chen Jing'an currently possessed little confidence in his own breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. He could only do his utmost and leave the rest to fate. Fortunately, after more than 2 years of diligent effort, Zhang Wan's womb finally began to show signs of life. She, too, possessed a spiritual root, with ancestors who had been alchemists. Chen Jing'an eagerly anticipated the talents of this progeny. Listening to their reports about the family's developments during his seclusion, the elder nodded approvingly. Subsequently, he turned to Chen Jing'an and said, "My cultivation responsibilities have concluded, and I can now dedicate my thoughts to refining gathering spirit pills for you." "No need, grandfather." Chen Jing'an gently declined, lifting his outer garment. Beneath his clothing, for enhancement talismans shimmered with light, accompanied by a surge of spiritual energy. "Is this a talisman?" The elder's eyes widened in astonishment. Not only him, but even Chen Erbwa beside him wore a look of disbelief. "When did you learn to inscribe talismans, Jing'an?" With an air of calmness, Chen Jing'an adjusted his clothing and proceeded to explain. "This is a spirit enhancement talisman, which can expedite cultivation. For the time being, I have only mastered this one type." Upon hearing this, Uncle Chen's eyes sparkled with interest as he inquired, "How many of these spirit enhancement talismans do you have on you?" Chen Jing'an, responding to his question, retrieved 2 from his pocket, saying, "This is all I possess." The old man took them, examining them closely, even activating them with spiritual energy, applying one to himself to sense the changes. He then asked, "How long does one last?" "1 month," came the reply. "How long does it take you to draw one?" 7 days. After a brief hesitation, the old man continued, "What is the cost of producing such a talisman?" Chen Jing'an answered truthfully, less than half a spirit stone. The main expense is the beast blood and vermilion, which can only be made with one's heart's blood. So if you apply so many at once, does the effect stack? Indeed, Chen Jing'an affirmed. The 4 I have applied allow my cultivation over the past month to equate to others' 3 months. However, compared to your esteemed gathering spirit pills, the efficacy is certainly inferior. He initially contemplated selling a few to recoup his expenses. Yet, the current production of spirit enhancement talismans was merely sufficient for his own use, not abundant enough for sale. Nevertheless, Chen Jing'an anticipated that within a year, his spiritual energy would be fully cultivated, enabling him to challenge the later stages of qi refinement. Prior to that, it would be prudent to amass enough spirit stones to purchase a dragon scale fruit, thereby eliminating any concern of wasting time at a bottleneck. Aware of the specific output, the old man proposed that when the time came for Chen Jing'an to no longer require the spirit enhancement talismans, he could sell a portion to the family as stock. After all, while the effect of the spirit enhancement talisman may not match that of the gathering spirit pill, its production rate is significantly higher. Typically, even an experienced alchemist like the old man could only refine 3 or 4 batches of gathering spirit pills in a year, provided he maintained a reasonable success rate. In contrast, he could produce 40 to 50 spirit enhancement talismans. Chen Jing'an did not decline, recognizing his pressing need to earn spirit stones. Another month passed. Beside the spiritual field, Chen Jing'an held a wooden fish marked with blood veins. With a flick of his finger, a drop of blood from a vial containing dragon fish blood flew forth, landing on the wooden fish. In the next moment, the blood veins on the fish appeared to come alive, shimmering and undulating until it transformed into a vivid crimson hue. The 2 fish eyes, positioned left and right, glimmered with vitality. Chen Jing'an's expression immediately brightened with delight. He had finally made a breakthrough. The wooden fish, originally obtained from a blood demon cultivator and nurtured over countless days and nights, had evolved in spirit and finally reached the quality of a mid-grade magical artifact. He promptly picked it up to test its efficacy. As he infused it with spiritual energy, the fish eyes seemed to spring to life. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 beams of bloody light surged forth, accompanied by piercing roars. Before him soared 2 identical blood-red dragonfish, their fierce demeanor surpassing even that of the one released by the blood demon cultivator. These 2 dragonfish matched his own cultivation level, both being at the 6th layer of qi refinement. Transforming from 1 into 2 is indeed a significant change. It appears that this is not the entirety of it. Chen Jing'an seemingly sensed something within, striking the wooden fish once more. Soon, 2 blood-red dragonfish collided, their bodies merging into one, and astonishingly, they transformed mid-air into a several zhang-long, single-horned blood python. The python dove downward, its form resembling liquid, causing no disruption to the earth as it seamlessly sank beneath. With a mere thought from Chen Jing'an, the single-horned blood python swiftly emerged from another spot in the ground. The entire process was executed without fanfare, a rather intriguing tactic. Should one be taken by surprise, they would scarcely have the opportunity to react. Chen Jing'an immediately contemplated practical applications, further affirming that the investment in dragon fish blood was indeed worthwhile. The wooden fish artifact had ascended from low-grade to mid-grade. Not only was the number of blood-red dragonfish limited, but it had also unlocked an entirely new form. Now, the only thing lacking was the fullness of spiritual energy. Within the celestial gate, before the cave dwelling, a swirling mass of dark clouds gathered within a 10-mile radius, faint flashes of lightning visible within. This phenomenon persisted for several breaths before dissipating. Song Rooting stood outside the cave dwelling. Upon witnessing the scene before her, a faint smile of relief graced her face. My expenditure of half my fortune to rectify your shortcomings was not in vain. As her words fell, a figure emerged from the cave, stepping upon the air, appearing as if descended from the heavens. It was undoubtedly Chen Yaodong. Song Rooting clasped her hands in respect. Congratulations, my lord, on your breakthrough. Chen Yaodong, upon hearing this title, felt no sense of strangeness, a smile blossoming on his face. Thanks to my wife's assistance, I was able to achieve this breakthrough. Chapter 51. The Iron Laws of the Celestial Gate. The backbone of the Celestial Clan, as Chen Yaodong reported his breakthrough to the Celestial Gate. The news swiftly reached the relevant figures of the Daiqian dynasty. The tidings of a newly established foundation spread rapidly throughout the Yunwu County. In an old residence of the Zheng family in Yunwu County City, the current patriarch of the Zheng Celestial Clan, Zheng Renhai, along with the steward Zheng Aolong, hurried to meet their ancestor, Zheng Xuanzong, upon receiving the news. Zheng Xuanzong, an elderly man full of vigor, appeared even younger than Zheng Renhai, despite having surpassed 180 years in age. If the Zheng celestial clan were the overlords of Yunwu County, then Zheng Xuanzong was the local emperor. Initially, Zheng Xuanzong regarded the news with trepidation, but upon learning that the individual who had broken through was from the Celestial Gate, his expression relaxed, even betraying a hint of schadenfreude. For the Qinghe Chen family to produce a foundational establishment was a considerable blessing. However, it was unfortunate that Chen Yaodong had already joined the Celestial Gate. Even if the royal family wished to draw him in, they lacked the audacity to poach him. Zheng Aolong, astonished, inquired, "What does the ancestor mean by this?" Celestial Gate disciples, Zheng Xuanzong elaborated, from the moment they enter. Their status as disciples supersedes all familial lineage and background. This is the iron law of the Celestial Gate, not to be transgressed. Should any disciple attempt to betray the gate, they face the lightest penalty of having their cultivation abolished, and at worst, their entire clan could be obliterated. At this, Zheng Xuanzong could not help but chuckle. The Chen family believes that by offering a foundational disciple, they can stand on equal footing with my Zheng clan. Unbeknownst to them, all of this ultimately serves as a wedding garment for the immortal sect. Zheng Renhai's eyes widened in astonishment. How come we have never heard of this iron law of the immortal sect? Initially, he believed that sending the younger generation of their family to the immortal sect was an immensely honorable endeavor, a means of leveraging opportunities. However, it now appeared to be a bottomless pit. The immortal sect seizes the talents from various clans and forcibly severs these prodigies from their original families. Is this not a classic case of robbing the poor to benefit the rich? Upon hearing such a foolish question, Zheng Xuanzong snorted coldly. If you have not reached the foundation establishment stage, you lack even the qualifications to touch the iron law of the immortal sect. Even if you were aware of it, why would you divulge such information to others, especially to those small clans that have never produced a foundation establishment cultivator? Upon hearing this, Zheng Aolong and Zheng Renhai fell silent. This was indeed true. According to the elders' words, those unaware of the immortal sect's iron law were essentially new practitioners of the Qi refinement stage. Should a foundation establishment emerge from their family, it would equate to the creation of another foundation establishment clan, resulting in more individuals vying for benefits, thus adding unnecessary troubles for themselves. The reality is that profit reigns supreme. Often, those who have struggled to ascend to greater heights are the ones most inclined to block the paths of newcomers. Should they not do so, their own efforts would eventually depreciate. Nevertheless, the Chen clan of Qinghe did gain an additional layer of protection, at the very least. Ordinary foundation establishment clans would dare not provoke them. After all, the immortal sect does not forbid disciples from avenging their families. You need not overly fear the Chen clan, nor should you foster enmity. Since they are in Qinghe County, let us grant them the entirety of Qinghe County. The court will issue an edict to facilitate this. You should also inform the lower ranks that, starting today, the Chen family is exempt from tributes. Zheng Renhai nodded. I shall obey the elder's command. Zheng Xuanzong then turned to Zheng Aolong and said, although you possess 4 spiritual roots, your spiritual body grants you the qualification to enter the immortal sect, promising a brighter future. However, I have decided to keep you in the family. You shall not harbor any resentment, will you? Zheng Aolong shook his head in response. Having received the family's favor, I shall dedicate everything to the family. If I cannot shield my family from the storms due to the iron law of the immortal sect, then I might as well perish. Zheng Xuanzong laughed heartily. Excellent. Truly, you are a son of the Zheng family. Rest assured, I have already made preparations for your foundation establishment. The day you break through will be the day our clan settles the score with the despicable. In Qinghe County, at the Chen residence, an envoy from the court arrived personally. Lu County magistrate followed closely behind, and to his surprise, the envoy's demeanor had shifted to one of flattery. The envoy publicly read the court's decree of ennoblement. This was a decree of peerage, bestowing the title of hereditary marquis of Qinghe upon the Chen family, with the territory of Qinghe County. Simultaneously, the authority to appoint and dismiss the county magistrate was also granted. Every 3 years, a clan member may be nominated to directly attain the status of a jinshi. This explains the shift in Lu County magistrate's attitude. Upon receiving the news, The members of the Qin family were naturally overjoyed and expressed their gratitude for the emperor's bountiful grace. Shortly after the court envoy departed, an envoy from the Zheng clan arrived, and to their astonishment, it was the head of the fourth branch of the Zheng family, Lord Zheng. He proclaimed the exemption of tributes for the Qin family. However, the offerings from the other three celestial clans must still be submitted to the Zheng clan as usual. Nevertheless, such a declaration sufficiently reflects the goodwill that the Zheng clan has chosen to demonstrate publicly. Chen Jing'an personally welcomed them and prepared a banquet to entertain them. In the end, they even incurred a loss of several spirit stones. Yet, compared to the joyous occasion of having a foundation-building member in the family, this seemed trivial. The Chen family eagerly awaited the triumphant return of Chen Yaodong. This anticipation lasted over a month, and they had not even received a response from him, which left the entire family feeling uncertain. No matter the delays, it was essential to provide some reassurance to the family after such a long time. Chen Jing'an understood the character of his sixth son. He was not an ungrateful person. Perhaps there were matters unknown to them. The elder immediately set out to gather information. Seeking the assistance of his most significant contact, General Meng, a foundation-building cultivator from the Anqi army, he left with a heart full of hope, but returned with a grim countenance. When Chen Jing'an and his second uncle inquired about what had transpired, the elder revealed the strict laws of the celestial sect, which left both of them utterly astonished. Were they truly being manipulated by the aloof celestial sect? They had sacrificed a foundation-building cultivator, only to find that the cultivator's life belonged to the sect, leaving their family to scrape the remnants? Not long ago, they had envisioned that with their sixth uncle's breakthrough to the foundation-building stage, they would be able to taste the wealth of a celestial clan. Yet, all those dreams had vanished in an instant. This night was bound to be a difficult one. The elder, who rarely indulged in alcohol, became thoroughly inebriated that night. He crushed a wine bottle in his hand, blood seeping from his palm as he placed his hand on Chen Jing'an's shoulder, his tone weary yet resolute. "Jing'an, you must fight for our family's honor. One day, my Qin clan will have its own foundation-building cultivator." The elder had always treated him well, and seeing him in such a state deeply affected Chen Jing'an. He believed in his sixth uncle's integrity. He was not the kind of scoundrel to exploit familial bonds for deceit. The fact that his uncle had not mentioned this matter likely meant he was also kept in the dark. As for General Meng, since he was aware, his choice to remain silent was not something to lament over. After all, the world does not revolve around Qinghe County. Ultimately, it was a matter of their own insufficient standing, deemed unworthy by others. Relying on others was unreliable. Only by establishing oneself could the celestial clan maintain its unyielding backbone. Chapter 52. The Taoist Temple in the Mountains. The might of magical artifacts. That night, Chen Jing'an showcased his wooden fish artifact to the elder, expressing his intentions to pursue the demonic cultivators. The elder, still in a state of despondency, was jolted back to awareness by the sight of the two blood-red dragon fish. Upon learning of the artifact's origins, he inquired about Chen Jing'an's intentions. Without hesitation, Chen Jing'an disclosed his plan to purchase dragon scales. Regarding his desire to swiftly transcend a particular realm by expending 50 spirit stones, the worth of this endeavor is subjective. It can only be said that it varies from person to person. If one intends to languish in the Qi refinement stage throughout their life, then there is no need to expend such effort. The majority of Qi refinement cultivators might take 2 decades to accumulate 50 spirit stones, if they manage to do so at all. Otherwise, if your talent is not superior to that of others, and you are unwilling to surpass them in other ways, what grounds do you have to believe that you will successfully establish a foundation while others cannot? This is a stark reality. Insufficient spiritual roots necessitate the use of spirit stones to compensate. Upon hearing Chen Jing'an's words, the elder, without articulating his own thoughts, evidently intended to gather the 50 spirit stones himself. Hunting demon cultivators? He pondered this matter seriously and inquired, will the Demon Suppression Division prohibit the assistance of others in fulfilling commissions? Chen Jing'an was taken aback by this question. He promptly raised the official document and meticulously reviewed the stipulations regarding the Demon Suppression Division. Indeed, there was no clause prohibiting external assistance. Does this not imply that the merits of the Demon Suppression Division can actually be expedited through external forces, allowing a soldier to swiftly ascend to the rank of lieutenant? At first glance, it seemed he had uncovered a loophole. However, upon further reflection, the position of a lieutenant in the Demon Suppression Division, beyond enjoying a bit more meat and drink, did not offer much more than that of a soldier, unless one could possess specific duties akin to Zhaozongqi, which would command respect even from foundational spiritual clans. That would be a different matter altogether. Otherwise, it merely represented a change in the nature of toil. The elder gleaned the answer from Chen Jing'an's expression and chuckled. Indeed, there are no such regulations. It seems the founders of the Demon Suppression Division were astute individuals. Chen Jing'an also came to this realization. The lack of opposition to external assistance in the Demon Suppression Division, while seemingly unjust to those without a noble background, is, upon reflection, intrinsic to the purpose of the division's existence. As for the means employed, does that truly matter? The ultimate outcome is that the demon cultivators are slain. The younger generation gains merit, and the elders assist the youth, thereby ensuring the Demon Suppression Division does not neglect its duties. A win-win situation for all. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an appeared to grasp his grandfather's intentions. The elder smiled lightly. As I have no further cultivation to pursue, it is only fitting that I assist you this once. You may allocate 20% of the acquired spirit stones to the clan, considering it my compensation to them. The future of the immortal clan ultimately rests upon your shoulders. With such a declaration, Chen Jing'an found little reason to refuse. In Yunwu County, Qinghe Prefecture, there lies an abandoned temple in a desolate area. This temple, long since deserted, once housed a statue of a revered figure, now stolen at an unknown time. All that remains are the drafty, broken doors and eaves draped in cobwebs. Should it rain, any passerby seeking refuge within the temple would awaken with a dampened rear. At this moment, 3 demon cultivators, disguised, sat within the temple. They had recently fallen out with the immortal clan of Qinghe Prefecture, even seizing the opportunity to slay several young members of the clan. Yet, relying on their demon magic to conceal themselves, the immortal clan found themselves powerless against them. The 3 exchanged glances, contemplating their next move. One of the slender, monkey-like men spoke up. I ventured into the city last night and learned that several celestial clans have united to offer a bounty to the Demon Suppression Division. When they come to hunt us down, our days will surely be fraught with difficulties. Upon hearing this, another voice emerged, that of a woman, laced with contempt for the Demon Suppression Division. The wretched Demon Suppression Division is nothing but a pack of sharks drawn to the scent of blood. We, as demon cultivators, are akin to rats scurrying across the street. Yet are they truly virtuous? Both had voiced their concerns and were poised to await the final member's input. However, after a prolonged silence, the anticipated response never came. Frustrated, the woman exclaimed, "Deng Bai, why don't you utter a word? Have you lost your tongue?" As soon as the words left her lips, she sensed something amiss. It is well known that demon cultivators are seldom calm. The expected outcome was that Deng Bai would retaliate immediately, or at the very least, respond with a retort. Silence was the most unusual reaction, unless he were dead. The slender man rose as well, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy from his palm that instantly shredded Deng Bai's garments. Almost immediately, a torrent of crimson light surged forth. When clarity returned, the slender man found himself ensnared by a massive blood python, its length spanning several feet, rendering him immobile. Was this a magical artifact? The remaining female cultivator finally grasped the situation, a faint shadow manifesting on her skin. As the shadow dispersed, she seemed to become ethereal, employing a powerful escape technique known as the shadow magic. It was among the most formidable of all demonic arts for evasion, allowing the trio to narrowly escape the clutches of multiple late-stage Qi refinement practitioners. At that moment, an ancient voice suddenly whispered in the woman's ear, "Withdraw." Without a moment to lose, the shadow within her was swiftly banished by the wind that blew from behind, propelling her backward. With a piercing sound, a blazing sword shot forth from behind her, shattering her internal organs and swiftly reducing her form to mere bones. The remaining slender man, wide-eyed, beheld the sudden appearance of a pair of ancestral figures, his expression contorted in rage. Despicable scoundrels. Chen Jing'an wasted no words. He hurled a half-finished dagger that struck the man squarely between the eyes, extinguishing his life. Thus, the trio of demon cultivators met their demise. Chen Jing'an turned to observe the large gourd slung over Chen Qishan's shoulder. Its mouth was ajar, the very wind that had disrupted the shadow magic emanating from within. It was only now that Chen Jing'an realized the true capabilities of his grandfather's medium-grade magical artifact gourd. Beyond its capacity to grow large and crush, it harbored other secrets. Chen Qishan elucidated, This gourd, known as the Black Abyss gourd, contains a tempest of black malevolence, specifically designed to counter the techniques of the Shadow Demon sect. Furthermore, remember that when encountering individuals wielding medium-grade artifacts, appearances can be deceiving. One must remain vigilant against any hidden tricks. Chen Jing'an wholeheartedly agreed, for his own wooden fish artifact could transform into the form of a blood python, allowing him to infiltrate underground stealthily. As the two remaining demonic cultivators failed to react, the one known as Dang Bai was swiftly eliminated. Chen Jing'an proceeded to inventory their spoils. Among the trio, only the female demonic cultivator possessed a Qinghe bag. Altogether, their fortunes amounted to a mere 7 spirit stones and over 100 pounds of spirit grain. This spirit grain bore resemblance to spirit rice, both ultimately being processed into the latter. Coincidentally, Qinghe County was particularly suitable for cultivating spirit grain, suggesting these items were likely seized from the hands of the local celestial clan. Once Chen Jing'an completed his assessment of the loot, he heard the old man whisper, "Someone is approaching, we must depart." No sooner had they left than a Qi refining 8th layer cultivator arrived, hailing from the Qi celestial clan of Qinghe County. Upon witnessing the 3 scattered bones on the ground of the Taoist temple and the lingering scent of magic in the air, it was evident that a battle had recently transpired. His instincts were accurate, yet regrettably, he had arrived too late. Curse it, they fled quite swiftly. Chapter 53. The Division of Justice and Evil. Zheng clan invokes demons while the Qi clan cultivator lamented his misfortune. Chen Jing'an had already carried his grandson several miles away. They then shifted from running to walking. Chen Jing'an, filled with curiosity, asked, "Grandfather, that person was indeed a cultivator from Qinghe County, right? How did he discover the demonic cultivators?" "He didn't uncover the demonic cultivators," Chen Jing'an replied disdainfully. "That wretched creature discovered us. The old ghost from Qinghe County aimed to make us waste our trip." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an recalled his grandfather dragging him away and began to speculate. Yet, he hesitated to fully believe. Do they wish for the Demon Suppression Division to work for free? Noting his grandson's realization, Chen Jing'an waved his hand dismissively. It's not quite to that extent. They lack the audacity for such boldness. However, the Qinghe bag you obtained from that demonic cultivator is filled with spirit stones and spirit grain. If you were to assert that the items within were pilfered from the demonic cultivators, what would ensue? Chen Jing'an pondered for a moment and replied, "If I claim otherwise, he possesses the upper hand and might use it as grounds to reclaim a portion of the bounty from the Demon Suppression Division. If I concede, he will certainly demand a share." As he spoke, Chen Jing'an could not suppress a curse, exclaiming, "This is utterly absurd." It became clear why his grandfather had urged him to flee. As long as they did not encounter one another, the Qinghe County cultivator would have no opportunity to act upon his intentions. Chen Jing'an chuckled heartily. Men perish for wealth, birds for sustenance. To survive in the realm of cultivation, one must grasp this truth. After all, the Demon Suppression Division would not eliminate them over such trivial matters. If they cannot die and stand to recover some spirit stones, they would readily seize the opportunity, even if it costs them some prestige. Chen Jing'an nodded earnestly, acknowledging, "I have learned from my grandfather." As they conversed, they had already reached the outskirts of Qinghe County. Just as Chen Jing'an was preparing to seek a commission with the official seal, the old man seized him once more and stuffed a pill into his mouth, simultaneously placing one in his own. "Do not make a sound." After swallowing the pill, Chen Jing'an felt his spiritual power momentarily dissipate. No, to be precise, it has not vanished, but rather been obscured by another force. Thus, this must be a potion with the effect of concealing one's presence. Chen Jing'an, understanding the implication, discreetly retrieved 2 talismans from his pocket and applied them to himself and his grandfather. The concealment talismans. The combination of the concealment potion and the concealment talismans amounts to a superlative enhancement. Chen Jing'an nodded slightly, then gazed skyward, imitating his demeanor. Soon, they observed several figures departing. Among them, one was surprisingly familiar to Chen Jing'an. It was the 4th master of the Zheng family, Zheng Renkai. Yet why would he, who usually resided in the county city, venture to this desolate outskirts? After the figures had departed, they continued their journey for a while before Chen Jing'an spoke. Those individuals were all at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, and among them were members of the Black Demon sect. Chen Jing'an was astonished by his grandfather's certainty and curiously inquired, "Can you sense them from such a distance?" Chen Jing'an chuckled and produced his black mist gourd. "Did I not just mention that this gourd contains a black malevolent wind? One of the methods to concoct this black malevolent wind involves extracting the marrow of black demon cultivators. Hence, I can recognize them. Chen Jing'an's expression reflected disbelief, as it seemed inconceivable that the artifacts used by these so-called righteous cultivators were derived from demonic practitioners. Observing his grandson's reaction, Chen Jing'an pointed at his wooden fish talisman. "Do not look at me. Your talisman might also be associated with the blood demon sect. Otherwise, how could one extract the souls of creatures at the Qi cultivation level? Such abilities are not commonplace." Chen Jing'an felt a chill at his grandfather's words. Carrying such an item to seek out the demon suppression division felt akin to a thief turning in stolen goods. Recognizing his apprehension, Chen Jing'an gestured for him to relax. Instances like this are not rare. The Daqian royal family and the demon suppression division do not intervene, for the artifact itself is not at fault. The fault lies solely with the individual. Chen Jing'an ceased to dwell on this issue, but recalled the fourth master Zhang he had seen earlier, who was evidently in cahoots with those individuals. According to his grandfather, there were demonic practitioners among them, perhaps even more than one. Based on this, could he infer that the Zhang clan was colluding with the demonic practitioners? When he voiced this conjecture, Chen Jing'an was not surprised. With the Zhang family's ancestors nearing their end, those outside were eager to divide the Zhang clan among themselves. How could they possibly surrender willingly? Moreover, the demon suppression division might possess more knowledge than we do. Chen Jing'an was puzzled. Why do they not take action? They could easily quash the Zhang clan in its infancy. How could they? Chen Jing'an retorted. There are more foundational celestial clans within the Daqian territory than just the Zhang family. The royal family and local celestial clans share governance, a convention established since the founding of the nation. While it would not be difficult for the demon suppression division to eradicate the Zhang clan, provoking the local celestial clans into rebellion would lead to consequences they cannot withstand. Chen Jing'an fell silent once more, grasping the implication of his words. The demon suppression division was not indifferent, but awaited the Zhang family to reveal their true colors before justifiably intervening. Yet, to put it bluntly, prior to this, the Qi cultivation sects under the dominion of the Zhang clan in Yunwu County were merely regarded as bait to lure in fish. This disheartening sense of being easily discarded left Chen Jing'an feeling somewhat despondent. Chen Jing'an, with a smile, inquired, "What shall we do next?" "I shall defer to your judgment. Naturally, we shall continue to fulfill the bounty. My grandfather and I have yet to encounter anything of significance today," Chen Jing'an sighed, opting for the most pragmatic course of action. The elder nodded. "Then let us proceed as you suggest and seek out further commissions." Simultaneously, within Qinghe County, chaos reigned. Zhang Rinkai cast aside the ceiling array discs he carried, effortlessly enveloping the territories of several celestial clans. From an external perspective, there appeared to be no anomaly. However, within the illusion, multiple ninth-layer Qi cultivators among the demonic cultivators simultaneously launched their assault, leaving the celestial sects in the county utterly incapable of resistance. Yet, the demonic cultivators did not slay them. Instead, they captured all the practitioners and sealed their powers. Subsequently, a demonic cultivator adept in the dark arts approached Zhang Rinkai, stating, "As per our agreement, we have apprehended the practitioners of this county and shall leave their fate to you. The matter is now settled. It is your Zhang family's turn to demonstrate sincerity." Zhang Rinkai nodded and tossed a bag of holding to the demonic cultivator. "Count the number yourself, and ensure your methods are discreet. We must not arouse suspicion from the Qian court, for it would be detrimental to us all." As soon as he finished speaking, another demonic cultivator emerged, belonging to a faction of the demonic sect known as the illusionary demons. Their greatest skill lay in ensnaring mortals and manipulating their hearts. This illusionary demon assured, with our involvement, to outsiders, the celestial sects of Qinghe County will appear entirely normal. Chapter 54, Yunwu Market, Purchasing Dragon Scales. By the time Zhang Rinkai departed, the practitioners of several celestial clans in Qinghe County had been completely apprehended. Only later did the illusionary demons begin to cast spells, directly manipulating the mortals of these celestial sects, creating an illusion of normalcy. Zhang Rinkai did not immediately return to the county seat, but instead headed to a concealed vein left by the Zhang celestial clan. Such matters were not to be disclosed to outsiders. The Zhang clan was the ruling family of Yunwu County, capable of suppressing such news. The only concern was the timely arrival of the tax collectors from the Celestial Taxation Office. These individuals were more troublesome than the Demon Suppression Office, yet they were manageable. As long as taxes were duly paid, and perhaps a little extra incentive offered, the Celestial Taxation Office would not meddle unnecessarily. For months past, the grandfather and grandson celebrated the new year outside, having completed 3 commissions related to demonic cultivators, with results that varied significantly. Demonic cultivators were inherently impoverished, often spending any resources they acquired immediately on personal indulgences, leaving little behind. This increased their workload. Fortunately, Chen Jing'an managed to scrape together 50 spirit stones, although a portion remained accounted for by the Demon Suppression Office. He first needed to make a trip to the 100 House of Yunwu County to personally collect the reward in spiritual stones before proceeding to the Yunwu Market by the riverside. This market served as a trading hub for cultivators from the county and those from beyond its borders. Chen Jing'an successfully emerged from the Demon Suppression Division, having seen his merit points rise from the initial 30 to 100. This amounted to half of the required points for his promotion to the rank of lieutenant. The grandfather and grandson immediately set off towards Yunwu Market. Before entering, each of them consumed a disguised pill. The market, located by the river, was encircled by an illusionary maze designed to deter ordinary folk, yet cultivators could navigate it with ease, even those at the first level of qi refining. They passed through the maze without difficulty, and before them lay a street barely over 100 meters long, easily visible from end to end. The scale of this market was modest. In addition to the trading area for cultivators, there were small caves for rent provided by the Zheng family of celestial beings. As long as one paid with spiritual stones, they were considered guests of the Zheng family. Any disturbances caused by outsiders were met with indifference, regardless of the consequences. Moreover, due to the proximity to the Zheng family's territory, specialized formations were in place. With a bit more spiritual stone, one could even access a gathering formation, making it an excellent place for cultivation. However, generally speaking, unless one was at a critical juncture of breakthrough, these caves were primarily rented by those wishing to evade enemies. The Zheng family recognized only spiritual stones, not people. If the offering was substantial enough, they could even assist in avoiding adversaries. The market thrived by attracting cultivators, capitalizing on the conflicts among them, which was the main source of its wealth. After all, in life, who does not have a few enemies? Especially cultivators, where enmities could lead to life and death. As they entered the trading area, they observed a myriad of spiritual items and magical artifacts for sale. Despite its small appearance, the market was indeed replete with a variety of goods, and the vendors possessed considerable strength, with several even at the 8th level of qi refining. Comparatively, this was a stark contrast to Qinghe, an 8th level cultivator who had once stirred up a storm in Qinghe County. This market was not to be underestimated. Following the elder, Chen Jing'an searched for a vendor selling dragon-scale fruits. Although these spiritual fruits were rare, they were considered a luxury for most wandering cultivators. After all, the price of a single fruit could rival that of a mid-grade magical artifact. They were fortunate enough to halt before a veiled vendor. As the sign prominently displayed the dragon-scale fruit, the grandfather and grandson came to a standstill, with the elder taking the lead in negotiations. He revealed his 9th level of qi refining prowess and requested, "Show me the dragon-scale fruit." The vendor nodded and retrieved a jade box, opening it with spiritual energy. Inside lay a fruit covered in scales, gleaming with a grayish luster. This was indeed the dragon-scale fruit. To the untrained eye, it might have appeared to be an egg of some sort. The elder, as an experienced alchemist, was well versed in various spiritual materials and, with a mere glance, had already assessed the fruit. This dragon-scale fruit was only a century old, just reaching the stage of usability. The stall owner soon realized he was dealing with an expert. The other party's detailed discourse suggested a genuine intent to purchase, and he decided to initiate the conversation. "If you are sincere, dear friend, do not hesitate to propose a price." The elder nodded. 40 spirit stones. "That is insufficient," the stall owner replied, his tone laced with growing displeasure. "While the age of my dragon-scale fruit may be lacking, its efficacy remains largely intact. If you are merely jesting, I advise you to take your leave." Upon hearing the stall owner's tone, Chen Jing'an sensed his impatience, even to the point of urging them away. Yet, the elder remained composed, responding leisurely, "You may also present a counteroffer. 48 spirit stones." 42. "My dear friend, it seems you are truly toying with me." The stall owner, now standing in agitation, appeared as though he might resort to physical confrontation. However, he extended his hand. 46 spirit stones. I cannot lower it further. 44. If you do not agree, so be it. As soon as the elder finished speaking, he took Chen Jing'an by the arm and began to leave. This scene struck a familiar chord with Chen Jing'an. Wasn't this reminiscent of his previous life, haggling at street stalls? The interplay between seller and buyer was a battle of both body and mind, where the first to speak was deemed the loser. Just as they had taken a few steps, the stall owner hastened after them. I implore you not to feign indifference. 45 spirit stones. Let us consider ourselves friends. Should you press for a lower price, I shall truly cease my pursuit. At last, the elder acquiesced. Very well, 45 spirit stones. With that, he retrieved the spirit stones from his bag and accepted the dragon scale fruit. The stall owner returned to his previous spot. Chen Jing'an was filled with admiration for his grandfather's deft maneuver, having saved 5 spirit stones. Indeed, grandfather's skills are unparalleled, he mused. Chen Jing'an shook his head, remarking, "It is this stall owner who is fortunate to have encountered us. Elsewhere, one could hardly amass such a sum of spirit stones in one go. Do you think 50 spirit stones is a trifling amount?" Chen Jing'an nodded in understanding. They had managed to swiftly accumulate spirit stones, undoubtedly taking advantage of the wisdom gleaned from demonic cultivators. Otherwise, relying solely on their family's agricultural endeavors of cultivating spirit rice would yield insufficient returns. The sum of 50 spirit stones would require years of frugality and collective effort. Chen Jing'an recalled the arduous days before activating the maternal child bell, when it had taken him 12 years to progress from the first to the third level of qi cultivation. Those memories were indeed difficult to reflect upon. Chen Jing'an turned to him once more, inquiring, "Do you wish to purchase anything else?" Chen Jing'an considered what he still lacked. In terms of magical artifacts, he possessed the earth-splitting shield and a wooden fish. Regarding spells, the 3 he currently knew sufficed. However, he remembered the fire qi transformation. He had mastered the insect-level transformation. Yet there also existed snake-level and dragon-level transformations beyond it. He had yet to fully comprehend the implications of the insect-level transformation. Now that he had finally arrived at the market, it would be wise to acquire additional items for further exploration. Chapter 55. Refining Spiritual Fruits. Qi Cultivation, Level 7. With the 5 spirit stones saved from purchasing the dragon scale fruit, Chen Jing'an decided to buy some fire attribute spiritual plants and the blood of extraordinary creatures. In his pursuit of quality rather than quantity, this spiritual stone afforded him a greater variety of choices. The elder was aware of his intentions and refrained from any interference. After all, each cultivator has their own path of development. Chen Jing'an was the first in the clan to master the art of fire control. And since the elder himself had never achieved such a feat, it would have been rather unbecoming to reprimand him, which would have been a typical display of elder arrogance. They accomplished their objectives and returned directly to Qinghe County. As for the earlier collaboration between Zheng Ren and the demon cultivators in Qinghe County, they tacitly chose to remain tight-lipped. Curiosity often leads to peril. In the face of insufficient strength, feigning ignorance can be a viable survival strategy. Regarding the matter of Uncle Chen Lu, the elder had come to terms with much during these past months of leisure. It would be unreasonable to blame the immortal sect for their lack of kindness, for they had initially sent Uncle Chen Lu to the sect with their own ambitions in mind. Ultimately, however, they had been outmaneuvered. One must be prepared to win, but also to accept defeat. It is better to think positively. With a foundational cultivator like Uncle Chen Lu present, at least until his natural end, no foundational sect would excessively pressure the Chen family, providing them with ample time to nurture a local foundational cultivator of their own. In Huxing's small courtyard, Chen Jing'an had just exited from his meeting with Yushan and hastened to Huxing's side. Due to Zhang Wan's pregnancy, he had brought her into the estate before leaving, making her the first concubine in the rear courtyard. Having left in haste, he now returned and knew he must placate both the legitimate wife and the peaceful consort. As he approached, he immediately heard Huxing's scolding. "Chen Jing'an, do you truly believe yourself a boy? You exhibit no semblance of a proper young lady." It was evident that the eldest daughter had once again indulged in play, incurring Huxing's wrath. However, given that the eldest daughter possessed a rare fire spirit body and her mother, Huxing was a skilled combatant before her marriage, coupled with the fact that he himself was no ordinary man, it would indeed be a surprise if their daughter turned out to be a demure lady of refinement. With this thought, Chen Jing'an entered the courtyard and beheld a small figure with horned braids kneeling. Yet, upon noticing him, the diminutive figure instantly exuded a newfound strength. "Father, Huxing, initially standing with her hands on her hips, was equally taken aback upon seeing Chen Jing'an. Seizing the moment, he stepped forward to scoop up his eldest daughter, while wrapping an arm around Hu Xing'e, bursting into hearty laughter. "Qingyan and Xing'e, have you missed me?" Hu Xing'e blushed at his playful address. "You rascal! Must you deliberately call Qingyan? Her name is also Xing'e. Mixing the two up makes it seem as though they are sisters rather than mother and daughter." Hu Xing'e felt her authoritative image before her daughter was crumbling and willingly buried her face in Chen Jing'an's embrace. Chen Jing'an, preparing to mimic her mother's actions, was swiftly silenced by a stern glance from Chen Jing'an. "This implies that if you provoke your mother, your father will no longer assist you." Chen Jing'an pouted, wrapped her arms around her father's neck, and playfully whined, "Father, I truly do not wish to be cooped up indoors all day." Upon hearing this, Hu Xing'e was about to unleash her frustration, but Chen Jing'an effortlessly lifted her, much like a bandit carrying off his captive bride, and took her into the house. After a while, once he had sent his daughter away, Chen Jing'an turned to face Hu Xing'e, who wore an expression of longing, eagerly awaiting his coaxing. He already had a plan in mind. "Xing'e, I have a request for you." At this, Hu Xing'e straightened her posture, her delicate face brightening with a hint of pride. "It depends on your performance today, my husband," she implied. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Jing'an embraced Hu Xing'e and began, "Recently, my sixth uncle made a breakthrough, and the court has granted the position of magistrate of Qinghe County to our clan. I will not conceal from you that my sixth uncle's success is partly due to my efforts, hence I have a say in the selection of the magistrate." Upon hearing this, Hu Xing'e felt a flicker of speculation arise in her heart, yet she found it hard to believe. "I wish to ask you, Xing'e, to inquire with your father-in-law if he would be willing to return to public service." Hu Xing'e was taken aback by this unexpected stroke of fortune. She was well aware of Hu Shiya's obsession with holding an official position. Ever since Magistrate Zhu was reassigned, he had been idling at home, visibly aging. Now, with the opportunity to become the magistrate, her father would surely be delighted. Although Hu Xing'e knew that Chen Jing'an was merely flattering her, she could not suppress her joy, and soon, she nestled into Chen Jing'an's embrace. "During your absence, I have secretly explored new postures and would like you to evaluate them." The matter of Hu Shiya assuming the magistracy quickly became a certainty. Within the Qin clan, there were those who eyed this position, but it was the old patriarch who had given the green light. Moreover, the new magistrate would be the father-in-law of the ninth young master, an individual poised to steer the future of the clan. No one dared to offend him directly. Chen Jing'an then returned to the secret chamber to prepare for his breakthrough. He did not consume the dragon scale fruit immediately. Instead, he applied 2 enhancement talismans to his body. The so-called complete spiritual power was merely a prerequisite for encountering a bottleneck. He needed to compel the bottleneck to manifest through the enhancement talismans to facilitate a targeted breakthrough. After another half-day, Chen Jing'an sensed that the increase in his spiritual power had reached its zenith. Without further hesitation, he opened a nearby jade box and swiftly consumed the dragon scale fruit. An overwhelming force surged within him instantly. The stagnation in his spiritual power rapidly expanded at that moment, surging forward like an immense wave. The energy he consumed felt not like a fruit, but rather like a solid foundation built from countless spirit stones. With a resounding boom, without any suspense, the barrier of the 7th layer of Qi refinement was shattered, briefly causing a tumult in the flow of his spiritual power. However, the remaining potency of the dragon scale fruit forcefully corrected this turmoil. He had successfully advanced to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. From this moment forth, he has officially entered the ranks of the late stage of Qi refinement. Chen Jing'an reflected on his initial breakthrough. To preserve the dignity of his second cousin, he had falsely claimed that he had advanced to the mid-stage of Qi refinement after consuming a dragon scale fruit. A lie once uttered casually has transformed into reality after years of arduous endeavor. Achieving the 7th layer of Qi refinement at the age of 25 has placed him on par with the majority of the sects possessing triple spiritual roots. His next modest ambition is to strive for a breakthrough to the 9th layer of Qi refinement before reaching 40. This way, even in the absence of a foundation establishment pill, he would be able to withstand the injuries that accompany a failed attempt at advancing to the next realm. In his lifetime, he could seize an additional opportunity to strive for the foundation establishment stage compared to other cultivators. Chapter 56, The Wolf's Gaze. The innate demon king after Chen Jing'an's breakthrough, he has become a figure on the same tier as Uncle Chen. This revelation astonished Uncle Qinghe, who had initially anticipated that it was merely a matter of time before Chen Jing'an caught up to him, though he had not expected it to happen so swiftly. The dragon scale fruit, priced at 45 spirit stones each, was something Uncle Qinghe had acquired from the spoils of the battle at Songzhu Mountain, and he indeed had the means to procure such spirit stones. However, circumstances had changed. He had resigned himself to the belief that he had no possibility of breaking into the Foundation establishment realm. Thus, he was reluctant to spend extravagantly and intended to save as many spirit stones as possible for his son, Chen Jing'an. This was Uncle Qinghe's decision, and naturally, others would not interfere. Chen Jing'an, on the other hand, had no intention of amassing a fortune for his son. He was destined to have many offspring, and favoring any one of them would not be prudent. Moreover, he had to balance his own cultivation and could not afford to burn himself out like his uncle. Therefore, he had nurtured Chen Jing'an from a young age, teaching him to rely on his own hands to exchange for resources, starting with spirit rice. As for his second son, Chen Jing'an, after the new year, he too would undergo a test for spiritual roots. However, the maternal clock had already clearly indicated that this boy possessed no spiritual roots, effectively severing his path to cultivation. Yet, such a declaration is not absolute. In this vast world brimming with wonders, it is possible that he might acquire spiritual roots through sheer luck. Ultimately, this is a matter of Chen Jing'an's own fate. Should fortune smile upon him, Chen Jing'an would not feel compelled to keep him close merely out of greed for his son's potential. This represents a modicum of conscience he holds as a father, one that he would only uphold for his progeny. Were it anyone else, Chen Jing'an would undoubtedly cling to them, tethering them as a talisman of good fortune. As for those with a conscience, they have long since departed from this world. 2 months later, in Zhongwan's courtyard, Chen Jing'an personally assembled a team of midwives, providing comprehensive services from childbirth to nursing and caretaking. Most importantly, he felt reassured knowing they were trained by him. Regarding Zhongwan's child, Chen Jing'an harbored considerable expectations. Should a triple spiritual root emerge from his family, Zhongwan, being the bearer of spiritual roots herself, would have the greatest potential. Approximately half an hour later, in the delivery room, Zhongwan suddenly let out a piercing scream. Following her gaze, Chen Jing'an discerned a fleeting shadow of darkness shooting skyward, and in an instant, the previously clear blue sky became shrouded in ominous clouds. Thunder rumbled in fury, swiftly followed by a torrential downpour. Chen Jing'an furrowed his brow. He wished to dismiss it all as mere coincidence, yet his eyes could not deceive him. The timing of Zhongwan's scream and the ascent of the dark light were nearly simultaneous. What could have transpired? Delving into his inner thoughts, Chen Jing'an noticed a small wisp of black energy emerging from the Zimu bell. The Zimu bell revealed the following attributes: offspring, Chen Qinghe, qualification, 5 spirit roots, hidden, fate trait 1, wolf gaze, and innate ambition. Unwilling to remain in obscurity, fate trait 2, born demon king, able to disregard the negative effects of cultivating demonic arts. Achieving results with half the effort, Chen Jing'an was truly taken aback. The wolf gaze, was that not reminiscent of Sima Yi? Images of this young one usurping power and overshadowing him flooded his mind. A flicker of danger flashed in his eyes. Yet, he quickly recalled that even Sima Yi had never acted against his father. Furthermore, the second trait, born demon king, seemed to indicate that this child was particularly suited for the cultivation of demonic arts, making it clear that he should not be kept at home. If he were to wreak havoc upon others, the one who would benefit would undoubtedly be Chen Jing'an as the father. Chen Jing'an meticulously examined his son's attributes, ultimately fixating on the qualification of 5 spirit roots accompanied by the hidden trait. Combined with the born demon king aspect, it likely required the cultivation of demonic arts to unlock its full potential. Almost immediately, a preliminary plan began to form in his mind. To be candid, he harbored reservations about a child possessing the wolf gaze, necessitating particularly careful nurturing during his formative years. This was his sole opportunity to shape a fatherly image in the boy's mind. Additionally, the approach to guiding him in the cultivation of demonic arts warranted thorough consideration. After all, as a father from a celestial lineage, allowing his son to cultivate demonic arts and become a target of enmity among celestial beings would inevitably lead to a rift between them. Putting aside other concerns, if Chen Jing'an were to experience such a situation himself, even devoid of the wolf gaze, he would likely entertain rebellious thoughts. And this was particularly true for a child as dangerous as this one. Wait a moment, the attribute of Born Demon King Chen Jing'an reevaluated. Fate Trait 2, Born Demon King, able to disregard the negative effects of cultivating demonic arts, achieving results with half the effort. A subtle idea began to blossom within him. What if he were to cultivate as well? There appeared to be no downside. Moreover, if the father secretly began practicing demonic arts, then one day, the son, previously unable to cultivate, might inadvertently discover the arts from his father and realize he too could cultivate. This would create a perfect cycle. With this thought in mind, Chen Jing'an wasted little time in choosing the path of the Born Demon King. He found himself less averse to the notion of demonic arts than he had initially imagined, especially upon discovering the clandestine collusion between the Zheng clan of immortal beings and demonic cultivators, while the Demon Suppression Office opted for a passive stance. Chen Jing'an became acutely aware of the harsh realities of this world. The notion of righteous versus demonic is utterly nonsensical. In this realm, there exists solely a hierarchy of strength. If one lacks power, they can only helplessly witness their own demise at the hands of others. Chen Jing'an had heard from his grandfather about the myriad drawbacks associated with cultivating demonic arts. For instance, while such practices might enable a qi refining practitioner to break through to the foundation establishment stage, they could just as easily lead to a permanent stagnation at that threshold. Moreover, advancing in demonic cultivation could profoundly affect one's mental fortitude. These and other disadvantages represent the perils of pursuing demonic arts. However, if one is a born demon king, capable of nullifying all adverse effects, then engaging in this practice becomes a clear advantage. Once sufficiently powerful, one can easily manipulate perceptions. Thus it was. Chen Jing'an had yet to enter the house, nor had he seen his offspring. Nevertheless, his machinations against Qinghe and his father had already commenced at this moment. Inside the dwelling, Zhang appeared rather disheveled, and her newborn child bore dark skin and an abundance of hair. The child resembled a small rodent, rendering it rather unappealing. Zhang, equally exhausted, would undoubtedly awaken with a sense of hostility towards the child, setting the stage for a bitter enmity between mother and son. Chen Jing'an cast a stern gaze at the midwives surrounding him, issuing a grave warning. Should a single word of today's events escape your lips, your entire clan shall face dire consequences. The midwives, trembling with fear, hastily bowed, proclaiming their reluctance to speak. Chen Jing'an was indifferent to their sentiments. He seated himself beside Zhang, his mind already concocting fabrications to salvage the precarious bond between mother and child. Frankly, Chen Jing'an believed he was fulfilling his role as a father quite well, to ensure his son enjoyed a joyous childhood and the fullness of maternal love. He was prepared to exert considerable effort. Chapter 57, The Demonic Sect and the Forbidden Arts of Devouring Demons. When Zhang awoke, she too was startled by the appearance of her child, fearing that she would be deemed a monster and subsequently dispatched by Chen Jing'an. Yet, Chen Jing'an cradled the child and explained that this offspring had awakened a hidden lineage, possessing extraordinary talents beyond ordinary comprehension. Zhang, lacking in worldly knowledge, viewed Chen Jing'an as a deity. With him asserting such, she had no grounds for skepticism. Initially, she felt a sense of revulsion, yet as the child was her own, she gradually acclimated to its appearance, finding it more endearing with time. However, the small courtyard was to remain off-limits for visitors, at least until Qinghe's appearance normalized. He specifically instructed Yuan Fong to oversee this matter, postponing any urgency in seeking companionship for him. He would endeavor to fulfill Zhang's wishes as much as possible. As for others, there was little cause for concern. Having advanced to the later stages of qi refinement, he had attained a level of prestige and standing that allowed him to stand shoulder to shoulder with his second uncle. Not only among peers, but even elders dared not question him. Only the old master remained. Chen Jing'an intends to have Zhang, the mother, act as a shield against calamity, revealing her innate spiritual roots, and then deflecting inquiries under the pretense of observation. A man as astute as the elder will undoubtedly sense that there are deeper intrigues at play. However, if he comprehends his grandson's intentions, he will refrain from probing further, thus fulfilling Chen Jing'an's objective and concluding the matter at hand. Next, the pressing issue to address is the matter of demonic cultivation. Chen Jing'an plans to delve into this dark art, yet the plethora of demonic techniques circulating in the world today is so vast that it is beyond enumeration. He must urgently enhance his knowledge in this domain. Fortunately, he possesses readily available resources. There is a saying that one's greatest adversary knows them best. In the realm of Deqian, no one possesses a deeper understanding of demonic arts and practitioners than the Demon Suppression Division. Ironically, Chen Jing'an, a soldier of this very division, now seeks to procure further information on demonic cultivation through its channels to advance his own practice. He is unperturbed by the potential for scrutiny. Given his diligent pursuit of demon hunters alongside the Elder over recent months, he is certainly more scrutinizable than other soldiers. After all, is it a crime to gather information in pursuit of exterminating demons? Should you hurl baseless accusations, I might question the integrity of your own stance. Chen Jing'an engages in a battle of wits and intellect with others. Within the confines of the official seal, fragments of text materialized, elucidating details regarding demonic practitioners. This comprehensive overview provides invaluable insights into the demonic sects that plague the borders of Deqian, collectively known as the demon cult. Among them are formidable beings at the Golden Core stage, whose emergence heralds calamity for the nation. The demon cult is further divided into various branches according to differing lineages, including the Black Demon Sect, Blood Demon Sect, and Shadow Demon Sect, among others. The majority of these sects operate in the shadows, while a select few, such as the renowned Desire Demon Sect, manage to walk in the light. The Desire Demon Sect cultivates their power through essence, allowing both men and women to partake as practitioners. Each year, they offer a substantial quantity of spirit stones to the royal family and celestial sects in exchange for public amnesty. However, this arrangement comes with one stipulation: fairness. There must be a reciprocal exchange. One cannot only gain without giving back, nor vice versa. Should only the demonic practitioners benefit, it becomes a matter of harm. A fair transaction requires mutual gain. Yet beyond this sanctioned exchange, there exists a third category, the kill on sight. This specifically targets a sect dedicated to a particular demonic technique known as the Swallowing Demon Sect. Anyone caught secretly practicing the Swallowing Demon technique is to be executed on sight. Furthermore, should one manage to slay a member of the Swallowing Demon Sect, they are entitled to rewards from both Deqian and the celestial sects, including foundational elixirs. Chen Jing'an is no longer a naive youth. He comprehends that such substantial rewards and penalties stem from a significant source: the relentless pursuit of the Swallowing Demon Sect by the celestial sects, and Deqian signifies that this sect poses a threat far beyond mere danger. Upon thorough examination, he finally grasps the essence of this sect. It is predicated on the consumption of others' spiritual energy for personal gain. With sufficient spiritual energy, one can even transcend their limitations. The techniques of the Devouring Demon Sect hold the potential to shatter the barriers of advancement in spiritual artifacts, enabling practitioners to ascend from Qi refinement to foundation establishment, and from foundation establishment to golden core. This revolutionary approach, rooted in a bottom-up philosophy, might very well be the root cause of the impending deadly edict. At a mere glance, Chen Jing'an was captivated by the devouring technique. Typically, demon cultivators are impoverished individuals before they delve into demonic arts. When confronted with the bottleneck of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, the scarcity of foundation establishment pills dictates that even within the celestial clans, a staggering 99% of Qi refinement practitioners at the 9th level are unworthy of consuming such pills. The devouring technique, however, offers a glimmer of hope. Chen Jing'an was no exception. Even without the innate prowess of a demon king, when faced with the specter of death, he would likely succumb to the temptation of such a dubious path. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the devouring sect is a forbidden cult, and its techniques are undoubtedly under stringent control. The dark and blood demon techniques he previously acquired were summarily destroyed by the old man from the treasure pavilion. The same fate would undoubtedly befall the devouring technique. If one were not careful, the consequences could extend far beyond mere failure, potentially leading to catastrophic ruin. For the time being, he resolved to refrain from greed. Chen Jing'an shook his head slightly. His initial intent was to harness the demonic arts to accelerate his cultivation, a common trait among all demonic techniques. Thus, the second criterion for selection hinged on the cultivation conditions. The requirements for practicing different demonic techniques vary significantly. For instance, the dark demon technique requires the liver as a catalyst, the blood demon technique necessitates the consumption of one's heart's blood, and the shadow demon technique demands the swallowing of eyeballs. Each of these techniques is more grotesque than the last, living up to their names. Although Chen Jing'an still bore some moral hesitation, he deemed it manageable as long as the benefits were substantial. However, another concern loomed over him. Cultivating demonic arts using mortals as sustenance would inevitably reveal flaws over time. This posed a significant issue, especially as he intended to develop within the celestial clans and secure his position in the demon suppression division. He could not afford to give anyone leverage against him. Therefore, it was imperative to seek techniques that could be practiced discreetly, preferably those rooted in self-corruption, allowing him to fully exploit the advantages of being an innate demon king. Chen Jing'an sifted through his memories and narrowed his focus to several types of demon cultivators he had encountered, quickly identifying one that met his criteria: the illusion demon technique. Also known as the heart demon technique. This technique involves planting a seed of heart demon, which feeds on one's psyche to grow, thereby enhancing the power of spiritual awareness and unlocking various miraculous effects of the illusion demon technique. The benefits of spiritual awareness are manifold. When confronting practitioners of the same realm, those with superior spiritual awareness can detect their weaker counterparts first, delivering a decisive advantage in perception. Furthermore, in response to probing and attacks directed at oneself, spiritual awareness also possesses the ability to respond proactively. Most crucially, he already possessed the illusion demon technique. After being swindled by the old man during their last encounter, he chose to retain the technique instead of exchanging it for spirit stones. And now it proved to be fortuitously useful. Nevertheless, his personal interest remained fixated on the devouring technique, though he lamented the absence of an accompanying methodology. I hope that a fated individual, skilled in the art of consuming demonic energy, might accidentally collide with my visage, resulting in an instant demise. That would be most fortuitous. Chapter 58. The Mastery of Illusory Magic and the Return of Uncle Lu He meticulously recorded the contents of the illusory magic technique, subsequently planting the seeds of inner demons within his mind as instructed by the arcane text. Soon, he sensed a dark seed of malevolence manifesting within his being. Whenever he closed his eyes, the inner demon seed would emerge, only to vanish upon opening them. After several attempts, Chen Jing'an perceived that with each blink, the seed seemed to swell slightly. According to the text, the inner demon seed must grow by eroding one's consciousness. Once the seed fully matured, it would signify the achievement of the first tier of illusory magic, thereby doubling the potency of his spiritual awareness. Thus far, he felt no discomfort. However, the inner demon seed was steadily enlarging. Perhaps this was the innate power of a born demon lord. Chen Jing'an continued to blink, and with each blink, the seed swelled until it could no longer contain itself and burst forth, transforming into a liquid form. In an instant, a plethora of insights regarding the applications of illusory magic flooded his mind, encompassing techniques for obscuring perception, subtly influencing hearts, and even crafting illusions at a distance. The intricacies of these methods were utterly unprecedented. No wonder the demonic arts were so intoxicating. Having seemingly mastered the first tier of illusory magic, he promptly endeavored to plant a second inner demon seed. Yet, despite his fervent recitations of the incantations, no new seed appeared. This could imply two possibilities. Either his mind had reached a level of profound clarity, leaving no room for another seed, or, from the perspective of illusory magic, his mental faculties were deemed inadequate. Chen Jing'an fell into contemplation, sensing a tinge of disdain from the demonic arts. He decided to refrain from further ambition for the moment. Regaining his composure, he began to assess the transformations brought about by his mastery of illusory magic. With closed eyes, he perceived his awareness of the surrounding environment becoming more acute. The once indistinct cold wind now manifested as a multitude of distinct currents. Suddenly, Chen Jing'an opened his eyes, and from his Qinghe bag, a crackling shield of formidable power emerged, transforming into a dark luminescence that shot toward a distant bamboo grove. The dark light grazed one of the green stalks, leaving only a shallow mark the size of a fingernail, without harming the bamboo itself, before returning to his grasp. He felt a newfound ease in wielding both light and heavy forces. His enhanced perception also extended to a greater mastery over his magical artifacts. In the ensuing months, Chen Jing'an diligently studied spirit talismans at home, experimenting with the intricate nuances of insect-level transformations. During this period, yet another advantage of practicing illusory magic became apparent. Previously, after intense concentration on talisman drawing, He required a significant recuperation period. However, he now found himself able to attempt the creation of spirit talismans with remarkable fluidity upon his second try. This newfound confidence emboldened him to pursue a daring endeavor, to clandestinely learn the emotional bond talisman from his wolf demon before it was entirely drained of its power. This particular talisman is a unique skill of the esteemed practitioners of the celestial sect, a craft that is not meant to be disseminated. Consequently, the inheritance of talismanic arts bestowed by the Yellow Talisman Master does not encompass this extraordinary talisman. Imitating this skill is no trivial task, however, once mastered. It equates to the permanent acquisition of the art of breeding ethereal steeds. It essentially broadens one's path, ensuring not only personal gains, but also providing sustenance for descendants and family during challenging times. When it came time for Chen Jing'an to undergo the assessment of his spiritual root, the outcome was devoid of suspense. He possessed no spiritual root. This revelation struck him profoundly, for he had been inseparable from his brother Chen Jing'an since childhood, and now, while his elder brother had a spiritual root, he did not. The disparity was palpable. Moreover, as they aged, their obsession with spiritual roots would only intensify, not diminish. Chen Jing'an found himself unable to offer consolation to his second son. The best he could do was to grant him as much freedom as possible, allowing Chen Jing'an the opportunity to encounter his own fortune. As early spring passed, one day, two formidable presences suddenly swept across the skies of Yunwu County. Although it was a fleeting moment, it startled Zheng Xuanzong. This time, it was not an unwitting qi refining practitioner challenging them, but rather the genuine pressure of those at the foundation establishment stage. Zheng Xuanzong felt as though he were facing a formidable foe, nearly activating the family's second-tier formation. However, he quickly discerned that the two foundation establishment practitioners were not directed at them. Rather, their trajectory seemed to lead towards Qinghe County. Contemplating this, Zheng Xuanzong squinted, his emotions swirling with uncertainty. He speculated that this was connected to a relative of the Chun family from Qinghe County who had achieved foundation establishment within the celestial sect. Zheng Xuanzong was unaware of the reasons that allowed them to emerge. Had it been earlier, he would not have hesitated to subtly create obstacles for the Chun celestial clan, causing them some discomfort. Yet, the circumstances had changed. Their own Zheng family was also nearing a critical juncture of survival. Although the foundation establishment practitioner from the Yunwu 100 house had not made an appearance in quite some time, Zheng Xuanzong dared not underestimate the opponent. He had remained stationed in Yunwu County, harboring intentions of mutual surveillance with them. This implicitly represented the stance of the Deqian court, urging him to patiently await his demise without causing any disturbances. Zheng Xuanzong could not afford to openly oppose this directive. Thus, the other covert maneuvers prepared by the Zheng family were entrusted to other younger members of the clan. One could only hope that this investment of over a century's worth of accumulation would allow their lineage to sustain its fortune for another 100 years. In Qinghe County, at the Chun residence, Chen Jing'an was meditating beside the spiritual fields while his daughter, Chen Jing'an, brandished a small wooden knife, both absorbed in their respective tasks. Suddenly, Chen Jing'an's spiritual perception detected an unfamiliar aura. He reacted instinctively, like a startled cat, his hair standing on end, as a burst of flames soared skyward, transforming into the visage of a mystical tortoise. Its shell enveloped both father and daughter within. This was a new technique derived from a type of fire tortoise spiritual blood he had previously acquired from the Yunwu market, modeled after its essence through a transformation process. "Elder brother, your nephew is quite astute," a feminine voice drifted in, followed by the appearance of a man and woman within his line of sight. Upon recognizing the man's features, Chen Jing'an was momentarily taken aback. "Uncle Lu?" At the 7th level of Qi cultivation, with an extraordinary spiritual awareness, "Jing'an, you have indeed brought considerable astonishment to your 6th uncle." Chen Yaodong approached with a smile, only to find his nephew still regarding him with wariness. The two were separated by a protective fire barrier resembling a turtle shell. With a resigned gesture, Chen Yaodong spread his hands. "I truly am your 6th uncle." At this, Chen Jing'an was convinced to a significant extent, yet he inquired further, "If you are indeed my 6th uncle, could you enlighten me on the number of spirit stones the family originally sent to the Immortal Gate?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yaodong's smile vanished, and his expression turned solemn. "A total of 120 stones. Of these, aside from the 100 from the family, you contributed 8, while your second brother contributed 12. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Jing'an lowered the fire barrier. Sixth uncle. For one who was a counterfeit would hardly bother to remember such trivial details. Chen Jing'an, nestled in his arms, began to walk forward alongside her father. Chen Yaodong, noticing the little girl, beamed with delight. Is this my grandniece? What is her name? Qinghe, quickly greet your sixth uncle. Through their interaction, Chen Jing'an soon learned that the woman accompanying them was his sixth aunt, who, astonishingly, was also at the foundation establishment stage and even his sixth uncle's senior disciple. Look at your talent for finding a partner, sixth uncle. You seem to possess an unexpected insight into the thoughts of a prominent woman. Chapter 59. The Matter of Adoption, Xuanjin Heavy Water. Chen Jing'an had always been quite bold. Initially, she may have found her sixth uncle unfamiliar, but soon enough, she allowed him to hold her without resistance. At this moment, the usually taciturn sixth aunt, Song Rooting, displayed a hint of surprise in her eyes. Is she truly a Bing fire spiritual body? Upon hearing this, Qin Yaodong was momentarily taken aback. His astonished gaze flickered between sixth aunt and Chen Jing'an. Are you saying that little Qingyan possesses a spiritual body? Chen Jing'an promptly feigned a look of astonishment. After all, given his knowledge, he shouldn't have recognized the spiritual body so swiftly. Song Rooting nodded, retracting her gaze. Such dense spiritual energy can undoubtedly be attributed to a Bing fire spiritual body. Moreover, not only this little girl, but your nephew seems to emit faint spiritual body ripples, possibly inherited from him. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an nearly burst into laughter. What an unexpected twist. The spiritual body he had received from his daughter was now attributed to him as a hereditary trait. However, since they were father and daughter, there was no room for confusion. It was genuinely a Chen inheritance. Feigning surprise while visibly pleased, Chen Jing'an soon noticed that his sixth uncle and sixth aunt appeared even more joyous than he was, which felt rather unusual. Just as he was about to inquire about the circumstances, he sensed his father's presence drawing near. The reunion between father and son, after a long separation, naturally painted a different picture. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Jing'an decided to lead Chen Jing'an away. Feeling that his sixth uncle and sixth aunt seemed to have some ulterior motive, likely concerning his eldest daughter, it was best to keep her away until the truth was revealed. He returned Chen Jing'an to Qinghe before heading back to his father's residence. Upon entering, he discovered that his second uncle had already arrived. However, his arrival seemed imbued with a particular significance, drawing the gaze of all present upon him. This may have been related to the recent events. Indeed, it was soon after that Uncle Chen Lu spoke, recounting his own experience of losing the ability to bear children due to his cultivation practices. Coincidentally, Aunt Lu had, in her youth, been administered a potion that rendered her barren. This could explain why the two had found their way to one another. Yet, Chen Jing'an sensed an underlying peculiarity in this situation. After all, the loss of fertility is hardly a matter of pride. The fact that two such individuals had fortuitously formed a pair, both at the foundational stage of cultivation, seemed exceedingly improbable. There must be some hidden truths behind this. Nevertheless, Uncle Lu was his elder, and one with whom he shared a close bond, making it impossible for Chen Jing'an to undermine him. The old gentleman nearby appeared to have also caught on to the subtle hints, yet he maintained an inscrutable demeanor, concealing his thoughts from others. Uncle Chen Lu continued, stating that both he and his wife had no offspring. Thus they were granted permission by the celestial sect to adopt a child from their own lineage. At this point, Song Rooting interjected at an opportune moment. Due to her past experiences, she had long distanced herself from her clan and intended to select a child from the Chun celestial family, preferably. Before she could finish her sentence, Uncle Lu quickly interrupted. He surmised that Song Rooting's intended words were likely directed towards Chen Jing'an. Frankly, Uncle Lu held a fondness for the young girl. Furthermore, being endowed with a spiritual body, she would possess an additional avenue for advancement when he eventually sought to transcend the foundational realm. However, the issue lay in Uncle Lu's belief that he could not adequately serve his family. He already felt a sense of guilt. To bring home another child with potential for foundational cultivation would leave him feeling unworthy of the Chen surname. Song Rooting was not unreasonable and, in truth, had little interest in nurturing an adopted child to the foundational stage. The moment Uncle Lu interrupted, she recognized the impropriety of her statement and chose to remain silent, leaving the decision to Uncle Lu. He then turned his gaze toward Chen Jing'an. If they were to adopt a child, he would prefer to select from Chen Jing'an's progeny. Chen Jing'an was taken aback by the revelation of Uncle Lu's intentions. Frankly speaking, as a father, he could not bear the thought of his child being taken away. However, should he confront this dilemma, the newly born Qinghe would certainly be the first to be excluded. A child born with demonic potential venturing into the realm of celestial beings would be akin to lambs entering a den of tigers. Then there remained the other 4 children. 2 boys and 2 girls. Chen Jing'an and Chen Jing'an possessed spiritual roots, while Chen Jing'an and Chen Jing'an did not. From his perspective, spiritual roots were not the sole measure of familial ties. The foremost consideration should be the wishes of the children themselves. If they were unwilling, Chen Jing'an would not insist on sending them away. After all, uncle and nephew shared a close bond, and he could not impose this relationship upon his offspring. As a father, he must first embody the essence of fatherhood. Chen Jing'an, after listening to Chen Liushu's exposition, briefly outlined his own vision. He proposed to summon all 4 children. Whoever was willing to go, would go. If no one was willing, then the matter would be considered as if it had never occurred. Upon hearing this plan, both Chen Liushu and Song Rooting readily acquiesced. They were adopting children, not enemies. If there were no successors from Chen Jing'an's line, they would choose from other branches. The two had used the pretext of adoption to emerge from the celestial gates. And ultimately, they needed to return with a child. This was a matter of duty. After preliminary discussions, a clear direction had emerged. Next came the personal matters. It was Song Rooting who took the initiative, retrieving a jade vial from her Qinghe bag, within which a droplet of liquid was faintly visible. However, due to the vial's excellent sealing, no scent escaped. Chen Jing'an could not discern what it was. But the elder's demeanor shifted to one of excitement after a few scrutinizing glances. Could this be the foundational spiritual substance, Xianjin heavy water? The father-in-law had a discerning eye. Song Rooting smiled and confirmed. According to the rules of the celestial sect, it is forbidden to give the sect's treasures to outsiders. However, this Xianjin heavy water is something I obtained through trade with my fellow disciples. Thus it is my own possession, offered to you as a token of my esteem. This left the elder somewhat unsettled. With foundational spiritual materials at hand, he was reluctant to engage in any formalities, for such treasures, once missed, may never be encountered again in this lifetime. Chen Liushu and the others had evidently conferred prior to their arrival and quickly persuaded the elder to accept this spiritual object, for they might not have another opportunity to venture out again. Keeping this within the family was also a hope to nurture a new foundational cultivator. Immediately thereafter, Chen Liushu produced 2 storage bags, presenting them to Chen Jing'an and Chen Erbua. Jing'an, and second brother, I shall never forget the grace of your guidance. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please do not decline. Presumably, the bags contained spirit stones. Given Liushu's character, since he used a Qinghe bag, it was certain that the contents exceeded what they had offered. With foundational spiritual objects and spirit stones, Liushu's actions appeared to repay kindness, yet were also a veiled acknowledgement of the family's nurturing grace. One could fear that with Liushu's departure, if the family failed to produce another foundational cultivator, future opportunities for reunion might vanish entirely. As the 6th chapter unfolds, it recounts the sentiments of Qingyun and the farewell between father and son. Before departing, the debts of gratitude were settled. This was the best outcome, both for Liushu and the celestial lineage. At the very least, a thread of familial connection would remain. As long as Liushu was present, he would forever be the pillar of the Chun celestial clan. Conversely, should the clan become accustomed to relying on Liushu, the ultimate outcome could very well be a severance of ties, leading to an estrangement that they wished to avoid. In the following 2 days, Chen Jing'an approached both Yushan and Hu Xing'er to share his intentions, providing them with clarity. After all, children are not solely one's own. His decision to act first and inform them later was already somewhat inconsiderate. Had he chosen to conceal everything from the outset, it would undoubtedly have strained the bonds of marriage. As expected, Hu Xing'er had only one child, Chen Jing'an, who cried for a long time that evening. However, Chen Jing'an was not overly concerned, for the little girl wept even more sorrowfully than her mother, making her departure improbable. In contrast, Yushan exhibited the composure befitting a principal wife. She neither cried nor fussed, and even offered him solace. It was such a demeanor from Yushan that evoked genuine feelings of guilt. The youngest, Chen Qingmiao, had just begun to walk and was likely incapable of making a choice. Therefore, the final decision would inevitably lie between Qing Wang and Qing Yun. On the designated day, Chen Jing'an held the youngest, Chen Jing'an, with 3 other children beside him. Only his 6th uncle and aunt remained. They did not present themselves with the airs of foundational cultivators, but rather articulated their intentions as calmly as possible, assuring their commitment to treat the children as their own. Chen Jing'an and Chen Jing'an listened attentively to their words. Naturally, Chen Jing'an had no intention of leaving, despite the myriad charms of the celestial realm. It was too distant from home. He felt that neither he nor his younger brother would depart. However, Chen Jing'an, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up, inquiring, "Uncle and aunt, is there a way within the celestial realm for those without spiritual roots to ascend the path of immortality?" Upon hearing this, Chen Lu's uncle chose silence. It was not an affectation of aloofness. He simply did not have an answer. Song Rooting also displayed a troubled expression. She did not consider Chen Jing'an naive. After all, it was not unreasonable for someone without spiritual roots to desire them. The issue lay in the enormity of the challenge. After careful contemplation, Song Rooting provided a response. Within the celestial realm, there had indeed been instances of mortals discovering rare treasures, subsequently developing spiritual roots. Yet, she had not disclosed the latter part of her thought. The last time such an event was rumored to have occurred was at least a millennium ago. Golden Core ancestors could not live that long, and for an ordinary person, the hope of such fortune was exceedingly slim. However, she refrained from voicing this, aiming to prevent Chen Jing'an from experiencing utter despair. Little did she know, it was precisely this notion that solidified Chen Jing'an's resolve. He did not wish to relinquish hope for cultivation. "Uncle, I wish to go to the celestial realm." Upon hearing this declaration from Chen Jing'an, Chen Jing'an was momentarily stunned. He could not comprehend why his brother, with whom he had shared so many days, would choose to embark on such a journey. Chen Jing'an, however, had mentally prepared himself for this possibility. Over the years, Chen Jing'an had traversed Songzhu Mountain without yielding any results. The issue likely did not lie with him. Rather, the opportunities within Qinghe County were insufficiently grand to bestow anyone with spiritual roots. What Chen Jing'an truly needed was a vast expanse where he could unleash his potential. Initially, Chen Lu's uncle had given up hope, only for Chen Jing'an to emerge. Although he held no particular affection for his nephew, the couple's decision to adopt a child served merely as a pretext for their return. The child was destined to accompany them back. Even if he did not possess a preference for Chen Jing'an was nonetheless a descendant of Chen Jing'an, and keeping him close would evoke a sense of kinship. He would fulfill his responsibilities as a guardian. Naturally, Song Rooting harbored no objections. In fact, she found herself increasingly fond of the boy. How had she not noticed before that this little fellow named Chen Jing'an was so endearing? Chen Jing'an observed the reaction of his 6th aunt, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. In the Chen family, Chen Jing'an had consistently exhibited the traits of a fortunate child. Yet, one must not forget that upon his birth, he was inherently endowed with 2 fates. His second fate was that of a blue-faced disaster, a natural magnetism for women's affection. Chen Jing'an had initially believed that this particular gift of his second son would only manifest when he reached adulthood. However, upon witnessing the undeniable allure he had even for a foundational practitioner like his 6th aunt, he found himself astonished. If he were to enter the celestial realm, it was difficult to envision the kind of romantic entanglements that might ensue. He did not fear that his 6th uncle would treat Chen Jing'an poorly. Yet, having only recently acquainted himself with his 6th aunt, he found it hard to believe that she would regard a 6-year-old child as her own. Nevertheless, the fact that the blue-faced disaster seemed to have an effect on her alleviated some of his concerns. Thus, the matter of adoption was settled. As for the difference in their familial hierarchy, that was of little consequence. They would each maintain their own standings. His 6th uncle granted Chen Jing'an 3 days to bid farewell to his family. That very night, Chen Jing'an called Chen Jing'an out and presented him with a prepared bag of holding. Several days prior, his 6th uncle had given him a similar bag in return for a favor, containing no less than 50 spirit stones, more than 6 times the amount he had originally provided. This sudden influx made Chen Jing'an feel quite affluent. Just as Chen Jing'an was about to depart, he extracted 30 spirit stones from within, along with a semi-finished dagger and 200 pounds of spirit rice, as well as clothing prepared by his mother. He handed it all over to him. Since Chen Jing'an would not be able to utilize the bag of holding, Chen Jing'an advised him to seek out his 6th uncle whenever he needed it. This gesture was a father's token of affection. Regardless of whether they would meet again in the future, he wished for Chen Jing'an, separated by distance. to achieve his aspirations and fulfill his desires. Having just wept in his mother's embrace, Chen Jing'an had hoped that being with his father might lessen his tears. However, at the tender age of 6, on the brink of venturing into an unfamiliar world, even the strongest of hearts are frail in such moments. Jing'an, if you encounter any grievances, do not hesitate to inform your 6th uncle. Father will strive to become formidable and will endeavor to see you again. I understand, father. Just as Chen Jing'an had bid farewell to his father, a sudden flash of light caught his attention, and a figure materialized before him. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he wiped away his tears and exclaimed, "Godmother." Song Rooting had been eavesdropping, and she felt a twinge of displeasure at being excluded from Chen Jing'an's remarks that suggested Chen Jing'an should turn to his 6th uncle in times of need. However, when Chen Jing'an addressed her as godmother, it filled Song Rooting with uncontainable joy. She decided to cast aside her previous unhappiness and looked down at the bag in Chen Jing'an's hand, smilingly inquiring, "Jing'an, may I have a glance at the contents within this bag?" Chen Jing'an nodded. "Please take a look, godmother." Song Rooting accepted the bag, casting a brief glance inside. Her expression turned somewhat peculiar, and she promptly returned the bag to him. "Have you finished looking, godmother? Indeed, your father treats you well. Should an opportunity arise in the future, be sure to honor him." The spirit stones given by Uncle Chen Lu had all been borrowed from her, and both Uncle Chen Er and Chen Jing'an had received 50 stones. Song Rooting was well aware of the weight 50 spirit stones carried for a cultivator from an immortal lineage. This was a fortune substantial enough to incite a rift between father and son. Chen Jing'an, fully aware that Chen Jing'an would not return, still sent him off with 30 spirit stones, indicating that he was not merely a father willing to sell his son. Yet, this alone was insufficient to move Song Rooting. A father from an immortal lineage preparing spirit stones for his son, who is on the verge of entering the immortal gate, merely signifies a lingering sentiment. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Chen Jing'an possessed no spiritual root. He was incapable of even opening the bag himself. To put it bluntly, whether Chen Jing'an could utilize these spirit stones was not up to him, but entirely dependent on others. Nevertheless, Chen Jing'an chose to act in this manner. Perhaps these spirit stones were never intended for his son at all. In an instant, Song Rooting felt a pang of melancholy. If her own parents had possessed even half of Chen Jing'an's sentiment, nay, even a tenth, she would have cherished any gesture that conveyed a sense of familial attachment or genuine care, rather than being sold to the immortal gate for a handful of spirit stones. Why must she seek solace in the arms of a partner to fill the emotional void left by her family? To dwell on the past only invites unnecessary distress. Ultimately, the extent of kindness one receives in life is determined solely by oneself. Chapter 61. The Gift of Foundation Establishment. The benevolent ones the following day marked the time for Chen Jing'an's departure. Chen Jing'an came to bid farewell. However, Aunt Lu, who had seldom exchanged words with him, unexpectedly called out to him. They moved to a shadowy corner. Chen Jing'an felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of the intentions of this foundational cultivator. Surely, she was not going to interrogate him about Uncle Lu's romantic escapades, but he was at a loss. To his surprise, Song Rooting directly handed him a bag. Chen Jing'an glanced inside, confirming it was not the one he had given to Chen Jing'an, and shook his head. "Aunt Lu, please do not underestimate me." His words seemed to evoke a broader smile from Song Rooting, whose smile was indeed captivating. Yet, her demeanor was undeniably assertive, leaving no room for refusal. "You are the closest nephew to Dong Gu and the father of Qinghe. As Aunt Lu, I must make my gesture. Rest assured, as Qinghe accompanies my husband and me to the immortal gate, I shall treat him as my own child and ensure he does not suffer any injustice." Chen Jing'an, unable to resist, accepted the bag, though he remained perplexed. In an unexpected turn of events, Aunt Lu decided to bestow a gift upon herself. If she did not inquire further, it might lead to trouble for Qinghe, and that would render her somewhat ungrateful. Song Rooting spoke earnestly, declaring that Qinghe was fortunate to have a father like him. She expressed her desire to preserve this fortune for him, hoping that in her lifetime, he would achieve a breakthrough in foundation establishment. Within the Qianquan pouch she had prepared, she had 2 items of significance for him. With her words laid out so plainly, Chen Jing'an could no longer be coy, yet he still clasped his hands together in gratitude. "Aunt Lu, with your generous gift today, should there be an opportunity in this lifetime, I shall surely repay you." Song Rooting smiled. "Then I shall await your repayment." Her words lightened the atmosphere. and a glimmer of joy passed between them, marking the sole moment of cheer amidst their farewells. Once Qinghe departed, Chen Jing'an, for the first time, chose not to cultivate, but instead devoted a solid half-month to accompanying Yushan. He even took her back to the Yu family home, offering assistance to her siblings within his capacity. With such a formidable ally as him outside, the branch of the Yu family to which Yushan belonged would undoubtedly gain a greater voice within the entire Yu celestial clan. The family's fondness for Yushan would, in turn, bring her some comfort. This was Chen Jing'an's personal recompense to Yushan for Qinghe's departure. Upon returning home, Chen Jing'an opened the Qinghe pouch gifted by Aunt Lu. Inside, he found only 2 items. One appeared to be a spirit talisman, identifiable by its design as a type of sword energy. It seemed to be no ordinary talisman, but rather a special one imbued with considerable lethality. When he attempted to infuse a trace of spiritual energy, the response was remarkably intense. Could this be a second-tier special talisman? His eyes widened in astonishment. Aunt Lu had been exceedingly generous. A second-tier special talisman, particularly an offensive one, was no small matter. For someone at the 9th level of Qi refinement, lacking a formidable protective treasure, being struck by such a sword might well be fatal. This was indeed a life-saving item, precisely what he needed. The gravity of this favor weighed heavily upon him. Such a talisman, if one could not find a skilled talisman master, would be impossible to create regardless of the number of spirit stones offered. The second item was contained within a jade vial, reminiscent of the one that once held Xianjun heavy water, yet it was not identical. Inside, it appeared to be a flame, vaguely resembling something else, a fiery tortoise. Chen Jing'an had heard of the existence of spirit flames born from the earth and sky. The vial presumably contained a beastly fire. However, he pondered why Aunt Lu would gift him a tortoise-shaped beast fire. It didn't seem to be an insult. Suddenly, he recalled that on the day Uncle Lu returned, he had used a worm-level transformation, coincidentally utilizing the blood of the fire tortoise. Could this be the reason? Yet, Aunt Lu might have misunderstood. That fire tortoise blood was merely a consumable, akin to a talisman, expiring once used. He returned from the marketplace with numerous spiritual artifacts specifically intended for the exploration of the extraordinary applications of insect-level transformations. Indeed, Chen Jing'an experienced certain gains, yet their significance to him personally was minimal. The novel function he unearthed can tentatively be termed imitation. A drop of fire turtle spirit blood allows him to conjure a fiery shield in the shape of a turtle shell, albeit with a strength inferior to that of his own flame armor. A drop of fire carp spirit blood grants him enhanced adaptability in water. Yet this too possesses a dedicated water-evading technique that supersedes it. In summary, this new discovery proved rather ineffectual, failing to provide any substantial enhancement to his abilities. Chen Jing'an's expectations were modest. He defined usefulness as possessing an irreplaceable quality or optimality based on existing foundations. However, imitation evidently did not meet this criterion, resulting in a considerable investment in spiritual artifacts without returns. With a mindset of experimentation, Chen Jing'an opened the fire vial. In the next moment, a torrent of flames surged toward him. Remarkably, perhaps due to the influence of the fire spirit, he felt no pain upon their contact. Once the flames fully integrated into his being, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a sensation of satiation. This feeling rapidly permeated his flesh and bones, as if signaling a transformation was imminent. Crack! Crack! Chen Jing'an felt the scene before him whirl in a dizzying dance, as if his skeletal structure had been reshaped, his flesh morphing into a liquid that surged toward his back. At this rate, he feared he might become something akin to Qinghe. Upon regaining his senses, his spiritual awareness expanded, revealing not a human figure, but a bipedal, fiery red turtle. Not only was its shell crimson, but his hands had fused together, transformed into a scaled, turtle-like appendage. Am I truly becoming a turtle? Faced with this transformation, he found an unexpected calmness, and then, placing his turtle-like appendages together, he summoned the fire armor. With a surge of spiritual energy, a colossal layer of fire armor swiftly conformed to his body, enveloping even his head. In this state, Chen Jing'an suddenly felt a remarkable fluidity in his fire-based spells, as if he were born of flames. To validate this sensation, he pressed his palms together once more. Fire Cloud Sword. In an instant, 2 fiery streams of light shot forth, landing upon his arms and forming 2 swords exceeding 7 feet in length. Not only did they surpass the actual extent of Chen Jing'an's mastery, but these fire cloud swords truly achieved a state of tangible manifestation from the ethereal, imposing minimal burden on his spiritual energy. This experience was markedly different from the temporary abilities he had gained during his confrontation with the blood demon using insect-level transformations. Is not being an otherworldly being remarkably powerful? Chen Jing'an mused, pondering whether he had indeed become a transcendent turtle practitioner. He concentrated once more, withdrawing from the fiery red turtle form and reverting to his human shape, appearing unchanged from before. Yet Chen Jing'an was acutely aware that a tortoise had taken residence within his heart. Chapter 62. The Zhao clan of Pingyuan. In matters of feudal lands, Chen Jing'an had attempted several times to invoke the transformation of the fire tortoise. Yet he found no diminishment in its potency. It was as if this transformation had seamlessly merged with the insect-level metamorphosis, enhancing his capabilities in all aspects of sorcery beyond the previously fleeting spiritual blood. It could serve as a trump card in future battles, demonstrating that the tortoise-shaped spirit fire bestowed upon him by his sixth aunt was no ordinary entity. When Chen Jing'an departed, he did not take the red immortal hawk with him. Perhaps it was mere coincidence, but shortly after his departure, the red immortal hawk experienced a breakthrough to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Its physique had expanded more than twice its original size, and now, with its wings unfurled, it could easily accommodate a full-grown cultivator upon its back as a mode of transportation. In a short while, the triennial 100-house conference would arrive, during which he could ride this majestic hawk. At present, while Yunwu County appeared tranquil on the surface, the collusion between the Zheng clan and the demonic sect had become a stark reality. With the impending demise of the Zheng clan's elder, the hidden demons and specters could not resist the urge to scout the area in advance. Chen Jing'an and the Chen clan were powerless to intervene in such confrontations, nor did they see the need to risk their safety. They simply sought to maintain their modest territory in Qinghe County and achieve a stable existence. The elder now possessed the Xianzhen heavy water, making it inadvisable for him to venture far from the ancestral homeland of the clan as he sought to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Second Uncle Chen was responsible for clan affairs and was engaged in negotiations with the other three clans, forming a united front against external threats. In this tumultuous autumn, they would not entertain any external forces entering Qinghe County, regardless of their intentions. The collective will of the four great clans manifested in the smaller sects established by loose cultivators, creating a series of peripheral barriers surrounding Qinghe County. Any disturbances would be reported promptly. As for Chen Jing'an himself, he bore the identity of a soldier from the Demon Suppression Division, enabling him to traverse between Yunwu County City and Qinghe County, keeping abreast of news from various counties and discerning shifts in the situation, thus providing a basis for clan decisions. Until one day, a cultivator arrived at the outskirts of Qinghe County bearing a formal invitation. Upon inspecting the signature, it was revealed to be from the Zhao clan of Pingyuan. Pingyuan County, situated to the east of Yunwu County, was a vast plain formed by several major rivers in the lower reaches of Yunwu. The envoy was a rotund elder of the ninth layer of Qi refinement, named Zhao Duanqing, the steward of the Zhao clan. His invitation was directed to the Chun clan of Qinghe, and the document bore the distinctive seal of the Celestial clan, confirming his identity without doubt. Second Uncle Chen stepped forward to greet him, while the elder, who was in seclusion, summoned Chen Jing'an, and the two of them attended together to assert their presence. Regardless of the visitor's intentions, it was imperative that they not appear weak in spirit. Zhao Duanqing entered the grand hall, greeted them, and expressed a demeanor of utmost courtesy, before extending his congratulations on the noble family's possession of a foundation establishment cultivator, thus ensuring peace both within and outside the county. His words made clear that his visit was indeed aimed at Chen's sixth uncle, yet remained somewhat ambiguous. The elder and Zhao Duanqing engaged in cautious probing until the latter, with a wary countenance, posed a question. My visit today is not merely for pleasantries, but rather to discuss matters of great importance. The elder, unable to gauge the depths of the situation, found his assessment of the Zhao clan's celestial lineage elevated by several degrees before he spoke. I possess a secluded chamber equipped with a soundproofing array. Please follow me. The elder led the way, casting a glance at Chen Jing'an, who promptly accompanied him. Meanwhile, Chen Erbo remained behind, a pensive expression upon his face. Originally, he should have been the one to attend the discussion with the elder. However, It was now his own nephew who took his place. While he could hardly claim to be envious, after all, Chen Jing'an had invested 50 spirit stones in his quest for advancement. He felt a slight sense of dissonance within. Such shifts in status, inevitable as Chen Jing'an's prowess grew, could not be avoided. Within the secluded chamber, Zhao Duanqing dispensed with any pretense. He turned to the two men and, with a flourish, retrieved a decree from his cosmic pouch. The decree proclaimed that Zhao Jinsheng of the Zhao clan had attained the status of a foundational cultivator, thereby permitting the Zhao clan to ascend to the ranks of foundational celestial clans. The elder recognized this decree, recalling that their own elevation to celestial clan status had relied upon a similar missive. It was said that the imperial seal bore the indelible mark of a golden core, true monarch-s power, rendering it impossible to forge. However, the document presented by Zhao Duanqing was evidently different. Not only did it reference the foundational celestial clan, but the decree's critical content regarding the granted territory was conspicuously absent. A decree devoid of territorial assignment held no value whatsoever. Could this truly have been issued by the Dacian imperial court? Zhao Duanqing appeared to perceive their bewilderment and, with a smile, elucidated, the Zhao Jinsheng mentioned in the decree was my clan's former patriarch and my own elder brother. By fortunate happenstance, he acquired a foundational spirit object known as the Radiant Earth Essence and successfully ascended to the foundational level. Upon voluntarily reporting to the imperial court, he received this decree of elevation. However, as it stands, all 36 prefectures of Dacian are occupied, leaving no available territories for our clan's elevation, thus delaying our advancement. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an and Chen Qishan exchanged glances, both reflecting surprise in their eyes. The fact that all prefectures were claimed was indeed comprehensible, for the number of foundational cultivators in the world undoubtedly exceeded that of foundational celestial clans. Even with 72 prefectures, it would not suffice. More than a century ago, the previous celestial clan of Yunwu Prefecture faced annihilation, leading various factions to vie for dominance, ultimately resulting in the Zheng clan's ascendance and their seizing of the ancestral lands of Yunwu. This was not a matter shrouded in secrecy. Yet, the implications of the imperial court's clandestine bestowals were unsettling, evoking a sense of foreboding. The reality of scarcity was palpable. On the surface, the Dacian imperial court upheld the tradition of co-governance between the crown and local celestial clans. However, behind closed doors, they had already identified replacements for the local clans. Perhaps more than one. It is difficult to fathom how many factions might be poised to take advantage of the situation, ready to exploit any misfortune. To say nothing of the countless eyes that were undoubtedly fixed upon Yunwu Prefecture. What would transpire should the Zheng clan fall and a new foreign celestial clan emerge? This scenario might not herald a favorable outcome. Zhao Duanqing observed the transformation of the grandfather and grandson, realizing that his objectives had been achieved. He continued, our Zhao clan seeks to orchestrate the acquisition of a county. Should we succeed, the bonds of friendship we have forged today may entice the nobility to offer their assistance, thereby allowing them to reap benefits in the future, would it not? Chen Qishan furrowed his brow slightly. Is your target Yunwu County? It is far too vast, and the Zhengxian zone is not easily dealt with. Our clan lacks the strength to replace them independently. Zhao Duanqing shook his head, dismissing this notion. Of course, it is not Pingyuan County either. The Meng clan's foundational cultivator there has at least another 60 years of life ahead, should he fight desperately. My clan would not fare well. His repeated negations almost left Chen Jing'an bewildered. As a prominent clan from Pingyuan County, you seek to engage with a minor clan in Yunwu County, yet your ultimate goal is neither Yunwu nor Pingyuan. Are you perhaps contemplating a scheme involving Chongping County, which borders both? Wouldn't that render this journey futile, akin to a dialogue between a chicken and a duck? However, the elder's gaze flickered, as if a possibility had dawned upon him. Are you planning to carve out a new county between Yunwu and Pingyuan? Upon uttering this, a genuine smile emerged on Zhao Duanqing's face. Indeed, Brother Qishan, you are truly astute. Chapter 63. The Benevolent Decree, Concealing Malice Following the Elder's Insight. Chen Jing'an finally grasped the Zhao clan's intentions. In the absence of a readily available fief, they intended to create one anew. By appropriating portions from both Yunwu and Pingyuan County, this newly formed territory would serve as their fief. This strategy presented itself as a viable path. Although it would simultaneously offend the foundational cultivators of both counties, it would not lead to their complete enmity, particularly with the Ming clan of Pingyuan, whose foundational cultivator still had a considerable lifespan. Should he face utter destruction, he would undoubtedly drag the Zhao foundational cultivators down with him. However, merely annexing a portion of territory would equally engender hostility between both parties. Yet, it remains uncertain whether the Ming foundational cultivator would be willing to perish alongside the Zhao clan. The same logic applies to the downfall of the Zheng clan, which may invite various factions to divide their territory. While it is indeed true that the Zhao clan cannot monopolize the spoils, they could feasibly seize a fraction of land. Upon thorough analysis, the Zhao clan's scheme appeared plausible. Yet, the question lingered. Would the Deqian royal family permit them to disrupt the integrity of the fiefs? Each parcel of land, to put it bluntly, nurtures an adversary standing in opposition to the royal family. Transforming 36 counties into 37 effectively increases the royal family's foes. At this juncture, as Zhao Duanqing divulged their scheme, the grandfather and grandson could no longer conceal their concerns. Addressing the establishment of a new county, Zhao Duanqing elucidated. This information came to us through my clan brother during his visit to the capital to seek a fief, as conveyed by several royal relatives. It is said to be the intention of the royal ancestor to advise the emperor to promulgate the benevolent decree, allowing for an increase in the fiefs of the 36 counties. We speculate that the overthrow of the Zheng clan in Yunwu County may serve as a catalyst. Upon hearing the term benevolent decree, Chen Jing'an fell into contemplation. Is this not merely another rendition of the Edict of Enfeoffment promulgated by Emperor Wu of Han? The version enacted by Emperor Wu allowed the princes to further subdivide their fiefs among their descendants, thereby diminishing the power of the vassal states. However, the decree of enfeoffment in the Great Qian dynasty appears to warrant a contrary interpretation. The consequence of dividing a commandery will objectively result in an increase in the number of foundational immortal clans. Ultimately, this will yield contrary results, as the number of foundational immortal clans opposing the imperial family will only grow. Of course, disregarding this internal relationship from the broader perspective of the Great Qian, it would ostensibly increase the number of foundational cultivators within its borders. But what is the purpose of all this? Is there perhaps an unforeseen event lurking within the imperial court? Chen Jing'an racked his brain, yet he found himself too lowly positioned to grasp many matters. The extent to which he could attribute these changes to external forces was already his limit. Soon, he realized that even within the realm of qi cultivation, his clan was hardly a paragon. How could they afford to concern themselves with the grand affairs of the empire? Even if the royal family were to change, would it affect them in the slightest? What a futile worry. Chen Jing'an turned to Zhao Duanqing and inquired, "Our clan is weak. We fear we may be of little assistance." Zhao Duanqing immediately replied, "Rest assured, Brother Qishan, I understand your clan's reluctance to intervene directly, so we can tentatively reach an agreement. Should my clan be able to establish a new commandery, I would ask that you and the people of Qinghe County come to offer your allegiance. In exchange, my clan would be willing to grant one county in Pingyuan Commandery to your nobility." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an nodded. "I accept your proposal, Brother Zhao." Chen Jing'an, overhearing his grandfather's words, displayed no visible reaction. In fact, he felt that both the old man and Zhao Duanqing were being rather insincere, one daring to issue empty promises, the other to make baseless assurances. Although they appeared to have reached an accord, such verbal agreements could be rescinded at any moment. Unless the Zhao clan was willing to provide tangible benefits up front, this arrangement was merely a matter of waiting for the right price. Chen Jing'an then asked, "Might there be other allies in Yunwu Commandery aside from our clan?" Zhao Duanqing's expression twitched at the mention of allies. He understood well that this was merely a gentleman's agreement, lacking any enforceability. Yet, Chen Jing'an had the audacity to pose the question, initially intending to dismiss it with trivialities. Zhao Duanqing reconsidered, suspecting that this statement might indeed prove prophetic, and thus decided to disclose the truth. "There are also the counties of Yanghe, Lingyi, and Yahe. I have already visited them." Chen Jing'an, upon hearing this, recalled his colleague from the Demons Subduing Division, Qian of the Qian clan from Yanghe County. With the 100-house conference approaching, he could privately converse with him upon their next meeting. After all, since they were both dealing in empty promises, they might as well band together. Subsequently, Zhao Duanqing took his leave. Once he departed, the smile faded from the old man's face. "Were it not for the strong support provided by your sixth uncle, we would be in quite a predicament now." Chen Jing'an understood the implication of this remark. The Zhao clan, hailing from a neighboring commandery, could not possibly visit without the local Zheng clan being aware, as they were the entrenched powers in the area. Just imagine, during a time of crisis for their own clan, the foundational cultivators under their command were flirting with the prominent families of the adjacent commandery. Such intentions are indeed treacherous. However, with the presence of Uncle Chen Lu in the Chun clan of immortals, as long as they do not recklessly intervene and provoke the sensitive nerves of the Zheng clan would not turn against them. Yet, the situation is markedly different for other immortal clans. For instance, the three counties of Yanghe, Lingyi, and Yahe, mentioned earlier by Zhao Duanqing, have been ensnared in this turmoil. Even if the Zheng clan refrains from taking action for now, once they weather this challenging period, it will undoubtedly be a time of reckoning for the three clans. Chen Jing'an felt a twinge of sympathy for them. He even had reason to suspect that these three counties might have been thrust forward as shields. The true allies of the Zhao clan among the immortal clans of this region might still be lurking in the shadows. He revealed his relationship with Qianan, suggesting that if Qian were to visit Yunwu County City, they could discreetly discuss matters and best verify their testimonies. While Zhao Duanqing appeared courteous, he harbored malicious intentions. If their testimonies did not align, they could prepare accordingly. Chen Jing'an initially intended to keep things subtle. Should Qian not venture to the county city, the matter would be dismissed. However, the elder evidently had other designs. Since the Qian clan possessed a legacy of weapon crafting, it would be prudent to cultivate a friendship with them, even visiting them in person, as their clan was already burdened with debts. Establishing a good rapport with a clan skilled in crafting weapons would yield benefits both now and in the future. What do you think? The elder paused deliberately, as if hinting at something deeper. Chen Jing'an's focus shifted to the present and the future, and he suddenly comprehended. If the Qian clan survived this ordeal, his visit would merely be for friendship. However, if they did not endure, then on the day of the Qian clan's calamity, their legacy of weapon crafting could be sought after by a new master. Consequently, his visit would serve as a preliminary reconnaissance. In one moment, everyone stood together in mutual support, and in the next, they would be like vultures tearing apart their prey. This is the true nature of the immortal realm. Chapter 64. Formation Slaying the Illusionary Demons. Encountering the demon horde a month later, the Demon Suppression Bureau announced the news of a grand assembly. At that time, Chen Jing'an was practicing swordsmanship with his eldest daughter, Chen Jing'an. Since Aunt Lu revealed that Chen Jing'an possessed a third fire spiritual body, it effectively disclosed her latent spiritual root. Hu Xing'er's attitude also shifted. She no longer insisted that Chen Jing'an be a refined young lady. On the contrary, she even proposed to actively teach her the ways of wielding a sword. However, this reckless notion was firmly halted by Chen Jing'an, as Hu Xing'er was now expecting again. She had become the treasured darling of the family. To avoid inciting Hu Xing'er's wrath, Chen Jing'an took charge of his daughter's upbringing. In his household, there was no notion of raising sons in poverty while spoiling daughters with riches. Whether male or female, both would be held to the same standards. In another year, once Chen Jing'an's meridians were fully formed and she had mastered the family's qi drawing technique, upon entering the first level of qi training, she would join Qin Qingwang in foraging for medicinal herbs. This was a skill to be passed down through generations. In the old Qin family, every child with a spiritual root, without exception, would not escape this legacy. At this moment, Chen Jing'an held the official seal in his hand, which swiftly drew the attention of his eldest daughter. Approaching with curiosity, she inquired, "Father, what has transpired?" "Nothing of consequence," Chen Jing'an replied, playfully pinching her plump cheek. "I must venture out once more. Remain at home and do not cause your mother any distress." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an's expression soured. With her hands on her hips, she pouted indignantly. "Father, how can you accuse me unjustly?" To the unknowing observer, the girl's woeful demeanor might elicit sympathy. Yet, having shared 5 years as father and daughter, Chen Jing'an could easily discern her intentions through a mere glance. "Spare me your antics. If you behave well at home, I shall bring you something delightful upon my return. Should you trouble your mother again, I will have no choice but to hire several embroiderers to teach you the art of needlework, with a daily quota of 10 pieces. His threat quickly bore fruit, for Chen Jing'an gasped in disbelief, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, appearing utterly pitiful. Her expression was so compelling, one might believe she was about to question her father's affection. After teasing her a while longer, Chen Jing'an called for Chen Qingwang from a distance, entrusting him with the care of their younger sister in his absence. The siblings could also take the opportunity to hone their ancestral skill of leaf digging together. Meanwhile, Chen Jing'an busied himself with preparations for his journey. This time, he was bound for Yunwu County, though the route would take him through Lingyi County. It was here that the group of dark cultivators, led by Cheng Qiong, had wreaked havoc, obliterating the Zhang clan, a prominent celestial family stationed in the region. Coincidentally, Lingyi County was also one of the locales ensnared by the Zhao celestial clan in their nefarious schemes. It seemed that while good fortune eluded him, misfortune was abundant. Indeed, one could aptly describe this as a tale of calamity. Should the opportunity arise, he wished to investigate the circumstances in Lingyi County. However, to guard against unforeseen events, Chen Jing'an recalled his previous encounter with Zhang Rentai, a man aligned with the dark cultivators. Lingyi County was akin to a haven for calamity. He could not afford to be caught unawares. Thus, he prepared an alternate set of gear and ensured his mount, the Crimson Immortal Eagle, was suitably adorned. After a thorough preparation, the eagle was painted entirely black, accentuating its form and imparting an impression of madness. Chen Jing'an himself donned a black cloak, having consumed a disguise elixir that rendered his visage fierce and intimidating. Satisfied that there were no discernible flaws in his appearance, he set off. Half a day later, riding the Crimson Immortal Eagle, he crossed into the territory of Lingyi County. Before he could regain his footing, a torrential rain of arrows suddenly descended upon him. Simultaneously, the demonic seed of his inner turmoil activated, drawing dark energy into his pupils. This was one of the profound techniques of the illusionary demon arts, illusion break. In essence, it not only shattered one's own illusions, but also dispelled the illusions of others. As the illusion break unfurled, an invisible force surged forth. And in the blink of an eye, the rain of arrows vanished, revealing a figure clad in the garb of a demonic sect, exuding power at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Both parties swiftly recognized the situation. Illusionary demon arts. Chen Jing'an had not anticipated that shortly after his arrival, he would face an actual member of the illusory demon sect, and one whose prowess was inferior to his own. It was truly difficult to discern the hierarchy among them. A flicker of fierce killing intent flashed across his disguised visage, prompting his crimson-feathered celestial eagle to sense his agitation and dive forward. The individual, upon sensing Chen Jing'an's strength, paled in terror. Wait, this must be a misunderstanding. Yet, Chen Jing'an would not afford him the opportunity for explanation. Regardless of whether this man was a demon cultivator or not, given his previous attempt to ambush him, it would be no injustice to slay him. As the man observed Chen Jing'an charging towards him, in a state of panic, he summoned a talisman. However, before he could channel his spiritual energy to activate it, the seed of demonic thoughts within Chen Jing'an's eyes began to awaken. In an instant, an endless array of illusions surged forth like an enormous net, enveloping the demon cultivator. Attempting to emulate Chen Jing'an, the man sought to counter with his own illusory arts. Yet, as his heart's demon seed opened its eyes, blood instantly oozed forth, and his internal spiritual energy began to unravel, threatening to plummet downward. You are but a mere 7th-level Qi cultivator. How could you possibly withstand this? Observing the man's woeful state, Chen Jing'an noted the telltale signs of a backlash as described in the texts of illusory arts. Realizing the absurdity of the situation, he understood that this esteemed member of the illusory demon sect had fallen short in mastery compared to his own improvised skills. Engaging him head-on had led to this self-inflicted calamity. Chen Jing'an granted him no chance for struggle. The earth splitter shield transformed into a shadowy blade, swiftly severing the man's head from his body. With a mere gesture, he collected the individual's spatial pouch. Having just taken a life, Chen Jing'an instinctively spread his spiritual awareness and immediately sensed over 10 unmistakable demonic auras converging from all directions, some even emanating from 8th-level Qi cultivators. It was likely too late to flee unless he resorted to the 2nd-tier sword talisman bestowed upon him by 6th Ant. However, at present, that seemed unnecessary, as he too had cultivated demonic arts. Furthermore, judging by the man's demise, he felt more deserving of the title of demon cultivator. This Lingyi County indeed bore ill fortune. Chen Jing'an mused, until the approaching demon cultivators stood before him. Leading them were 3 8th-level Qi practitioners. Of these, 2 bore demonic auras akin to his own, indicating they had also practiced the illusory demon arts. The remaining demon cultivators varied greatly in strength, each wielding different demonic techniques. They subtly formed a surrounding formation around him, yet it appeared they harbored no immediate intent to strike. One of the 8th-level illusory demon cultivators, sensing his aura, expressed surprise and inquired, "Have you fully cultivated your first heart's demon seed?" Chen Jing'an, momentarily perplexed, replied in kind, reflecting the arrogance of the demon cultivator. "Aren't you?" To his astonishment, as soon as the words escaped his lips, he felt a multitude of gazes fixate upon him. These looks were devoid of hostility, instead brimming with admiration. Upon discerning the meaning behind their stares, even he found it incredulous. "Are you all here to pay homage to me?" Ultimately, it was the same practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement who unexpectedly approached him, clasping his fists in salute. "You are indeed a formidable warrior." Chapter 65. The Demon Among Demons, Zhang's Ambition. Indeed, even at the 7th level of Qi refinement, one can fully cultivate the first seed of inner demons. Your future is boundless. Strangely, the group of illusionary demons began to extol his virtues. However, Chen Jing'an noticed that as they spoke their flattering words, they subtly distanced themselves from him, as if fearful of something. This scene struck a familiar chord within him. In his past life, as a male nurse, he had encountered patients who suddenly succumbed to mental illness. In such cases, not only ordinary individuals, but even medical personnel would flee. For those afflicted with mental disorders acted recklessly, and one could hardly expect any form of compensation after suffering at their hands. So, had he been regarded as a madman by this group of demon cultivators? At this realization, Chen Jing'an finally connected the dots. The cultivation of the illusion demon technique required mental fortitude as its sustenance. Theoretically, the deeper one delved into its layers, the lower the mental clarity of the demon cultivator. Considering the reaction of the practitioner at the 8th level, it seemed he had unwittingly elevated his mastery of the illusion demon technique to an unprecedented height for someone at the 7th level. What a misunderstanding this was. With this thought, a smile graced his face. To validate his hypothesis, he intentionally moved a little closer to the practitioner at the 8th level. Indeed, the 8th level illusion demon cultivator noticeably stepped back, feigning calmness, though his tone grew noticeably more urgent. "Brother, if you have something to say, please speak plainly." Chen Jing'an understood that there were limits to pushing. Should he force the 8th level practitioner to turn hostile, it would serve no benefit to him. He directly inquired, "What brings you to Qinghe County? Are you unaware, or have you not infiltrated the sect?" The 8th level practitioner looked perplexed, but patiently explained, "Did not the elder instruct us to assist the Zhang clan's endeavors? Once completed, we can obtain spirit stones from them." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an pondered. He was not concerned about being exposed, for the essential condition of becoming a demon cultivator lay in practicing demonic arts, not merely joining a cult. It had become evident that he had indeed cultivated demonic techniques to the point of losing his sanity. This could potentially be advantageous, at least. No one would suspect that he had deliberately mingled among the demon cultivators. They would merely think he had not found his organization. Chen Jing'an promptly spoke, pointing at himself. "May I join?" Simultaneously, he nonchalantly gestured towards the corpse of the illusionary demon that had just perished at his hands. Even this wretch had the qualifications. "I am undoubtedly superior, so it should pose no issue, right?" Although Chen Jing'an's inquiry was earnest, his words evoked a palpable sense of threat among the gathered demon cultivators. The rejection they had prepared to voice suddenly lost its grounds. After all, in a certain sense, Chen Jing'an's mastery of the illusion demon technique had surpassed that of all present, even including the 2 practitioners at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Perhaps only those at the 9th level could rival him. Is this not precisely what the Zhang clan's celestial lineage requires? Upon contemplating this, a smile crept across the man's face. "If you, my esteemed companion, are willing to join us, it would be nothing short of splendid." Subsequently, their group descended into the county town below. Listen closely. Several leaders have already infiltrated the inner sanctum of the celestial lineage, tasked with eliminating those troublesome old entities. Our sole responsibility is to provide external cover, ensuring that the townsfolk remain oblivious to any anomalies. Let me be clear, we are all here to amass spirit stones, and as long as we can execute our tasks smoothly, we will depart with our rewards. Should anyone jeopardize our collective interests, let it be known that we shall unite against them. Having laid out the terms, the man swiftly guided them into the town. A cohort of demonic cultivators disguised as ordinary citizens dispersed throughout the streets and alleys of Qinghe County. Due to the reluctance of others to associate with the unpredictable Chen Jing'an, he found himself isolated, which providentially granted him ample time to ponder this predicament. Evidently, through unforeseen circumstances, he had unwittingly infiltrated a group of demonic cultivators colluding with the Zheng clan's celestial lineage and had become one of their ranks. This was not entirely aligned with his original intentions. He had initially sought to investigate matters concerning the Zhao clan's celestial lineage, but inadvertently became embroiled in the Zheng clan's machinations. Chen Jing'an recalled his previous encounter with Zheng Rinkai, where they had acted in unison with a band of demonic cultivators. In hindsight, their objective then must have been Qinghe County, and now it was Lingyi County's turn. This presented a perfect opportunity to uncover their schemes and devise a counter-strategy. Chen Jing'an resolved to play the role of a deranged demonic cultivator convincingly, as Lingyi County had evidently transformed into a den rife with demonic practitioners. As a mere 7th-level Qi cultivator, it would be sheer folly to engage in reckless antics akin to a spy, deliberately sabotaging their plans and attempting to outsmart them. Such actions would indeed demonstrate a disregard for his own life. Ultimately, the demonic cultivators merely mistook him for someone mentally unstable. Yet Chen Jing'an was acutely aware of his own clarity of mind. As he wandered the bustling streets of Lingyi County, he swiftly assessed the territories of the 3 major celestial clans. Unsurprisingly, the peripheries of these clans were already ensnared by intricate formations. Aside from occasional fluctuations in the magical arrays that might alert a cultivator, the impact on ordinary mortals was negligible. Logically, this situation should not require the intervention of illusionary demonic cultivators, unless the Zheng clan's targets were not the townsfolk, but rather the mortals within the celestial clans. If that were the case, the complexity of their scheme would be immeasurable. In the presence of the celestial mortals, they would strike against their own cultivators and subsequently compel these individuals to feign ignorance of the events that transpired. Achieving such an effect would transcend mere deception and venture into the realm of complete brainwashing. As Chen Jing'an pondered this, a pang of trepidation washed over him. 4. If the methodology employed in Qinghe County, which Zheng Rinkai had previously visited, was indeed applied, the celestial lineage within that county would likely have been entirely replaced. Yet, until today, they had discerned no signs of this subterfuge. Moreover, Qinghe County might not be the sole victim of such treachery. What, then, were the Zheng clan truly scheming? This was a first. He instinctively sensed the oppression from the foundational celestial clan. This suffocating feeling, coupled with the ruthless slaughter of numerous Qi practitioners, weighed heavily upon him. The Zheng clan, akin to a horde of locusts, left no survivors in their wake. Initially, Chen Jing'an felt secure due to the presence of his 6th uncle, but now he harbored doubts. He feared that if the Zheng clan continued down this path, they might one day become utterly bloodthirsty. Once he departed, he would have to create some trouble for them. At the very least, they should not be allowed to proceed unchallenged. At that moment, a signal was emitted by the illusionary demons, indicating 3 locations corresponding to the territories of the 3 major celestial clans. He hastened toward one of them, the Jia clan. Upon his arrival, he witnessed the illusionary demons entering the Jia clan's domain through a portal in the formation. Without hesitation, he followed suit. If any faction in Yunwu County could withstand the Zheng clan's underhanded tactics, it would surely be the demons. With a thud, Chen Jing'an traversed the formation and found himself within. The barrier of the formation created a stark contrast between the 2 realms. As he raised his gaze, he beheld multiple demons simultaneously attacking an elderly practitioner. This individual, also at the 9th level of Qi training, wielded a bell-shaped magical artifact. Inside the celestial clan, a multitude of corpses lay scattered, while others, mutilated and resembling human swine, had their mouths forcefully filled with a certain elixir. At that moment, someone called out to Chen Jing'an. These individuals are your responsibility. First, erase their memories of today. Acknowledging with a low voice, he quickly approached a group of 10 mortals, all of whom glared at him with malice. Chen Jing'an returned their gaze, and the seed of inner demons within his pupils activated, swiftly plunging the consciousness of the individual before him into chaos, rendering their expression dazed and bewildered. This was one of the subtleties of the illusionary demon technique. Chaos, as it is euphemistically termed, places an individual's mental state in disarray. A brief duration may lead to memory loss, while prolonged exposure could reduce one to idiocy. The only lamentable aspect was that his current illusionary technique could only induce chaos in mortals. To affect practitioners, it would require a true foundational demon to achieve such an effect. Chen Jing'an was solely responsible for incapacitating them. The subsequent steps were already clear in his mind. Having trained in the illusionary arts, this technique possessed another layer of intricacy. In essence, it could forge a fleeting memory. However, the flaw lay in the necessity for the target to remain in close proximity to the illusionary demon for the effect to persist. Thus, Chen Jing'an perceived the grand scale of the Zheng clan's ambitions. To silence an entire celestial clan, they would need to install several illusionary demons within to maintain the distortion. From this perspective, the earlier afflicted Qinghe County likely still harbored active illusionary demons. If someone were to apprehend them on-site now, success would be assured. This could serve as an entry point for further action. Without further ado, it is certain that this matter will leave the Zheng clan in utter disarray. However, the specifics of who will undertake this task require careful deliberation, for there remains the possibility of Zheng clan spies lurking in the shadows. He intends to return to Qinghe County and discuss the situation with the elder once everything is settled, as it is evident that his own family must remain untainted. Otherwise, the entire Qinghe County could face premature annihilation, especially once the mortal members of the Jia clan have been subdued. Chen Jing'an observed that the formidable practitioner of the 9th level of Qi refinement, who had once posed a significant threat, had now become just another among many grotesque figures. His fate uncertain. This was due to the fact that those who had previously conspired to slay him were all 9th level demonic cultivators. In comparison, even if Chen Jing'an were to face such a relentless assault, he would likely find himself in a perilous situation. Soon after, several demonic cultivators gathered, and before them stood another practitioner of the 9th level of Qi refinement, albeit devoid of any demonic aura. He was likely a member of the Zheng clan. Chen Jing'an watched as this individual distributed a bag of holding to each of the demonic cultivators before approaching the now transformed practitioner of the celestial clan. This indicated that the Zheng clan's target was, in fact, these celestial practitioners themselves. To acquire these maimed cultivators, they were evidently willing to expend considerable resources, hiring various demonic cultivators for their endeavors. Was it to concoct human pills, or perhaps for cultivation purposes? A multitude of speculations flashed through Chen Jing'an's mind. At this critical juncture, the only matter worth such extensive effort was the breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. Could it be that the Zheng clan was secretly cultivating the devouring demon technique? This possibility was far from negligible, yet Chen Jing'an found it perplexing. If they were indeed practicing the devouring demon technique to achieve foundation establishment, could they truly conceal this from the vast expanse of the great Qian and the celestial sects? Not to mention the demonic cultivators. Would they not draw such inferences? Undoubtedly, if this information were to come to light, the Zheng clan would find themselves irreversibly doomed. Even if they managed to break through to foundation establishment, countless individuals would be eager to eliminate a foundation establishment devouring demon cultivator. According to the records of the Demon Suppression Bureau, killing a foundation establishment devouring demon cultivator would yield a genuine foundation establishment pill as a reward from the celestial sections. While ordinary foundation establishment demonic cultivators are feared by many, the devouring demon cultivators are adored. How fortunate it would be if they truly had mastered the devouring demon technique. Chen Jing'an mused with a sense of malicious glee. Subsequently, the group of illusory demonic cultivators who had come to lend a hand sequentially approached their leader to receive their reward of spirit stones. In merely a short span of time, he had amassed 3 spirit stones. This pace indeed incited a temptation to abandon righteousness for wickedness. However, he had no intention of lingering any longer. Out of an abundance of caution, he decided to part ways with the Crimson Celestial Hawk, ensuring that no connections would be drawn back to his past infiltration among the demonic cultivators. Once all was settled, Chen Jing'an took flight on the Celestial Hawk, traversing along the riverbank for quite some time until they reached a point of separation. He instructed the Crimson Celestial Hawk to find a hiding place while he plunged into the water, employing a transformation technique to become a colossal red tortoise, gliding along the riverbed with ease. Indeed, one must admit that, as he transformed from human form to that of a turtle, Chen Jing'an glided through the riverbed, experiencing a sensation akin to a fish thriving in its natural habitat. It was as if he were inherently meant to belong to this environment. He memorized the direction of Yunwu County. The entirety of Yunwu County sprawls along the banks of the Yunjiang and Wujiang rivers, with numerous tributaries branching off, giving rise to various county towns named after the rivers. Thus, he could reach the county town through the waterways. This was yet another delightful surprise bestowed upon him by his sixth aunt. However, it wasn't long before Chen Jing'an noticed other changes. It appeared that he had indeed acquired certain instincts akin to those of a giant turtle. As he observed the small river fish swimming by, he felt an overwhelming urge to take a bite. The dilemma was that they were alive. Moreover, he was a human, not a turtle. He silently chanted to himself, attempting to suppress this bizarre impulse. But hadn't the sage Ming once remarked, desire for food and color is inherent to nature? Being human, encountering something so tempting to bite seemed hardly unreasonable, did it? Thus, Chen Jing'an, with determination, swallowed a small fish that darted past him. Once he took the first bite, a second was inevitable. He continued to swim and feast until he felt satiated, finally releasing a bubble of water with satisfaction. It was undoubtedly beneath his dignity, yet the pleasure of eating was undeniable. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If he had truly adopted the habits of a turtle, could he not cultivate other magical skills using this giant turtle form, thereby replacing human reliance with that of turtles in his training? It must be said, if this notion proved feasible, he would become a genuine embodiment of magical prowess. Upon his return, he was determined to verify this. Chapter 67. The demon-suppressing officer and the 100 households appear a day later. Chen Jing'an disembarked from the riverbank, 100 miles from the county town, shedding his disguise and entering the city with confidence. At the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division, he navigated the hall with practiced ease. Clearly, he had arrived late. A considerable number of colleagues from the division had already gathered. "Brother Chen, over here," he heard someone call out. Following the voice, he recognized Shi Yuan, with Jiang Song beside him. Alongside them was a short-haired woman, exuding a refreshing demeanor and dressed simply. Her cultivation level surpassed that of the other two, having reached the 7th layer of qi refinement. As Chen Jing'an observed her, their gazes met simultaneously. Jiang Song introduced her, saying, "Brother Chen, this is Xie Bingyan, a fellow cultivator at the 7th layer of qi refinement. She has accumulated enough merit to be promoted to the position of demon suppressing officer." They exchanged nods in greeting, acknowledging one another. Xie Bingyan was not particularly haughty, recognizing that Chen Jing'an did not conceal his own strength, matching her at the 7th layer of qi refinement. Furthermore, she was a favored candidate from the celestial clan. Though she preferred not to engage in conversation, it did not imply a lack of intellect on her part. At this moment, Ishihara also noticed the fluctuations in Chen Jing'an's realm and was greatly astonished. "Brother Chen, have you broken through to the 7th level of qi training?" Chen Jing'an nodded, his expression somewhat disheveled. "I borrowed a sum of spirit stones from my family to forcibly break through, and now I am burdened with considerable debt." The implication was clear. He was rather impoverished. Despite this, the three of them, including Xie Bingyan, cast envious glances his way. Was this the treatment afforded to those of celestial lineage? Although the spirit stones were borrowed, they were still unable to procure any themselves. Moreover, Jiang Song and Ishihara recalled that Chen Jing'an had recently slain a notorious blood demon who was on the bounty list and had even acquired a magical artifact from him. Just that alone could cover at least half the cost of a dragon scale fruit. Considering Chen Jing'an's own modest savings, it was likely that his situation was not as dire as he portrayed. At most, he was merely financially constrained. However, neither of them would be foolish enough to expose this in front of him. Chen Jing'an was part of their small circle, and his ascent would undoubtedly cast a favorable light upon his old friends. Maintaining a faade of harmony was all the more essential. After learning about the dragon scale fruit, Xie Bingyan's attitude shifted somewhat. She would occasionally engage in conversation, eager to cultivate their relationship. Chen Jing'an was also keen to get acquainted with her. Setting aside other considerations, she had managed to accumulate 200 merits required for promotion to the position of Demon Suppression Officer, even if part of it was through selling stolen goods. The number of demons she had slain exceeded 2, reflecting a combat prowess that undoubtedly surpassed that of an ordinary 7th level qi practitioner. Even if she were to remain at the 9th level of qi training without advancing to foundation establishment, she would still represent a valuable connection. The four of them conversed for a considerable time, yet there was still no sign of Qianan. Chen Jing'an suspected he might be too frightened to show up. This suspicion soon materialized. To be cautious, he feigned concern and inquired, "By the way, why has Brother Qian not come today?" It was Ishihara who replied, explaining, Brother Qian has experienced a bereavement in his family and is occupied with mourning, hence he could not attend. This reason seemed sufficiently valid. After all, attendance at the 100-House Conference was not strictly enforced unless an urgent situation arose. However, Chen Jing'an had already missed the Lingyi County event. He was determined to attend the Yanghe County gathering. Otherwise, he feared being outmaneuvered by the Zhao celestial clan. Shortly thereafter, the voice of Zhao Yi, the commander of the Zhao banner, resonated. This 100-House Conference will be presided over by the esteemed 100-House Lord, who will personally promote the newly appointed officers. Upon hearing this, everyone's demeanor grew serious. It was well known that the 100-House Lord rarely made appearances at such regularly convened gatherings. As the preeminent strength of the Yunwu 100 House, he was a genuine foundation establishment practitioner. The presence of someone like him naturally commanded a sense of reverence from the members of the Demon Suppression Department, who were inherently weaker. Chen Jing'an was no exception. He sincerely hoped that the 100-House Lord had discerned something crucial, prompting him to appear at this pivotal moment. Even if he could not intervene against the Zheng celestial clan, he could at least create some inconvenience for them. Amidst the collective anticipation, a figure clad in a black and white ceremonial robe, resembling a Taoist priest, made his entrance. His features may not be striking, yet he possesses an extraordinary charm that seems to overshadow all his shortcomings. I am the humble Taoist Luo Yin. Upon uttering these words, the cultivators below promptly bowed in respect. We pay our respects to the esteemed Lord of the 100. Luo Yin did not engage in excessive pleasantries and straightforwardly announced the list of personnel promoted to the rank of Demon Suppression Lieutenant, with Xie Bingyan prominently included. She donned the official lieutenant's robe on the spot. Following this, the customary and eagerly anticipated segment of feasting began. However, today, with Luo Yin present and remaining silent, the crowd refrained from making the first move. All those ranked lieutenant and above were summoned, as the humble Taoist had matters to discuss, while the soldiers below were free to come and go as they pleased. Consequently, Chen Jing'an and his companions collected the accompanying spirit wine and spirit food, congregating together. Other soldiers also sought out familiar faces to engage in casual conversation. The topic of discussion among everyone was surprisingly uniform. What instructions had Luo Yin imparted to the gathered demon suppression lieutenants? Chen Jing'an and his companions were no exception. They belonged to the Demon Suppression Division, and such a grand display of activity raised suspicions of a large-scale demon extermination operation within Yunwu County. Chen Jing'an deemed this unlikely and impractical, for the Demon Suppression Division differed fundamentally from the regular military forces under the Daqian dynasty. Their pursuit of demon cultivators was primarily driven by the desire to amass spirit stones. It was inconceivable that they would engage in a life-and-death struggle with demon cultivators simply on the word of the Daqian and the Lord of the 100. Of course, should one possess ample wealth and offer sufficient compensation, they might even contemplate assassinating an emperor. Unable to reach a conclusion, the trio turned to gossip. Jiang Song whispered, I recently visited Chongping County and heard intriguing news regarding Foundation establishment pills. The other two grew intrigued and urged him to elaborate. In Chongping County, there exists a wandering alchemist who discovered the cave dwelling of a venerable elder and managed to gather the necessary herbs to concoct Foundation establishment pills. The exact quantity produced remains unknown, but he successfully broke through to the Foundation establishment stage and even has one surplus pill that he intends to publicly sell at the 100 House of Chongping. I heard that several Foundation establishment clans from nearby counties have been flocking to Chongping, creating quite a lively scene. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an felt a pang of emotion. The world waits for Foundation establishment pills, and it is not only the Qi refinement cultivators like them. Those affluent Foundation establishment clans are also eager for those pills to extend their centuries of prosperity. Shi Yuan expressed his sentiments. Chongping County is just next door. The Zheng clan will undoubtedly be present. Goodness, with so many Foundation establishment clans competing simultaneously, the price of a single Foundation establishment pill surely won't fall below 10,000. Will it? You seem to be fretting over it. Chen Jing'an jested. If he could not obtain a Foundation establishment pill, he could at least indulge in sour grapes. Moreover, according to his sixth uncle, individuals like himself with a third-grade fire spirit body also possess alternative methods of breakthrough, compared to his original plan of a forced breakthrough. This route, paved by the experiences of predecessors, presents greater feasibility. Yet, for reasons unknown, his sixth uncle had not conveyed this information directly. Thus, Chen Jing'an resolved to seek out well-informed individuals for further insight. Although he is currently at the 7th level of Qi training, posing such a question might invite ridicule for his presumption. However, by the time he reaches the 9th level and poses the same inquiry, he may not be subjected to mockery, yet he will undoubtedly face severe consequences before receiving an answer. Chapter 68. Return to the Treasure Pavilion. The fire essence bath before long. A group of demon suppression officers emerged. Luo Yin and Zhao Yu walked behind them, not pausing but departing directly from the hall. Once they left, the gazes of Chen Jing'an and his companions converged upon Xie Bingyan, the implication being unmistakable. Yet, none ventured to break the silence with a question. Their curiosity was palpable, but should the 100 House have stipulated confidentiality, such an inquiry would have been rather presumptuous. Xie Bingyan chuckled softly. Providing clarification, it is nothing of great consequence, merely a collaboration established by the 100 House with the neighboring county, wherein they seek to rent a group of demon suppression officers and inquire who among us would be willing to go. Upon hearing this, the three responded in unison. Chomping County. Now, it was Xie Bingyan who appeared astonished. You all know? Indeed. The 100 House of Chongping is about to publicly sell a foundation establishment pill, and the alchemist's choice of this location indicates he is unperturbed by potential underhanded dealings within the Chongping 100 House. Xie Bingyan's subsequent remarks elucidated the reasons behind this. It turned out that the Demon Suppression Division, aside from its collaboration with the Treasure Pavilion, also offers auction agency services internally, ensuring safety, albeit at the cost of a substantial commission. The rampant circulation of news regarding the Foundation Establishment Pill suggests that the commission extracted by the Demon Suppression Division must be considerable. Thus, it is no wonder they sought to rent the Demon Suppression officers. With his doubts resolved, Chen Jing'an temporarily bid farewell to the others and headed to the location where the Demon Suppression Division disposed of stolen goods. He had slain an illusionary demon on his way, and the man's Qianquan bag was now in his possession. Inside the bag were several spirit talismans for spirit stones and a small vial of unfinished elixirs. Chen Jing'an navigated the familiar path and soon located the old man with whom he had previously dealt. The old man recognized him instantly and greeted him warmly. Young man, what treasures do you bring this time? Previously, he had acquired a blood demon puppet from Chen Jing'an for merely 13 spirit stones. However, once assessed within the treasure pavilion, it was appraised as a core material for crafting a mid-grade magical artifact, valued at 60 spirit stones, with immense potential. The old man had reaped considerable benefits from this, which rekindled his anticipation for Chen Jing'an's next offering. This time, I have no fine items, but I would appreciate your assistance in counting these goods, Chen Jing'an replied. The old man nodded, skillfully handling the spirit talismans and elixirs. These talismans are rather crudely made. Considering our old acquaintance, I can offer you 5 spirit stones for them. As for the remaining elixirs, they happen to be awakening elixirs, with 6 still remaining. I can offer you 6 spirit stones for those. Chen Jing'an was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the awakening elixir would be valued so highly. 1 elixir fetching a spirit stone? This was the price set by the treasure pavilion. If sold to a demon cultivator, the price would surely soar. He had initially contemplated retracting his offer, but recalling that he needed assistance today, he decided against it. May I inquire about the effects of this awakening elixir? The old man, in high spirits, casually explained, what you have slain are likely the illusory demons. Their overindulgence in demonic practices often leads to mental deterioration. This elixir is intended to restore their cognitive faculties. By the way, please assist me in selling this universe bag as well. Swiftly, he pushed 13 spirit stones onto the table. Chen Jing'an accepted them with alacrity. However, he did not take his leave. Instead, he retrieved 3 dried leaf worms from his pocket and offered them to the old man. The old man instantly understood. Having savored this delicacy previously, he was about to accept all 3 but ultimately only received 2, as Chen Jing'an lit the last one himself. Senior, I shall not conceal the truth from you. Recently, my uncle returned from the Immortal sect and mentioned that one of my descendants possesses a spiritual body. The old man's eyes flickered with interest as he directly inquired, do you seek a method for a spiritual body to break through to the foundation establishment stage? Chen Jing'an nodded, asking, is there such a thing available? Certainly, the old man replied with a smile. The treasure pavilion has gathered various formulas for the spiritual body's breakthrough to foundation establishment, albeit at a price. Please, go on, Chen Jing'an responded politely. Since we are old acquaintances, I won't take advantage of you. Just 10 spirit stones, and I shall gladly provide you with the formula. Could it be less? Chen Jing'an inquired. Young man, I am offering you a service beyond our usual dealings. 10 spirit stones is already quite generous. The old man's eyes narrowed in displeasure. However, Chen Jing'an was no longer a mere lamb. Considering the old man's previous amicable demeanor, he deduced his intentions and replied with a smile, last time. When you acquired the blood demon puppet, I did not haggle. This time, I am simply not financially buoyant. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression darkened. I despise being threatened with spirit stones. Chen Jing'an replied unhurriedly. Then shall I return here to sell my future finds? As soon as the words left his lips, the old man's mood brightened, and while puffing on a leaf worm, he remarked, had you said so earlier, I would not have turned hostile. So what is your quote? Senior? Still 10? The old man gestured with his hand. It is my principle not to lower prices, yet I can personally provide you with additional information. This statement struck a chord with Chen Jing'an. Previously, he had acquired dragon fish blood from him, and though he had an excess of it, his wooden fish artifact had indeed advanced. In a more abstract sense, the ledger read, 20 spirit stones, dragon fish blood, 1 spirit stone. The information on using dragon fish blood, 19 spirit stones. The truly valuable asset was, in fact, the old man's knowledge. Chen Jing'an, satisfied, produced 10 spirit stones and handed them over, while also mentioning the Yang Fire spiritual body. The old man crouched down, rummaging through his belongings before retrieving a handwritten manuscript, upon which the characters for Yang Fire were elegantly inscribed. He began to explain, for those born with a spiritual body, the principle of breaking through without consuming foundation establishment pills lies in using medicinal baths to awaken the power of the spiritual body, thereby substituting for the effects of the foundation establishment pill, facilitating the transformation of spiritual energy into magical power. The formula for the Yang Fire spiritual body is all contained within this manuscript. It is not difficult to find, but Chen Jing'an immediately perked up, knowing that this but was worth 9 spirit stones. The medicinal bath has the potential to awaken the latent powers of the spirit body. However, the average individual often lacks the physical constitution to endure such a trial. Take, for instance, the Yang Fire medicinal bath. Its temperature is akin to multiple practitioners at the 9th level of Qi refinement simultaneously unleashing fire-based spells. Just envision that scenario. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an's expression shifted dramatically. What difference was there from courting death? The elder smiled, stating, to activate the powers of the spirit body is inherently a matter of life and death, unless you elevate your physical refinement to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Enduring it is virtually impossible. Chen Jing'an found this hard to believe, not because he thought it overly difficult, but rather, he perceived it as overly simplistic. After all, if the task merely required practitioners to refine their bodies, then those who possess a natural spirit body could potentially succeed in the medicinal bath with sufficient effort. There must undoubtedly be additional thresholds. He voiced his doubts and received an immediate affirmation. Once you have completed your physical refinement, you may as well await death. As long as your spirit does not collapse and you retain your sanity after the medicinal bath, the foundation establishment realm will beckon you. Chen Jing'an remained unconvinced. Senior, how can one ensure their spirit does not fracture? The elder cheerfully replied, that depends on the strength of your spiritual awareness. Yet, such awareness is determined from the moment of birth. Even within the grand imperial family of Deqian, no method exists to enhance it. Oh, by the way, the illusory demon technique you previously acquired seems to bolster spiritual awareness, but practicing such a nefarious art could very well lead to your demise beforehand. He had anticipated that this remark would shatter Chen Jing'an's final illusion. Unexpectedly, the previously uncertain Chen Jing'an appeared suddenly unruffled. You mentioned the illusory demon technique. I am quite adept at it. As for the strength of the body, it seems following this line of reasoning does not necessitate a rigid approach to physical refinement. As long as one can withstand the power of the medicinal bath, the quicker the better. As the saying goes, all roads lead to Rome. Chapter 69. The Request of the Eye Swallow. Arrival at the Qian clan. Chen Jing'an departed from the treasure pavilion, his expression one of despondency. His disheveled appearance nearly prompted the elder to return his spirit stones, leading him to reflect on whether he had been too harsh. Absolutely not. The elder had saved the life of his offspring. With that thought, the elder regained his conviction. through the mention of the immortal sect elder by Chen Jing'an. He surmised that he hailed from the Chen clan, renowned for its ancestral graves emitting smoke over others' tombs. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for an ordinary Qi refinement clan to produce even a single foundation establishment practitioner. To hope for another is akin to scaling the heavens. How pitiable! Perhaps he should show him more kindness next time. After enduring a long journey, Chen Jing'an's mood improved only upon reuniting with Jiang Song and the others. Jiang Song, displaying genuine concern, inquired, "What troubles you, Brother Chen? Are you reminiscing about sorrowful matters?" With a sigh, Chen Jing'an responded, "By the way, I intend to visit Brother Qian in Yanghe County. My ancestor had advised that since we are both in the same county, we should frequently interact." Upon hearing this, Jiang Song, who had been contemplating organizing another team-building activity, had no choice but to abandon the idea for the time being. Moreover, their current realms were no longer equivalent. Should they embark on a mission together, the distribution of rewards would pose a challenge. You suggest an even split? It is manageable if the frequency is low. As the frequency increased, it would only serve to harm their feelings unnecessarily. The simplest solution was for both of them to swiftly advance to the 7th layer of Qi cultivation. Especially for Jiang Song. If he continued to stagnate, he would undoubtedly lose his position as the leader within this small group. With this thought in mind, Jiang Song was the first to speak. In that case, I shall devote myself to my cultivation with haste, striving to catch up to all of you as soon as possible. Shi Wan expressed a similar sentiment. As for the remaining Xie Bingyan, she turned to Chen Jing'an and said, "I happen to have no plans to go to Chongping County. Having accumulated some spirit stones, I thought I might visit the Qian family to inspect their magical artifacts. So I shall accompany you, Taoist Chen, on this journey." Her declaration took Chen Jing'an by surprise. However, given Xie Bingyan's formidable prowess, she would at least not be a hindrance, and traveling together was certainly a viable option. The two departed from the county city, heading straight for Yanghe County. At their pace, the journey would require a day and a half. Xie Bingyan took the initiative to strike up a conversation. "Taoist Chen, you do not find my company presumptuous, do you?" Chen Jing'an did not deny it, responding courteously, "Though my acquaintance with Taoist Xie is brief, I trust Brother Zhang's judgment in people. Your actions surely have their own justifications." While he spoke thus, Chen Jing'an maintained his guard throughout. He believed Xie Bingyan might not harbor ill intentions, yet this did not warrant complete trust. Xie Bingyan was aware that her reticence could be off-putting. Hence she clarified her intentions. "In truth, I sought this opportunity to spend time alone with you, Taoist Chen, to negotiate a transaction." Chen Jing'an feigned enthusiasm. "Please, Taoist Xie, do share. I am now a demon-suppressing officer, and for any future promotions or positions within the 100 Household Bureau, relying solely on myself offers no hope." Her tone softened, and her gaze held profound meaning as it rested upon Chen Jing'an. The implications of her words were manifold. Chen Jing'an found it challenging not to draw the matter into the realm of intimacy, yet he was never one to think solely with his lower instincts. To put it bluntly, he inherently resembled a mercenary driven by self-interest. At least, this was the case at present. The incentives Xie Bingyan presented, even when combined with her utmost efforts, fell far short of what could truly entice Chen Jing'an. Of course, this could also be his own overthinking. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. The transaction Xie Bingyan spoke of aimed to recommend him to the demon-suppressing department. In simpler terms, that would be his support. Chen Jing'an's backing came from Yuan Ji. Even though their connection had diminished considerably since his entry into the demon-suppressing department, some remnants of camaraderie still existed. He did not feel compelled to cling tightly to this connection. If someone offered a sufficiently appealing price, he would not object to selling at a good rate. Yet, it was clear that Xie Bingyan was not a satisfactory buyer. Chen Jing'an chose not to confront her directly, but instead displayed a look of helplessness. "The positions within the 100 Household Bureau are fiercely contested. Even I am at a loss." This statement conveyed his stance. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Xie Bingyan's face. Yet the unspoken understanding between them allowed them to maintain a semblance of dignity. Thus, the journey continued. The two individuals hardly exchanged any words. Xie Bingyan was unable to obtain the results she desired from Chen Jing'an, prompting her to shift her focus towards the Qian clan of immortals. Although Qianan lacked the advantages that Chen Jing'an possessed, he was evidently more malleable. Furthermore, the Qian clan had inherited the art of artifact crafting and, through generations of diligent management, had amassed a considerable network by trading magical instruments. If she could secure the support of the Chen clan, her prospects for advancement might be significantly enhanced. In Chen Jing'an's eyes, Xie Bingyan's actions were equally justifiable. It resembled the aspirations of one without a spiritual root yearning to acquire one. For a cultivator of modest origins striving to ascend and achieve greater heights, there was no inherent right or wrong from an outsider's perspective. They were no longer children. In business, a failed negotiation should not lead to enmity. In Yanghe County, 5 locally recognized Qi refining clans were present. However, more than half of the spiritual fields in the county belonged solely to the Qian clan. Upon arriving at the gates of the Qian residence, they first announced their identities, and Chen Jing'an presented a formal invitation pinned by his grandfather. Shortly thereafter, Qian, accompanied by another elder clad in brocade, emerged. This elder, also at the 9th level of Qi refinement, possessed remarkably muscular arms, suggesting his prowess in body refinement was not solely the result of years spent in artifact crafting. Upon seeing the two, Qian greeted them with a smile. He introduced, "Brother Chen, Taoist friend Xie, this is my father, the current patriarch of the Qian clan." Chen Jing'an adjusted his address, "So it is Uncle Qian. I have long admired you from afar." The brocade-clad elder smiled, his voice resonating like thunder. "I am Qian Zheng. Young nephew, there is no need for flattery. Your grandfather, Master Chen Dan, is renowned throughout Yunwu County. Today, as you visit, I shall extend the courtesy of a host." Thus, Qian Zheng hosted a banquet for the two, summoning younger members of the Qian clan to join them. It was then that Chen Jing'an learned Qian was the cherished late-born son of Qian Zheng, who had used a precious favor to secure Qian position in the Demon Suppression Division. Remarkably, Qian Zheng was even older than Chen Jing'an's grandfather, nearing his centennial birthday in 2 years. During the banquet, the atmosphere was lively and convivial. Yet, Chen Jing'an remained focused on the purpose of his visit, while Qian Zheng, wise with age, led him to a place for discussion after the feast. Meanwhile, Xie Bingyan allowed Qian to escort her to her quarters. Having consumed a fair amount of spiritual wine, her complexion bore a delightful flush that contrasted her typically frosty demeanor. Initially composed, Qian found it increasingly difficult to maintain his decorum as Xie Bingyan subtly enticed him. Chapter 70. A Mutual Game. Familial union. The entanglement between Qian and Xie Bingyan remained unknown to Chen Jing'an and Qian Zheng for the time being. Chen Jing'an candidly revealed his intentions, which pertained to matters concerning the Zhao clan of immortals. This immediately captured Qian Zheng's attention. He remarked, "When Zhao Duanqing visited Yanghe County, he only paid a visit to my Qian clan. It seems that in his eyes, our two clans are not vastly different. As for the remaining Lingyi County and Iha County, I am not well acquainted with Lingyi County. However, the Wu clan of Iha County boasts a heritage that is no less venerable than my own lineage, and their prowess is quite formidable. Over the past century, they have forged several identical ceremonial swords for my clan, and it is said that they have formed a sword array, which is exceedingly difficult to breach without foundational cultivation." Qian Zheng's remarks essentially affirm that the Wu clan has also been approached by the Zhao clan. Meanwhile, Lingyi County has already been infiltrated by demonic cultivators, leaving no trace to investigate. Nonetheless, this serves to validate what Zhao Duanqing had asserted on that day. If his sole intention was merely to undermine the Zheng clan, then this would indeed be the most favorable outcome, each party remaining unaffected by the other. However, one must dread that these families may have already been designated as special prey within the Zhao clan's grand scheme. If Chen Jing'an can conceive of this, so too can Qian Zheng. Frankly speaking, such a game orchestrated behind the scenes by those in the foundational realm seldom sees any Qi practitioners willing to enter the fray while the outcome remains uncertain. This is especially true for affluent clans such as the Qian clan, where the benefits they gain do not proportionately match the risks they undertake. Unless the Zhao clan is willing to offer foundational opportunities as compensation, the Qian clan, given their stature, would face catastrophic consequences should they provoke the Zheng clan. The Zhao clan's desire to tether them to their chariot may not warrant such an investment. Similarly, the same rationale applies to their own situation. With foundational guardians in their sect, they can remain aloof. If the benefits offered by the Zhao clan are insufficient, they will not persuade the elder to lead the family into peril. Thus, Chen Jing'an is wagering that the Zhao clan will hesitate to provide the foundational opportunities sought by the Qian clan. In this manner, they remain coiled like grasshoppers on the same string, belonging to the category that the Zhao clan would eliminate should they fail to enlist them. Conversely, If the Qian clan has been adversarial from the outset, then from the moment they initiated dialogue, they have willingly stepped into the expansive net laid by the Zhao clan. Likewise, should the Qian clan be innocent, then in Chen Jing'an's eyes, I too may appear as bait intended to ensnare him. This is a dual-sided game rife with suspicion. The two locked gazes for but a fleeting moment, revealing fatigue upon their faces. Chen Jing'an, seasoned and astute, has weathered many storms. Chen Jing'an, having received the elders' true teachings, is capable of forming his own strategic worldview when his life is at stake. For a time, the outcome between them remained indecisive. Ultimately, it was Chen Jing'an who sighed, bringing this inconclusive standoff to a close. As you surmised, colluding with them would entail excessive risks for my clan. Moreover, rather than placing my bets on the Zhao clan, I would prefer to unite my family's resources to procure a foundational spiritual object, thus retaining control over our fate. Chen Jing'an, noticing his eagerness to open up, readily responded, Uncle Qian, I certainly trust you. Otherwise, I would not have taken the initiative to visit. As a gesture of goodwill, I can offer you a piece of advice. Chen Jing'an raised an eyebrow. Speak on. Coincidentally, I possess intelligence regarding the Zhao clan that we could exchange. Chen Jing'an first glanced around and whispered, Do not approach Qinghe County. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an's pupils constricted slightly, and he nodded solemnly. I shall remember my esteemed nephew's warning. I have received another piece of intelligence. To the west of Pingyuan County, there are numerous high-ranking practitioners of the Qi refinement sect who have not been seen for quite some time. Some have reported witnessing the figures of Ling County practitioners within Yunwu County. Chen Jing'an regarded this news with utmost seriousness. The unusual behavior of the practitioners from Pingyuan County resembled the final piece of a complete puzzle, perfectly compensating for the Zhao clan's disadvantage in the number of Qi refinement practitioners. If their side was the prey, then the practitioners from the neighboring county could very well be the allies that the Zhao clan had identified. This implied that the Zhao clan might strike before the Zheng clan's downfall and without any declaration of war. In an instant, Chen Jing'an felt a sense of urgency wash over him. They had not yet escaped the shadow of the Zheng clan, and they were already on the brink of facing an attack from the external sections. Qian Zheng was equally fraught with anxiety. The Qian clan, possessing the lineage of artifact refinement, was akin to a golden hen that laid eggs, making them a tempting target during such tumultuous times. In contrast, the Chen clan, though also on the list of those to be eradicated, would attract the ire of two foundational sects if they were destroyed, leaving the Zhao clan in a precarious position. For the Qi refinement sects, this would be a catastrophic disaster. They were akin to a hot potato that most would avoid. As Qian Jing'an pondered, he deduced from the information revealed by Chen Jing'an that Yunwu County likely harbored its own array of monsters and demons, intensifying his anxiety for safety. With this thought in mind, Qian Zheng looked towards Chen Jing'an, and an idea began to form. An alliance. Although the overall strength of the Chen clan was inferior to theirs, they had the protection of a formidable umbrella overhead. As allies, they might not directly benefit from this protection, but the very act of forming an alliance would bolster their confidence. Even for someone like Qian Zheng, who had lived for a century, this was the first time he felt the imminent threat of the extermination of their sect. The Qian clan could not be allowed to perish by their own hands. Qian Jing's gaze rested upon Chen Jing'an, reflecting on their previous exchanges. Had any step been omitted, they could not have arrived at their current outcome. It was no exaggeration to say that the Chen Jr. before him, aside from his innate strength, already possessed all the qualities necessary to become a leader of a sect. In contrast, even the young clan leader whom they had nurtured for decades might not handle such schemes from foundational powers with the same adeptness. Rather than viewing this as an alliance with a worthy ally, it was more accurate to say he had come to admire Chen Jing'an as an individual. Thus, a spark of inspiration ignited within Qian Jing's mind. He turned to Chen Jing'an and spoke, Given the current circumstances, our two clans are bound by fate. Chen Jing'an contemplated this statement and found it sound, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Uncle Qian is correct. Qian Zheng pressed further. Since we have reached this point, shall we formally establish an alliance between our two clans? Chen Jing'an believed that even in the presence of the elder, he would not refuse an alliance with a celestial clan possessing the legacy of artifact forging. He reaffirmed, Uncle Qian, I shall convey your words. The alliance between our clans is indeed a momentous occasion, and I believe that an additional layer of joy is not unwarranted. However, the abrupt revelation from Qian Zheng left Chen Jing'an feeling perplexed. Why did it seem as though Uncle Qian was somewhat exhilarated? This additional joy typically signified a matrimonial union. Initially, Chen Jing'an assumed that Chen Jing'an intended to select a suitable young disciple from their clan and thought little of it. Until Chen Jing'an's next statement caught him off guard. I have a daughter of marriageable age. Would you consider becoming my son-in-law? Chapter 71. The Daughter of the Qian Clan. A decision made post-haste. This proclamation truly took Chen Jing'an by surprise. He had not anticipated that the joy mentioned by Qian Zheng would be directed towards himself. Furthermore, Chen Jing'an was not averse to the proposition, for it was clear that the women of the Qian family possessed a certain innate talent for artifact forging, particularly Qian Zheng's own daughter, who was undoubtedly of pure lineage. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that Qian Zheng was nearly a century old, and having a son like Qian En, who was 30, was itself a marvel. Chen Jing'an did not mind whether the potential bride possessed spiritual roots. Nevertheless, Qian Zheng could not possibly select for him a partner who was both devoid of spiritual roots and advanced in age, could he? Given the personal nature of the matter, Chen Jing'an ceased to conceal his apprehension and regarded Qian Zheng with a gaze imbued with skepticism and scrutiny. Qian Zheng, wise in his years, immediately discerned his thoughts and chuckled. Rest assured, my daughter is but 18, possessing a gentle disposition and exquisite beauty. Chen Jing'an then exhaled in relief. He refrained from inquiring whether the girl was indeed Qian Zheng's biological child, as such a question might provoke embarrassment, potentially jeopardizing the proposed union and even inciting animosity between their clans. With a respectful demeanor, he expressed, I am honored by your regard, Uncle Qian. Haha, I shall have my daughters seek you shortly. Await the moment you address me as father-in-law. As the two exited the chamber, they had scarcely stepped out when an elderly servant of the Qian family approached with a flustered expression, whispering urgently into Qian Zheng's ear. Although Qian Zheng's countenance did not betray any significant change, it was evident that his emotions had been stirred, suggesting the matter was of considerable importance. He issued a few instructions to the servant and departed hastily. The servant then turned to Chen Jing'an and said, Young Master Chen, please follow me. Very well. Chen Jing'an did not press for further details, yet the visage of Xie Bingyan surfaced in his mind. This woman, lacking a celestial lineage, had ascended to the rank of demon suppression officer at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Her tenacity surpassed that of over 90% of men. Currently, she required connections within the demon suppression department. The failure to achieve her aims through him did not imply her resignation. Should Qian fall under her influence, it would be ample evidence of her capabilities. Chen Jing'an chose not to speculate further, for if this matter indeed held weight, it would ultimately be revealed. If not, it would indicate internal affairs within the Qian celestial clan. Whether or not he is aware bears little significance. Soon, Chen Jing'an arrived at a courtyard arranged for him by Qian Zheng. Shortly after entering, he was presented with spiritual fruits and divine wine. After indulging himself in a moment of self-reflection, he suddenly perceived a presence and looked up to see a graceful figure, elegantly attired, stepping through the doorway. This attire was reminiscent of a classic beauty from ancient times. Before he could utter a word, the enchanting maiden pressed her palm against her chest and introduced herself. I am Qian Si, the daughter of Lord Qian. It is a pleasure to meet you. Young Master Chen, you are the daughter of Lord Qian? Chen Jing'an's eyes gleamed with interest. He was not merely a creature driven by base desires, yet neither was he a paragon of virtue untouched by temptation. Moreover, the lady before him was to be his betrothed. Certainly, a significant factor was that she would not demand exorbitant prices like Xie Bingyan. Hence, he would regard her with the seriousness she deserved. He shifted his position, inviting Qian Si to take a seat, and spoke. You have come at your father's behest to discuss our union. I am not one to force a fruit from the vine. The time is still early. Let me share my circumstances with you. If you find them agreeable, you shall henceforth be under my care. Should you harbor any reservations, now is your chance to withdraw. Qian Si was intrigued. Having never heard of a woman in an arranged marriage being afforded the option to retract her agreement. If I were to withdraw, my father would not consent. How would you, young Master Chen, respond to that? Chen Jing'an replied candidly. I would still take you back. Yet I shall not allow you to tarnish the decorum of my household. You may enjoy a life of comfort, adorned in gold and finery, provided you refrain from any inappropriate conduct. I can assure you of a respectable existence. Qian Si nodded. In that case, there is no need for further explanation. I have found my answer. However, I desire more than mere respectability. It appears, dear seer, that you are a forthright individual, as is your future husband. Pray, enlighten me on the nature of your desires. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Chen Jing'an observed Qianxi beside him, feeling a wave of contemplation wash over him. Indeed, he was one who thrived under gentle persuasion rather than forceful demands. With this development, his relationship with Qianzheng as a son-in-law was solidified, and a mutual alliance between their families was established. However, this so-called alliance, constrained by the distance between Yanghe County and Qinghe County, rendered a true military partnership impractical. It would be more focused on the exchange of information and the leveraging of influence. At this juncture, Chen Jing'an felt he was no longer an outsider. Recalling that Qianxi had arrived later than he the previous night, he sought to uncover some insights from her and inquired, "Seer, I noticed your father appeared displeased yesterday. Do you know the reason behind it?" Upon hearing this, Qianxi's expression subtly shifted. She cautiously glanced outside, and then leaned closer to Chen Jing'an, whispering softly, "It seems to be related to the demon suppression prefect who accompanied you, as my brother despite being an unmarried maiden." Qianxi found it challenging to utter the word defilement in front of a man, even one so close. Her modesty compelled her to maintain her image of purity. Chen Jing'an, unfazed, offered her reassurance, all the while astonished by Xie Bingyan's audacity. This woman truly spared no feelings. She intends to leverage the Qian family of immortals to achieve her objectives, selecting Qian as her point of entry, though this is not her only option. She could easily assign responsibilities to Qian and proceed methodically. With Xie Bingyan's cunning, dealing with someone as Navi as Qian from the Immortal clan would be akin to a dimensional strike. Once she has molded him to her whims, she could then execute her subsequent plans. In doing so, she would also secure the support of the Qian family of immortals, presenting a more measured and sustainable approach. However, Xie Bingyan ultimately opted for a more extreme strategy. The term stain implies a definitive confrontation. As a newly appointed officer of the Demon Suppression Division, both emotionally and logically, the division would stand by her. At this critical juncture, the Qian family would likely hesitate to antagonize the Demon Suppression Division, thus they are expected to yield. Yet, following this incident, even if Xie Bingyan achieves her goals, she will have irreparably offended the Qian family. This may well be a case of exhausting resources for swift gains, but it allows her to reach her objectives more rapidly. Perspectives vary. Chen Jing'an is acutely aware that this matter does not significantly concern him. He cannot bear the burden of responsibility for Xie Bingyan's actions simply because they have traversed this path together. This is a clear case of the victim being deemed guilty. To put it bluntly, he, like Qianan, was once a target of Xie Bingyan's intentions. However, he can unhesitatingly reject Xie Bingyan's candy-coated explosive and remain aloof, while Qianan cannot. Should he reproach himself for not discarding the bomb sooner? Absurdity. Chapter 72. Financial losses to avert calamity. Diverting the source of disaster upon learning the circumstances from Qianxi, Chen Jing'an feigned ignorance. By noon, he and Qianxi went to pay their respects to Qianzheng. Son-in-law pays his respects to the father-in-law. Chen Jing'an's words caused Qianzheng's previously furrowed brow to relax, and he gestured for him to sit, forcing a smile. Seer is indeed the apple of my eye. However, given the current urgent situation, I cannot have your family travel such a distance. Tonight, I will have Cedar's biological mother present as well, and we shall dine together as a formality. Chen Jing'an nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your understanding, father-in-law. I shall certainly treat Seer well. Meanwhile, Qianxi lowered her head, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue, though both men were preoccupied with other matters. Qianzheng turned to his newly acquired son-in-law, saying, "Now that you are my son-in-law, before you depart, lend me your intellect once more." Chen Jing'an froze momentarily, wishing to feign ignorance. However, Qianzheng shot him a sharp glance. "You rascal, having just won the heart of a beauty, are you neglecting your father-in-law? How can I trust that the Chun and Qian families are now allies?" Faced with Qianzheng's scrutiny, Chen Jing'an had no choice but to be candid. "As you mentioned, father-in-law, the situation is dire. In times like this, it would be prudent to avoid complications that could lead to financial losses." Qianzheng perked up, probing further. "You imply that I should align closely with the Demon Suppression Division? I never suggested that." Chen Jing'an was resolute in his reluctance to elaborate further. While he did not wish to undermine Qianzheng's authority, it did not mean he was eager to antagonize Xie Bingyan. In the event that Qianzheng's malevolence leads him to disclose today's events to Xie Bingyan, the ire of Xie Bingyan would inevitably shift towards himself. Chen Jing'an harbored no fear of her. Rather, he found the prospect troublesome. After all, the path to his breakthrough in foundation establishment had become clear, and he saw no reason to stir up unnecessary complications. This return to Qinghe County was intended solely for discussions with the elder regarding the temporary relocation of the two looming mountains above him, allowing him to focus entirely on his ascension thereafter. Unable to extract any clarity from the situation, Qian Zheng departed with a sullen expression. Observing the elderly figure still burdened with such responsibilities, Chen Jing'an gleaned insight into the current predicament of the Qian clan. With the younger generation in a state of disarray, it was evident that Qian Zheng felt compelled to take charge, indicating a lack of capable successors within the clan's middle generation, a misfortune for the Qian clan. However, as both an ally and an outsider through marriage, this presented an opportunity for him. A significant part of his motivation for approaching the Qian clan lay in their legacy of weapon crafting. Yet, through a twist of fate, he found himself wed to Qian Zheng's daughter. This shift in identity allowed for a more nuanced approach to certain matters than he had initially anticipated. In contrast to Qian Zheng, his youth stood as a distinct advantage. Qian Zheng's time was limited, and it was foreseeable that upon his passing, the Qian clan situation would take a drastic turn for the worse. At that juncture, Chen Jing'an could easily turn the tables, leveraging the Qian clan's crafting heritage as a bargaining chip to secure their own respite. While this strategy would not yield immediate results, it promised a steady and stable resolution, preventing the Qian clan from resorting to self-destruction. That evening, Qian Zheng summoned the mother of Qian Si, a woman who appeared to be in her 30s, elegant and composed. They shared a modest meal together, thereby fulfilling the marriage arrangement. After the meal, Qian Zheng beckoned Chen Jing'an to a secluded area and stated, "I have taken care of the matter concerning Xie Bingyan. From this day forth, she shall be the Dao partner of Qianan. I understand you are a man of conviction. Should she attempt to seize the authority of our clan, you, as her husband, must not remain passive, lest you suffer the consequences." Chen Jing'an comprehended the underlying message. Qian Zheng was urging him to engage in a contest with Xie Bingyan, a classic strategy of leveraging wolves against tigers. However, he did not refuse. After all, the future was uncertain, and the very Xie Bingyan he found troublesome today might, in due course, be as easily vanquished as a mere flick of his finger. Should that moment arise, he would not hesitate to embellish his advantage. For Qian Zheng's words would serve as a foundation. The following morning, Chen Jing'an departed with Qian Si, with the bridal entourage set to follow shortly. He intended to hasten their departure to avoid any encounter with Xie Bingyan. As they traversed a wooded area, the crimson immortal eagle, which had been waiting, soared forth. The trio, 2 individuals and 1 eagle, returned promptly. After 3 days, they finally reached Qinghe County. Chen Jing'an first took Qian Si to meet his parents, and then arranged for her to have a residence, tasking Yuan Fong with ensuring her accommodations were suited to a concubine's standards. Having completed these arrangements, he made a beeline for the residence of the elder, recounting his experiences while deliberately omitting the details regarding his cultivation of dark arts, instead claiming to have witnessed events through the use of a breath-concealing talisman. After listening to his vivid narration, the elder succinctly summarized the situation. Firstly, the Zheng clan had colluded with dark practitioners to secretly annihilate the celestial clan within this jurisdiction. Secondly, the Zhao clan was collaborating with practitioners from the neighboring county, preparing to take action against the indigenous celestial clans. Based on these 2 points, along with Chen Jing'an's mention of the impending sale of foundational elixirs in Chongping County, there was another matter to consider. The elder elaborated. The auction in Chongping County would attract numerous foundational celestial clans, which also implied that many demon suppression officers would soon be dispatched. This was indeed favorable news for the dark practitioners. Chen Jing'an nodded in agreement. The diversion of resources from the Demon Suppression Division would grant both factions greater freedom to act. With his 6th uncle present, our clan would not be the first to suffer. However, we could not guarantee remaining untouched. Qin Shishan recognized the underlying meaning in his words and affirmed, "This intelligence was gathered by you, and given your journey, you must have calculated your approach. I shall heed your counsel before passing judgment." Very well. Chen Jing'an did not refuse. He merely possessed a preliminary plan, the feasibility of which required further validation, with the elder serving as a means to identify any deficiencies. I pondered that rather than defending against both sides, it might be more prudent to incite them to clash amongst themselves. Ultimately, the Zhao clan's desire to seize territory in Yunwu County constituted a direct encroachment upon the Zheng clan, revealing an inherent conflict of interests. The elder, having listened, relaxed his brow and inquired with a smile, "How do you intend to provoke them into open conflict?" However, regarding the assault on the counties, the Zheng clan might choose to endure. Yet they too possess an unassailable taboo, colluding with dark sects to harm celestial clans. Observing the elder's certainty bolstered Chen Jing'an's confidence. "We may be a humble clan without the means to reach the heavens directly, but the Zhao clan possesses such capabilities. Once the Zheng clan becomes aware of this, if they wish to distance themselves, they will have no choice but to cast blame back. Otherwise, they will face reckoning from the Demon Suppression Division and the court." Upon hearing his plan, the elder's face lit up with satisfaction, exclaiming, "Your foresight brings me great relief. With you in the Chen clan, even if no foundational cultivators emerge in the future, we can at least ensure stability for another 60 years. His greatest satisfaction stemmed from the fact that Chen Jing'an not only identified the problem, but also conceived a method to resolve it. This approach, both offensive and defensive, promised that even in the event of unforeseen circumstances for the celestial clans, as long as Chen Jing'an remained, all clandestine forces of the celestial clans, anchored by him as the ultimate nexus, could continue to operate. Chapter 73. Collective Wisdom. Rumors set in motion. However, there was one aspect that the elder found perplexing. He believed that Chen Jing'an's plan was thoroughly analyzed, to the extent that he himself found it difficult to add anything further. Yet this young man still maintained an attitude of humble inquiry. Was he attempting to fish for compliments? Considering this, the elder discreetly posed the question, "What do you perceive as your shortcomings?" Chen Jing'an, unaware of the elder's expression, earnestly replied, "It lies in the specifics of execution. I rely solely on myself, and cannot ensure the dissemination of rumors without extricating myself from the situation, which is a fatal flaw." This notion had not occurred to Chen Jing'an. However, upon reflecting on Chen Jing'an's experiences, he realized that this young man had never ventured beyond Qinghe County prior to joining the Demon Subduing Division. Yet, he had single-handedly risen to prominence as the foremost cultivator within his family. Indeed, Chen Jing'an lacked connections. Chen Jing'an had not considered this aspect previously, as his nurturing of Chen Erbo had kept him sheltered within the family. Their daily interactions were confined to the 4 great clans of the county, which constituted their entire worldview. It was only now, prompted by Chen Jing'an's words, that the old man recognized the oversight of keeping him within the family circle. However, it was not the right time for him to venture out and make friends. The old man explained, "Connections can indeed be inherited. As long as you possess a particular skill, others will seek you out. I am an alchemist, and you are my grandson. If you can master the art of alchemy in the future, the connections I have will eventually become yours." Chen Jing'an raised an eyebrow and replied, "I will do my utmost. Nevertheless, this matter is rather delicate, and I fear it may go awry. It would be prudent to entrust it to Jingyang's master." "You mean the talisman master?" "Yes. He has traveled extensively and interacted with various sects and schools. He knows how to remain detached while ensuring that information disseminates swiftly." Today's old man seemed somewhat peculiar. His words did not align with his character. Chen Jing'an pondered over his earlier statements, gradually gaining insight. The old man was not lacking in confidence. His calm demeanor suggested he had indeed undertaken such endeavors before, and he might even be a master in this field. Now, he sought to involve the talisman master as well. On the surface, it appeared he was merely attempting to leverage the talisman master's connections, but from his perspective, it could also serve as a form of guidance. The distinction between the celestial clans and independent practitioners lies not only in the accumulation of resources, but also in the individuals within the celestial clans. Within these clans, every individual is an independent entity, often embroiled in disputes over interests, even between the first and third branches. Yet, when they step outside, adorned with the celestial clan's label, each person embodies the clan itself. He needed to transform his way of thinking. He, as an individual, did not represent the entirety of the celestial clan. Observing Chen Jing'an deep in thought, the old man smiled and inquired, "Let me ask you again, where shall we go next?" "First, we shall visit my elder uncle." Chen Jing'an replied, clarity of thought guiding him. "We will have my elder uncle summon my second cousin, who will then relay this matter to the talisman master and request his intervention." "That is indeed the right approach," the old man said, a look of satisfaction on his face. The celestial clan comprises more than just you and me, and the future of the clan should not rest solely on one individual. The celestial clan and the individual should complement each other. If only one side benefits, it becomes a burden. Chen Jing'an nodded, understanding that his grandfather's words represented a prudent strategy for managing the relationship between the individual and the celestial clan, especially in involving the members of the clan. Otherwise, one can only toil away like an old workhorse, while others sit back and reap the rewards. Let us set aside his self-satisfaction for the moment. This will only lead to the deterioration of fellow practitioners within the clan, ultimately resulting in a horde of individuals who merely consume resources without contributing. At that juncture, the celestial lineage would indeed become a burden upon itself. Coincidentally, Chen Jing'an despises burdens above all else. He glanced at his grandfather and bowed once more, saying, "I have been enlightened, grandfather." Chen Jing'an nodded and articulated his thoughts during their journey to the main residence. Your second cousin is the heir to Huang Xianshur's legacy, destined to inherit the connections. Having undergone this experience, he will come to grasp the significance of such connections. Once we acquire these ties, they will become our family's own assets. There was an aspect he did not mention, one from a father's perspective. The main house holds the connections cultivated by Huang Xianshur. Should the family fail to produce a foundational practitioner in the future, regardless of whether it is Chen Jing'an or Chen Erbua who ascends to leadership, the existence of these connections will enhance the stature of the main house in their hearts. This serves as Chen Jing'an's compensation for the main house's inability to command the practitioners. As for the other branches, they too are of the old man's bloodline. He harbors his own calculations. Even the third branch, devoid of practitioners, has the old man intending, before his passing, to allocate one of their two hereditary official positions, county magistrate or official scribe, to a member of the third branch, as a means for them to establish their livelihood. He believes that his last wishes will hold some weight with Chen Jing'an and Chen Erbua. As long as they do not oppose, the plan will come to fruition. The two sought out Chen Dabo, and soon everything proceeded according to plan. Upon returning home, Chen Jing'an recounted the entire sequence of events to Chen Jing'an and ultimately presented his proposal. Chen Jing'an, being a member of the celestial clan, resides at the Huang residence. Yet upon Huang Xianshur's passing, he too will need to return to the clan. Such an endeavor, which could be regarded as a merit, would not be rejected by him. He has now advanced to the 5th layer of qi cultivation. Among the younger generation, only Chen Jing'an surpasses him. Following him are Chen Jingyu and Chen Jinghui, both at the 3rd layer of qi cultivation. The former has essentially followed the path laid out by Chen Jing'an, diligently tending to agriculture and appearing as someone who is receptive to guidance. As for Chen Jinghui, he has the advantage of being the son of Chen Erbua, a practitioner, placing him at the highest starting point among his peers, and he is now not far from reaching the 4th layer of qi cultivation. In comparing himself to them, Chen Jing'an's greatest advantage lies in his mastery of talismanic arts, along with the mentorship of Huang Xianshur. These two elements provide him with a unique competitive edge. He does not aspire to catch up with the increasingly formidable Chen Jing'an. He merely seeks to maintain his position as the second among his peers, which would suffice to provide a favorable environment for his future offspring. Chen Jing'an promptly sought out Huang Xianshur and was granted access to the channels of knowledge imparted by him, including locations, codes, and costs. In summary, the entire process was thoroughly organized. As long as the requisite spirit stones were provided, there was no fear of being exposed. They approached the individual responsible for disseminating rumors and conveyed the prepared content to him. The Zhao clan seeks to dominate Yunwu County and in Qinghe County. They have uncovered traces of the illusory demon cult. This rumor, when woven together, is fundamentally false. However, two segments of it bear truth. Initially, Chen Jing'an intended to incorporate elements from the cultivators of Linjun, yet to avoid drawing suspicion from Qianzhong, he opted instead for the obscure Qinghe County, known only to him and his grandfather. The rumor was thus set in motion. What remained was the entrance of two performers. Chapter 74, The Power of Rumors. Entering the realm of cultivation by the riverside of Qinghe County, Chen Jing'an leaped gracefully into the water, swiftly transforming into a colossal turtle, gliding away. Even in his form as the fiery turtle, his size was negligible against the vast expanse of the river, akin to a small stone cast into the sea. While a single stone cannot fill the ocean, it may very well capsize a ship many times its own size. The rumors disseminated by the Chen family fueled by the expenditure of 20 spirit stones, quickly traversed the lips of several loose cultivators, reaching the ears of dozens more, and then spiraling outward to a broader audience. The Zheng clan, with their far-reaching influence, soon caught wind of this news, particularly the mention of the illusory demon cult in Qinghe County, which struck at the very heart of their vulnerabilities. The information rapidly returned to the Zheng family estate in Yunwu County. At that moment, Zheng Xuanzong was accompanying Zheng Aolong to Chongping County for an auction of foundation-building pills, leaving the decision-making to the clan patriarch, Zheng Renhai. Upon receiving this news, he promptly resolved to act. The continuity of their original plans had become secondary. The immediate priority was to extricate their family from this predicament, lest they incite their own destruction. Zheng Renhai's instincts told him that this sudden rumor was no mere coincidence. It was orchestrated by someone with intent, pulling strings from the shadows. The roundabout approach suggested two possibilities. Either the adversary sought to sow discord within the Zheng clan, aiming to deliver a devastating strike, or they lacked the strength for a direct confrontation and resorted to underhanded tactics. Nevertheless, Zheng Renhai had to concede that this covert attack was executed with precision. Even he dared not gamble on it. Instead, he felt compelled to follow the adversary's lead, redirecting the blame towards the Zhao clan. He resolved to uncover the mastermind behind this scheme without allowing the truth to surface. A glint of resolve flashed in Zheng Renhai's eyes as he swiftly issued commands. One group was dispatched to Chongping County to summon the clan's elder. Another was sent to Qinghe County, tasked with tearing apart the facade of tranquility that had been carefully constructed, while simultaneously conducting an internal investigation into how the information had leaked. The final group was to track the whereabouts of the Zhao clan's cultivators. Upon discovering their location, they were to retrieve them, regardless of the cost. As these several groups of Zheng clan experts departed, Zheng Renhai felt a lingering sense of insecurity. He called upon two contemporaries, both formidable cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement, one of whom was Zheng Renkai, while the other was Zheng Renxiang. On the surface, they are merely the heads of two branches of the Zheng family's celestial lineage, exemplifying the failures of attempting to establish a foundation. However, only a select few within the Zheng family are privy to the truth. These two individuals have now also embarked on the path of demonic cultivation. Zheng Renhai gazed at them and spoke. Plans have changed. Our clan will likely be unable to provide you with any more cultivators. Now, you are to lead your respective groups to the Qinghe Chen family and the Yanghe Qian family, allowing them to explain the intentions of the Zhao celestial clan. Should they refuse, take decisive action. As for the Wu family in Yahe County, their 8 gates sword formation is formidable. I will summon our ancestor to intervene when necessary. Zheng Rentai and Zheng Renxiang did not protest. Upon receiving their orders, they swiftly departed. Although they have embraced demonic practices, as long as they do not deliberately employ the intricate techniques of their dark arts, outsiders remain blissfully unaware of any anomalies. Beneath the waters of Qinghe, Chen Jing'an, eager to validate his theories from that day, chose the sole demonic technique among his repertoire that could be associated with body refinement, the shadow demon technique. This art is primarily intended for stealth and assassination, yet it does not imply that a shadow demon practitioner is merely a fragile being susceptible to a single strike. On the contrary, ordinary assassins strike once and retreat if their attack fails. However, a shadow demon practitioner, as an assassin among demonic cultivators, possesses comprehensive enhancements in both survival and resilience. The female demon cultivator who perished at the hands of the Chen ancestors was a practitioner of the illusionary demon technique. Had her abilities not been countered by the black calamity engulfing Chen Jing'an's gourd, capturing her would have proven exceedingly difficult. Chen Jing'an sought to activate the power of his spiritual body through a medicinal bath, aiming to break through to the foundational stage by enhancing his physical strength. Within the Chen celestial clan, there exists a legitimate method of body refinement. Yet, the inherent characteristics of body refinement dictate that achieving success in this area is not necessarily less challenging than cultivating qi, but it undoubtedly requires more time. Furthermore, in the end, a body-refining cultivator is often vulnerable to being manipulated like a kite by spells. Unless one possesses abundant resources, treating spiritual materials as sustenance, body refinement remains a grueling endeavor for the vast majority of cultivators, potentially leading to one's own demise. Unless absolutely necessary, Chen Jing'an wished to avoid enduring the hardships of body refinement at his age. Fortunately, He had the option of demonic cultivation. Although the illusionary demon technique requires the use of one's eyes for practice, this is a last resort. At his core, he is human, and utilizing others for cultivation inevitably affects his mindset. This influence is self-imposed, rather than an inherent trait of the demonic arts. Even a born demon lord might struggle to mitigate such effects. This psychological distortion is irreversible, and caution is paramount. However, if it is a matter of mutual destruction among tortoises, then he feels no pressure. Those who are not of my kin must be eliminated, encapsulates a normal person's perspective. Humans consume tortoises, and tortoises consume humans. Ultimately, it is not the same as cannibalism. Chen Jing'an steadied his mind and began to channel the path of the shadow demon technique. Instantly, lines of shadow began to spread across the once fiery turtle shell. Soon, the patterns on the turtle's back were consumed by the encroaching shadows. Accompanying this transformation was an unprecedented sensation of hunger. It felt as though, should he abstain from sustenance any longer, he might faint from hunger. Thus, the crimson shadow darted beneath the water like a rocket, swiftly emerging. Chen Jing'an was oblivious to what he had witnessed. Regardless, every strand of aquatic vegetation, every fish and turtle within his line of sight, was involuntarily consumed by him. Gradually, as that gnawing hunger subsided, he sensed a return to his faculties. Once more, Chen Jing'an scrutinized the changes within himself and invoked the shadow demon technique. Soon, a dense layer of shadow enveloped his entire being, resembling a lustrous black sheen forged from steel, as the river's waters flowed over him, darkening in hue. Had he successfully completed the skin refining? Chen Jing'an felt a tinge of uncertainty. The realm of body refinement lacked the clear hierarchical distinctions of qi cultivation, emphasizing a gradual deepening from the exterior to the interior. Of course, there existed body refiners of foundational levels. However, in the realm of qi cultivation, body refinement is merely categorized into 3 tiers: skin, flesh, and bone. The skin refinement that Chen Jing'an had achieved encompassed the entirety of practices from the 1st to the 3rd level of qi cultivation. This, indeed, required years of dedication. His successful cultivation signified that his alternative approach was viable, capable of transforming mutual destruction among individuals into a more harmonious existence. The only caution to heed was that before the next practice of the shadow demon technique, he must prepare ample river delicacies. Otherwise, under the dominion of such hunger, he risked losing his rationality. Chapter 75. The Zhang clan's envoy seeks retribution. Chen Jing'an dissipated his turtle form, reverting to his human shape. He appeared noticeably taller than when he had departed. This was the tangible outcome of the magical body refinement, remarkably immediate. Yet, Chen Jing'an was aware that normal body refinement would not yield such drastic transformations. Even magical techniques were no exception. Otherwise, the pinnacle of body refinement would give rise to monsters. This was his inaugural encounter with the illusory demon technique, combined with his inherent physique, thus rendering the effects particularly pronounced. As time progressed, such abrupt changes would become less conspicuous. Furthermore, whether he consumed fish or the demonic cultivators feasted on humans, both would ultimately confront the same dilemma. In the early stages of magical cultivation, one could initially rely on mortals as sustenance to ascend to the realm of cultivators. However, as one advanced, the utility of mortals diminished, and it became the cultivators imbued with spiritual energy who served as resources for demonic practitioners. This was not without its merits. Otherwise, if demonic cultivators could simply thrive by decimating mortals, the world would have long been devoid of humanity. Chen Jing'an's consumption of fish and turtles would ultimately necessitate spiritual fish and spiritual turtles. Within the river of Qinghe County, there was a chance that spiritual entities might occasionally pass through. Yet, they were typically intercepted by the small families along the river, which represented one of the few avenues for obtaining spiritual entities. Chen Jing'an saw no reason to contend with them, for such trivialities would scarcely suffice to sate his hunger. If one were to speak of truly abundant aquatic resources within Yunwu County, they would undoubtedly refer to the 2 major rivers, Yunjiang and Wujiang. Under the dominion of the Zhang celestial clan, Chen Jing'an intended to seek sustenance from these rivers in the future. After all, the Zhang celestial clan could only regulate matters above the water, preventing other celestial clans from encroaching, allowing only their kin to fish. However, the matters beneath the surface are beyond their control. As long as he refrains from recklessly exposing himself and discreetly takes what he needs to gather sufficient resources for his physical cultivation, he would withdraw. Just as this thought flickered across his mind, his cousin Chen Jing'an hurriedly approached. "Jing'an, what has occurred?" Chen Jing'an, with an urgent demeanor, replied. "The head of the fourth branch of the Zheng clan, Zheng Rinkai, has come to visit. Second uncle is receiving him, and grandfather requests your presence." "Understood." Chen Jing'an pondered briefly and surmised Zheng Rinsai's intentions. This fellow was likely not here to escalate tensions, as they too were shrouded in confusion. After all, to ensure the potency of the rumors, he had amalgamated various fragmented pieces of information. If the Zheng clan sought to unearth the true perpetrator behind this, they must first clarify the disparate sources of information, not to mention the very fact that he had infiltrated Qinghe County as a phantom cultivator was essentially a dead end with no witnesses. Upon entering the Grand Hall, he beheld Zheng Rinkai seated in the principal position and immediately clasped his fists in salute. "Greetings, Fourth Master." Zheng Rinkai scrutinized his cultivation level, a flicker of curiosity passing through his eyes. This scrutiny was not solely directed at Chen Jing'an, but at all potential seeds capable of breaking through to the foundation establishment realm under the jurisdiction of Yunwu Prefecture, whom the Zheng clan would duly categorize. However, Chen Jing'an appeared particularly challenging in Zheng Rinsai's eyes. Firstly, his close relationship with Uncle Chun Lu, coupled with a son adopted as a foundation establishment disciple, placed him in a sensitive position. Secondly, his ambiguous ties with Yuan Ji of the Demon Suppression Division made Zheng Rinkai hesitant. At least for now, he did not wish to sever ties with Chen Jing'an. Maintaining a facade of civility was a hallmark of a seasoned strategist. Zheng Rinkai donned a warm smile. "Jing'an, you did not visit during your last trip to Yunwu Prefecture. Zhonghui mentioned he failed to entertain you properly. He must make amends next time." Chen Jing'an chuckled lightly, dismissing the remark. He had already resolved not to attend the next 100-house assembly. Zheng Rinkai was unlikely to make a special visit for such a trivial matter. Moreover, he had now become the brother-in-law of Qian En and even had to address Xie Bingyan as elder sister-in-law. Their next encounter would only breed awkwardness. Subsequently, Zheng Rinkai retained only Chen Jing'an and Chen Qishan and, in their presence, inquired about the Zhao clan's intentions. The duo had prepared for this moment, aiming to ensure that Zheng Rinkai remained oblivious to their prior preparations. This was sufficient. Thus, without hesitation, they divulged everything about Zhao Duanqing, even omitting mention of the decree regarding the distribution of favors, as this matter was not easily concealed. Moreover, keeping such information from the Zheng clan held no significance, given they lacked any ready foundation establishment cultivators. Unless the Zheng clan were to act irrationally, they would not view them as hypothetical adversaries. Upon learning the details, Zheng Rinkai was greatly astonished. Soon enough, his expression grew solemn. After all, the moment he grasped this information, it signified that the Zheng clan had transitioned from being hunters within the chessboard of Yunwu Prefecture to becoming prey on a far grander chessboard. Zheng Rinkai seemed to perceive a pack of formidable wolves, equally powerful as himself, sharpening their blades as they approached, poised to dismember them. He maintained a calm facade. Yet the subtle changes in his breathing betrayed a sense of unrest that was palpable to the elder and his grandson. The revelation of this news bore mixed implications. While it could instill a sense of urgency within the Zheng clan, diverting their attention and enabling them to resist external forces, it also had the potential to drive them to desperation. However, as mere pawns on the chessboard, this was the most viable path they could identify for their survival. After a fierce internal struggle, Zheng Rinsai's regard for the Zhao clan intensified significantly. This was no longer merely about expelling foreign adversaries. It carried the weight of a warning to the Zhao clan. Should they extend their hand, it would be severed. Otherwise, their own survival might not last until the elders' appointed time. A wave of dangerous energy emanated from Zheng Rinkai, though it was fleeting. Yet, as a seasoned practitioner of dual demonic arts, Chen Jing'an discerned that Zheng Rinkai too had delved into the dark arts. Moreover, the aura he exuded was particularly domineering, certainly not of a mundane nature, and perhaps entirely unfamiliar to him. Chen Jing'an dared not probe further. Subsequently, Zheng Rinkai rose and addressed the two. The Chen clan had always been a steadfast ally to their lineage, and the Zhao clan harbored ulterior motives. They must not fall under their enchantment. Chen Qishan promptly declared, "The roots of the Chen clan lie in Qinghe County. We shall never conspire with outsiders." Zheng Rinkai found satisfaction in this statement. Yet, he was acutely aware that these previously arrogant practitioners of qi would not act without tangible benefits. They were in need of assistance, and thus, he contemplated briefly before speaking. Our clan shall reward those who demonstrate loyalty. The Zhao clan's intentions are nefarious. Upon my return, I will petition the elder to issue a decree against the thieves. Those who successfully repel these foreign marauders will be granted rewards in spirit stones. Chen Jing'an recognized the sincerity in Zheng Rincai's words and readily acquiesced. Rest assured, Brother Zheng. I will inform the other 4 families of this matter. Zheng Rinkai nodded slightly before departing from Qinghe County, likely not to return in the near future. Unless, of course, the testimony from the Qian clan contradicted that of the Chen clan, in which case his next visit would be one of annihilation. Chapter 76. Succession Matters. The onslaught of demonic tides. It was only after Zheng Rincai's departure that the elder and grandson convened once more. Undoubtedly, the decree against the thieves mentioned by Zheng Rinkai indicated that the Zheng clan was willing to offer monetary rewards for their assistance, not unlike hiring mercenaries. However, for the local practitioners of qi, avenues for earning spirit stones were already scarce, making this a matter worthy of careful consideration. Chen Jing'an was no exception. He intended to devote himself entirely to breaking through, requiring abundant resources to achieve the 9th level of qi cultivation in the shortest time possible. Thus, the opportunity to eliminate practitioners from the neighboring county and earn spirit stones on their own turf was one they could not afford to overlook. The two swiftly reached a decision. The elder would take the lead and engage with the representatives of the other 3 great celestial clans. From that point onward, the matter would be entrusted to Uncle Chen. After all, when it comes to the ability to engage in combat, Chen Jing'an possessed numerous magical artifacts, and his spiritual awareness was markedly superior to that of an average person. In a contest of equal realms, Uncle Chen would not stand a chance against him. Therefore, the responsibility of diligent cultivation fell upon Chen Jing'an's shoulders. The elder inquired once more. Do you still require spirit-gathering pills? Chen Jing'an did not hesitate to respond. Grandfather, do you have any left? There are 4 vials remaining. I will endeavor to concoct more spirit-gathering pills for you, striving to ensure your early breakthrough to the 8th level of qi refinement. At that time, with your support, I can fully commit to pushing through to the next realm. Even if I ultimately fail, our clan will not be left defenseless. Chen Jing'an, faced with his most accomplished grandson, finally laid bare his thoughts. As a cultivator who had already broken through to the 9th level of qi refinement, he naturally aspired to challenge the Foundation Establishment realm. This was inevitable. Yet, even with Foundation Establishment materials in hand, should he fail in his breakthrough, his strength would suffer a severe blow in the short term. Chen Jing'an understood that the elder had borne the weight of the celestial clan for far too long. Moreover, the elder had unwavering faith in him. Since he possessed the capability to alleviate the elder's burdens, he could not merely enjoy the benefits. He must also shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. Should the worst occur, leaving them bereft of both resources and personnel, he would have to be prepared to step up as the new pillar of the celestial clan. On that afternoon, the strongest from the other 3 celestial clans accepted the invitation. The Wang and Yu clans each had an elder at the 9th level of qi refinement presiding over their affairs, while the strongest from the Lin clan was only at the 8th level, on par with the elder before his breakthrough. Altogether, the 3 clans could muster 4 individuals at the 8th level of qi refinement. In light of this, Chen Jing'an estimated his own strength and believed he could theoretically rank among the top 10 in Qinghe County. At the 7th level of qi refinement, he felt confident he would not lose to anyone in a one-on-one confrontation. If he activated the state of the flame giant turtle, he would dare to challenge even those at the 8th level of qi refinement. In this sense, his versatile strength made him a formidable opponent capable of catching enemies off guard. In Yunwu County, Zheng Xuanzong and Zheng Aolong returned to their clan. Upon receiving news from Zheng Renhai, they promptly set off to return. At this moment, the Foundation Establishment pill from the Chongping 100 House had already found its owner. Purchased by the Murong clan from Gusu County for an exorbitant price of 11,000 spirit stones. Such a substantial sum of spirit stones could be gathered if the Zheng clan liquidated all their assets, but this was evidently not the same scenario. The number of spirit stones they could currently access was roughly around 6,000, which represented the limit of the Zheng clan, far from the capacity of the Murong clan. Among the Foundation Establishment celestial clans, there existed distinctions and tiers. The Zheng clan was merely at the beginning stage and could be easily supplanted at any moment. In contrast, the Murong celestial clan boasts a significant number of foundational cultivators, surpassing a mere handful. In the realm of Deqian, they undoubtedly constitute a prestigious foundational lineage. The foundational elixir auctioned was merely a subpar specimen, typically valued at around 7,000 to 8,000 spirit stones. Yet this time, the price of the foundational elixir has been excessively inflated. Zheng Xuanzong, initially perplexed, has now received news from Zheng Rinkai regarding the decree of preferential treatment. The earlier confusion seems to have found its resolution. While the royal family's maneuver undoubtedly incites trepidation among the various celestial clans, causing an upsurge in the prices of foundational items, it should not have escalated to such an extent. Zheng Xuanzong, analyzing the intentions of the Murong celestial clan, wore a grim expression. Unless, of course, the Murong clan's true objective was to thwart our lineage. Zheng Renhai, overhearing this, immediately offered his praise. Fortuitously, our ancestor possessed foresight and did not hastily place bets on external foundational items. Our clan now has an alternative path, and we shall certainly catch those individuals off guard in due time. Zheng Xuanzong's demeanor softened somewhat as he turned to Zheng Aolong, retrieving a jade box from his universe bag and presenting it to him. Aolong, he said, you possess the rare weak water spiritual body. I have procured an ironwood spiritual leaf for you, which can safeguard your consciousness and enhance your chances of survival. Zheng Aolong, upon hearing this, solemnly accepted the gift, assuring, rest assured, ancestor, I will strive to activate my spiritual body. Indeed, Zheng Xuanzong nodded, then addressed Zheng Renhai. Did Rinkai and Rinxiang not lament the inadequacy of nourishment for the demonic arts? Perfectly, the Zhao clan's members have conveniently presented themselves. Let us not allow them to depart empty-handed. As for the other celestial clans within our jurisdiction, we shall proceed as Rinkai suggested and issue a decree against the thieves. For each slain cultivator of the 4th layer of Qi refinement, a spirit stone shall be rewarded. The bounty shall increment with each ascending layer of cultivation, with no cap on the quantity. In due course, our clan shall dispatch individuals to tally the fallen. Zheng Xuanzong's declaration implied a substantial expenditure of spirit stones, potentially amounting to thousands. Such a misstep could lead to the bankruptcy of the Zheng clan. Nevertheless, even Zheng Renhai, as the clan leader, refrained from questioning Zheng Xuanzong's orders. The existence of the decree of preferential treatment had already left the Zheng clan with no option for retreat. Their path forward was the sole avenue of escape. These spirit stones would serve the demonic cultivators as well as the celestial ones. Ultimately, the end goal remained unchanged. They required a substantial number of cultivators. Even if some were to perish, it was better than nothing. All that is lost today can be regained manifold once the celestial clan's ultimate plan is realized. As Zheng Xuanzong's orders spread, a chilling laughter resonated from deep within the Zheng clan, sending shivers down spines. Sons, prepare for the feast. A group of ominous Zheng cultivators emerged, swiftly utilizing the clan's teleportation array to bypass the watchful eyes of the Demon Suppression Department. Arriving at the border between the two counties, there, they would encounter several factions of the demonic sect. Among them was a man clad in blood-red robes, his face obscured by a white mask, flanked by a cadre of similarly attired individuals. They hailed from the Blood Demon sect. The leader among them was a scion of a high-ranking figure in the Blood Demon sect, known as Young Master Yin. Young Master Yin gazed at Zheng Rinkai and jested. Your celestial clan prides itself on being at odds with our demonic sect. Yet here you are, seeking our assistance to ambush the celestial clan. I dare say, it would be more fitting for the Zheng clan to rename themselves the Zheng Demonic Clan. Enough of your prattle. Zheng Rinkai, seemingly wary, retorted. We each have our needs. If we can thwart this group of Lingjun cultivators, you may then freely invade Pingyuan County. The spoils there shall not be claimed by my Zheng clan. So do not attempt any tricks. Assisting my clan is tantamount to assisting yourselves. Enough, Zheng Rinkai. Your words are as abundant as they are inconsequential. There is no humility in your request. The leader of the Black Demon sect, a man adorned with a horned helmet and wielding a gleaming black axe, scolded Zheng Rinkai before turning his gaze toward the boundary of the two counties, his eyes glimmering with a bloodthirsty fervor. At that moment, the leader of the illusionary demon sect spoke up. The prey approaches. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Shadow Demon sect sprang into action first, declaring, let them witness the true onslaught of the demonic tide. No sooner had the words left their lips than over 100 figures, poised to strike, surged forth. The forest soon echoed with heart-wrenching screams. Chapter 77. The Emergence of the Devourer. The Battle of Qinghe. The Zhao clan could hardly have anticipated that the Zheng clan, once dismissed as feeble, would audaciously initiate hostilities, even allying with a multitude of demonic cultivators. An unanticipated confrontation ensued, the outcome of which was indisputably evident. The Zheng clan emerged triumphant, even capturing an elder from the Zhao clan, one Zhao Kongcheng, a sibling of Zhao Jincheng, and a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi training. Initially, the Zhao clan had assigned him to lead a coalition of Qi training cultivators, intending to catch the Zheng clan off guard. Little did they realize, not only did their plan falter, but they themselves fell victim to it. Zheng Rinkai interrogated the captured elder, promptly placing him in solitary confinement, preparing to hand him over to the ancestral authority for further judgment. As for the remaining demonic cultivators, after pillaging the spoils from the fallen cultivators, they received a bounty of spirit stones from the Zheng clan before crossing the county line to rampage through Pingyuan County. It was a fleeting opportunity demanding swift action. Should they delay, once the Zhao clan's foundation cultivator regained his senses, their plunder would be impeded. Zheng Rinkai watched the retreating figures of the demonic cultivators, a glimmer of schadenfreude flickering in his eyes. Only the Zheng demonic cultivators remained to tidy up the aftermath. There was no longer any need for discretion. Zheng Rinkai seized one of the Qi training cultivators at the 8th level, directly immobilizing his spiritual core. In mere moments, the man was drained to a husk, his skin and bones withering together until, with a gust of wind, not even remnants remained. As Zheng Rinkai felt the surge of power within him, he furrowed his brow. The Devourer's technique was indeed formidable, yet the sheer magnitude of spiritual energy required to break through to foundation establishment was daunting. Observing this, Zheng Rinxiang chuckled, "Fourth brother, we are both failures in the path of immortality. Yet this Devourer's ability has granted us a victory, even if we must face death upon our ascension. It is preferable to a life of mere survival." Zheng Rinkai nodded. "Our Zheng clan's rise to this day is no small feat. Oolong represents the hope of our lineage for the next century, and individuals such as you and I shall forever be etched in the hearts of the descendants of the Zheng clan, living on even in death." After clearing away the bodies of the fallen cultivators at the scene, the two immediately commenced their sweep along the border. The main force of the demonic cultivators from Yunwu County had already departed for Pingyuan County. What remained were mere trifles. Their demise would evoke no sorrow, provided that the demonic sect did not obtain any incriminating evidence. A group of crimson-eyed demonic disciples from the Zheng clan swept through the boundary between the two counties like vengeful spirits. No living being, whether from our county or the neighboring one, celestial or demonic, was to be spared. They advanced from west to east, while another faction of cultivators from Pingyuan County had already set forth according to their prearranged plan, heading towards the various counties they had previously marked. Their task was to seize the county towns before the Zheng clan could react. Yanghe County, Yahe County, Qinghe County, and others were all included in their agenda. Zhao Duanqing personally led the team responsible for Qinghe County. While he aimed to compel the Chen clan to surrender, he sought to avoid mutual destruction. After all, the Zhao clan intended to ascend as a foundational celestial lineage, thereby ensuring their legacy within the grand realm of Daqian. Offending two foundational celestial sects could incur a cost so great that it would render their efforts futile, possibly even leading to their annihilation. In the skies above Qinghe County, just as Zhao Duanqing and his companions crossed a barrier, at that very moment, Wang Chu, a 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator of the Wang clan, opened his eyes and declared, "The formation barrier has been triggered. They are upon us. Prepare for battle." As Zhao Duanqing's group barely entered the airspace over Qinghe County, they had not even had the chance to speak when over a dozen magical artifacts came hurtling towards them, accompanied by an onslaught of spells, seemingly conjured in an instant. Zhao Duanqing's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "We are under attack." He attempted to warn his companions while summoning his own mid-grade magical artifact, a luminous orb known as the Jinzhong Pearl. Upon release, the pearl expanded in the wind, dispersing ordinary spells that fell within its golden glow. However, the respite was short-lived. A dark, malevolent energy transformed into a demonic hand, swiftly enveloping the Jinzhong Pearl and forcing it down to the ground. Upon closer inspection, the figure approaching bore a gourd-shaped artifact, Who but Chen Jing'an could it be? As the two confronted each other, a cultivator from Pingyuan County fell victim, succumbing to the fray. A relentless tide of Qinghe cultivators pursued their adversaries, and the two factions quickly became embroiled in a fierce battle. Zhao Duanqing's carefully prepared rhetoric retreated into silence, his countenance darkening. Jishan, you sabotage our clan's ambitions. Have you truly resolved to follow the Zheng clan to your doom? Chen Jing'an replied candidly, your clan harbors treachery from the outset. You deserve your current fate. Words are futile, let our actions speak. As Zhao Duanqing's expression darkened, golden light enveloped him, and a towering bronze figure emerged behind him, sporting two pairs of arms that resembled wings. Under Zhao Duanqing's command, the bronze figure lunged towards Chen Jing'an, who was equally prepared. He placed both hands upon the gourd, and soon, emerald vines sprouted from the mouth of the bottle, entwining towards the two like living tendrils. The bronze figure swung his fist in retaliation, while Zhao Duanqing provided assistance nearby. The clash between the two sides was evenly matched. Although they exerted considerable effort, the battle had yet to reach a life-and-death juncture. It was evident that both Zhao Duanqing and Chen Jing'an were cautious of their lives. The exchange between cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement was a delicate balance, while the true determinants of the battle were the mid-level practitioners. Uncle Chen wielded the breaking mountain spear. After unleashing its radiance, it would occasionally transform mid-air into a water gun formation, catching the enemy off guard. Consequently, two practitioners at the 7th level of Qi refinement from the Pingyuan County were assigned to restrain him. Overall, the side of Qinghe County was at a numerical disadvantage, as those present were primarily personnel summoned from several counties by the Zhao clan. Chen Jing'an found himself in a relatively advantageous position. He had come primarily to accumulate spirit stones, fully aware of how to maximize his profits. He displayed his prowess at the 7th level of Qi refinement while manipulating the earth-shattering shield, presenting an appearance of engaging evenly with the practitioner of the same level before him. In truth, he had allocated a considerable portion of his spiritual awareness to control the unicorn blood python, which, like an agile loach, could navigate the earth effortlessly, traversing the battlefield of mid-level Qi practitioners. The unicorn blood python shared his strength at the 7th level of Qi refinement, and those at the 5th and 6th levels were easily devoured without the slightest chance of resistance. The corpses and their spatial bags were concealed beneath the ground. In just a quarter of an hour, 5 mid-level Qi practitioners had already fallen victim to its venomous grasp. This sudden turn of events captured the attention of the high-ranking cultivators from Pingyuan County, who promptly set their sights on the unicorn blood python. They were not fools. They focused solely on their few 5th level and all 6th level practitioners, leaving the 4th level ones to their fates, exuding an air of, if you have the capability, then annihilate them all. Chen Jing'an naturally discerned their intentions. In the chaotic melee of practitioners, it was customary for high-level to engage high-level, mid-level to face mid-level, and low-level to confront low-level. Such a balance was an established convention. Should a substantial number of low-level practitioners from the enemy side fall, mid-level practitioners would inevitably intervene in the low-level battleground, unleashing a massacre upon them. The practitioners from Pingyuan County were gambling that this little villain would not dare to wipe out their low-level fighters entirely. It must be said, their gamble paid off. Among those present were several young members of the Qinghe County Celestial clan. Should too many perish, and it later be revealed that it was due to their actions, it would place them in a precarious situation. 5 stolen kills are not insignificant. Chen Jing'an felt a twinge of regret before ceasing the unicorn blood python's movements. He turned his gaze towards the 7th level Qi practitioner before him, his mind already counting down the adversary's lifespan. Chapter 78, Slaying 3. The villain's scheme. Chen Jing'an had been using the earth-shattering shield for defense, relying on his exceptional control over the magical artifact to deflect all of the opponent's spells. The adversary was left flustered by his relentless counterattacks. Initially, I had presumed that encountering such a young practitioner at the 7th layer of Qi refinement would be akin to confronting a soft persimmon, lacking in combat experience. Yet, this lad remained steadfastly confined behind his battered shield, resembling a turtle, while I found myself utterly impotent against him. Is this all you can do? The man attempted to employ provocation, fully aware that it would bear little fruit, yet still sought to irritate Chen Jing'an. If you possess the prowess, come and strike me. Chen Jing'an, hidden behind the cracked earth shield, revealed only half of his face, exuding an air of imperviousness. the man's attention fixated entirely on Chen Jing'an's expression, neglecting the significance of his eyes. Chen Jing'an did not intentionally activate his illusory magic. Rather, he leveraged the inherent suppressive force of his spiritual awareness to catch his opponent off guard. A practitioner of the 7th layer of Qi refinement, upon that fleeting glance, found himself momentarily dazed. By the time he regained his wits, Chen Jing'an had donned his fiery armor and wielded the fire cloud sword, advancing towards him in full battle regalia. Bold indeed. In a panic, the man summoned a defensive low-grade magical artifact. While the unicorn blood python surged forth once more from Chen Jing'an's sleeve, seizing the defensive artifact and fleeing with it in its jaws. Upon regaining his senses, the fire cloud sword had already cleaved him in twain along the axis of his head. A resounding explosion of radiant flames erupted, captivating the attention of numerous onlookers. They turned to witness Chen Jing'an, resembling a deity of fire incarnate. Such mastery over fire-based spells is seldom seen, even among practitioners at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. The sight of the unicorn blood python returning with the artifact in its grasp further instilled a sense of dread and animosity within the eyes of the onlookers from Pingyuan County. What a cunning youth! Having feigned weakness, he had been secretly executing such despicable tactics. In total, 6 cultivators had perished at the hands of Chen Jing'an, hailing from various celestial clans. This indicated that he had simultaneously attracted a multitude of enmities. Earning spiritual stones is no easy task. Chen Jing'an sighed as 2 practitioners at the 7th layer of Qi refinement swiftly approached him, a treatment akin to that afforded to his uncle Chen. One more lucrative engagement, and he would withdraw. As he beheld the 2 figures approaching, he commanded the unicorn blood python to assault one of them while he charged towards the other. The latter remained unperturbed, his smile twisted. What a bold lad! Before he could finish his taunt, Chen Jing'an hurled forth a large azure net from his embrace. It was the fully developed Biquang silkworm silk, theoretically inescapable even for those at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. The silken net expanded rapidly, enveloping the man and severing his ability to cast spells. Chen Jing'an promptly unleashed a strike with the fire cloud sword, which, upon piercing the gaps in the silk net, transformed into countless fine steel needles, impaling the man like a hedgehog. Biquang silkworm silk? How come you possess everything? The practitioner at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, engaged in battle with the unicorn blood python, felt a surge of unease. He too was a cultivator from a celestial clan, also at the 7th layer. Yet he had managed to accumulate only a low-grade artifact. Contending with this creature, fashioned from a mid-grade artifact, was already a formidable challenge. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Chen Jing'an, in addition to possessing a mid-grade magical artifact, astonishingly owned a priceless silk spun from the azure sky. Such wealth, it seems, would surpass that of many at the 9th level of Qi training. Just as he was momentarily distracted, a shield of the earth transformed into a beam of dark light hurtling towards him, prompting an immediate magical defense. Unexpectedly, another artifact, radiating a soft white glow, descended from above. It was a snow-white jade rui. Before it fell, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Why does this seem so familiar? Indeed, it was the very defensive artifact left behind by the first Qi training 7th layer he had slain. In this urgent situation, Chen Jing'an promptly turned this artifact to his advantage. However, with the remarkable feat of dispatching 2 Qi training 7th layers so swiftly, he would likely deter any further encounters with opponents of that caliber. With deft movements, Chen Jing'an struck once more with the jade rui, targeting an adversary engaged with his second uncle. The two displayed an unspoken synergy. The foe revealed a vulnerability, and Uncle Chen was quick to exploit it. A water spear formation emerged, piercing through the enemy's skull with brutal force, alleviating some of Uncle Chen's pressure. Yet, Chen Jing'an sensed a far more potent aura focusing on him, one belonging to a Qi training 8th layer. His immediate thought was to lead this threat towards the Elder, but he quickly recalled that the Elder was currently entangled with other 9th layers, and charging in recklessly could prove detrimental. As for the remaining Qi training 8th layers, these ineffectual beings could barely contain the situation. After he had dispatched 3 Qi training 7th layers, he held little hope they could manage the incoming threat. Ultimately, even among his own ranks, not all were inclined to ensure his survival. Otherwise, the skies over Qinghe County would surely belong solely to the Chen clan. Expanding his awareness, Chen Jing'an noted that the stronghold responsible for the Qi training 8th layer was none other than the patriarch of the Lin clan. You had better not perish today." Without hesitation, he summoned the wind and fire wheels beneath his feet and sped towards the outskirts of Qinghe County. This scene caused Chen Jing'an's expression to shift dramatically. He glowered down at Lin Qingtai, the patriarch of the Lin clan. "If anything happens to Jing'an, our clan shall be at odds until death." Yet, Chen Jing'an harbored little concern, for he knew that Chen Jing'an still possessed a second-tier sword talisman, rendering the Qi training 8th layer rather inconsequential. Since Jing'an chose to draw the enemy away, it indicated his confidence in confronting his foes. However, this did not signify the matter was resolved. Lin Qingtai, faced with the exposure of his little schemes, immediately felt the weight of numerous gazes upon him. Aware of his precarious position, he dared not retort, but silently sought to distance himself. Consequently, not only did the enemy's cultivators steer clear of him, but even those from the other 3 great clans deliberately avoided Lin Qingtai, particularly the Qi training 8th layers, who feared becoming the next victim of treachery. Now, it was Lin Qingtai who found himself in an awkward predicament. However, he could not afford to remain idle. Doing so would certainly provide Chen Jing'an with an opportunity to malign him before the Zheng clan. Fortunately, Chen Jing'an's intricate calculations have rendered it nearly impossible for him to return unscathed. This is indeed worthwhile. For Lin Qingtai, the dread of facing retribution from the Chen clan pales in comparison to the fear of his own family becoming the lowest tier among the 4 great celestial clans, ultimately being ousted by the other 3. Meanwhile, Chen Jing'an, mounted upon a unicorn blood python, moved with remarkable speed, pursued closely by a practitioner at the 8th level of Qi training. The distance between them was steadily diminishing until Chen Jing'an abruptly halted. He turned around, finding himself by the river of Qinghe County. The 8th level practitioner also came to a stop, an amused expression gracing his face. "Why have you stopped running? Have you contemplated how you shall meet your demise?" Chen Jing'an ignored him, gazing down at the tumultuous river. "If I were you, I would kneel and bow my head, then express my gratitude." "For what?" "For me finding you a splendid resting place." Chapter 79. The Fire Turtle's First Battle. The wolf's soul strikes the man realized he had been tricked, his face darkening with rage. Yet, he quickly shifted from anger to a sardonic smile. "You sharp-tongued brat, remember, the one who shall kill you today is named Dou Shu." Noting the fury etched on the man's face, Chen Jing'an inquired, "Did someone from your family perish at my hands?" Indeed, Dou Shu was about to respond when he suddenly noticed Chen Jing'an seemingly chewing on something, his expression changing drastically. "You insolent wretch, you dare to deceive me." This despicable youth had taken the opportunity to consume a pill for restoring spiritual energy while conversing. Dou Shu ceased his chatter. Seizing a dark, heavy wolf fang club that expanded exponentially, its barbs slicing through the air like blades. This too was a mid-grade magical artifact, known as the Howling Wolf Rod. With Dou Shu's 8th level Qi training prowess, he was capable of unleashing most of the artifact's power. "This will send you on your way." He gathered his strength and swung, the mid-grade artifact guided by spiritual energy striking precisely where aimed, especially with the advantage of his cultivation level. Chen Jing'an had no hope of evasion. Bang! When the blow landed, it felt as though it struck the surface of a heavy metallic object, the resonating sound echoing back. Dou Shu felt a tingling sensation return to his palm, his eyes widening in indescribable astonishment. However, all of this surprise magnified exponentially when he raised his gaze to behold the colossal crimson turtle that had suddenly appeared before him. "You are not human?" Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an's face contorted, and he swiftly raised his hands, seamlessly transitioning into dual sword mode, lunging directly at Dou Shu. "What? You didn't raise a turtle yourself?" While saying this, Chen Jing'an seized the opportunity of his opponent's distraction to swiftly acclimate to the combat mode of the fire turtle. After the initial bout, Chen Jing'an had confirmed that transforming into the fire turtle had not only enhanced his defensive capabilities, bolstered by the fiery armor, but had elevated them by several tiers. This afforded him the confidence to confront Dou Shu head-on, while also probing the depths of his opponent's abilities. Having previously revealed the existence of the Bixiao silkworm and the unicorn blood python, Dou Shu was now on high alert. This implies that the unicorn blood python is essentially ineffective. After all, a blood python at the 7th level of Qi training is no match for Dou Shu, who is at the 8th level, especially when the latter is on guard. However, the Biyun silkworm presents a different prospect. The mere fact that it dares to pursue suggests that it possesses some form of corresponding resistance. What could it be? Chen Jing'an speculated silently, yet he remained composed. He still had the illusion demon technique as a contingency plan. His first heart demon seed had fully matured and, in theory, could rival a portion of the 9th-level Qi training illusionists. With foresight and cunning, Dou Shu, no matter how imaginative, would never anticipate this, indicating a rare opportunity for Chen Jing'an to strike. Thus, to enhance the likelihood of victory, it was imperative to test Dou Shu's hidden cards. Chen Jing'an's gaze flickered as he engaged in a continuous duel with Dou Shu, his spirit sense delving into the Qinghe bag. 2 beams of light, one black and one white, surged forth. Whoosh, whoosh. Initially, he believed this would catch Dou Shu off guard, yet a cunning smile crept across Dou Shu's face. Did he think I was oblivious to his treachery? With a cold chuckle, Dou Shu unleashed a folded object from the Qinghe bag, resembling 1,000 origami cranes. Suddenly, the 1,000 cranes unfurled their wings, sweeping aside both the earth-splitting shield and the jade rui. This initial strike failed. Chen Jing'an's 2 magical artifacts spun around and launched from behind once more. Unexpectedly, the 1,000 cranes split into 2 mid-air, transforming into 2 smaller cranes that adeptly collided with the magical artifacts, resulting in a stalemate. Is this a mechanical beast? Chen Jing'an was somewhat astonished to discover that Dou Shu possessed such a remarkable contraption. Mechanical beasts, originating from the art of mechanisms, are distinct from puppet techniques. However, within the Great Qian realm, the inheritance of mechanical beasts is rare, while the neighboring De Liang boasts foundational celestial clans adept in mechanism arts. The mechanical crane in Dou Shu's possession was capable of directly restraining his 2 magical artifacts. Yet, Chen Jing'an remained unperturbed. He had just dispatched 3 individuals at the 7th level of Qi training. Although not everyone possessed magical artifacts, apart from the Jade Rui, there was another at his disposal. Mountain-moving seal, strike. As Chen Jing'an's words fell, a small orange-yellow seal, roughly the size of a palm, ascended slowly before descending. Within the gravitational influence of this mountain-moving seal, Dou Shu suddenly felt the weight pressing down upon him, the bones in his shoulder audibly creaking as if they were on the verge of fracturing. Chen Jing'an aimed specifically at his vulnerable points. Both fire cloud swords had reached the level of inferior magical artifacts, piercing through Dou Shu's spirit power barrier, each blade landing solidly upon his flesh. Dou Shu found himself in a passive defensive position, his gaze towards Chen Jing'an increasingly wary. What manner of individual is this? Capable of simultaneously executing 2 spells while manipulating 3 inferior magical artifacts? You truly deserve to die. Dou Shu swept aside the incoming blades with one hand while the other plunged into the singing wolf banner, his hand impaled by barbs, blood gushing forth, instantly transforming into a dark ichor. As the howling wolf banner seemingly came to life, the dark aura upon it grew like wild grass, swiftly detaching from the banner itself and transforming into a misty wolf spirit. A cursory count revealed there were over 100. Dou Shu finally ceased the transfusion of blood, issuing commands to the multitude of wolf spirits. At the sound of his orders, the wolf spirits surged forth in a relentless assault. Chen Jing'an found himself compelled to retreat, wielding the fire cloud sword with fervor, severing several wolf spirits in his path, yet the sword's brilliance began to dim. It dawned on him that these wolf spirits were not corporeal but ethereal, possessing the ability to devour spiritual energy. As one side diminished, the other flourished. Before he could eradicate this horde of wolf spirits, he might very well be drained of his own spiritual power, rendered powerless like sheep awaiting slaughter. In that moment, Dou Shu charged towards him. Without hesitation, Chen Jing'an cast forth the sky-blue silkworm. Dou Shu, feigning indifference, revealed a glint of mockery in his eyes. I cannot contend with your sky-blue silkworm, so let us wager. Will you eliminate my wolf spirits first, or shall you lose your capacity to resist? He laughed heartily, casting forth another array, which materialized into a barrier, completely sealing off Chen Jing'an's escape. However, upon seeing this barrier, a peculiar expression crossed Chen Jing'an's face. You truly intend to prevent my departure? Go ahead and try. Dou Shu feigned disdain while secretly monitoring the battlefield's dynamics, contemplating whether to summon more wolf spirits. To be fair, although he wielded the howling wolf banner as his artifact, he harbored a degree of wariness towards it himself. Had Chen Jing'an not pressed him so relentlessly, he would have refrained from sacrificing blood to this sinister artifact. Chapter 80. The Display of Demonic Power. Dou Shu's demise if you won't allow me to leave. Then let us see. Chen Jing'an flipped his palm, unleashing a small stack of spiritual talismans that pierced through the air and quickly embedded themselves among the wolf spirits, detonating upon contact. With a resounding explosion, the wolf spirits reverted to a state of lifelessness, while the talismans disintegrated into confetti, cascading downwards. Chen Jing'an unleashed his two fire cloud swords. Dou Shu's expression shifted slightly as his spiritual energy surged, coalescing into a towering earthen wall, fortified by the might of his cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement. The two swords were immediately immobilized, unable to advance a single inch. Chen Jing'an's countenance reflected surprise. He had not anticipated that Dou Shu harbored a defensive spell. Had he unveiled this ability sooner, Chen Jing'an would have certainly suffered in their earlier skirmish. Looking at Dou Shu, the earlier disarray on his face had vanished, replaced by a sardonic tone. Did you genuinely believe I was unprepared? While I cannot contend with your sky-blue silkworm, dealing with a mere 7th level Qi cultivator is hardly a challenge. Is that so? Chen Jing'an's inquiry prompted an unsettling premonition in Dou Shu. He scanned his surroundings, seeking the source of his unease, yet he found himself thoroughly shielded by the earthen wall. No matter how adept Chen Jing'an was, he could not breach this barrier. In the next moment, the soil at his waist was suddenly pierced by a searing wave of heat, and two small fire cloud daggers shot forth. Dou Shu immediately conjured an earthen wall at his waist. Before being struck, he launched two daggers outward. However, the surging heat waves inflicted injuries upon his body. Dou Shu swiftly expelled this external force, yet large patches of flesh around his ribs had already been charred and decayed. Anger surged within him as he prepared to retaliate once more. At that moment, a pair of eyes suddenly emerged from the holes created by the two fiery daggers. The black pupils and white sclera swirled like a vortex. This was initially inconsequential, but once Chen Jing'an employed his illusory demon technique, everything seemed to shift. Chaos ensued. His strike caught Dou Shu completely off guard, rendering the latter's eyes vacant. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Jing'an unleashed his fire cloud sword through the two openings. With a sharp crack, the mountain relocation seal above intensified the gravitational force in an instant. Dou Shu felt a piercing pain engulf his entire being, as his internal organs were struck with the full force of the mountain relocation seal, feeling as though they were about to displace. This jolted him into a moment of clarity. However, before Dou Shu could react, Chen Jing'an plunged him back into a state of confusion. This time, the duration was again brief. Yet, after Chen Jing'an's flurry of attacks, Dou Shu was left on the brink of collapse. Consequently, Chen Jing'an's third use of the illusory demon technique faltered. This, however, led Dou Shu to discern the truth. He could scarcely believe it. You are indeed a practitioner of the illusory demon arts. These words seemed to drain Dou Shu of all his strength, and his body began to plummet downwards, as if devoid of breath. Chen Jing'an, of course, would not squander the opportunity to strike again. A cultivator is not considered truly dead until both body and spirit are extinguished. This was wisdom imparted to him by his elder. He immediately commanded the Jade Rui and the Earth-Splitting Shield to converge upon Dou Shu. Just as they were about to make contact, Dou Shu's mid-grade magical artifact, the Howling Wolf Banner, suddenly surged forth, a vividly animated armored wolf spirit soaring skyward with astonishing speed, too swift for the naked eye to perceive. Chen Jing'an maintained his momentum, but a shadow unexpectedly materialized behind him. The shadow seamlessly passed through the wolf spirit. In the next moment, Chen Jing'an vanished. Reappearing at the location of the shadow, Dou Shu, witnessing this scene, was rendered speechless in shock. Shadow demon technique. He could hardly fathom that Chen Jing'an, a distinguished celestial cultivator, not only practiced the illusory demon arts, but had also mastered a second technique. You are truly despicable. Dou Shu wished to utter further insults, but the two magical artifacts had already descended upon him. Faced with the nearly depleted Dou Shu, it took but a gentle slice, and his entire being was instantly severed in two. Chen Jing'an then unleashed a ball of turtle fire, incinerating Dou Shu's body down to the bones. He deliberately moderated the intensity, refraining from turning it to ash. After all, delivering a body at the 8th level of Qi refinement to the Zheng clan would yield 5 spirit stones. Though he was aware of the Zheng clan's sinister intentions, there was a certain truth to the notion that their plans would not necessarily falter due to the absence of this 8th level corpse. However, if he were to lose 5 spirit stones, it is likely that in the future he would incur an even greater cost in an attempt to recover this loss. It seems a most unwise transaction. As for the matter of him slaying a practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement, this can easily be attributed to Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu, for no one else would bother to investigate deliberately. Upon confirming Dou Shu's demise, Chen Jing'an retrieved a water spirit talisman and meticulously cleansed his mechanical crane, formation plate, and the wolf chanting banner, subsequently stowing them away. He picked up the Qinghe bag and emptied its remaining contents, discovering a total of 26 spirit stones, several pristine spiritual herbs and fruits, as well as a few spell jade slips. Excluding the external items, the worth contained within the Qinghe bag alone exceeded 40 spirit stones. When considering the mid-grade magical artifacts and the rare mechanical crane within the Great Qian territory, the total value certainly surpassed 100 spirit stones. This marked the most bountiful harvest Chen Jing'an had experienced since embarking on his path to immortality. Transforming back into human form, he hurriedly made his way back, noticing that the Qinghe bag still contained a number of mundane items, leading him to form a rough conjecture. Given that Dou Shu was a cultivator from Pingyuan County, following the Zhao clan of immortals, it implied that he might very well be a descendant of an ancient lineage. Dou Shu likely had not anticipated his demise in this location, and distrusting his kin, had chosen to carry all his belongings with him. In the end, all of it became Chen Jing'an's gain. With Dou Shu's death, it signified the impending collapse of the immortal clan behind him. Such an outcome was hardly worthy of sympathy. Having chosen to ingratiate himself with the Zhao clan on his own territory, he must accept the repercussions of that choice. Similarly, should Chen Jing'an one day perish due to his own folly, he would have no one but himself to blame. Not long after Chen Jing'an turned back, he noticed that the fighting seemed to have ceased. Someone called out to him, "Jing'an." Turning around, he discovered it was his second uncle. Seeing him unharmed, Chen Erbo let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "Just now, your grandfather severely wounded Zhao Duanqing, who fled with his men. Your grandfather has now gone to the Lin clan of immortals to demand an explanation." "That is good," Chen Jing'an replied, wishing to avoid drawing further attention to himself. Should the opposing faction realize he had slain Dou Shu and send a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement to pursue him, he would undoubtedly lose the second-tier sword talisman he possessed. Such a life-saving item would be a waste to expend on his own territory. Chapter 81. The Precious Treasure Caravan. The Golden Radiance Spirit Crown. The 3 practitioners at the 7th level of Qi refinement, whom Chen Jing'an had slain, had already been identified by Chen Erbo and his companions. He promptly maneuvered the unicorn blood python to unearth the 5 corpses he had concealed underground. Including Dou Shu, he had personally decapitated 9 practitioners during this defense of Qinghe. Merely from collecting the bounty from the Zheng clan of immortals, he would receive a considerable sum. This did not even account for the spoils within the Qinghe bag. Chen Jing'an conservatively estimated that the total value of his loot would exceed 200 spirit stones. The breakthrough to the 8th level of Qi refinement was a certainty. As for the 9th level, he currently possessed 2 mid-grade magical artifacts and 3 low-grade magical artifacts. If necessary, he could part with some of the surplus at a later time. Chen Jing'an had come to this realization. The returns from accumulating spirit stones were far inferior to investing in oneself. A higher level of strength translated into a swifter acquisition of spirit stones. Upon returning to his clan, Chen Jing'an took stock of his gains. From the other 9 spatial bags, he had gathered around 40 spirit stones, along with several pills and talismans. These were all materials that could be liquidated. However, the substantial value lay primarily in the magical artifacts. Notably, the newly acquired mountain moving seal, possessing a gravity suppression effect, had the potential to double the price of this inferior grade artifact. Before long, Chen Qishan returned, holding a scythe-like magical artifact, which he presented to Chen Jing'an. This inferior grade artifact, the Purple Life Scythe, was procured from that old codger Lin Chengtang and serves as compensation from the Lin clan for you. As for you personally, you may seek an opportunity to deal with him in the future, Chen Qishan stated bluntly. While the Purple Life Scythe held value, it was insufficient to absolve Lin Chengtang of his misdeeds. His offering of the artifact merely indicated that the Chen clan would not pursue the matter publicly. However, should Chen Jing'an seek revenge, that would be an entirely different affair. Naturally, Lin Chengtang could refuse to comply, giving the elder a legitimate reason to attack the Lin clan. It seemed that the Wang and Yu clans would remain uninvolved in this matter. Chen Jing'an accepted the purple life scythe with the intention of disposing of it directly. The following day, a steward from the Zheng clan arrived to tally the corpses and distribute the spirit stones. Chen Jing'an's 9 corpses amounted to a total of 28 spirit stones, while his uncle Chen received 12. The elder, however, was preoccupied with a standoff against Zhao Duanxing and thus garnered no rewards. Chen Jing'an had initially intended to share the spoils with the elder, but he was met with refusal. Your early breakthrough is the greatest comfort to me. Consequently, Chen Jing'an allowed the elder to select items of interest from the harvested spiritual plants and fruits. Unable to resist, the elder ultimately took a few varieties of spiritual plants that could be used to concoct gathering spirit pills. At present, Chen Jing'an had amassed a substantial collection of spirit stones. He initially planned to visit the Yunwu market to convert the spirit stones into resources. Just then, a caravan arrived in Qinghe County, led by an individual bearing the banner of the Treasure Pavilion. Seemingly having anticipated that the cultivators of Qinghe County had just profited from the Zheng clan and were ready to engage in trade. After some exchanges, it was revealed that they were also affiliated with the Treasure Pavilion. Unlike the permanent members of the Treasure Pavilion, these itinerant merchants would first gather information before proactively seeking business. Chen Jing'an inquired about the prices, discovering slight discrepancies from those in the market. Emulating the elder's bargaining techniques, he leveraged the substantial number of spirit stones at his disposal to negotiate a one-time buyout of the price difference. Ultimately, both parties agreed on a limit of 5%, with the merchants taking 1 spirit stone for every 20 traded. Chen Jing'an accepted this arrangement without hesitation, promptly liquidating all unnecessary items, including the recently compensated purple life scythe from the Lin clan, thereby netting a total of 50 spirit stones. Considering his original inventory along with this recent harvest, he currently possesses a total of 154 spirit stones at his disposal. He intends to retain a modest sum of 14 spirit stones. Chen Qishan, standing beside him, offered counsel in the selection process, ultimately spending 40 spirit stones to acquire a century-old Zhu Yin fruit. This fruit boasts effects similar to that of the dragon scale fruit. However, the efficacy of the latter diminishes by half upon consuming a second one, rendering it less desirable. In contrast, the Zhu Yin fruit excels in cost-effectiveness, genuinely shortening the time required for breakthroughs. As for the remaining items, the elder advised him to choose resources suitable for his cultivation, while he could compensate for any gaps with gathering spirit pills. Chen Jing'an did not decline and began to examine items that could enhance his combat abilities. Firstly, he considered magical artifacts. Following this seclusion, he would likely reach the 8th level of Qi training, at which point his spiritual awareness could further strengthen. Therefore, rather than opting for inferior-grade artifacts, Chen Jing'an preferred to procure a more adept intermediate-grade artifact. If necessary, he could part with the earth-shattering shield and the Jade Rui, as these 2 inferior artifacts had previously been entirely blocked by the mechanism crane. Theoretically, with the mechanism crane now in his possession, he could relinquish them. Moreover, he owned 2 intermediate-grade artifacts, one, a wooden fish of the summoning type, and the other, the Singing Wolf Banner, which served an offensive purpose. Given that summoning types can both attack and defend, Chen Jing'an leaned towards acquiring a defensive artifact to complement his summoning abilities. Naturally, if he could summon a resilient spirit creature, it would be even more advantageous. He communicated his requirements to the merchant of the caravan. The merchant pondered for a moment before producing a pale golden crown, its center facing upwards with its ends raised like arms. He introduced it. This is the Golden Radiance Spirit Crown, capable of summoning the Golden Radiance Warrior. You may reside within the warrior, as long as the warrior stands. Nothing can harm you. Upon hearing this introduction, Chen Jing'an immediately accepted it, infusing it with spiritual energy. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light erupted, transforming into a colossal golden head with rugged features and a luminous crown. Chen Jing'an found himself seated within this head, surrounded by layers of golden light inscribed with various characters, forming an unyielding barrier. Should anyone attempt to breach from the outside, they would need to overcome several layers of defense to reach his true form. Moreover, the Golden Radiance Warrior could also engage in battle independently. If it could coordinate with the Unicorn Blood Flood Dragon, it would prove to be an excellent choice. Chen Jing'an withdrew the Golden Radiance Spirit Crown and inquired about its price. 110 spirit stones, replied the merchant. I will offer you 90 spirit stones. My friend, we are here to conduct business. The price is fair and truly cannot be lowered, the merchant insisted. Chen Jing'an held no belief in this statement. If the Zhuyin fruit was non-negotiable, he might entertain that notion. However, magical artifacts are inherently unique. Their value is merely a matter of negotiation. Without further ado, Chen Jing'an declared, I have 2 artifacts here. Please provide an appraisal of their worth. Subsequently, the Earth Shield and the Jade Rui were presented. The individual cast a glance and offered a price of 30 and 25 spirit stones, respectively, adding to his remaining 100 stones. The total available spirit stones surged to 155. Chen Jing'an surmised that the room for negotiation on the Golden Spirit Crown was limited and thus resolved to employ a bundling strategy to consolidate his bargaining power. His gaze roamed over the array of fire attribute spiritual items, ultimately settling upon a fruit adorned with the pattern of a flood dragon. This red flood fruit, alongside the Golden Spirit Crown and a complete set of fire essence medicinal materials, was offered at a fixed price of 150 spirit stones. Chapter 82. Bargaining. The calm after the storm. The red flood fruit, a spiritual fruit thriving on the outskirts of Flame Mountain, is guarded by the accompanying demon beast, the flame-scaled flood dragon. Among the flame-scaled flood dragon lineage, there exist individuals whose strength reaches the foundation establishment stage, which has significantly inflated the market value of the red flood fruit. The specimen before them, having reached their trading table, implied that its guardian demon beast was likely only at the Qi refinement stage. However, the price was still steep, as a Qi refinement grade red flood fruit typically costs around 50 spirit stones due to its inherent essence of the red flood. Should one comprehend this essence, there lies a chance to acquire the abilities of the flood dragon. Even if that does not materialize, the red flood fruit itself holds considerable benefits for practitioners of the fire attribute. Chen Jing'an was not overly confident in his talents. Yet his past experience as a fire turtle fostered great expectations regarding his potential for fire manipulation. The esteemed origins of the red flood fruit, intertwined with the legendary flood dragon, provided him with certain advantages that justified his expenditure of spirit stones for verification. As for the remaining fire essence medicinal bath, this entire set of medicinal materials did not come cheaply. Collectively, they would amount to at least 20 spirit stones. Should he manage to break through to the foundation establishment stage, the cost of the fire essence medicinal bath would be significantly less than that of a foundation establishment pill or spiritual item. Regrettably, for the vast majority, purchasing such a medicinal bath and utilizing it would be tantamount to courting disaster. Although Chen Jing'an had no immediate need for the fire essence medicinal bath, securing one through his own efforts would be an entirely different matter. Opportunity should not be squandered. 150 spirit stones. While he could not claim this was the largest transaction elsewhere, in Qinghe County, it was undoubtedly a substantial deal. These traveling merchants had traversed great distances to reach Qinghe County, undoubtedly with the intent to trade. This also hinted at another underlying message. While they were fellow laborers, their circumstances might be less favorable than those of the elder who merely collected fees. Given their origins from the treasure pavilion, Chen Jing'an believed that deep down, they were eager to deplete their own spirit stones. Furthermore, since these merchants found themselves in a less advantageous position, it implied their bottom line might be lower. During his 2 previous transactions at the Demon Suppression Division, he had been unable to gain any advantage in spirit stones from the elder. Yet these merchants might not possess the same resolute tenacity. Upon hearing his words, the merchant indeed fell into a quandary. If it were merely a mediocre magical artifact, Chen Jing'an would have directly offered 20 spirit stones without any hesitation, and the merchant would have callously sent him away. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that he had bundled 3 items together, thereby unintentionally amplifying the significance of his offer. Frankly speaking, even at 150 spirit stones for the 3 items, they would still make a profit, albeit a lesser one than before. The merchant, astute as he was, could not fail to perceive that Chen Jing'an was pressuring him for a concession. Yet, he feared that this impetuous youth might inadvertently ruin a good deal. Contemplating this, the merchant tentatively inquired, "Are you truly unwilling to compromise?" Hearing a glimmer of opportunity, Chen Jing'an resolutely replied, "No, I will not." "Very well, if you will not yield, then I shall." Ultimately, the merchant acquiesced to the transaction, just as Chen Jing'an had anticipated. After all, they had ventured out as itinerant traders with the hope of securing more spirit stones and hastily returning to elevate their status. 150 spirit stones was not a sum they would overly scrutinize, yet it was still more than a mere mosquito's leg. Should they reject this offer, their trip to Qinghe County would have been in vain. Meanwhile, Chen Erbo was momentarily taken aback by this maneuver, struggling to comprehend what had transpired. What was going on? Just moments ago, there had been an unwavering stance against retreat, and now, suddenly, a concession was being made. Had this young man also partaken in Chen Jing'an's audacity? The elder, however, wore a look of satisfaction. He had intended to showcase the art of negotiation to Chen Jing'an, never anticipating that the lad would learn and apply it so swiftly. Moreover, he had managed to extract a concession from the notoriously shrewd treasure pavilion. Truly, the student had surpassed the master. The transaction was swiftly concluded, leaving Chen Jing'an with 19 spirit stones for future endeavors. He sought out the elder to discuss their next arrangements. Now that the intentions of the Zhao celestial clan had been unveiled, they could temporarily disregard the threat of external forces targeting county-level celestial clans. On the other hand, the Zheng celestial clan had acquired a sufficient number of cultivator corpses from this operation. In the ensuing period, they could expect a brief respite. Chen Jing'an planned to devote himself fully to breaking through to the 8th layer of qi refinement. Once he achieved this milestone, the elder would gradually retreat into the shadows. The elder expressed his approval of this plan, stating, "Next, I will do my utmost to provide you with spirit-gathering pills. As for external news, I will ask Brother Huang to keep an eye out." After their discussion, Chen Jing'an set aside worldly concerns and immersed himself entirely in his cultivation. He had even prepared a name in advance for the child in Huxing's womb, a name suitable for both genders, Chen Qingli. As for his other offspring, his eldest daughter, Chen Jing'an, had already begun practicing the qi drawing technique and had entered the 1st layer of qi refinement. This troublesome little imp was entrusted to his 9-year-old son, Chen Jing'an. Blessed with a 4-element spiritual root and having consistently consumed spiritual rice, he had already reached the 2nd layer of qi refinement, surpassing Chen Jing'an's own progress by 2 years. Chen Jing'an intended to ground him, to temper his character, and had currently not provided any additional support. However, as this young man matures and his temperament stabilizes, Chen Jing'an would appropriately ease his restrictions. The treatment afforded to Chen Jing'an, his cousin, would also be extended to his own son. As the eldest, he must learn to shoulder significant responsibilities. He announced a retreat internally while designating Yuan Fong to specifically oversee Zhang Wan's courtyard, particularly concerning their 3rd son, Chen Qinghe. No one should be allowed to approach, nor should this young man suffer any grievances. Not long after Chen Jing'an's retreat began, the clash between the 2 major foundational forces swiftly reached its conclusion. Within Yunwu County, a considerable amount of power belonging to the Zhao family was decimated, with many important members of the Zhao clan captured. The Zheng family spared their lives, demanding that the Zhao family negotiate for their release. In the western region of Pingyuan County, numerous qi cultivating clans faced severe plundering by the demonic sect, resulting in heavy casualties. Consequently, the pressure fell upon the Zhao family since most of the afflicted clans had pursued the Zhao family into neighboring counties. If their rear was not secured, the Zhao family would struggle to persuade others to follow them credibly in the future. Thus, a Zhao cultivator at the foundational level took matters into his own hands, slaying 7 qi cultivating masters of the demonic sect, thereby intimidating all parties involved. This action quelled the demonic threat within Pingyuan County. Subsequently, the Zhao foundational cultivator proceeded to the Zheng family to negotiate with their ancestor, Zheng Xuanzong. After paying an undisclosed price, the Zhao family retrieved their captured kin. This conflict concluded in a seemingly peaceful manner. The Zheng family's decisive actions instilled fear in many lurking adversaries. However, it also signified their awareness of the preferential treatment decree and their understanding of being the prey. Many entities that had previously concealed themselves in the shadows no longer masked their intentions, openly sabotaging the Zheng family. Chapter 83, Strengthening the Body. Cultivating Qi to the 8th layer 3 months later. Eldest brother, how long do you think father will remain in seclusion this time? Chen Jing'an squatted on the ground, cradling a spirit-gathering array in his left hand while wielding a small knife in the other, idly digging at the soil. If father doesn't come out soon, it feels like mother will become a resentful widow. Chen Jing'an, who had been digging for earthworms, suddenly heard this remark and burst into laughter, causing him to tumble backward. Based on this statement, He could be certain that his younger sister had not endured her beating in vain. However, as the elder brother, he felt it inappropriate to openly revel in her misfortune. He cleared his throat and comforted her. Father is currently striving for a breakthrough in his cultivation. We are all his offspring. If Father becomes more powerful, our family's future will be brighter. Chen Jing'an sighed. I understand that principle, but with Father absent, there's no one to practice swordplay with me. Chen Jing'an was about to offer his services when he was met with a slightly disdainful glance from Chen Jing'an. Eldest brother, you are too weak. This comment rendered Chen Jing'an's smile frozen. Yet, he found himself unable to counter, as the truth was indeed unassailable. As a practitioner at the second level of Qi refinement, Chen Jing'an found himself utterly outmatched by his younger sister, who was merely at the first level. Striving to reclaim a semblance of the dignity befitting an elder brother, he was soon interrupted by a servant rushing in, beaming with joy. Greetings, young master and young lady. The second madam has given birth, adding a new young master to our household. My mother has given me a brother? Chen Jing'an exclaimed with delight, eagerly dashing away. Observing his sister's exuberance, Chen Jing'an felt compelled to follow. As the elder brother, he naturally harbored a sense of responsibility towards his siblings. Upon arriving at the doorway, the sound of a child's cries resonated from within. Their mother was busy attending to the newborn. Just as the two were about to enter, they were suddenly halted by a firm grip at the nape of their necks. Turning around, they discovered it was their father. Chen Jing'an, unperturbed and familiar with the embrace, adeptly climbed onto her father's shoulder, affectionately calling, "Grandfather." Chen Jing'an, though slightly more reserved due to his age, respectfully performed a formal bow. I pay my respects to grandfather. Chen Fu regarded his children with approval, nodding in acknowledgement. While Chen Jing'an did not inherit his father's impulsiveness, he had certainly acquired his steadiness. In contrast, Chen Jing'an was unlike ordinary girls. She was charming and possessed a spiritual root, which endeared her even more to Chen Fu. He then took the two aside, explaining, the atmosphere inside is too charged with blood energy. It may adversely affect your spiritual roots. If you wish to see Qinghe, come back tomorrow. The two youngsters were capable of understanding. Chen Fu, having calmed them, recalled that before entering seclusion, Chen Jing'an had left behind a few spiritual fruits. Fearing he might struggle to manage the two children, if they became unruly, he could resort to using the fruits. With paternal affection swelling within him, he declared, Qingwang and Qingyan, be good, and grandfather will take you to enjoy some fruits. As anticipated, their attention was swiftly diverted, and even Chen Qingwang was not immune to it. Being sensible did not preclude him from being a child. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber, Chen Jing'an was immersed in a spirit-gathering array when a sudden chime resonated in his mind. Maternal clock, offspring 6, Chen Qingli. Qualification, no spiritual root. Fate attribute 1, strengthen the body. Innate talent for physical cultivation surpasses that of others. Fate attribute 2, simple and honest, not irksome, content and joyful. Chen Jing'an, regaining his focus, calculated the days. Hu Xing'er's child had indeed been born. However, due to the shared name regardless of gender, he was momentarily unaware of whether it was a son or daughter. Yet, based on the attributes, the likelihood of a son seemed greater. After all, the traits of physical strength and honesty, if bestowed upon a daughter, would likely render her susceptible to deception in the future. Regrettably, lacking a spiritual root was a drawback. However, the emphasis on physical strength was timely, aligning perfectly with his current endeavors in body refinement. Although he was not following the conventional path, opting instead for demonic techniques and physical cultivation, talent, as a concept, was broadly defined, suggesting potential applicability across methods. He chose to embrace the attribute of strengthening the body. Soon, Chen Jing'an felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, enveloping him before permeating into his flesh. Subsequently, a slight hunger began to manifest. Chen Jing'an's gaze flickered as he examined the changes within himself, astonished. This was a characteristic of the body refining realm. Thus, had he truly progressed to the intermediate stage? Such immediate transformation was reminiscent of the time he acquired the 4 spirit roots from Chen Jing'an. The breakthrough in his cultivation realm subtly accelerated his ability to refine the spirit-gathering pill. Prior to this, he had consumed a century-old crimson fruit, significantly enhancing his spiritual energy accumulation. He anticipated that in another 6 months, by the time he turned 28, he would successfully ascend to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Calculating this, he realized he had only lingered at the 7th layer for 2 years, a rate of advancement that could only be described as astonishing. However, the corresponding expenditure of spirit stones was equally staggering, far beyond what he had previously dared to imagine. Yet, Chen Jing'an had already reconciled this expenditure in his mind. He was currently investing spirit stones to buy time. As long as he methodically progressed to the Foundation Establishment realm, the time saved would be entirely devoted to preparing for his future ascent to the Golden Core realm. This calculation would always yield a profit. Moreover, with the impending upheaval in Yunwu County, others would not afford him sufficient time. Contemplating this, Chen Jing'an closed his eyes once more. Suddenly, a faint golden crown appeared above his head, the mid-grade magical tool, the golden illuminating crown. With a thought, a resplendent golden head emerged from the secret chamber. Soaring above his several spirit fields, the head opened its mouth, and instantly, dark clouds gathered, with a gentle rain of spirit energy cascading down, nurturing the vitality of all in the spirit fields. His spells could harness the power of the golden illuminating guardian, allowing him to tend to his rice even while in seclusion. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed, just a few days into the new year. Within the secret chamber, the spiritual energy within Chen Jing'an burst forth like a flood. He had reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement, success. At that moment, both his spiritual energy and consciousness received elevation. As this outcome had been anticipated, Chen Jing'an's heart remained relatively calm. This was merely the beginning. He patted his Qinghe bag, and a fiery red fruit, the crimson dragon fruit, appeared in his hand. Theoretically, the optimal time to consume the crimson dragon fruit was when one's body was at its peak condition, having just broken through. Chen Jing'an viewed this as his ideal moment, the time when his confidence was at its zenith. The success of the crimson dragon fruit rested entirely upon this moment. Chapter 84. The Golden Brush Points the Dragon. The art of cultivation. Chen Jing'an once again assumed the form of the fire flame giant turtle and tossed the crimson dragon fruit into his mouth. In the next instant, a fiery red dragon silhouette materialized before him. Although it was merely a fleeting glimpse, it seemed imbued with a certain profound essence. Chen Jing'an endeavored to comprehend its meaning. Yet, even in the state of the blazing giant tortoise, endowed with the essence of the fire spirit, he seemed insufficiently equipped to grasp the intricate mysteries within. The spirit of the dragon truly exhibited an extraordinary nature. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jing'an swiftly altered his hand positions, forming intricate gestures. A pattern of fiery sparks materialized at his forehead, revealing the profound essence of fire manipulation. In an instant, he appeared to be suspended in time. Along with him, the sliver of dragon spirit within the crimson dragon fruit also fell into stillness. This signified that what could only be glimpsed for a fleeting moment was now entirely frozen in time. Chen Jing'an's consciousness gradually delved deeper. When he regained his senses, he found himself unexpectedly in an art studio. Before him lay a complete crimson dragon, and in his hands rested a set of painting tools. Is this a call to capture it on canvas? Chen Jing'an pondered internally. However, as he lifted the brush, the structure of the crimson dragon before him seemed to dissolve into countless strokes in an instant. He recognized that it was his inherent artistic talent at work. Until now, Chen Jing'an remained oblivious to the purpose of his immersion in this artistic realm. He resembled an emotionless automaton, swiftly replicating the form of the crimson dragon. At first glance, it appeared flawless. Yet, upon meticulous comparison between his rendition and the formidable creature before him, he soon discerned a subtle discrepancy. In essence, his painted dragon embodied form without spirit. This shortcoming, after several observations, ultimately focused his attention on the gaze. The dragon, being a variant of the dragon lineage, was reminiscent of the adage he had heard in a past life about the significance of the eyes in dragon painting, for they encapsulate the essence and spirit of the entire creature. Gaining clarity, Chen Jing'an promptly concentrated on the eyes. After experiencing a few failures, he swiftly captured the final vestige of the dragon's spirit. As he lifted the brush to touch the canvas, the entirety of the scene before him shattered like a mirage, leaving only the essence of his insight lingering in his mind. When Chen Jing'an regained awareness, he was seated in a secret chamber, embodying the form of the blazing giant tortoise. Reflecting on the recent experiences, an epiphany struck him. He raised his hand, and a golden brush appeared in his grasp. The golden brush, pointing at the dragon. This was the divine technique he had discerned from the crimson dragon fruit. A surge of impulse welled within him. He yearned to apply it to his own eyes, yet reason swiftly interceded. After all, who experiments on oneself? After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a wooden fish, summoning the unicorn blood python. Chen Jing'an lifted the golden brush and directed it toward one of the python's eyes. At this touch, half of the python's body abruptly transformed, large patches of blood-red scales shedding, flesh rotting away to reveal a stark, bony structure. Soon after, the bone thickened and strengthened, while dark red flesh rapidly burgeoned, until the surface was once again adorned with resplendent, gleaming scales. It appeared somewhat akin to a dragon, yet manifested only half of its body, thus being referred to as the half-dragon. Concurrently, there was the wooden fish clutched in Chen Jing'an's hand. At this moment, the surface of the wooden fish was adorned with a plethora of engravings, though they were not coherent. A small portion resembled cracks, as if some force had suddenly caused it to rupture. This evoked memories of the old man's admonition when he had bestowed upon him the blood of the dragon fish. The material of the wooden fish was inherently limited, insufficient to support its ascension from a mid-grade magical artifact to a superior one. Hence, Chen Jing'an had never contemplated deliberately enhancing the quality of the wooden fish. However, now, with merely a touch of the golden brush, the wooden fish exhibited signs of impending advancement, only to halt just before the threshold. Could this be interpreted as the golden brush possessing the ability to facilitate the elevation of magical artifacts? Intrigued, Chen Jing'an retrieved the Yinchuan standard and applied the golden brush upon it. Yet this time, there was no response whatsoever. Was it possible that only treasures related to dragons could elicit such effects? To validate his hypothesis, he subsequently conducted experiments on the Jin Ling crown, the mechanism crane, and the Baikong silk, but, without exception, there was no reaction. Chen Jing'an felt a twinge of regret, then lifted the wooden fish. The half-dragon, half-python creature manifested, exuding an aura of the 8th level of qi refinement. He then proceeded to manipulate the creature's form to separate. Instantly, 2 blood shadows emerged. Chen Jing'an's spirit soared, for before him floated 2 identical unicorn blood pythons, both at the 8th level of qi refinement. This was the outcome of the wooden fish's dragon touch. For him, it was tantamount to acquiring an additional mid-grade wooden fish magical artifact. The prowess of the wooden fish as a magical artifact needed no elaboration. From this perspective, his expenditure of 50 spirit stones on the Qi Jiaogua flower had proven to be worthwhile. As for seeking other spiritual items suitable for the golden brush's dragon touch, there was no immediate rush. Time was on his side. Having digested the accumulated rewards, Chen Jing'an intended to exit his secluded state. A breakthrough to the 9th level of qi refinement seemed attainable. At present, he could remain in Qinghe County, and even in the absence of spiritual items. With the support of the spirit amplification talismans, a breakthrough was merely a matter of years. Moreover, the most significant obstacle lay in physical refinement. However, he had already garnered substantial benefits from his newly born progeny, achieving remarkable progress in the realm of physical cultivation. Considering his prior practice of demonic arts, his advancement was indeed rapid. The remaining consideration was the resources for physical refinement. Chen Jing'an planned to venture into the Yunjiang and Wujing rivers to procure some spirit fish for sustenance. Yet, this necessitated keen awareness of the movements of the Zheng clan's celestial lineage, as well as the potential threats to his life posed by certain individuals. Foremost among these were their foundational ancestors, and those like Zheng Renkai, who had cultivated an obscure demonic art at the 9th level of qi refinement. Chen Jing'an surmised, based on their history of plundering cultivators, that they might be practicing a form of devouring demonic arts. However, this required substantiation. Mere rumors would not suffice, even if circulated. Without credible evidence, outsiders would remain skeptical, due to the incessant verbal duels among the celestial clans. The art of devouring magic has regrettably lost its credibility in the court of public opinion, devolving instead into a mere form of banal chatter. Take the Zhao clan as an example. Should they disseminate information regarding the Zheng clan's practice of devouring magic, the public would likely perceive it as an expression of impotent rage, unless substantiated by concrete evidence. Contemplating this, Chen Jing'an found himself ensnared in a logical quandary. If outsiders were to learn of the Zheng clan's engagement with devouring magic, would they opt for swift eradication or choose to nurture the situation further? It is indeed a matter of uncertainty. After all, Eliminating a foundational level practitioner of devouring magic could yield a genuine foundational elixir. Consider the uproar caused by a counterfeit foundational elixir from the Chongping 100 House. One can only imagine the commotion that a genuine product from a celestial gate would incite. Chen Jing'an, placing himself in that scenario, felt an overwhelming urge to discreetly assist the Zheng clan in hastening the emergence of a foundational level practitioner. For nothing could possibly compare to the allure of seizing readily available resources. Chapter 85. Seeds of Officialdom. Departure timed after a tumultuous internal struggle. Chen Jing'an found himself without a clear resolution. He resolved to emerge from his seclusion and first made his way to Hu Xing'er's quarters. Upon entering, he beheld Hu Xing'er cradling a small child, seemingly engaged in the tender act of lulling the little one to sleep. So engrossed was she in her task that she did not initially notice his arrival. It was only when a hand enveloped the child that she startled backward into his embrace. Upon recognizing him, her face lit up with joy, exclaiming, "Husband!" her expression betraying a hint of tearful elation. Chen Jing'an remained silent, taking the child from her arms and drawing Hu Xing'er close in a warm embrace. This moment contrasted sharply with the birth of their second daughter, Chen Qingmiao, as he had been absent at that time and unable to witness her arrival. This occasion was markedly different, for he was present within the family, even aware of the child's birth, yet had refrained from emerging from his retreat to witness it. Despite his reasons, he acknowledged that he had overlooked certain details. Should Hu Xing'er be particularly sensitive, she might misconstrue his absence as a lack of regard for their child. Nestled in his arms, Chen Qingli was an exceedingly tranquil infant. Despite the couple's watchful gazes, the little one yawned and drifted into slumber. Truly, he embodied the essence of a steadfast and unassuming fate. Although he lacked a spiritual root, he had the fiercely competitive Chen Jing'an as an older sister, ensuring he would not face bullying in the future. Nonetheless, the absence of a spiritual root severely curtailed many of his options. Chen Jing'an pondered the prospects for the child's future. At that moment, Hu Xing'er cautiously interjected, "Husband, I wish to discuss something with you." "Please, do speak," he replied. "Well, my father enjoys a relatively leisurely schedule. Once Qingli grows a bit older, I would like him to accompany my father to study, so that he may secure a position within the government in the future." Hu Xing'er's father, now to be addressed as County Magistrate Hu, had recently taken charge of Qinghe County. The relationship between the celestial clans and the local government has been skillfully balanced. With Chen Jing'an as a formidable ally, the four great celestial clans have shown restraint in his presence, while Uncle Chen has cooperated with him effectively. This has allowed County Magistrate Hu to demonstrate his capabilities and restore public order, earning him the admiration of the citizens who praise him as a just and benevolent ruler. Even if Chen Jing'an were to dismiss his own role in these developments, he must concede that Magistrate Hu is indeed a capable official. Regrettably, his origins are insufficient, and he has missed his opportunity for advancement. It seems that his tenure as the magistrate of Qinghe County may be the pinnacle of his career. However, this situation has inspired Chen Jing'an with a vision to enable Chen Qingli to pursue a career in governance as a member of the Celestial Clan, thereby establishing the Chen clan's influence within the Deqian dynasty. If executed successfully, this endeavor could yield significant advantages, provided that the Chen clan can serve as a robust backing. Chen Jing'an contemplated his family's circumstances. Should he manage to break through to the foundation establishment stage before Chen Qingli embarks on his official journey, then Chen Qingwang could navigate the political landscape of Deqian with remarkable ease. Regardless of the outcome, this strategic foresight holds considerable merit. Thus, he succinctly conveyed his aspirations to Hu Xing'er. As for the fact that Chen Qingli lacks a spiritual root, both have tacitly acknowledged this. Hu Xing'er understands the rarity of spiritual roots, especially since she has already given birth to a spirit body. If Chen Qingli were to possess a spiritual root, it would be utterly astonishing. She has long desired a promising future for her son, and Chen Jing'an's proposal aligns perfectly with her hopes. Moreover, County Magistrate Hu would undoubtedly be pleased to witness the realization of a grand career that he could not achieve himself through his grandson. The two of them found common ground in their ambitions. Subsequently, Chen Jing'an departed from Hu Xing'er's small courtyard and visited the elder. He coincidentally arrived as the elder concluded his alchemical work. Upon sensing Chen Jing'an's cultivation level, the elder's face lit up. "Have you successfully made a breakthrough? We owe it to the spirit-gathering pills. By the way, since you mentioned the spirit-gathering pills, The elder retrieved 6 vials from his cosmos pouch and handed them to Chen Jing'an. As Chen Jing'an prepared to offer spirit stones in exchange, he was gently restrained. The elder looked at him and explained, "Consider these spirit-gathering pills as my final assistance as your grandfather. From this point forward, how far you can travel on the path of the celestial will depend solely on your own efforts." Chen Jing'an understood the implication of his words. As the elder had previously stated, he has now become the strongest member of the Chen celestial clan, aside from the elder himself. With a cultivation level of the 8th layer of Qi refinement, he can ensure that the Chen clan maintains its status as a celestial clan even after the elder's departure. As the inaugural patriarch of the celestial clan, Chen Jing'an has now fulfilled his duties. He can now set aside his burdens and devote himself entirely to breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Given his age, any failure could result in dire consequences. In that moment, Chen Jing'an felt a surge of mixed emotions, as he had grown accustomed to having the elders standing resolutely behind him, providing unwavering support. This is the greatest assurance for one to bravely venture into the world. Yet, the day will inevitably come when the old gentleman must part ways. Even if he no longer strives to reach the foundational realm, he is now an elderly man in his 80s. The lifespan of a Qi practitioner rarely exceeds a century. Observing his dispirited demeanor, the elder revealed a smile of resignation. "Jing'an, although we are cultivators, we are not true immortals. We too must face the separation of life and death, albeit later than others. You are the most outstanding disciple of our clan, and I believe you can journey further than I have. Should I fall, it will be your duty to glimpse the scenery atop that mountain." Chen Jing'an felt a tumult of emotions within him. Over the years, the elder had diligently trained him, imparting all the essential skills required to lead a celestial clan. Yet, no one had taught him how to cope with such farewells. He is, after all, a being of flesh and blood. He may be ruthless to others, but when it comes to beloved kin and brothers, he cannot easily let go. The elder sighed. How could he bear to leave? However, after a lifetime of toil, it is bitterly disappointing to come so close to a breakthrough only to halt at this juncture. Rest assured, I will remain in the clan for a while longer. I will make arrangements with Brother Huang, and in the future, you will be responsible for liaising with him. In the time that remains, I will compile my insights on spells and alchemy into a tome to be left for the clan. Chen Jing'an nodded, accepting this reality. "Grandfather, you can rest easy. I will take care of everything." "Good." Chen Jing'an smiled until Chen Jing'an turned to leave the room, at which point the smile faded, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He retrieved a precious foundational spirit item, the Xianjun heavy water, from his bag. Gazing at the foundational spirit item, it was as if he were speaking to someone. "Jing'an, bring honor to your grandfather." Chapter 86. Borrowing flowers to offer to the Buddha. The fire turtle enters the river after parting from the elder. Chen Jing'an waited for his emotions to settle before devising his next plan. First and foremost, he intended to travel to Yunjiang and Wujian. He aimed to utilize the spirit fish in the rivers to replenish the resources consumed by his demonic cultivation. Ideally, he would accomplish this before the elder's departure. Otherwise, amid such chaos, with only Uncle Chen guarding the clan at the 7th level of Qi cultivation, their home could easily be invaded. Additionally, there was the connection between the Zheng clan and the devouring magic. Chen Jing'an speculated that if the Zheng clan indeed possessed the devouring technique, cultivating a foundational realm devourer could very well be a means to secure a genuine foundational pill for themselves. If this were the case, it would all make sense. Moreover, if the Zheng clan were even more sinister, they might exploit the situation before the devourer was slain, dragging down those with malicious intent towards the Zheng clan. Should this be their objective, it could be viewed as a covert means of cultivating a human-shaped foundational pill. Chen Jing'an firmly believed that there would be those willing to seize this foundational pill ahead of time, though he himself lacked the capability to contend for it. However, this does not impede him from gifting the foundational elixir to another. Ultimately, the goal remains to prevent the Zheng clan from acquiring this foundational elixir. Otherwise, the spirit stones they currently disperse will undoubtedly need to be repaid manifold by the Qi cultivators in the future. The individual chosen for this act of gifting has already taken shape in Chen Jing'an's mind, none other than Yuan Ji, who initially facilitated his entry into the demon suppression department. There are numerous considerations in selecting Yuan Ji, with the most significant being his lineage. The Yuan family of the demon suppression department, from which Yuan Ji hails, possesses strength that exceeds the majority of foundational cultivators, yet they do not fall within the category of foundational clans. If one must classify them, they resemble a central celestial clan, subordinate to the imperial family of Qinghe, standing in opposition to local celestial factions. Essentially, they are adversaries, albeit with distinctions. While Chen Jing'an can represent the Chen clan, Yuan Ji cannot embody the Yuan family behind the demon suppression department, and he even holds an official position within it. There exists a bond of patronage between the two, should Yuan Ji require a foundational elixir. Revealing this information to him would effectively be gifting him an opportunity for foundational advancement. This act of kindness, even if Yuan Ji were to fail, would still enable Chen Jing'an to leverage the Yuan family's connections to navigate the internal promotions of the demon suppression department. Conversely, if Yuan Ji succeeds in his foundational cultivation, the value of this favor would rise significantly. Regardless of the outcome, he can at least foresee potential rewards from Yuan Ji. Moreover, this favor, aimed at advancement, is invaluable to him, while it is perceived merely as a renewable resource in the eyes of the Yuan family. Coupled with the backing of two foundational sect members, the risks of treachery diminish substantially. In contrast, Chen Jing'an harbors greater distrust towards other foundational clans. A misstep could lead to his own downfall. Nevertheless, until he possesses evidence of the Zhang clan's cultivation of the devouring magic, all remains speculative. The ideal scenario would involve him eliminating a Zhang cultivator practicing this technique and presenting the remains to Yuan Ji. Otherwise, everything would stagnate in the planning phase. Coincidentally, as he intends to stealthily procure spirit fish from the Zhang clan's great river, he can accomplish both tasks simultaneously. If necessary, he is even willing to expend the second-tier sword talisman in his possession. Chen Jing'an once again pays a visit to the elder. This time, his purpose is not to discuss specific plans, but to inherit a portion of his connections within the Anqi army. Initially, their relationship with Yuan Ji was fostered through this very network. The elder suddenly comprehends, then retrieves a medal adorned with bronze patterns from his bag, inscribed with his name on the reverse. This was bestowed upon me by General Meng as a token of recognition among the comrades of the Anqi army upon my return from battle. Future generations can blend their blood with it, serving as a means of identity verification. Today, I pass this on to you. Chen Jing'an solemnly accepts it and promptly inquires about Yuan Ji's whereabouts. The Yuan family's residence is located in the capital, and Yuan Ji should be there. Indeed, General Meng is also in the capital. After all, my clan has produced your sixth uncle, which grants us a modicum of respect in his presence. Should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to seek his assistance. After imparting his counsel, the elder remained silent. From beginning to end, he did not inquire about Chen Jing'an's intentions, yet he was always responsive to his requests. Before departing, Chen Jing'an addressed the elder, saying, "Grandfather, I must undertake a journey far from home, lasting anywhere from several months to a year. Take your time. I shall await your return at home." After leaving the elder, Chen Jing'an strolled through the courtyard of his many wives and concubines, then made his way to the banks of the Grand River in Qinghe County, where he submerged himself and transformed into a colossal flaming tortoise. He swiftly navigated along the river's course, consuming ordinary aquatic turtles and fish to aid in his cultivation of the shadow demon technique. As it turned out, after reaching the stage of refining his physique, the efficacy of these mundane creatures had become quite limited. After 5 days of relentless travel and an unknown quantity of aquatic sustenance consumed, Chen Jing'an finally progressed from minor success in refining his physique to major success, akin to ascending from the 4th to the 5th layer of qi refinement. Beyond this point, mere ordinary sustenance could no longer quell his hunger. Thus, he resolved to press on and swam directly to the depths beneath the Wu River. As the river converged with the Great River, its width and depth increased significantly. Maintaining a depth of 50 meters, Chen Jing'an occasionally glimpsed small dots passing overhead, and he could even see large nets hanging down. Presumably, these nets were employed by fishermen from the Zhang celestial clan to capture spiritual fish. Chen Jing'an's purpose was solely to procure spiritual fish, and he had no intention of causing trouble for them, so he averted his gaze. He began to extend his spiritual awareness outward. To his astonishment, his spiritual perception was not diminished in the slightest due to his underwater surroundings. If this information were to circulate, it would undoubtedly infuriate the members of the Zhang celestial clan, who had abandoned the arduous practice of using cultivators to catch spiritual fish precisely because their spiritual awareness was severely weakened in water. Before long, Chen Jing'an detected a few scattered fluctuations of spiritual energy returning to him. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes as his massive tortoise form pushed through the river, revealing a brilliant azure spiritual fish before him. This was an ice carp, a relatively common spiritual fish, fetching nearly 10 pounds of meat for a single spirit stone. Chen Jing'an opened his mouth wide, swallowing the ice carp whole, and soon felt the familiar sensation of satiety returning. Clearly, this spiritual fish was effective. Encouraged, Chen Jing'an began to swim through the water as if he were in his own home. However, he remained wary of the fishermen on the surface, for experienced anglers could even ascertain the presence of large creatures beneath the water by observing the ripples above. Should he provoke the vigilance of the Zheng celestial clan, it would be an ill-fated endeavor. Thus, he took care to use his spiritual energy to control the water currents around him, minimizing any disturbances he created. Before long, another vibrant red fish caught his eye. This was a fire carp, which could only be exchanged for 5 pounds of meat per spirit stone. How delightful. Chapter 87. Breaking through to bone refinement. Ascending the clouds branch 1 month later, at the bottom of the Yun River, a ripple disturbed the tranquil waters, startling numerous fish and shrimp. The massive tortoise, cloaked in darkness, opened its eyes. Immediately, a layer of pitch-black shell suddenly overflowed from its surface, akin to an outer garment being shed. This revealed the fiery, giant tortoise within, its body aglow with a brilliant red light. The entirety of the tortoise, apart from its shell, was marked by pronounced muscular lines. Chen Jing'an shifted his body slightly and felt the resonant vibrations of his bones. A satisfied smile finally appeared on the tortoise's face. The bone refinement stage. This represents the final phase of the qi refining stage, equivalent to the latter part of qi cultivation. Strengthening the body, the shadow demon technique, and the spiritual fish of the river, these 3 factors combined. The speed of progress surpassed Chen Jing'an's expectations considerably. Provided no unforeseen events occur henceforth, he could effortlessly attain perfection in the bone refinement stage. At that point, he could withstand the full weight of the 9th layer of qi cultivation solely through his physical prowess. Even if he could not yet compensate in terms of combat skills, his life and safety would be assured. He gazed upward, his eyes fixed on the fishing boat above, as his colossal form glided into an uninhabited area, continuing to devour the spiritual fish in the river. Simultaneously, on the river's surface, 2 rows of small boats were moored together as fishermen diligently retrieved their nets. Splash! Splash! The fish, large and small, leaped onto the boats, causing the fishermen's hearts to sink to the depths of despair. Truly a ghostly occurrence. How could there be not a single spiritual fish recently? Cursing under his breath, one of the fishermen called out to a companion nearby who was also hauling in a net. "Gulaizi, have you caught any spiritual fish?" In response, the fisherman named Gulaizi quickened his pace, yet no miracle manifested even when the net was emptied. "Neither have I." The 2 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with resignation. They could only continue searching. Otherwise, returning empty-handed would surely earn them a whipping from that bastard Jing'an. It was unclear what had gotten into him. He had been a perfectly normal person, but lately, he seemed to be cursed, constantly seeking out misfortune for others. "I've heard that the Zheng clan is facing a great calamity." This was not something to be spoken lightly. The Zheng clan had been established since my grandfather's time. They were the very sky of Yunwu County. When has one ever witnessed the sky collapsing? That is indeed true. The 2 chatted idly for a moment before repositioning their small boat. The Yunjiang and Wujing rivers were vast, and fishing for spiritual fish here was inherently a matter of luck. They had not yet considered the possibility of the spiritual fish being consumed. Time was still short, and no conclusions could be drawn. Within the Immortal Sect, on Feixiao Peak, this was the mountain bestowed upon Song Ruding and Chun Yaodong after their union as Dao partners. It is said that this peak is a branch of the Immortal Sect's spiritual vein, although it is merely a fragment. It provides a cultivation environment superior to that of ordinary foundational caves. Typically, foundational practitioners do not receive such treatment. However, the couple had resolved their ties with their maternal family, making them akin to kin in the eyes of the Immortal Sect. Song Ruding needed no further introduction. She had been purchased with spiritual stones by the high-ranking members of the sect and had grown up within its confines, already a part of the sect. Although Chun Yaodong still harbored feelings for his maternal lineage, the Immortal Sect was least concerned with such lingering affections. Time, in its impartial nature, inevitably teaches every cultivator that the ultimate destination of the immortal path lies solely between oneself and one's Dao companion. Chen Jing'an, a foundation establishment cultivator, possesses a lifespan twice that of an Qi refinement cultivator, destined to outlive his acquaintances. Once there remains no one in the external world for him to cherish, Chen Jing'an will naturally become the most fervent adherent of the ironclad laws of the immortal sect. In the blink of an eye, Chen Jing'an has accompanied his adoptive parents to the immortal sect for 2 years. Though he has yet to uncover his own opportunities for cultivation, he has gradually come to understand the affairs of the sect. Contrary to common belief, the immortal sect is not merely known as such. It bears the name Lingyun sect. The Lingyun sect comprises 18 lineages, 9 of which were passed down by the founding patriarch, referred to as the main lineages. The remaining 9 lineages originated from different sects, each possessing its own heritage. However, through the forceful integration by the Lingyun patriarch, they were assimilated into the Lingyun sect, known as branch lineages. The lineages of Chen Jing'an's adoptive parents belong to the 6th branch, formerly known as Yaowang Valley, now referred to as Yaowang lineage. As the name suggests, Yaowang Valley specializes in the cultivation of medicinal herbs and alchemy. The most significant spiritual herb secret realm of the Lingyun sect resides within the territory of the Yaowang lineage. However, after millennia of exploration, the valuable spiritual herbs and spiritual soil have long been claimed by the higher-ups within the Yaowang lineage. Initially, Song Rooting informed Chen Jing'an that someone had discovered a rare treasure and developed spiritual roots within this secret realm. Consequently, over the past 2 years, Chen Jing'an has ventured into the secret realm almost daily, hoping to strike luck. To outsiders, he is the sole offspring of 2 foundation establishment cultivators, making him one of the most sought-after figures among the second-generation cultivators of the foundation establishment stage. Generally speaking, even among the foundation establishment cultivators, others are reluctant to offend 2 peers of equal standing for the sake of just one person. Thus, this secret realm, regarded as a treasure trove for external disciples, has become a place Chen Jing'an can enter freely, akin to returning home. Through repeated visits, he has grown quite familiar with the guardian of this secret realm. Zhu Jia, I'm back again. Chen Jing'an greeted a beautiful woman clad in a green long gown with a cheerful smile. The woman, Zhu Qingqing, now over 130 years of age, is even older than Chen Jing'an's great-grandfather by several cycles. Yet she is a formidable cultivator at the 9th level of foundation establishment. From the very first glance, Zhu Qingqing felt an unusual fondness for Chen Jing'an. Their names both contain the character Qing. Moreover, he had a sweet tongue and an affinity for honesty. Upon hearing his voice, she swiftly approached him, her delicate fingers gently caressing his face. Little Qing'an, how are you still so adorable? Chen Jing'an remained still, allowing her to play with his face. Having grown accustomed to such affection from his adoptive mother, and knowing that Zhu Qingqing's touch was gentle, he recognized that his ability to freely enter and exit the secret realm was entirely due to Zhu Qingqing's special care for him. Just my face, feel free to play? Zhu Qingqing indulged for a brief moment before releasing him, leaning in to whisper in his ear, Little Qing'an, you may visit the divine tree today. Chen Jing'an nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Zhu Jia. Sigh. I hope I can be of assistance to you. It is indeed a cruel twist of fate that a charming child like you possesses no spiritual roots. Chen Jing'an bid farewell to Zhu Qingqing and stepped into the mystical realm of spirits and demons. Chapter 88. The Treasure Tree of the Medicine King. Fortuitous blessings. As Chen Jing'an traversed the boundary, he found himself immediately enveloped by a towering forest, shrouded in swirling mists. He was well acquainted with every aspect of this realm of spiritual herbs, although the entry point varied each time. The divine tree mentioned by Zhu Qingqing stood out as the most prominent feature of the entire secret domain. Chen Jing'an discovered a clearing and, upon looking up, soon spotted a tree trunk rising majestically like a celestial pillar amidst the fog. Zhu Qingqing had informed him that this divine tree was the very foundation of their lineage of the Medicine King, said to have been left by the ancestor of Medicine Valley. Its origins remain a mystery. It was said that a predecessor from the lineage of the Medicine King had fortuitously stumbled upon a fruit borne by this divine tree, which subsequently sprouted a spiritual root within him. Since then, the fruit of this tree had become a beacon of hope for many. However, as far as Chen Jing'an knew, The divine tree had not borne fruit for over 1,000 years, and its fate was still an enigma. Determining his course, he hastened towards the divine tree. Being of shorter stature, he consumed several spiritual pills given by his foster mother along the way, just managing to arrive. Nonetheless, he was not among the earliest arrivals. By the time he reached the base of the tree, a considerable number of disciples from various celestial sects had already gathered beneath it, engaged in hushed discussions. 1,000 years ago, it was on this very day that our ancestor found the fruit of the divine tree. Let us try our luck today. Perhaps we might discover one as well. Brother Zhao, is this information from your esteemed ancestor, the true monarch? Oh, the descendants of the true monarch number more than just myself. He casually shared this with all of us. Who among us here does not have a true monarch in their lineage? Upon hearing this, Chen Jing'an felt an acute sense of isolation. He raised his gaze to the towering figures of his fellow disciples, realizing he would never outpace them. Even if fortune smiled upon him and he were to obtain a fruit, he would be unable to keep it. Coming to this realization, he decided to leave and seek his luck elsewhere. However, just as he turned and took a few steps, he was suddenly tripped by an unseen force. Moments earlier, amidst the swirling clouds above, a branch of the divine tree extended downward, bearing a verdant fruit. This fruit absorbed the essence of the tree, visibly reddening as its flesh swelled to the point of weighing heavily upon the branch. Finally, after reaching its limit, the fruit fell. At that very moment, one of the individuals standing beneath the tree stumbled and fortuitously collided with its roots. Thud, thud, thud. As he sat up, 3 luminescent fruits fell from above. One landed directly in his mouth, dissolving instantly, while the other 2 struck his head, causing him to faint immediately. The surrounding crowd, upon witnessing the fruits glowing with a green light, erupted in exclamations of, "The fruits have fallen." In an instant, a multitude of people surged from all directions, clamoring to seize what lay before them. Meanwhile, Chen Jing'an stumbled and fell backward, landing abruptly on the ground. Lowering his head, he was about to utter a word of misfortune when his hands unexpectedly grasped a red fruit. Before he could react, the fruit seemed to possess a will of its own, leaping directly into his mouth. The following moment, a searing warmth coursed through his body, ultimately settling in the dantian. Chen Jing'an suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, as if a torrent of images flooded into his mind. He beheld a sapling known as the Medicine King's treasure tree. He witnessed the sapling grow into a small tree, then a medium tree, and eventually into a towering giant that now stood majestically before him. Even at this juncture, a wealth of information continued to pour in. Chen Jing'an realized that he had stumbled upon a treasure today. The night is long and dreams are many. He must return to find his parents quickly. With this thought, he shattered a jade slip in his hand and swiftly departed the spiritual medicine barrier. Zhu Qingqing suddenly caught sight of him, a look of surprise crossing her face. Why is little Qingyan out so early today? Chen Jing'an, wearing a worried expression, pointed towards the secret realm, saying, "Sister Zhu, many of the senior brothers and sisters are fighting inside." "Oh, is that so?" Without a hint of suspicion, Zhu Qingqing greeted Chen Jing'an before entering the realm. Meanwhile, Chen Jing'an hurriedly made his way towards Flying Cloud Peak, only to find that his adoptive father and mother were nowhere to be seen. He had no time to ponder this, for he sensed that his entrance into Flying Cloud Peak felt markedly different from usual. He promptly settled into a meditative position, employing the qi induction method he had long since mastered. Soon, he felt a surge of energy gathering towards his dantian, and before long, he experienced a sensation of saturation. In the next moment, the image of a spiritual herb appeared in his mind. This must be the revitalizing herb, he thought, somewhat puzzled. But recalling that such ordinary spiritual herbs seemed to grow within Flying Cloud Peak, he dashed towards it. Before long, he found himself beneath a canopy of trees, discovering a revitalizing herb that exactly matched the one in his mind. As he reached out to touch it, the herb vanished before his fingers. Instantly, the energy within his body swelled, coursing through him at an accelerated pace. Chen Jing'an could hardly believe his eyes. Have I truly broken through to the first layer of qi cultivation? Am I finally able to cultivate? Though his method of cultivation appeared different from others, he could finally practice the qi induction technique. From this day forward, he could aspire to be an immortal like his adoptive parents, as well as his father and elder brother. Chen Jing'an felt an overwhelming urge to shout in joy, yet inexplicably held back, sensing that he should not reveal the matter of the Medicine King's treasure tree. Thus, he suppressed his excitement and formulated his explanation. He would claim he had fortuitously acquired a fruit that enabled him to embark on the immortal path. Just as Chen Jing'an reveled in his newfound joy, far away, his father, the turtle, was savoring a meal, having just swallowed a watergrass spirit turtle whole, contentedly patting his belly. Suddenly, the chime of a bell interrupted his reverie. The mother and child bell offspring too. Chen Jing'an qualifications. No spiritual root. Medicine King Treasure Tree Fate 1. Fortunate child. Innately luckier than others. Fate 2. Enchanting beauty. Innately favored by women. Fate 3. Spiritual medicine cultivation. Can transcend realms by gathering spiritual herbs. Chen Jing'an was momentarily taken aback. But soon a smile of delight graced his face. What a remarkable opportunity the young lad had discovered. Indeed, he was my son. Then, he noticed a change in the corresponding information about himself. Fate 1. Fortunate child, innately luckier than others, can be enhanced, out of curiosity. Chen Jing'an silently uttered the word enhance in his mind. In the next instant, the text before him transformed. Fate 1. Blessed by fortune, innately luckier than others. He observed that the description of his fate had shifted from a little better to somewhat better. This change must be quite significant. Chapter 89. The Crimson Pearl Essence. Perfecting the body. Chen Jing'an had unwavering faith in the capabilities of the mother and child bell. There was ample time to assess his own fortune. For the moment, however, he once again released his spiritual awareness, preparing to seek out the remaining spiritual fish when, suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy plunged into the riverbed, as if repelled by some unseen force. This was the first time Chen Jing'an had encountered such an occurrence, and a chill raced through him. Could the blessing of fortune be manifesting so swiftly? He refrained from approaching directly. Instead, from a distance of several dozen meters, he concentrated his energy in his dantian and struck the water with a turtle palm. Bang! The force rippled outward for dozens of meters, displacing the soil that had covered the surface. Soon, a glimmer began to rise, resembling a droplet of a peculiar liquid. However, this liquid failed to blend with the water, exuding a vibrant aura of life. Chen Jing'an recognized that this was undoubtedly a treasure. He swiftly retrieved a jade vial from his bag and, from afar, drew the droplet into it. Once the substance was secured within the vial, he identified it as the renowned Crimson Pearl Essence. The Crimson Pearl Essence is hailed as the ultimate healing elixir for cultivators. A high-grade Crimson Pearl Essence can even revive a cultivator on the brink of death, making it an indispensable life-saving item for any practitioner. Upon seeing this extraordinary substance, Chen Jing'an immediately thought of the elder. Should he tragically fail in a breakthrough and suffer grievous injuries, this droplet of Crimson Pearl Essence might grant him another chance, even if that chance were but a slender thread of hope. In Chen Jing'an's eyes, this droplet had already attained immeasurable worth. It seems that fortune indeed does not deceive me. After securing the precious item, he soon immersed himself once again in the diligent pursuit of perfecting his physical form. Perhaps it was the influence of the blessed fortune at work. He felt that his efficiency in capturing spiritual fish and turtles had markedly increased. Each time he released his spiritual awareness, more spiritual fish and turtles eagerly approached him. As a result, he fully completed the training of the bone refinement stage, and the time anticipated for this endeavor might be significantly reduced. 8 months later, in the depths of the Wu River, a shadow loomed with a menacing presence, akin to a hurricane, devouring all the spirit fish and spirit turtles in its path. Chen Jing'an gently moved his body, his bones and joints cracking like the explosive sound of beans popping in a pan. This was an indication of his perfected bone refinement stage, signifying that his physical cultivation had reached a level comparable to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. He sensed that this was not the ultimate limit of the shadow demon technique. If he continued to consume, he might propel his physical cultivation to the foundational level in one vigorous surge. However, the greatest obstacle was time. The number of spirit fish and spirit turtles required to break through to the 2nd layer of the shadow demon technique was, even with his current efficiency, not achievable within just a year or two. This sudden increase in consumption mirrored a common affliction of demonic cultivation. While the Qi refinement stage prized rapid progress, the foundation establishment stage was as arduous as climbing to the heavens. Nonetheless, it offered some hope to those engaged in demonic cultivation, as they might endure their way to the foundation establishment stage through their own accumulation. Considering that the Zheng clan was pursuing the same goal, capturing so many cultivators possibly to support a single demonic cultivator's breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. It all began to make sense. Chen Jing'an had achieved his anticipated objectives and had no intention of lingering further. The elder of the Zheng clan was still alive, and should he take action, even with his perfected physical cultivation, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Moreover, Zheng Xuanzong was nearing his end. If he sought to extend his life, his only path lay in breaking through to the Golden Core stage. Yet, even if Zheng Xuanzong sought to advance, he would not be satiated even by emptying the entirety of Yunwu County, thus rendering the possibility of him cultivating the shadow demon technique improbable. At present, Chen Jing'an needed the corpse of a demonic cultivator, not only to covet the techniques they possessed, but also as evidence to offer to Yuanji. The foremost prerequisite was to avoid the attention of Zheng Xuanzong and, secondly, to ensure that his origins remained obscured. Thus, this endeavor could only be undertaken under the guise of the flame giant turtle. With this thought, Chen Jing'an swam into the river channel, having made his decision. Rather than lying in ambush around Yunwu County, he would compel the Zheng clan's demonic cultivators to seek him out. He would then dispatch them swiftly with his sword talismans. As for the method, the Zhao clan had already demonstrated their vulnerabilities. Particularly the counties they had been drained of resources. Anyone attempting to unveil this disguise would provoke the Zheng clan's relentless pursuit. Chen Jing'an would exploit this. And before drawing the Zheng clan's attention, he could first plunder the remaining illusionary demonic cultivators, employing a strategy of overwhelming the small with the large. He excelled at such undertakings. Half a day later, above the Yun River, several figures approached, standing atop their magical artifacts, suspended in midair. At the forefront was Zheng Renhai, the patriarch of the Zheng clan, accompanied by several elders and managers. Among them was the elder responsible for the spirit fish, named Zheng who was Zheng Renhai's son. In recent months, the quantity of spirit fish caught by the fishermen under Zheng control had diminished by a full half compared to previous years. Just as the Zheng clan was in dire need of an abundance of spirit stones, the prospect of accountability from the elder ancestor loomed ominously. Even a clan elder like Zheng Aojiang would face severe repercussions. With no other option available, he reluctantly turned to his father for assistance. Zheng Renhai, though the clan leader, was also a father and could not turn a blind eye to his son's plight. Moreover, the prolonged reduction in the yield of spirit fish could hardly be attributed to human error. It was highly probable that some unforeseen changes had occurred in the two rivers under their control. Gazing at the river's surface, Zheng Renhai produced a tortoiseshell-like compass known as the spirit-seeking plate, a device capable of locating the most formidable spirit creature within a 100-mile radius. However, each usage demanded the blood of 10 foundational-level spirit creatures. He gestured meaningfully towards Zheng Aojiang, clearly implying that the expense of the foundational blood would fall upon him. Aware that his father was already willing to help out of paternal affection, Zheng Aojiang dared not ask for more and immediately acquiesced, assuring his father that he would cover the cost of the spirit stones. Seeing his son's compliance, Zheng Renhai wasted no time and placed the foundational blood on the compass. In the next moment, the needle at the center of the spirit-seeking plate spun rapidly, as if searching for a target. The necessity of using foundational spirit blood stemmed from the fact that the efficacy of the spirit-seeking plate depended on the strength of the blood. The entity that had caused the decline of spirit fish in both rivers was likely a formidable creature, at least at the later stages of qi cultivation. Perhaps even a foundational-level demon. Before long, the compass finally came to a halt. Zheng Renhai quickly summoned fishermen, intending to use their lives as a gauge to test the strength of the demon. However, the outcome unfolded even more favorably than anticipated, with no casualties. As the creature responsible for the fluctuations indicated by the spirit-seeking plate was successfully retrieved. To their astonishment, it was a water-grass spirit turtle at the 4th level of qi cultivation. Zheng Renhai, Zheng Aojiang, and the other elders of the Zheng clan were left dumbfounded. Was this truly the strongest spirit creature within 100 miles? They resolved to search again in the vicinity, for such audacity in mocking their esteemed Zheng family could not go unpunished. Chapter 90. The fire turtle disturbs the city. The Zheng clan arrives in Lingyi County. Beneath the moonlight, vast shadows slithered along the city walls until they melded seamlessly with the night. Chen Jing'an, guided by memory, returned to the territory of the Jia clan. He opened his eyes, activating his illusory demon technique, and swiftly directed his spiritual sense inside the Jia residence, quickly detecting a meditating illusory demon practitioner. However, before he could observe further, the individual seemed to sense his presence and suddenly bellowed, "Who goes there?" Confirming that this person was merely at the 8th level of Qi cultivation, Chen Jing'an promptly hurled an array plate from his bag, the very one used by Do Shu to bind him previously. Now, this array plate would be repurposed. The plate ascended and rapidly formed a complete barrier, enveloping the entire Jia residence. Chen Jing'an no longer concealed his movements. Vast shadows surged forward like waves towards the individual before him, the 8th level illusory demon practitioner. While calling for assistance, prepared to employ illusions to thwart Chen Jing'an's advance. However, Chen Jing'an's mastery of the illusionary demon technique surpassed that of his opponent. A single strike of the void-breaking palm dispelled all illusionary effects. Immediately thereafter, the colossal flame turtle emerged from the shadows, its muscular paw descending with formidable force. All the might of its perfected physical form converged into this one blow. The air surged violently even before the paw made contact, causing the illusionary demon cultivator's brain to rattle, inducing a sensation akin to a dizzying encounter with an ancient matriarch. Chen Jing'an did not allow him to remain disoriented for long. With a single strike, the flesh of the illusionary demon cultivator's head was driven into his skull, and a spray of crimson blood erupted forth. Chen Jing'an swiftly retrieved his bag of holding, securing it at his waist, and promptly returned to the shadows. Hastening through the night, just as he ventured far, he collided head-on with several startled illusionary demon cultivators who had rushed to the scene. Their capabilities paled in comparison to the one he had just faced. The shadows surged like waves, leaving behind a ground strewn with fallen corpses. Alongside the Jia clan members who, freed from the illusionary demon's control, were gradually regaining their memories. In an instant, chaos erupted within the Jia manor. Chen Jing'an's spiritual sense swept the area, confirming the absence of surviving illusionary demons, and he swiftly stowed away the formation plate, charging towards the second celestial clan residence. This time, his speed intensified, and in a mere encounter, he dispatched several illusionary demons. He pressed onward to the third celestial clan residence, dropping the formation plate. Outside the formation, the two families, now regaining their memories, behaved like deranged patients. They burst forth from their manor, shouting and causing unrest throughout the county, leaving its denizens sleepless through the night. The Zheng clan members on watch soon sensed something amiss and swiftly relayed the news. Beyond Yanghe County, Zheng Rinxiang and a group of demon cultivators lingered in the area. Initially, they had planned to strike during Qian Zheng's centenary celebration, intending to eradicate the Qian celestial clan in one fell swoop. In recent days, the Zheng clan, led by Zheng Rinxiang, had made considerable preparations for this. However, before they could act, news arrived of an unauthorized incursion into Lingyi County. By a stroke of misfortune, Zheng Rinxiang and his group were the closest to Lingyi County, thus receiving the news first. The responsibility of managing this unexpected turn of events fell upon him. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Zheng Rinxiang immediately commanded, "We depart for Lingyi County." The demon cultivators promptly obeyed, racing at full speed towards Lingyi County. Meanwhile, Chen Jing'an had already exited Lingyi County and returned to the depths of the Lingyi River. His waist now bore 12 bags of holding, all acquired from the illusionary demons. Not to mention, each bag could fetch around 20 spirit stones, not to mention the treasures contained within. This constituted a modest, yet lucrative windfall. A sly smile crept across Chen Jing'an's turtle-like visage as he submerged himself beneath the river's surface, relying on his spiritual sense, which remained unaffected by the water, to continuously monitor the unfolding events. 3 hours later, an extraordinarily domineering aura of demonic energy appeared above Lingyi County. Observing the chaos instigated among the celestial clansmen within the city, Zheng Rinxiang issued orders to the Zheng cultivators behind him. Eliminate those individuals without revealing our identities. The rest. Capture all cultivators within the confines of Lingyi County. Kill without mercy. The Zheng clan's cultivators, upon receiving their orders, made their way along the banks of the Ling River. Chen Jing'an, employing his spiritual sense, scrutinized the cultivation levels of these Zheng clan members, discovering that their realms generally ranged between the 7th and 8th layers of Qi refinement. If unleashed, they could effortlessly obliterate a Qi refinement celestial clan. However, their mastery of demonic techniques was evidently inferior to that of the former Zheng Rinkai. which allowed Chen Jing'an to become acquainted with the characteristics of this dark art. Several times, the Zheng cultivators passed by the riverbank, yet Chen Jing'an restrained himself from intervening. He needed to ascertain whether the Zheng celestial clan had additional allies and how many practitioners of the 9th layer of qi refinement were present. Despite having achieved perfection in body refinement and previously annihilating those at the 8th layer with apparent ease, his strength was on par with that of the 9th layer. Yet, that victory had been facilitated by his strategic use of formations to create a barrier, preventing his opponent from escaping. Now, in the vast expanse of the world, encountering a true practitioner of the 9th layer would likely mean that the adversary would not grant him the opportunity to close the distance. Furthermore, there might be more than one such practitioner present. Exercising caution was prudent. After a brief contemplation, Chen Jing'an submerged once more, retrieving the Wolf staff, a mid-grade magical artifact he had obtained from Do Shu, which he had yet to employ. He began to channel his spiritual energy into the staff, resulting in a multitude of wolf souls materializing within its inner space. With a mere thought, he could unleash them all. He then took out a mechanical crane, directing it to carry the Wolf staff swiftly along the Ling River, simultaneously releasing the wolf souls. With a flurry of swift movements, the gray mist-like wolf souls emerged, charging directly towards the nearby Zheng cultivators without hesitation. The strength of the wolf souls was limited by Chen Jing'an's own cultivation level. They could pose a challenge to those at the 7th layer, but in a distracted state, they would have minimal impact on those at the 8th layer, merely drawing their attention. Zheng Rinxiang, ever observant, sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy and hurried over. Upon arrival, he witnessed something traversing the Ling River while releasing wolf souls. To Zheng Rinxiang, this act was nothing short of a provocation. It must be noted that, despite being merely at the 9th layer, Zheng Rinxiang's accumulated power through the devouring of demonic techniques endowed him with a spiritual energy reserve exceeding that of his peers by at least 4-fold. He could effortlessly dispatch fellow 9th layer celestial cultivators. Across Yunwu Prefecture, barring encounters with foundational ancestors, Zheng Rinxiang felt no one could threaten his life or livelihood. However, just as this thought flickered through his mind, he suddenly saw a fiery red figure emerge from the depths of the Ling River. Before he could react, a blinding sword light surged upward, engulfing him and several other Zheng demonic cultivators in its wake. Chapter 91. The demonic art in hand, arriving at the capital. Zheng Rinxiang, until the very moment of his demise, could not fathom how he had met his end. Chen Jing'an, however, did not dare to linger. He retrieved the prepared Qinghe bag and meticulously placed the body, marred by sword marks, inside. Without a backward glance, he made his way along the riverbank, no longer concerned about whether any demonic cultivators survived in Lingyi County. Following his path along the river, he first returned to Qinghe County. He made his way directly to the residence of the old gentleman, and upon entering, found him seemingly in meditation. Chen Jing'an opened his eyes to see his grandson, a smile gracing his face. It has been less than 10 months,